Linjing City, second high school playground. Next, I will speak a few words briefly. First, I wish everyone to awaken their desired abilities. Second, do not let that group of wretches from first high school overshadow you. As Principal Wong concluded his remarks, the awakening ceremony at second high school commenced. The students lined up in an orderly fashion, taking turns to awaken their abilities. Beast transformation, leopard, level C, elemental, water, level D, special, summoning, level B. One by one, students completed their awakenings. Some were overjoyed, while others hung their heads in despair. After 18 years of hard work, today was the moment of harvest. Awakening a powerful ability would signify a future filled with promise. Conversely, awakening a useless ability could spell the end of one's academic journey. Next, Xiao Feng. Called unexpectedly, Xiao Feng felt a surge of panic, as he had only traversed into this world a month prior. Seeing no response, the teacher in charge of awakenings frowned and called out Xiao Feng's name again. This time, Xiao Feng stepped out from the crowd and approached the awakening teacher. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the power within your body, the teacher instructed, his expression impassive. Xiao Feng inhaled deeply, following the teacher's guidance. Is that Xiao Feng, the one they call the Rice King? Oh, what do you mean by that? Don't you know his sister? She was the top scorer in the college entrance examination 2 years ago and is now studying at Kyoto Academy. I've heard she sends him several tens of thousands in living expenses each month. Wow, I wish I had such a sister. That's not all. Do you know Jiangju from the class next door? Who doesn't know her? She's the school beauty of second high. I heard Jiang Yu has made a childhood betrothal with him. Wow. Xiao Feng overheard the chatter from below, and he could only think, I just arrived here. Who knew about my predecessor's romantic entanglements? Moreover, Xiao Feng felt increasingly anxious, as he had yet to sense the energy that the awakening teacher had mentioned. Could he be the first person in human history since the resurgence of spiritual energy to awaken without any abilities? All right, the awakening is complete. You may open your eyes now. At these words, Xiao Feng opened his eyes, gazing at the awakening teacher in confusion. How could the process be complete when he felt nothing? Xiao Feng, special, spiritual eye, level C. As the teacher announced this, Xiao Feng walked off the stage in a daze. Abilities are classified into 7 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Generally, a level C ability is considered quite good among ordinary people, but Xiao Feng was a well-known figure at second high. As expected, murmurs of derision began to rise from the audience. I thought he was something special. Turns out he only has a level C ability and a worthless spiritual eye at that. Though a level C spiritual eye is categorized as C, its practical utility is limited, typically only relevant in appraisal and detective work. If it held no connections, it was likely that his academic journey would end here. Xiao Feng, hearing the ridicule, remained unfazed and simply descended the stage, pulling out his phone to send an unknown message. Soon, a notification chimed on his phone. Ant treasure received. 100,000 yuan. A hush fell over the crowd. Xiao Feng casually cleared his ear and remarked, My sister messaged me yesterday, promising a reward of 100,000 yuan as long as I awakened anything other than a life ability. If it's above level D, they'll be guaranteed admission to Kyoto University. Are you kidding? Guaranteed admission? Why don't you just fly to the heavens? At this moment, someone nudged the one who had mocked. His sister was not only the top scorer in Linjing City last year, but also the top scorer in the whole province, and she awakened in level ability. You might actually have a chance. The man replied, Don't be mad, Feng Ji. I admit I spoke too loudly just now. Seeing the crowd wearing ingratiating smiles, Xiao Feng understood it was merely due to his fortunate sister. According to the original owner's memories, the siblings had lost their parents at a young age, with a sister working tirelessly to raise him. It was only after she awakened her abilities in high school that their lives began to improve. Detecting host has awakened the Naruto system is binding. Naruto? Is it the Naruto I'm thinking of? Ding, binding successful. Spiritual eye ability automatically awakened as Sharingan. Detecting higher concentrations of spiritual energy in this world chakra has automatically converted to spiritual energy. Host, Xiao Feng ability, Sharingan level. Awakening level 1 spiritual energy. 100 as a wave of white light enveloped him. This is it? On the stage, Principal Wong cast a glance before returning his attention. While it was not uncommon for someone to break through immediately after awakening, a mere level C spiritual, I was hardly worthy of his concern. Had it been a level ability, he would have rushed to recruit the student before the other Oldemers could. Typically, Linjing City sees only one or two A-level abilities emerge each year. It remained to be seen whether this time Second High would produce a promising talent. Look! With a gasp of astonishment, Xiao Feng's attention was drawn to the stage, where an exceptionally beautiful girl stood. The focus was not merely on her appearance, but on the commotion surrounding her awakening. The teacher in charge of awakenings stood there, dumbfounded, until the brilliance subsided. The girl slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes and inquired, "Teacher, what is my ability?" The teacher, regaining his composure, stammered, "Jiangyu, elemental, wind. Level." The scene fell into a profound silence, and Jiangyu also noticed Xiao Feng, casting a glance that made him acutely aware of the hostile glares from the surrounding males. "Ha ha! Our Second High has finally produced another genius." Principal Wong descended from the platform and approached Jiangyu personally. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" The principal was set to personally accept a disciple. He was a formidable figure at the transformation realm. Awakening, control, transformation, domain. Well, let's leave it at that for now. If I can receive the principal's personal guidance, I will surely secure a place in one of the 5 major academies. Woo woo woo. Not only is Jiang the school beauty, stunning and melodious, but her talent is exceptional too. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry such a wonderful girl. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned toward Xiao Feng, who was standing not far away. Didn't someone just claim that Jiangyu was his fiancée? Chapter 2. The enrollment quota of the Kyoto Academy. Xiao Feng spread his hands and remarked casually, "Why are you all looking at me? The engagement was called off long ago. Indeed, from the original owner's memories. It was clear that he and Jiangyu had been betrothed since infancy, due to his father's position in the military. After the untimely death of their parents, Jiangyu's mother had come with a sum of several thousand to annul the engagement. At that time, Xiao Feng was too young to comprehend the significance of such matters. However, for Xiao Feng, the cancellation was a relief. Women would only hinder his speed in drawing his blade. Seeing Xiao Feng hastily depart, seemingly wishing to sever all ties, Jiangyu's delicate face involuntarily puffed up in displeasure. The principal assumed Jiangyu was dissatisfied and hurriedly explained, "Rest assured, you won't regret becoming my disciple. A millennium-old snow lotus. A 3rd-tier blood wolf magic core, along with 10 opportunities in the trial tower. All of these will be yours as long as you agree to be my apprentice." The speaker was earnest. Yet the listener remained indifferent. In truth, Jiangyu barely absorbed his words, merely offering a perfunctory response before leaving in their elementary school days. She and Xiao Feng had been the closest of friends. However, since entering junior high, their paths had diverged significantly. Under Jiangyu's pressing inquiries, she discovered that her mother had unilaterally annulled the engagement with the Xiao family, without her knowledge. No wonder Xiao Feng had been reluctant to engage with her. After that moment, regardless of Jiangyu's attempts to mend their relationship, opportunities had eluded her. After graduating high school, the chance would truly be lost. Observing Jiangyu's despondent demeanor, Principal Wong mistakenly believed he had failed to touch her heart. And with a sigh of resignation, he took his leave. However, given her talents, she was indeed deserving of a more capable mentor. Meanwhile, as Xiao Feng exited the playground, he began to explore the system in addition to the basic data panel. There was a shop function. Upon opening the shop, he was greeted with the following items. Hubie's Chakra, 10 million system points. Tailed Beast Bomb, 5 million system points. Susanoo, 2 million system points. Amaterasu, 2 million system points. Confirming his suspicions, he realized these were all beyond his financial reach. Is there anything more affordable? The system, displaying remarkable sensitivity, transformed the shop interface, revealing significantly cheaper items. Yet the name was Popper's exclusive shop. Xiao Feng couldn't shake the feeling that the system was mocking him. Nonetheless, the items were indeed much more reasonably priced. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, 100 system points. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, 100 skill points. Shadow Clone Technique, 50 system points. While he understood the rationale, the pressing issue remained. Where were the system points? Gazing at his zero balance, Xiao Feng fell into deep contemplation. The system had presented him with a plethora of enticing items. Yet he found himself unable to afford a single one. System points could be acquired through completing system tasks or hunting exotic beasts at a friendly reminder. Recycling magic cores could also yield a handsome sum of system points. The price for a magic core from an awakened beast ranged from 1 to 99 system points, while selling a magic core from an awakened beast could fetch between 1 and 999 system points. This meant that to exchange for items in the advanced shop, he would need to hunt thousands of exotic beasts. Since the spiritual energy resurgence centuries ago, humanity had gained extraordinary abilities, and all creatures had undergone transformation. Although humans devised cultivation methods through their intellect, they could not withstand the overwhelming numbers of exotic beasts. Thus, they could only erect walls to keep the creatures at bay. The city walls of Lingjiang were merely 30 meters high, sufficient to deter the incursions of transformed beasts. Should they encounter more formidable foes, they would have to seek outside assistance. Yet, to expect someone who had just awakened their powers to hunt exotic beasts seemed rather naive. Did it not? How about lending me some? As Xiao Feng attempted to negotiate with the system, remarkably, he succeeded. The loan system was fair and just. For 1 month, he could utilize Amaterasu, but once the month elapsed, he would owe 3 million system points. Is this what you call fair and just? 2 million's worth of goods suddenly inflating to 1.5 times the price in a month. What if I can't repay? Of course, it would be recycled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng sighed in relief. Recycling Amaterasu was a manageable risk. I'll borrow it. I meant physical recycling, as in removing your eyeballs. Am I still able to regret this decision? The loan service was completed, and Amaterasu had been credited to his account. The system even upgraded his Sharingan to the Mangeki. Remember the 3 million due in a month. After dropping this statement, no matter how Xiao Feng pleaded, the system offered no further response. Suddenly, he recalled a saying from his previous life. Life is what it is. If it cannot be changed, then one must accept it with a smile. In the classroom, the classmates who had completed their awakenings formed small groups to discuss their abilities, while Xiao Feng sat in the far corner, disinterested in joining the tea. That moment, a bespectacled man entered. He was their homeroom teacher. The teacher approached the podium, cleared his throat, and instructed the students to return to their seats. I understand that everyone is excited about their newfound powers, but awakening is merely the first step. In a month, the college entrance examination will take place, and everyone must strive to cultivate diligently to gain admission to a satisfactory ability university. Naturally, for those not suited for combat, our school also offers auxiliary and lifestyle classes. Those interested should come find me after school to fill out an application. After the homeroom teacher concluded, he announced the end of class, leaving the remaining month for self-directed cultivation. The methods had been taught in the previous semester. Of course, if anyone found the pace too slow, they could also cultivate using magic crystals, which could be obtained through hunting exotic beasts or purchased. However, after class, the homeroom teacher specifically called Xiao Feng to his office. Confused, Xiao Feng followed, finding Principal Wang already present. The principal was nodding and bowing, pouring tea for a man in black attire, clearly a high-ranking official from above. You must be Xiao Feng. The man in black regarded him with disdain. Although Xiao Feng felt a twinge of annoyance, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, that's me. This is the list of direct admission quotas for the auxiliary class at Kyoto Academy. Please fill it out. With this, Xiao Feng could surmise the man's identity. His sister, Xiaoya, with her S-grade ability, had been the top scorer in the college entrance examination for the entire Linghai province, thus capable of selecting from any of the 5 major ability academies. However, no amount of cultivation resources could sway her, as her sole condition was that her younger brother, Xiao Feng, must also be granted entry into the school. This demand was quite simple for any academy. Arranging for an individual to enter was hardly a challenge. Yet, Xiaoya's stipulation was not merely to allow Xiao Feng entry, but to ensure he could study as a student within the institution. This posed a dilemma for the admissions officers, who were unwilling to take such a gamble. Every tuition spot was extraordinarily limited. Even students in the lifestyle program had to exhibit academic prowess to be specially admitted. To allow a student with uncertain abilities an assured spot was akin to a gamble. Thus, Kyoto Academy had agreed with Xiaoya that as long as Xiao Feng awakened a talent of C grade or above, he would be granted admission. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feng indeed awakened a C-grade ability, albeit a rather lackluster one. His spiritual eye, which, while classified as C-grade, was deemed the most useless. Besides its investigative capabilities, it offered little else. And not a single student with a spiritual eye had ever been recorded in the admissions history of the 5 major academies. This was also the reason for the black-clad man's foul mood. His nephew had awakened an A-grade ability, and he had initially anticipated securing a direct admission spot through his connections. To his dismay, Xiaoya's phone call had snatched that opportunity away. Chapter 3. Jiangyu. Am I really lacking that little money? In fairness, Huang He could not overtly sabotage him, but he could certainly convey his displeasure through a stern demeanor. Kid, I have another option for you. I'll give you 1 million, along with my letter of recommendation. That should suffice for you to attend another top-tier academy, he added candidly. I want to hide it from you. This quota was originally intended for my nephew, but now it's suddenly being handed to you, which is quite irksome. Huang He was no petty individual. He spoke plainly. Had Xiao Feng been even a B-grade combat ability user, he wouldn't have raised an eyebrow, but a C-grade ability, particularly the most useless spiritual eye. This was akin to placing a flower in a pile of dung. The enrollment spots at the academy were so precious. Why waste one on him? Xiao Feng was taken aback. He had initially thought his sister was merely jesting when she mentioned securing him a spot. Honestly, I'm not particularly interested in this quota. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang was astonished. The homeroom teacher was stunned. Huang He was equally shocked. This was a direct enrollment quota for Kyoto Academy, a special opportunity that allowed admission without the college entrance examination. It was an irresistible offer for anyone. Yet, astonishingly, Xiao Feng had rejected it without a moment's hesitation. Huang He quickly donned a delighted expression, resembling a giddy child returning home with candy after school. Principal Wang attempted to persuade him further, but a single glance from Huang He silenced him. After all, he was a teacher at Kyoto Academy. The pressure from a realm-level expert rendered Principal Wang unable to speak. Very well, the 1 million will be transferred to your account tomorrow, and I'll write your recommendation letter right now. Huang He was in high spirits, as that nephew was, in fact, the child he had secretly fathered with his sister-in-law many years ago. How could one not feel elated when their child is able to attend the finest school? Huang He found himself increasingly fond of Xiao Feng, pondering what was wrong with the spirit eye. After all, the spirit eye was also a commendable ability. There was no need for recommendation letters or money. As for the academy, I will participate in the college entrance examination. Huang He inquired, how do you intend to take the college entrance exam with just a spirit eye? This was not a taunt, but rather a statement of fact. Attempting to take the exam with a spirit eye ability was akin to entering a battlefield armed only with a piece of chalk. One would be annihilated in an instant. Xiao Feng chuckled. Come on, with Amaterasu backing me, would I rather hunt exotic beasts than wait for a month post-exam to have my eyes gouged out? Huang He felt somewhat troubled. How could this lad be so devoid of desires? Offering him something in exchange for this opportunity would be a fair transaction, and no one could criticize it, not even his sister, Xiaoya. Yet, doing so would make it seem as though he were taking advantage of him. Damn it, just thinking about how that monster, Xiaoya, had broken through to the domain realm last month. If she thought he was bullying her brother, he would be thoroughly beaten. How about you plead with me instead? Xiao Feng retorted, how can you utter such a humble request? Suddenly, Xiao Feng seemed to have an epiphany. Why not give me more magic cores? The more, the better. Magic cores, for low-level magic cores, as long as one had the funds. Acquiring them was no issue. However, what would someone who had just awakened need with so many magic cores? It must be noted that while absorbing magic cores does expedite the cultivation process, the impurities within them necessitate meditative practices after using a couple, lest one suffer from blocked spiritual energy and perish. What do you intend to do with so many magic cores? Huang He was determined to clarify. If this lad indiscriminately absorbed them and exploded, Xiaoya would surely come after him. I'm only 38. I'd like to live a few more years. Mind your own business. I have my purposes to this point. Huang He could not argue further and indicated that he would deliver the magic crystals to Xiao Feng within 3 days before departing with the registration form. Once Huang He left, Principal Wang, with a tone of regret, pointed at Xiao Feng. You have any idea how precious the quota for the 5 prestigious academies is? Especially the quota for the Kyoto Academy. It's a guaranteed admission. Such a precedent has yet to be established in the entire Linjiang city. Principal Wang appeared devastated, to which Xiao Feng replied, isn't there still the college entrance exam? I can still secure admission to a good school. You are aware of the college entrance exam. What is your ability? A spirit eye? It lacks even the slightest practical auxiliary skill that you expect to form a team to pass. Teams are allowed in the college entrance exam. Otherwise, how would students with auxiliary abilities participate? But the spirit eye, lacking amplification or healing skills, would only be a burden in any team that I will rely on my own strength. What can you do on your own? With a spirit eye ability, even gaining admission to a third-rate academy would be challenging. You have the opportunity for a spot in the Kyoto Academy, and you don't want it? I will gain admission through my own efforts. You? Leave. All right. Principal Wong was disinclined to converse further with this wasteful youth. Fearing he might suffer a stroke from anger at the school gate, Jiang Yu had been waiting for quite some time. Yet she did not spot the figure she sought. Could it be that he was truly avoiding her? Just then, Xiao Feng emerged from the school. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and she promptly approached him. Inquiring about his well-being, I heard you were kept back by the homeroom teacher, Xiao Feng. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, thought, I intended to go outside the city to test my skills. Why is she still here waiting for me? Is she here to collect the debt from that 100 yuan I borrowed in elementary school? I thought with the annulment of our engagement, I would no longer need to repay it. He then pulled out 100 yuan and a single coin from his pocket and placed them in Jiang Yu's hand. Consider the extra as interest. Jiang Yu stared at the money in confusion. Xiao Feng had already taken his leave with swift steps. Coming to her senses, Jiang Yu stomped her foot in frustration. Does he truly not wish to see me? Upon returning home, Xiao Feng carelessly tossed his backpack aside and retrieved a can of chilled soda from the refrigerator. Reclining on the sofa, the thought of having just entered the world of abilities while being burdened with a hefty loan from the system made him feel he could not afford to rest. He needed to focus on his cultivation. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. It was his sister calling. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and immediately donned a smile. My dear sister, what a pleasant surprise to receive a call from you. But all he received in return was a roar. Xiao Feng, are you out of your mind? You actually sold the admission quota? And for so little. If you need magic crystals, just tell me. I can provide as many as you require. Do you have any idea how precious the admission quota for the Kyoto Academy is? I have already purchased my ticket home. Just wait until I return to deal with you. Beep, beep, beep. Before Xiao Feng could defend himself, Xiaoya had already hung up. After the call was cut off, Xiao Feng braced himself for the inevitable scolding for physical punishment. It seemed he had never experienced such from his sister since he had come to understand things. Chapter 4. Xiao Hot Potato Feng. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy hundreds of years ago, humanity has endured under the oppression of exotic beasts, even with the development of their own cultivation methods. The overwhelming number of these beasts rendered them ineffective. Thus, hunting exotic beasts has always been a supported endeavor by every city, even among high school seniors who had just awakened their abilities. However, hunting was not a death sentence. To venture outside the city for such endeavors, a team of at least 5 was necessary, along with a teacher of the control realm to lead. That evening, a message was sent in the class group, announcing that 2 teams would be leaving the city the next day, led by 2 teachers of the control realm. Upon hearing this, all the students who had previously been silent began to chime in. I want to go. Count me in. What can one achieve in cultivation before the college entrance exam? Hunting exotic beasts is the way to go. Xiao Feng also chimed in with a 1. It was common knowledge that using magic cores for cultivation would yield at least double the normal speed, not to mention the added benefit of having a teacher of the control realm leading the expedition. This was undoubtedly a low-risk, high-reward opportunity. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Xiao Feng found Huang he had delivered the magic crystals, seemingly eager to prevent him from changing his mind, as it was sent with urgency that very evening. After signing for the delivery, Xiao Feng gazed at the bag full of magic cores. Although they were all awakening-level cores, the sheer quantity was astounding. Over 100 magic cores, each worth several thousand to tens of thousands. Good heavens, this haul must be worth nearly 1 million. How fearful was he of retaliation from Xiaoya? At that moment, the long-dormant system finally made its presence known. Many magic cores gathered so quickly. Let me have a feel. I can exchange them for system points. How many system points can this pile yield? The system pretended to ponder for a moment before sighing. Though it may be a bit lacking, I can still exchange it for 50,000 system points. Following this, Xiao Feng picked up an awakening-level magic core and began absorbing it, but he had to admit, the speed was at least 2 to 3 times that of normal cultivation. What the hell are you doing? Give that to me. The system panicked. Aren't those meant for me? Why are you using them? I merely inquired about their value. I never said I would give them to you. Besides, you're so shady. How could it only be worth 50,000 system points? I admit I took a slight kickback. How about we negotiate for 70,000? Don't forget, you still owe me. I owe you based on merit. Why should I pay you back now? Besides, it's not yet time, so why rush? How about 80,000 system points? Truly the highest offer. Xiao Feng chose to ignore the system and silenced its voice. The next morning, the students of the second high school had already gathered at the city gate. Although the teachers were leading, the focus was primarily on the few talented students. The B-level ability students were clustered around the lead teachers, while the C, D, and E-level students were left to their own devices to AS for those with F-level abilities. Their skills were virtually non-existent, and most students who awakened at that level were busy looking for better employment opportunities. Xiao Feng casually joined a larger group, as being among many would better conceal his secrets. With so many secrets, he preferred to remain unnoticed. Look, it's Jiang Yu. The crowd stirred as a beautiful girl clad in a white short-sleeve top and black shorts approached. To facilitate movement, Jiang Yu had changed into a more practical outfit, inadvertently showcasing her figure. Faced with the lecherous gazes of those around her, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, thinking it better to venture into the wild alone with the principal than team up with this bunch. Just then, she noticed a figure in the corner hiding their face. Xiao Feng. Jiang Yu waved and made her way toward him. Xiao Feng, feeling exasperated, thought, seriously? Even with my face covered, you can still recognize me? Nevertheless, out of respect for their childhood bond, he forced a smile and greeted her. Good morning. Jiang Yu pouted, playfully poking Xiao Feng's chest. Why did you run off so quickly yesterday? This elicited envy from the surrounding onlookers. Oh heavens, why isn't he at me? Yet, as the main character, Xiao Feng felt a chill run down his spine, swatting Jiang Yu's hand away and admonishing, if you want to talk, just talk. Why poke around? The sight of a group of male peers gnashing their teeth in envy was unmistakable. Why would such a straight-laced fellow garner the affection of the campus belle, while I could only engage with the teachers on the screen? The arrival of Jiang Yu genuinely caught Xiao Feng off guard. With her affluent background and the awakening of an S-grade talent, one would expect her to hire bodyguards and venture out of the city for one-on-one tutoring. Rather than mingling in the school's ranks like someone relying on welfare, Jiang Yu produced a lunchbox. This is breakfast I made. Would you like some? Xiao Feng merely cast a glance at it. We already annulled our engagement. There's no need for such gestures towards me. From the original owner's memories, it was evident that Jiang Yu had harbored feelings for him since childhood, with her youthful aspiration to marry him. However, unforeseen changes in their families had led to a gradual estrangement. It was perplexing that, despite their amicable relationship just 2 years prior, she had suddenly grown so proactive as the college entrance examinations approached. Jiang Yu clenched her hands and bit her cherry lips, seemingly on the verge of tears. Xiao Feng let out a resigned sigh, retrieving a packet of tissues from his pocket and handing it to her before rejoining the group heading out of the city. We are ultimately not from the same world. Yet, when these words escaped Xiao Feng's lips, Jiang Yu interpreted them in an entirely different light, that I possess only a C-grade ability, while you are exalted with an S-grade talent. We will inevitably part ways. Forget me. Jiang Yu gazed at his receding figure and murmured, rest assured, I will not give up on you. If it comes to it, I shall support you. What sister you can achieve, so can I. She then joined another team preparing to leave the city. Outside the city, Xiao Feng's team comprised roughly 20 individuals, with the teachers primarily focusing on a select few B-grade talent prodigies. The remaining C-grade ability holders formed small groups intending to hunt exotic beasts. Among them, one group approached Xiao Feng. Brother, it seems you're without a team. Why not join us? Their interest was not genuinely in Xiao Feng's company, but rather in the potential connection to the campus belle through him, should he prove to be a bridge. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng replied, I possess the eye of spirit. He declared this loudly enough for nearby teams to overhear. Fixing his gaze on the one who had approached him, he asked, Now, do you still wish for me to join your team? Chapter 5. The first battle. The Eye of Spirit, although classified as a C-grade ability, was somewhat lackluster, even inferior to some D and E-grade abilities. No team would desire such a liability, as expected. Upon revealing his ability, the individual who had invited him stood frozen in place. Pardon my intrusion. Xiao Feng observed that everyone around him averted their eyes, as if avoiding a plague. What was he thinking, coming to the wilderness with an ability like the Eye of Spirit instead of seeking a clerical position? Perhaps they thought they would pity him and take him along for leveling up, but in this world, no one would extend sympathy to anyone. All of this fell within Xiao Feng's expectations. He had no intention of joining anyone. After all, how could he explain the revelation of his Sharingan later on? The leading teacher approached, advising, "Students, do not wander too far. Most exotic beasts in this vicinity are at the first or second awakening stage. If you encounter an exotic beast that proves too challenging, remember to prioritize your escape." Though he was the supervising teacher, he could not attend to every student, particularly as his focus was primarily on the B-grade talent students. The surrounding small groups collected a distress signal device from the teacher before embarking on their quest to hunt exotic beasts. The distress signal device was a special apparatus. Once activated, the leading teacher's mobile phone would display the information and location, prompting his swift arrival for assistance. However, even with such measures, fatalities were still a possibility that in previous years, some had even used the device for amusement, only for the teacher to discover they had been played upon arrival. Such actions resulted in immediate expulsion and placement on a blacklist, rendering survival in human society nearly impossible. The wilderness beyond the city teemed with exotic beasts. Whether one could survive was a pressing question thus. The leading teacher repeatedly emphasized the importance of refraining from misusing the device unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Feng ventured into an uninhabited area, deliberately avoiding the so-called distress signal device. The teacher cast a brief glance, but paid him no further attention. Each year, a few deaths among the teams would only raise concern if they were significant. The awakening stage exotic beasts were not particularly strong, predominantly consisting of insect-type creatures. Upon entering the forest, Xiao Feng spotted a dung beetle. Yet this creature was easily 2 meters tall. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, even insects had undergone a transformation. System: how do I use Amaterasu? Although Amaterasu had already been activated, it was his first time using it. Wouldn't a manual be helpful? You blocked me for an entire night, and now you think of me. Am I some kind of summons that appears at your beck and call? Even in death, I shan't converse with you again. Soon, I will give you its magic core. Indeed, you simply need to channel your spiritual energy into your eyes, activate the Sharingan, and silently recite Amaterasu in your mind. The Sharingan will automatically transform into the Manjiki and unleash Amaterasu. The Manjiki's activation consumes 1 point of spiritual energy per second, so please be mindful of the time and avoid exhausting your body. Understood. Xiao Feng took a deep breath, positioning himself a safe distance away from the exotic beast, and began to concentrate his spiritual energy in his eyes. Sharingan, a pair of crimson, malevolent eyes opened, and Xiao Feng instantly perceived his surroundings with heightened clarity. Even deducing that the dung beetle exotic beast was at the second awakening stage, was this the power of the Sharingan? Indeed, the Sharingan's functions must be developed by the host, but the ultimate techniques can be purchased from this system's store. Naturally, as the host's strength increases, you may also create new ninjutsu. However, it seems the beast has sensed your presence. I advise you to eliminate it first. You still owe me system points, so don't die. As Xiao Feng utilized spiritual energy, the exotic beast, sensitive to such energy, immediately detected the human boy hiding behind the tree. The enmity between exotic beasts and humans was well known, leading the dung beetle to fixate on Xiao Feng with hostile intent. Poised to strike, unfazed, Xiao Feng stepped out from behind the tree, his crimson eyes instilling a hint of trepidation in the dung beetle, yet sensing the human's aura, which indicated he had only awakened at the first stage. It felt an advantage. The dung beetle charged towards Xiao Feng. Amaterasu, Xiao Feng silently recited the incantation. His crimson eyes transformed into a 6-pointed star pattern, and a warm flow surged forth from his gaze. An eerie and intense black flame ignited upon the dung beetle's body, the extreme heat forcing it to halt its charge and roll on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flame. However, Amaterasu was the pinnacle of fire release. It could not be extinguished. No matter how hard the dung beetle struggled, it could not quell the flames, and its thrashing gradually subsided until it ceased to breathe. Eliminated a second awakening stage exotic beast, earning 10 system points. It died just like that. Xiao Feng found it hard to believe that a second awakening stage exotic beast had perished so easily. Of course, if your strength were not so overwhelming, a mere second of Amaterasu would have reduced it to ashes. The fact that it took this long is an insult to Amaterasu. Xiao Feng. He approached. extracting a small knife to retrieve a crystal-like object from the dung beetle's head. This was the magic core of the exotic beast. What did you say? Xiaofeng shook the magic core in his hand. Did I say anything? The illustrious host is so wise and valiant. Anyone opposing him shall face dire consequences. Xiaofeng exchanged the magic core with the system. Yes, aside from eliminating exotic beasts, exchanging their magic cores for system points was also viable, often yielding more points than merely defeating the beast. The magic core of a second awakening stage exotic beast exchanged for 20 system points. Still 2,999,980 system points. Only 20 points. The spiritual energy of insect-type exotic beasts was inherently low. The system offered a favorable rate since it was the host's first exchange. The system spoke with such righteous fervor that Xiaofeng nearly believed it. This system was nothing short of a swindler. Xiaofeng controlled the Mangeki Sharingan to retract the Amaterasu from the ground. This flame, impervious to extinguishment, could potentially turn him into an unintentional murderer if left unattended in the wilderness. Glancing at his spiritual energy, he noted that defeating a mere weak dung beetle had consumed nearly half of it. Elevating his strength was of utmost priority. Xiaofeng activated the Sharingan, surveying his surroundings. The observational capabilities of the Sharingan were unparalleled, capable of uncovering even the slightest traces from minute clues. Moreover, the spiritual energy consumption was minimal. The Mangeki Sharingan consumed 1 point of spiritual energy per second, while the ordinary Sharingan mode consumed 1 point per minute. He had found it. Chapter 6. The feeling of falling in love. Xiaofeng quickly pinpointed his next target. He had been utilizing the Sharingan to observe the nearby exotic beasts. Sure enough, beneath a massive tree, he discovered a 6th-level exotic beast that was a chameleon beast. While not particularly powerful, its racial talent granted it the ability to become invisible, posing a considerable challenge. Indeed, it was the ability to vanish. After the revival of spiritual energy, all animal species have evolved their innate abilities. The chameleon's color-changing protection allows it to achieve visual transparency through optical reflection. However, beneath the gaze of the Sharingan, the chameleon's invisibility is rendered utterly ineffective. Xiaofeng simply perceives a green pig sprawled across a branch. It is evident that the chameleon, lurking in the tree, is in search of its lunch for the day. And it has indeed noticed Xiaofeng. With its innate ability to become invisible, combined with the awakened energy emanating from Xiaofeng, the chameleon confidently descends the tree, intent on sneaking up behind him to devour him whole. Yet, with the Sharingan activated, Xiaofeng merely sees a plump, lizard-like creature approaching. As the chameleon inches closer to Xiaofeng's side, he seizes the opportunity and delivers a powerful kick, sending the chameleon flying several meters away in utter bewilderment. How could this person have kicked me? It must be a coincidence. The chameleon, now enraged, accelerates in an attempt to return to Xiaofeng and consume him. You wretched human, I had initially intended to swallow you whole and grant you a painless demise. But now I have changed my mind. I will bite you to death first. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, there is something unsettling about this human's red eyes. They seem to be fixated on me. As the chameleon shifts to the left, Xiaofeng's gaze shifts similarly. When the chameleon moves to the right, Xiaofeng's eyes follow suit. Can this human see me? Impossible. This is my innate ability. How could he possibly see through my disguise without reaching the mastery stage? However, Xiaofeng does not give it a chance. He swiftly unleashes a technique, incinerating the chameleon into charred remains. Defeated a level 2 awakened beast, earning 10 system points. Xiaofeng, feeling the blood trickling from his eyes, laments, "Why does using skills require not only MP but also HP? It's not my fault you're so weak. Besides, with your substantial health, a little blood loss is nothing." Not wanting to bicker with the system, Xiaofeng approaches the chameleon's corpse and extracts its magic core. The system seems to be drooling with anticipation. This is for me, right? Right? Xiaofeng retrieves some magic cores collected yesterday to exchange for system points. Dante automatically used them to pay off debts. I want to exchange them for the Great Fireball technique. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 200 system points. Successfully exchanged for the Great Fireball technique. 100 system points deducted. Automatically learned. Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 18. Level 1 awakened. Spiritual power, 37,100. Skills, Sharingan, Amaterasu, Great Fireball technique. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. consumes 10 spiritual power points to unleash a large fireball that inflicts immense flame damage to targets ahead. In Sharingan mode, the damage of the Great Fireball technique is increased by 20%. Truly, this is a skill that every Uchiha must learn. It turns out there is a synergistic effect with the Sharingan. Given that activating the Manjiki and Amaterasu consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy, it is wiser to exchange for another ninjutsu for the time being. To Xiaofeng's surprise, the Sharingan can enhance the damage of the Great Fireball technique. Since he lacks the energy to activate the Manjiki, who knows how long he can maintain the Sharingan? After saving a few magic cores from yesterday's haul, he exchanges the rest for system points, accumulating over 60,000 points in total. However, Xiaofeng feels as though the system is skimming off his rewards. How could such a large quantity of magic cores yield so few points? Oh, this system is the most honest and conscientious in all realms. Didn't I just upgrade you to Manjiki yesterday? It's only reasonable for me to take a small processing fee, right? Resigned, Xiaofeng sits cross-legged beneath a large tree to meditate and cultivate, holding a magic core in his hand. Although his teacher warned that relying on magic cores is detrimental to one's health, Xiaofeng feels no adverse effects. In fact, absorbing the energy from magic cores brings him immense pleasure. Of course, this system automatically filters out the harmful substances within the magic cores. You're so kind-hearted? What kind of talk is that? This system has stated time and again that I am a model of diligence among systems. Free? What kind of nonsense is that? This system operates on a fee-for-service basis. How could I charge randomly? Then why does the energy from my magic core feel slightly diminished? This magic core resembles a durian. The spiky outer shell represents the impurities that cannot be absorbed, while only the succulent flesh inside is what is consumed. Yet, this magic crystal in Xiaofeng's hand should contain 5 portions of energy. Why does it feel as though he has only consumed 4? This system has worked hard to eliminate the impurities and may have inadvertently consumed a bit. Isn't that reasonable? Xiaofeng, forget it. It's not a significant loss. Consider it a fee for a purification service. Besides, cultivating with magic cores is truly exhilarating. Once you become accustomed to it, would you ever revert to a life without it? Clearly, no. Last night, he practiced until the wee hours, and after defeating 2 beasts, he has gained some spiritual energy. He is now on the verge of a breakthrough. Level 2 Awakening. It is worth noting that today marks only the 2nd day since Xiaofeng awakened his powers. Most of the other students are just now reaching level 1 awakening, while Xiaofeng has already ascended to level 2. His spiritual power has doubled. Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 18. Level 2 awakened. Spiritual power, 200. Skills, Sharingan. Amaterasu, Great Fireball technique. Due to his level increase, his spiritual power has also been mostly restored. However, to be cautious, Xiaofeng decides to test the Great Fireball technique on the next beast he encounters. He hastily gathers his belongings and begins to search for signs of beasts in the vicinity. With the Sharingan as his extraordinary asset, no beast can escape his sight, and soon, he discovers another creature. Following its trail, he arrives at the edge of a small stream. Upon closer inspection, he notices a sizable hollow about half a meter high. This size, could it belong to a particularly powerful beast? Though equipped with his extraordinary ability, Xiaofeng does not foolishly seek trouble with formidable beasts just yet. He knows that without the chance to activate Amaterasu, he could easily find himself defeated before he even has a chance to retaliate. Thus, the system's identification technique is imperative. Currently on promotion, it is only 199 system points. Would the host care to consider? Xiaofeng, I genuinely suspect you must have been a swindler in your past life. Chapter 7. The merchant system. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng still spends some system points to acquire it. Although the school teaches how to assess a beast's level through its aura, hidden auras can lead to misjudgments. Therefore, despite the slightly high cost, Xiaofeng decides to purchase it. Shouldn't such a feature be a standard function of the system? Why do I have to pay system points to acquire it? The system offers no explanation, instead adopting a mechanical tone. Congratulations, host. You have purchased the identification technique, and it has been credited to your account. At this moment, a head emerges from the stream's cave. Xiaofeng immediately utilizes the identification technique to check. Name, Mud Eel Python. Level 3 Awakened. Species, animal type beast, serpentine. Description, a hybrid between mud eels and serpentine beasts, possessing earth and water properties. Its sturdy scales are also coated with the mucus characteristics of mud eels, making it a particularly troublesome beast. Would the host like to spend 10 system points to learn its weakness? The system begins its sales pitch once more to D. Oh, you think my Sharingan is merely for show. With the Sharingan activated, Xiao Feng can see that the mud eel python has a wounded eye. Generally, the weak point of serpentine beasts lies in their underbelly, where the heart is located. However, the mud eel python is shielded by its hard exterior and that slimy secretion protecting its scales. Under such double protection, the only remaining weak point appears to be its eyes. One of its eyes has turned milky white, presumably blinded during a territorial dispute with other beasts, given the presence of this sizable stream nearby. Which many beasts would covet that I see you analyzing. Why not just unleash an Amaterasu and send it off to the afterlife? The system retorts. Why are you using the provided advantage while wasting time here? Isn't the Sharingan also an asset you granted me? What? Is a free gift not appreciated? The system falls silent. It seems there is some truth to that. Xiao Feng stealthily approaches the cave. At this moment, the mud eel python is basking in the sun, its skin glistening white, indicating it's about to shed its skin. Serpentine beasts are at their weakest during the shedding process. Xiao Feng intends to test the potency of his newly acquired Great Fireball technique. He climbs atop a large boulder, and with the precision afforded by the Sharingan and his mastery of the technique, he swiftly understands how to execute the Great Fireball technique. Fire release. Great Fireball technique. A colossal fireball bursts forth, expanding rapidly into a 5-meter-wide inferno aimed directly at the mud eel python. Positioned behind the mud eel python's blinded eye, Xiao Feng finds himself in its blind spot. The mud eel python remains oblivious to the impending danger, only feeling that the sun seems hotter than usual today. Is Blue Star experiencing a severe rise in temperature? By the time the fireball makes contact, it is far too late. The beast suffers immense damage. The mud eel python rolls about in the center of the fireball, desperately attempting to leap into the nearby stream. Yet, before it can gain its footing, it is lost to the flames, never comprehending who had orchestrated its demise. Upon slaying the awakened level 3 mudfish python, I have gained 31 system points. Is this how it ends? Why does it feel like the damage from this fireball technique surpasses that of Amaterasu? Isn't that obvious? The mudfish python was already injured and in a weakened state due to shedding its skin, and it was caught off guard by a sneak attack. With all sorts of buffs stacked, it is quite impressive that it could leave behind a complete corpse. Using a dagger, I extracted the magic core from the mudfish python and directly exchanged it with the system. Acquired 300 system points. The snake skin has been reduced to carbon. Otherwise, I would have considered selling it. Among snake-type beasts, aside from the magic core, the skin is the most valuable commodity, an indulgence for the wealthy. However, it is all charred now. Surely no one would want it. I utilized my Sharingan to survey the cave entrance, wary of entering recklessly. What if there was another snake inside? Though it is said that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The latter part of that saying is well understood. Fortunately, upon entering the cave, I did not spot another mudfish python. Instead, I discovered an egg. This is a treasure, as both beast offspring and beast eggs are worth a significant sum. There exists a profession known as beast tamer, who specializes in these creatures. However, given the deep-seated hatred that adult beasts bear towards humanity, how could they ever become slaves to humans? Thus, one can only set their sights on those yet to be born. Selling this egg to a fellow beast tamer might fetch at least several $1,000s, right? Ding ding. I could also opt for recycling it through the system, as long as it pertains to magical beasts. This system will purchase it at the most fair price. I had no intention of returning just yet, but carrying an egg proved cumbersome, so I opted for recycling it. Recycled mudfish python egg. Acquired 50 system points. Just 50 points? Is this what you call fair? This is already quite generous. Alright. The system also has to handle the selling. Receiving 50 points for merely providing the goods is already quite high. Selling. What? Are you colluding with systems from other worlds to sell at exorbitant prices? How did you know? The atmosphere grew awkward. Ahem. What do you mean by exorbitant prices? This is merely a matter of mutual benefit. I can give you an additional 5 system points, but no more. Upon seeing the credited 55 system points, I cursed, damn system. I chose not to leave the creek, but rather to find a concealed spot to hide. Rather than seek out beasts in the forest, it would be more prudent to wait for them to come to me. With this being the only water source in the vicinity, Any beast wishing to drink would have to come here. Soon enough, other beasts arrived, a creature resembling a giant rat. I employed the system's identification technique, and the information was as follows. Name, giant-toothed rat. Level, awakened level 1. Description, a low-level rat that has mutated into an ugly creature half a meter tall. Preferring to dwell in dark, damp places, attacking with its massive teeth. Aside from its teeth, its entire body is a weakness. It appears to be quite pathetic, just as I was preparing to extinguish it with a fireball. I noticed the giant-toothed rat approaching the entrance of the former mudfish python's cave, offering something it clutched in its mouth as a tribute. After placing the offering at the entrance, it scampered off to drink water by the creek. Utilizing my Sharingan's enhanced vision, my expression darkened instantly. Amaterasu, my Mangeki Sharingan revealed a mass of black flames emerging from the spatial crevice, engulfing the giant-toothed rat. At a level 1 awakened beast could not withstand such damage. In a mere breath, it was incinerated. However, I did not retract Amaterasu but allowed it to corrode the rat's body until even the hardest magic core was reduced to ashes before recalling it. What are you doing? That's all system points. The system lamented, but I was unfazed, making my way to the cave entrance to retrieve the offering. It was a human arm. Chapter 8. Burn my body. The final charge. The wound appeared to be caused by a bite, and judging by the clothing at the sleeve, it belonged to a student from the second high school. This must have been left behind by the giant-toothed rat. I discarded it into the mudfish python's cave and subsequently collapsed the entrance, treating it as a grave. Witnessing my kind in such a manner evoked feelings that I could not deny. Therefore, in a fit of rage, I left not a single remnant of the giant-toothed rat. Yet, there would be no second chance. In this world, lacking strength is a sin. If I had no system, no Sharingan, and relied solely on my spiritual ability, perhaps my own arm would have been sacrificed as an offering to some puny beast. Regaining my composure, I continued to lie in ambush in the shadows. As expected, the surrounding beasts, desiring water, had no choice but to come here. Some brought offerings to the mudfish python's cave before drinking, while others, belonging to a more stealthy type, hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls before darting away. Without fail, I seized the opportunity to eliminate each one. Should a beast escape my attack range, I would resort to Amaterasu, gazing at the scant remains of black ash and the magic core beneath my feet. I thought, let you flee. I could have preserved a complete corpse, but now there isn't even a trace left. I picked up the magic core and retracted Amaterasu. The time had come. It was time to return. I had hunted a total of 13 beasts, the highest level among them being the awakened level 3 mudfish python. This was to be expected, as I was on the forest periphery, where beasts would not be of exceptionally high levels. I recycled all the magic cores, aside from the mudfish python, back to the system. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1,500 system points through magic core recycling. Keep up the good work. Dusk was approaching. If I did not return to the team soon, I would miss the time to return to the city. If I were trapped outside the city walls, even with my Sharingan, I could not guarantee my safety. Ho-ho, a sound caught my attention. Was it a pig? No, it was a pig-like beast. Identification, name, iron-headed pig. Level, awakened level 3. Species, animal type pig beast. Description, a mutated wild boar beast, possessing powerful tusks and a robust skull. It prefers to ram its prey into a pulp before consuming it, being both aggressive and exceedingly vengeful. Skill, charge, a beast with skills. It is noteworthy that the previous mudfish python had no skills at all. This compelled me to proceed with caution. Before I approached from behind the beast, but this time I dared not be careless and directly employed Amaterasu. Amaterasu, the black flames engulfed the iron-headed pig, causing it to thrash about in excruciating pain. In its frenzy, it crashed into the tree where I was concealed. The moment it landed, the iron-headed pig spotted me. A glimmer of cunning flickered in its pained eyes. Why is there a human here? This black flame must have been unleashed by this human. Damn human. You shall perish. Charge. Holy hell. System, save me. You only think of me when you need me. I am not so easily summoned. Holy hell. I'm about to die, and you're still being dramatic. If you die, I can merely change hosts. It would not affect me in the slightest. Do not forget, you still owe me 3 million. My dear host. Please do not die. Your beloved system brother is here to rescue you. Acquired simplified version of Susanoo Experience Card 1. The simplified version of Susanoo can summon a skeletal frame for defense. However, as it is a simplified version, it is limited to defensive capabilities. Use it quickly. I silently invoked its use, and soon a massive white skeletal figure materialized around me, radiating a violet glow. The iron-headed pig's charge against the skeletal frame caused it no harm whatsoever. Go ahead and hit me. Foolish pig. The iron-headed pig was already engulfed in Amaterasu, and soon it would perish. With the protection of Susanoo surrounding me, I had no fear of the beast's desperate struggles. The iron-headed pig's small eyes reflected its unwillingness, and it summoned every ounce of strength for one last charge. Burn, my body. Charge. Holy hell, it was not that Susanoo was broken, but rather that I had been launched into the air. I had warned you not to be too arrogant. Its charge had a launching effect, and the iron-headed pig, aware of its impending demise, burned its own life force as a cost. Originally, it could only send me flying a few meters. But now look how high I soared. None of that was the main concern. The crucial point was that I was headed straight for a cliff. Just downstream from the creek lay a 100-meter-high cliff. And now, propelled by the iron-headed pig, I was plummeting over the edge. Holy hell, why didn't you mention that sooner? The identification technique didn't indicate that its skill had a launching effect, had I known. Would I have dared to provoke it? Wouldn't it have been better to stay hidden and watch it burn to ashes while I collected the magic core? Yet, you didn't ask. I exclaimed, System. I had no idea how long I had been falling. Bang. The deafening crash quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding beasts. They beheld a massive pit, within which lay a human. Upon spotting a human, the beasts bared their fangs, eager to savor this small morsel. However, why were there still a pile of skeletal remains beside this human? Emitting a violet glow, I too noticed the gathering beasts. Name, giant-toothed tiger. Level, awakened level 5. Species, animal type tiger beast. Description, a ferocious tiger beast, known for biting through prey with ease, possessing formidable combat strength. Name, clawhawk. Level, awakening level 5. Species, animal type flying beasts. Description, a predator of the skies. It delights in seizing its prey and casting it into the abyss below. Its combat prowess is formidable. Name, Ghostfire Tree. Level, Awakening Level 6. Species, Plant-type beasts. Description, a plant beast residing deep within the forest. The flames within its trunk serve as its heart. It relishes incinerating its prey with ghostly flames and burying the ashes beneath its trunk for sustenance, showcasing immense battle strength. This cliff originally marked the boundary between the forest periphery and its depths, where the majority of the low-level beasts of awakening levels 1 and 2 thrived. However, the depths tell a different tale. The beasts here are not only numerous, but also possess great power. Among them are those commanding mastery and even those in the metamorphosis stage. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng unleashed a technique, Tianjiao, and promptly made his escape. Tianjiao, the black flames severed the distance between the beasts and Xiaofeng. The beasts sensed an eerie aura emanating from this conflagration, yet could only detect a presence of awakening level 1. Could I truly be intimidated by this little brat? The giant-toothed tiger charged toward the Tianjiao. Awoo! Xiaofeng, sprinting ahead, heard the anguished cries behind him and dared not glance back, fearing that a moment's delay might see him overtaken. Chapter 9. Gaining wood release. Deep into the night, within a cave. The original occupant of this cave had been vanquished by Xiaofeng using Tianjiao. Thus, it became his temporary refuge. Though he was unaware of the fate of the beasts, the Tianjiao should have effectively deterred them. Otherwise, Xiaofeng would not have managed to escape. However, the question now arose: how to return to the city? He was uncertain if any teams would venture out tomorrow. It was commonplace for a team on an expedition to lose 1 or 2 members. Unless a group went missing, no special search parties would be dispatched. Thus, Xiaofeng was left to rely solely on himself. Yet, as he traversed the path back, he discovered there was no route to retrace. And after a while, he encountered high-level beasts. While he was not particularly afraid of them, the sheer number of beasts was daunting. It was only after he spotted a slumbering bear beast that he managed to secure this cave by dispatching it with a combination of Tianjiao and the Grand Fireball technique. Once settled, Xiaofeng promptly covered the magic core of the mudfish python and began his cultivation, striving to elevate his strength swiftly. Having slain numerous beasts today, coupled with the use of the magic core for training, Xiaofeng broke through to awakening level 3 by midnight. 2 levels in a single day. Such a pace would leave even the most talented scions of great families in awe. Yet, the examination for special abilities does not solely consider levels. Even the highest ranks cannot enroll if their strength is inadequate. System, open the shop. Host is finally ready to make a purchase again. We have a new batch of splendid items. Divine Might, 1 million system points. Demon of the Heavens, 5 million system points. Moon Reading, 2 million system points. Alright, recommend something within my budget. The system silently scoffed at the impoverished host before opening the commoner's shop. Water Release, Great Surf Technique, 100 system points. Earth Release, Earth Spikes, 100 system points. Lightning Release, Shielan, 1,000 system points. Finally, in a corner, Xiaofeng spotted something of interest. Would Release, 1,000 system points. How could such an impressive item be sold at such a low price by this unscrupulous merchant? Though I am indeed a merchant of dubious repute, it is still true that one gets what one pays for. This Wood Release is akin to a blind box. With good fortune, you may acquire the Wood Release of Senju Hashirama. But with poor luck, you might only obtain the Wood Release of Yamato. Of course, you can also purchase it directly from the shop. Senju Hashirama Wood Release, 1 million system points. Yamato Wood Release, 100 system points. Dear, would you like to buy it? Xiaofeng, there are only 2 users of Wood Release, right? That's a 50-50 chance. I'll buy it, with a decisive wave of his hand. Xiaofeng instantly depleted his amassed 1,000 system points. Your Wood Release blind box has been delivered. Please sign for it. Dear, the system had more to say, but refrained. It was not, in fact, a 50-50 probability, but rather 1 in 10. This gift consists of 10 slots, of which only 2 contain the Wood Release of Senju Hashirama and Yamato, while the remaining 8 are merely thank you gifts. The system chuckled to itself. Did you think I would pack such an expensive item into a blind box for you? In the next moment, Xiaofeng took a deep breath. Open. Wow. A golden legend. Simultaneously, within the advanced shop, the slot for Senju Hashirama's Wood Release dimmed, indicating that the host had obtained it and could not repurchase. What incredible luck! Acquired Wood Release, Senju Hashirama version. The system nearly ground its back teeth in frustration. Where on earth did this fortunate soul come from? Get out of here with your luck. Unaware of the truth, Xiaofeng merely marveled at his own fortune, relieved that he had not acquired the Wood Release of the foreman. So, what skills does it come with? In response to Xiaofeng's inquiry, the system replied, rather drearily, only basic functions. All ninjutsu skills must be purchased from the shop. With that, it opened the system shop, which now featured several new items. Would Release Secret Technique, Birth of the Forest, a ninjutsu that uses one's own chakra as a source of life to rapidly grow multiple trees from the ground. The trees rise as if uprooted, creating a forest in an instant, with all offensive and defensive actions controlled by the caster. Price, 500,000 system points. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique, creates a gigantic wood dragon that, once ensnared, will absorb the opponent's chakra. Price, 100,000 system points. Wood Release, Wood Golem Technique, creates a massive wood golem with immense combat power. Price, 200,000 system points. Wood Release, Fong Shield Technique, constructs a wooden shield shaped like a fong-faced demon to defend against the opponent's skills. Price, 10,000 system points. Xiaofeng opened his system data, observing with a mere 100 points, and questioned the system. Do you really think I can afford any of these? Don't rush. There are lower-tier options available. Wood Release, Wood Plank Wall, creates a funnel-shaped hardwood to confine oneself, providing defense against the opponent's attacks. Price, 100 system points. Wood Release, Cutting Technique, grows wooden spikes, branches, from the arms to pierce the opponent, capable of absorbing their chakra and growing, allowing for multiple piercing attacks. Price, 200 system points. Wood Release, 3 Rooms and 2 Halls Technique, summons tree trunks to rise from the ground, forming a livable dwelling. Mom, I no longer have to worry about sleeping outdoors. Price, 50 system points. By the way, why is there no Great Buddha? Xiaofeng checked the system shop, but found no Wood Release techniques related to the Great Buddha. Had he been swallowed by the unscrupulous merchant system? Didn't you say not to look at the expensive items? Moreover, that technique requires a sage body to use. Do you possess one? Forget it. Let me show you. Wood Release, Sage Art. Obtain Sage Body. Wood Release receives comprehensive enhancement. Purchase grants passive skill, No Seal Healing Technique. Can automatically recover injuries and accelerate chakra recovery. Price, 2 million system points. Sage technique, wood release. Top of the Buddha, true thousand hands. A wood release used after entering sage mode, clasping hands together to create a massive Buddha over 100 meters tall with hundreds of gigantic arms. Capable of controlling all of its enormous arms to strike the opponent, possessing tremendous power, able to penetrate valleys. Purchase condition, must have purchased wood release, sage art, not met. Price, 3 million system points. Now, do you think you can afford it? The system teased Xiaofeng. Originally, it wanted to see his jaw drop in astonishment, but why was this guy grinning slyly? System, how about lending me some more? System, I have never seen such a brazen individual. Chapter 10. Xiaoya. Xiaofeng exchanged his remaining system points for wood release, wood plank wall, and wood release. Cutting technique, perfectly balancing offense and defense. Dear, how about getting a Qilin? It's the most prestigious ninjutsu within the lightning category. Don't worry about the damage. Looking cool is what matters. Or maybe a shadow clone technique would be nice too. It's cheap, right? Perfect for someone like you, the first person under the heavens. Faced with the system's suggestions, Xiaofeng skillfully tuned it out. He had already redeemed everything except the magic core used for cultivation. Was that not enough? Xiaofeng used the wood plank wall to seal the cave entrance, preventing any beast from launching a midnight ambush. He then settled down to sleep. Today had been filled with battles, exhausting both his body and mind. Thankfully, he had brought some provisions, sparing him from the plight of being both tired and hungry. Meanwhile, within the city, a striking young woman arrived at the Linjiang train station. Dragging a suitcase behind her, with deep red hair and fair skin, what drew even more attention was her impressive figure. Which man could resist stealing a glance as she walked by, removing her sunglasses? Xiaoya took out her phone and dialed Xiaofeng's number. Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off, you little brat, ignoring my calls. Indeed, this woman is none other than Xiaofeng's sister. Xiaoya, a student of the prestigious Kyoto Academy. She had intended to return home to spend time with Xiaofeng during the summer break, only to find that he had the audacity to ignore her call on the very first day of his return. Familiar streets, yet Xiaoya felt no sense of attachment. This city was one that her parents had fought to protect, even in death, but for her, it was merely a painful memory, had it not been for Xiaofeng still residing here. She might not have returned at all. Upon arriving at the old familiar residence, Xiaoya opened the door to the room. Not here. Xiaofeng's room was tidily arranged, eliminating the possibility of a deliberate disappearance. That rascal is hiding from me. ISNT. She promptly dialed the number. Hello? Who is this? Wang Defa. Can't recall your great-aunt's name. Wang Defa, the principal of number 2 middle school, but how many dare to call me by name to my face? Just as Wang Defa was about to lose his temper, he recognized the familiar voice and felt a cold sweat break out. Xiaoya, not getting senile. I see. Where has my brother gone? Did you leave him at school? Let me tell you, if you dare to torment him, I will dismantle your principal's office. Xiaofeng, didn't he return home after awakening his powers the day before yesterday? I can't possibly be accused of imprisoning a student. After awakening, he went home, and I have no idea where he is. Xiaoya furrowed her brow. Xiaofeng was not the type to play such pranks. Something is amiss. I don't care what method you use. Find my brother for me, and call me immediately with any news. Wang Defa wanted to say something more, but the line went dead with a click. Beep. The call ended, leaving no room for Wang Defa to speak. I, the esteemed principal, threatened by a little girl. I am merely concerned for my student. All teachers, report to my office at once. Back when Xiaoyu attended number 2 middle school, he was the vice principal, and he had witnessed the principal's office being reconstructed 57 times over 3 years. Fortunately, Xiaoyu excelled and became the top student in Linhai province. The principal of those days was promoted, and he himself became the principal. However, the memory of that little girl demolishing the office still lingered vividly. Soon, Wang Defa's phone rang again. Upon answering, he sensed Xiaoya's tension. Have you found Xiaofeng? I haven't located him, but I do have a lead. Xiaoya immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Her expression turned cold. Speak. Isn't it customary for students to form teams for outdoor training? I checked, and he seems to have been part of yesterday's group, but hasn't returned, given that every year there was a certain mortality rate among these training teams. The leading teacher hadn't given it much thought, but now that Wang Defa was aware of this, he felt an overwhelming urge to flay that teacher alive. Xiaoya was notoriously protective of her brother. Back when she was in middle school, she had brought her younger brother to class with her, punishing anyone who dared to bully him. All the troublemakers in school revered her as their leader. In high school, she often skipped class to cook for her brother, and any attempt by the principal to stop her would result in her blowing up the principal's office, by the time she awakened her powers. Her S-rank abilities had led to her demolishing the principal's office another 37 times in just 1 month before the college entrance exams. Seeing that Xiaoya had fallen silent, Wang Defa felt a chill run down his spine. Bang! Xiaoya crushed her phone with her bare hands, the fury in her eyes igniting the surrounding spiritual energy. Indeed, this was the manifestation of Xiaoya's awakened power, S-rank special type, Seraph. 2 pairs of white wings flickered behind her, solidifying into form as she soared into the sky. The 30-meter-high city wall appeared to her merely as a slight elevation, which she easily leaped over. That day, onlookers could only see a fiery red figure darting towards the outskirts of the city. The city guards, witnessing this scene, frantically exclaimed, "Quickly, inform the general." Meanwhile, Xiaofeng stretched and yawned widely, feeling quite refreshed after a good sleep. Thanks to the presence of wooden barriers, the magical beasts had no idea there was still a human hidden within this cave. At this moment, Xiaofeng's spiritual energy had fully recovered. It was time to head home. His sister had mentioned she would return in the next couple of days, and he certainly didn't want to forget to pick her up at the station, lest he face another scolding. Removing the wooden barriers, Xiaofeng activated his Sharingan to navigate his way. If only he could manifest his complete Susanoo, he could easily soar to such heights. Alas, imagination could only take one so far. As he traversed the forest, Xiaofeng resembled a stealthy assassin, dispatching solitary magical beasts with a series of swift strikes. Would release. Insertion technique. The branches of the trees morphed into sharp, large wooden spikes, impaling the magical beast in place. Arg! The pained magical beast let out a wail, yet Xiaofeng felt no sympathy. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, the great fireball technique could annihilate most magical beasts beneath level 5. If it did not perish, he would simply repeat the process. After all, with the insertion technique keeping the beast pinned, it was akin to a living target. Kill awakened level 5 magical beast. Earn 30 system points. Kill awakened level 4 magical beast. Earn 20 system points. Kill awakened level 6 magical beast. Earn 50 system points. Dear host, system points are calculated based on the difficulty and value of the magical beasts you kill. Therefore, when you defeat beasts of higher levels, the system points increase significantly. But do not forget to kill valuable magical beasts as well. Yes, I'm referring to that fluffy deer behind the second tree. What are you doing? Eyeing it with your Sharingan. You should be hunting that valuable creature instead of wasting your time on a worthless brown bear. You wasteful fool. Chapter 11. The filial Wang Defa Xiaofeng harbored serious doubts that the system possessed a pair of eyes. A miserly gaze. This fellow was not only a shrewd merchant, but also extremely stingy and greedy. While the fluffy deer was indeed valuable, it posed no threat to Xiaofeng due to its lack of offensive abilities, and its only skill was swift running. With such an escape mechanism in play, hunting it would require several times the effort, making it not worth the trouble. Yet, the system continued its incessant chatter, prompting him to turn off the system's voice again. Silence enveloped the world. Thus, Xiaofeng continued to hunt magical beasts while searching for the way back to the city. Bang! A loud noise erupted from deep within the forest. Xiaofeng glanced up, but the dense trees obscured his view. Was a powerful magical beast on the loose? No. He had to hurry back. In the heart of the forest, the howling moon demon wolf slumbered peacefully, having attained a modicum of wisdom as a metamorphosed magical beast. Moreover, it was the sole metamorphosed beast in the entire forest, leading a rather luxurious life. Suddenly, it sensed an unfamiliar presence. Who is this human? Is she the ruler of this forest? Xiaoya radiated with crimson flames. Her sacred demeanor and commanding tone struck a nerve with the howling moon demon wolf. How dare this mere human provoke it? It had already dispatched minions to scout the nearby Linjiang city, and the strongest presence there was merely at the metamorphosis level. This little girl exuded a fierce aura. Let us see what realm she belongs to. Awakened, controlled, metamorphosed, domain. Holy cow, this little girl is at the domain level. This is troublesome. Retreat. The howling moon demon wolf fled desperately, activating its sprinting skill. The forest was intricate and convoluted, No terrestrial creature could catch up to it. Indeed, looking back, the howling moon demon wolf found no trace of the human girl. Humph, I'll go find my wife and return to settle the score with you. Are you the ruler of this forest? Xiaoya materialized in front of the howling moon demon wolf. Holy moly, this girl can fly. The howling moon demon wolf hurriedly slammed on the brakes, not daring to linger and darting off in another direction. This time, Xiaoya appeared somewhat impatient. With her right hand raised to the sky, a blazing ball of crimson flame expanded from her palm. With a swift motion, she hurled the flames towards the fleeing howling moon demon wolf. Boom! From the center of the forest, a powerful wave of heat radiated outward, annihilating all weaker magical beasts in the vicinity. This was the might of the domain level. Originally, she had simply sought to inquire if the forest's leader had seen Xiaofeng. But since it refused to cooperate, she would send it into the cycle of reincarnation. With her pristine white wings unfurled, Xiaoya continued her search through the forest for that familiar figure. Murmuring to herself, "Please be safe. You are my only remaining family." Achoo! Who's thinking of me? Xiaofeng expertly dissected a magical core. Kill awaken level for magical beast. Earn 20 system points. What was that surge of heat just now? When did such a terrifying presence emerge in the forest? Linjiang City was merely a small town, and the strongest magical beasts around were only at the metamorphosis level. If a powerful beast were to suddenly appear, Xiaofeng would have to consider reporting it and relocating. TSK, I've never encountered such a cowardly host. Yesterday, other systems boasted about their host's exceptional prowess. And look at you. Perhaps the system's silence had come to an end, and it resumed its incessant chatter. I merely possess a system. Being invincible in the future doesn't mean I'm invincible now. Alright, how much do you long for me to mess up so you can inherit my legacy? You are such a coward. Xiaofeng held up the magical core he had just harvested and asked, "What did you say?" "I said my host is both brave and clever, unlike the fools from other worlds, who only know how to stir up trouble. My host is the best among all realms." Xiaofeng nodded and exchanged the magical core. "Congratulations, host has exchanged magical core for 50 system points." "Why only 50? That pile of cores should be worth at least 70 or 80. Praising someone for their service earns 10 system points per instance. Having just complimented 3 times, I should receive 30 points. Shouldn't I?" Xiaofeng remarked. "You best not have any physical presence later on, or I shall ensure you are utterly unrecognizable." However, after a morning of disdainful effort, Xiaofeng finally found the way to the city. Yet, upon nearing the city gates, he realized that there appeared to be no teams venturing out for training today. Alas, it seemed he would have to spend another night outdoors. Knock on the door? The city walls are 5 meters thick and 30 meters high. How much force would it take to make a sound? He could only wait at the entrance for the next training team. Inside the city, Wang Defa was in a state of panic, having already dialed the former principal of the second school several times, upon learning that it was Wang Defa who had misplaced Xiaoya's younger brother. The former principal hung up within 3 seconds, promptly blocking his number. Simultaneously, he sent Wang Defa's wife 500 yuan with a note stating it was a wedding gift, indicating he would not be attending. This left Wang Defa's wife utterly bewildered, questioning what the old leader was up to. Wang Defa felt like an ant on a hot stove. He had no time to allow his students to train outside. After this incident, it would likely be quite challenging to find any exotic beasts within dozens of kilometers outside the city. The realm of transformation is no trivial matter. The transformation realm is indeed about undergoing transformation, and evolving into a domain represents a qualitative shift. If the transformation realm is merely 10 times stronger than the mastery realm, then the domain realm is 100 times more powerful than the transformation realm. It is a complete dimensional strike. Thus, Wang Defa was making arrangements. "Dear wife, all my savings are hidden in the second row of the secret compartment in the study. Thank you for your care over the years. Mother, I am an unfilial child. I can no longer support you. To make amends, I shall reveal the location of my father's secret stash. Father, the last time you went out, it was I who pointed you in that direction." After laying out his final wishes, Wang Defa suddenly felt how fleeting life truly is. "Principal, we found him. Found Xiaofeng." Wang Defa exclaimed with joy, relieved he wouldn't have to face death. "No, I mean we found the watch you lost." Wang Defa cursed under his breath, kicking his secretary out and collapsing into his office chair. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Though he felt as though he were on the verge of death, he still had to fulfill his duties as principal. "Come in." "Principal, Why haven't we allowed the students to train outside today? Many are complaining, and with the college entrance exams approaching, won't this decision? Wang Defa snorted. Not allowing you to go out is for your own good. That reckless lady tossing fireballs cannot even protect herself, let alone those newly awakened students. Very well, we shall discuss training in a couple of days. For now, let the students stay home and cultivate their strength. But principal, in previous years, some students would forget to return due to time constraints, waiting for the next day's training team to re-enter the city. If we proceed this way, what if there are students who forgot to return yesterday and are waiting for the gates to open today? Wang Defa's mind jolted. Indeed, perhaps Xiaofeng had lost track of time. Let's go. Where, principal? To the city gates. Chapter 12. My life is over. The gates creaked open as Wang Defa anxiously observed the situation outside. The last time he felt this tense was when he accompanied the old leader to the footbath city. The gates swung wide, revealing no figures. Wang Defa's expression dulled. My life is over. Why are there so many people? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Wang Defa focused his gaze, and there stood Xiaofeng, having just exchanged his system points for the technique of creating a wooden house. He intended to wait for the gates to open. Unexpectedly, as soon as he completed the exchange, the gates swung open. Oh, my 50 system points. Wang Defa, tears streaming down his face, rushed forward to embrace Xiaofeng. You have finally returned. Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered. What has come over the principal? Has he lost his mind due to my previous report about him visiting the footbath city with the old principal? Xiaofeng, you should return home to rest. You must be exhausted after spending the night outside. Here, take this rare 1,000-year snow lotus and nourish yourself well. Wang Defa leaned in closer to whisper. Your sister has returned. Remember to speak kindly of me to him. Why old bones have it tough. No wonder he was suddenly so kind. Xiaoya had come back. Where is she? Wang Defa gestured towards the forest outside. The immense heat wave from earlier, could it be? She returned yesterday? Didn't she just call to say she bought a ticket home 2 days ago? The very next day, she arrived. This is terrible, knowing I wasn't home and heading to the wilderness. She must be furious. What a waste of this 1,000-year snow lotus. But Wang Defa had already exited the city in search of Xiaoya, eager to inform her that Xiaofeng had been located. Otherwise, if this continued, the low-level exotic beasts nearby would soon be exterminated. What would they use for student training then? Surely, they could not find beasts of the mastery realm for them to battle. Upon returning home, Xiaofeng awaited Xiaoya's arrival. To present himself as more dutiful, he even purchased shrimp and abalone from the market, knowing these were her favorites. When she returned and saw the meal he had prepared, perhaps she would scold him less? He certainly could not imagine her striking him. She had always been overly protective, even when he merely nicked his finger. Still, a scolding was undoubtedly on the horizon. In the forest, Xiaoya resembled a harbinger of death. She was no mere seraph, but a veritable angel of slaughter. Wherever she tread, not a blade of grass remained. Wang Defa, utilizing his transformation realm strength, barely managed to approach her amidst the sweltering heat. Don't kill. Xiaofeng has been found. From a distance, Wang Defa shouted, and to his relief, Xiaoya heard him. Little Feng has been found. Xiaoya suppressed her aura and swiftly flew to Wang Defa's side. Where is he? At the city gates. He likely forgot the time to return yesterday, but I have already sent him home. In an instant, Xiaoya soared back to Linjiang City, her speed a blur, anxious to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. Upon reaching her doorstep, she hesitated, taking out a mirror to tidy her weary face before entering. But a night of battle had left her fatigued. The hem of her skirt stained with the blood of exotic beasts. She did not wish to meet Xiaofeng in such a state. The door swung open, revealing Xiaofeng clad in an apron. Wielding a spatula at your back? Hurry, dinner is almost ready. The commotion had reached the kitchen, startling Xiaofeng, who initially mistook it for an earthquake. Xiaoya gazed at his face, a gentle smile breaking across her lips. Yes, I'm back. Changing into a jacket and shorts, Xiaoya entered the kitchen and embraced Xiaofeng from behind. What delectable dish are you preparing? Xiaofeng, somewhat resigned, sensed her brotherly affection had intensified once more. Here, lifting the lid, he revealed her favorite fried shrimp balls. That you're the best, Xiaofeng. Xiaoya hugged him tightly, planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Xiaofeng, however, was not one to indulge her, playfully swatting away her affection. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. You're such a bore. Xiaoya pouted but obediently went to wash her hands. At the dining table, Xiaoya savored every bite, her face radiating happiness. Xiao Feng quietly enjoyed his meal, both siblings tacitly avoiding discussions of the previous night's events. For them, having each other by their side was far more important than anything else. After dinner, Xiaoya reclined on the sofa, rubbing her belly. Xiao Feng's cooking is simply the best. If I gain weight, you must take responsibility. In response to her teasing, Xiao Feng grabbed the watering can and sprayed her. Water, begone. Ah, stop spraying. My clothes are soaked. Yet, Xiao Feng paid her no mind, emptying the entire bottle before relenting. Thus, the drenched Xiaoya was compelled to go take a shower. Xiao Feng, you've made me change twice already since coming home. How relentless. Xiao Feng raised the now-filled watering can. Won't you join me for a shower, sister? His actions made his intentions clear. Stop it. With a bang, she shut the door, muttering to herself. He used to be so clingy when he was young. We always showered together, but I suppose children grow up. After tidying up the house, Xiao Feng returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. Why must the protagonist be so diligent? If you were in my shoes, burdened with an enormous debt of system points, you would be diligent too. After Xiaoya finished her shower, she changed into an oversized pajama set, drying her hair before heading to Xiao Feng's room. What are you doing here? How cold? We are siblings, after all. I am currently in the midst of cultivation. You can practice later. Come and dry my hair first. It's been ages since I've enjoyed Xiao Feng doing it for me. With no choice, Xiao Feng set aside the magic core and retrieved the hairdryer from the bathroom to dry her hair. That moment, she wore an oversized white pajama set, rather than pajamas. It resembled an oversized shirt. Wait, isn't this the one I bought that was too big? Didn't I have you throw it away after wearing it once? Truly, Xiao Feng's skills are remarkable. You wish for a reward from your sister? Xiaoya sat on the bed, adopting a pose that was irresistibly alluring, her gaze fixated on Xiao Feng. Please close the door behind you. Thank you. Xiaoya's little face visibly puffed up, resembling a potato. Seizing Xiao Feng's pillow and cradling it in her arms, Xiaoya appeared as though she intended to slumber there that very night. Consequently, Xiao Feng remained remarkably composed as he rose, exited the room, and locked the door behind him. He then took a seat on the sofa to continue his meditative practice, leaving Xiaoya alone on the bed. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing an irate Xiaoya, who seemed to believe that her esteemed self was engaging in negotiation. Shortly thereafter, she seized Xiao Feng from beside the sofa and dragged him back into the room. Strange sounds echoed from within as the events unfolded. Chapter 13. The terrifying power of the Sharingan at dawn. Xiao Feng found himself unable to move, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, for a pristine white thigh rested heavily upon him. Beside him, Xiaoya lay peacefully asleep in his embrace. With an expression of utter despair, Xiao Feng lamented his futile struggles. They had proven entirely ineffectual, rendering him but a mere pillow for Xiaoya's whims. Release me. I must cultivate. I yearn to grow stronger. Host, have you considered the substitution technique? It requires merely 300 system points. Xiao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Wasn't that thing only 30 system points yesterday? Is the price of toilet paper for those who wish to relieve themselves the same as for those who do not? That does make sense. I'm left speechless. Then will you purchase it? Absolutely not. Do I appear foolish to you? Realizing he could not possibly sleep, he resolved to continue his cultivation. Extracting a magic core from his system backpack, he commenced absorption and training. Although the position was uncomfortable, it sufficed for his practice. As midday approached, Xiaoya leisurely awakened from her slumber. Noticing that Xiao Feng still had his eyes closed, she playfully poked his cheek, declaring, "No." Yet, nestled in her sister's embrace, she was undeniably comfortable. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Xiaoya's mind as she leaned closer to Xiao Feng's face. Hey, don't get too carried away. Xiao Feng abruptly opened his eyes, feeling far from rested. Little Feng, you're awake. Without an ounce of embarrassment, Xiaoya snuggled closer to him. Xiao Feng, ensnared by two powerful forces, found himself rendered speechless. Let go of me. After a simple lunch, Xiao Feng intended to venture outside the city for further training. No. Xiaoya blocked the doorway, sternly denying his request. You can do anything, but you absolutely cannot leave the city. It's perilous out there. I searched high and low for you yesterday, but I must go. Why? I am now a formidable force on the new generation leaderboard. No one can bully you. I do not wish to be a freeloader. What's wrong with being a freeloader? You earned it with your own abilities. Who has the right to speak ill of you? If anyone dares, I shall knock their teeth out. I owe a debt. Isn't it merely a debt? I can transfer 5 million to you right now. Is that sufficient? If not, I'll ask for more. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng found himself at a loss for reasons not to accept this assistance. However, the debt he owed was not monetary. Sister, I wish to take the college entrance examination. Xiaoyu appeared somewhat swayed but responded with a hint of melancholy. I've already secured a spot for you at the prestigious institution in Kyoto. Yet you chose to sell it. With your awakened spiritual eye, you possess no combat prowess. How can you participate in the examination? My spiritual eye is extraordinary. As he spoke, Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan. Truth be told, this red spiritual eye was a sight Xiaoyu had never encountered before, and even as someone at the domain level, its appearance filled her with an unsettling sensation. It's merely a shade of red. What other use does it have? Is that so? In the next instant, the scene around Xiaoyu shifted dramatically, transforming into the central forest from the previous day. Howling Moon Demon Wolf. Although unaware of the circumstances, Xiaoyu summoned the blade of the Seraph to prepare for battle against the beast. Suddenly, the scene changed again, revealing a desolate wasteland that Xiaoyu had never visited. The Howling Moon Demon Wolves multiplied, surpassing 100 in number, each possessing domain-level strength. What is happening? The apocalypse does not unfold in such a manner. With the blade in hand, Xiaoyu charged at the leading demon wolf, holding her ground momentarily. Yet against the horde of domain-level beasts, her efforts felt increasingly futile. After slaying the 9th Howling Moon Demon Wolf, her spiritual energy ran dry, yet the number of wolves seemed to swell rather than diminish. One cunning wolf seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack from behind, swallowing her whole. No, Xiaoyu jolted back to reality, back in the living room of her home, drenched in cold sweat, as if she had just awakened from a dreadful nightmare. Yet her mental fortitude insisted that what she had just experienced felt all too real. This is my power. Will you still prevent me from leaving the city? Xiao Feng retracted his kaleidoscope Sharingan, returning his eyes to their usual dark hue. This was the illusionary prowess of the Sharingan. While not Tsukuyami, Xiaoyu's complete lack of vigilance had made the illusionary ambush successful to compensate for the gap in their realms. Xiao Feng had amplified the illusion with his kaleidoscope, ensuring that even Xiaoyu could not evade its grasp. Feeling a rush of anxiety, Xiaoyu suddenly lunged at Xiao Feng. So, you've grown more capable. Have you? Dare to frighten your sister? Don't cling to me. You're all sweaty. Who caused this? After a playful tussle, the two returned to the room. Xiao Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, while Xiaoyu changed into fresh attire and lay on the bed. So, your spiritual eye ability has mutated? Xiao Feng nodded, having prepared this narrative in advance. Under normal circumstances, he would not divulge a word to anyone else, but with Xiaoyu, he felt it appropriate to share part of the truth. Although the most critical aspects remained undisclosed, this ability is more terrifying than I imagined. You could control someone at the domain level despite only being at the awakening stage. That is indeed its frightening aspect. Had there been a malevolent individual, you would likely be a mere corpse by now. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's simply because you harbor no suspicion towards me. In the case of an enemy, they could only forcibly control someone at the highest mastery level. Of course, Xiao Feng was speaking under the assumption that Tsukuyami was not in play. If he were to acquire it, even those at the metamorphosis stage might not withstand it. After all, few individuals in this world possessed abilities related to the spiritual realm. As long as one had not awakened a spiritual ability, the disparity in levels would not pose a significant threat, and the Sharingan would be sufficient to control them. How dare you? I open my heart to you, and you play tricks on me. Xiaoyu feigned anger, lunging at Xiao Feng to restrain him. Confess. What else are you hiding from me? Be gentle. This matter cannot be discussed within the city. Perhaps you could accompany me outside. Having you by my side would surely ease my mind. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu agreed. The city's gatekeeper was merely at the metamorphosis stage, weaker than herself. Since Xiao Feng was determined to leave the city, she would accompany him. This time, Xiaoyu opted not to take flight, but instead followed the proper protocol to exit the city with Xiao Feng. Students, aside from those in the accompanied group led by teachers, could also hire a coach for personal guidance as long as they were escorted by someone at the mastery level or above. They were permitted to leave. The individual responsible for registration was left stammering upon witnessing Xiao Yu's domain-level prowess, having never encountered such an esteemed figure in his lifetime. In a city like Linjiang, which ranked low on the scale, the gatekeeper was typically at the metamorphosis stage. Only in slightly more prosperous cities or those near formidable beasts would a domain-level gatekeeper be appointed. Chapter 14. The test once outside the city. Xiaoya produced an apple she had purchased from the supermarket, perched herself atop a tree, and pointed to a nearby first-level awakened beast. Please, begin your performance. Xiao Feng was left speechless. He was now at least a third-level awakened being. Did she truly expect him to practice against a first-level creature? I have my pride. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Xiao Feng couldn't be bothered to activate his Sharingan, simply launching a fireball that obliterated the unfortunate beast. From her perch, Xiaoya's eyes sparkled. Was this not the ability of the spiritual eye? How could he also wield fire techniques? Moreover, this fire technique was significantly more potent than ordinary elemental flames. While elated, Xiaoya also felt a pang of sadness. She was thrilled that Xiao Feng possessed such extraordinary talent, ensuring he would no longer be bullied. Yet, she was also disheartened, for she had initially hoped that with his awakening of the spiritual eye, he could take on a scholarly role, avoiding the dangers of battling beasts altogether. That I can handle the struggles against the beasts alone. Xiaoya manifested her wings, leaping down to embrace Xiao Feng as they soared into the sky. Heading back towards the city. Why are we returning already? I have even more impressive skills to showcase. Xiaoya remained silent, simply guiding Xiao Feng back, just as he was about to voice his thoughts. A drop of water fell on his face. It raining. Another drop fell, this time landing in his mouth. Salty. This is not rain. Gazing upwards to where Xiaoya had turned her head, he pleaded. Sister, let me down. I shall not perish. Do not underestimate my awakening. Allow me to descend, and I shall prepare shrimp fritters for you tonight. Receiving no response, Xiao Feng realized that conventional methods were futile. Thus, he removed his shirt and allowed himself to slip downwards. Xiaoya quickly reacted, attempting to catch him once more. Sharingan. Although the effects of the second control were not particularly pronounced, a few seconds of control were sufficient. Xiao Feng plummeted rapidly downwards. Would release. Wooden blockade. Drawing upon his spiritual energy, he rapidly cultivated a sphere of trees that enveloped him. With a resounding crash, Xiao Feng struggled to emerge from the wooden blockade. And without a moment's hesitation, he dashed in another direction. Sharingan. In the awakened state of his Sharingan, Xiao Feng understood how to escape while leaving the least trace possible, even creating false leads. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu observed a spherical shell made of wood. Did this reduce the gravitational pull from such a great height? With her spiritual eyes, illusions, and now even wood techniques, how much more is she concealing from me? Xiaoya flapped her wings and soared into the sky. Is she playing hide and seek with her sister? At this moment, Xiao Feng cowered in a corner, trembling and too afraid to make a sound. Although the wooden blockade had mitigated most of the gravitational force. Falling from several hundred meters is no small feat. Who could endure such a fall without injury? Fortunately, the injuries were minor, just a sprained ankle. Thankfully, the one pursuing him was his own sister, who would not harm him. Otherwise, with her prowess in the domain realm, would she still be playing hide and seek? One skill could obliterate everything in sight, for miles around. Not a blade of grass would remain. System, do you have any healing skills? Yes, healing technique. Restores damaged cells using spiritual energy, capable of treating most minor injuries. Price, 100 system points. Master healing technique. An upgraded ninjutsu of the healing technique, also using spiritual energy to restore damaged cells, but capable of treating some severe injuries. Price, 1,000 system points. Alternatively, the host could directly purchase Wood Release. Immortal Body. It comes with a healing effect even more impressive than the master healing technique. Xiao Feng did not wish to engage in further dialogue with the system. He directly exchanged for a healing technique and began to apply it to his ankle. Xiao Feng understood why Xiaoya had reacted so strongly. Their parents had once been the city generals of Linjiang City. At that time, their family was blissfully happy. However, everything changed during a beast tide. Their father, as the city's general, sacrificed himself to fend off the monstrous beasts. While their mother was evacuating the populace from the rear, support was still some time away, and if they retreated, only a fraction of the people would survive. Thus, their parents made a resolute decision to hold their ground. In that battle, over 10,000 soldiers perished, including their parents. This was also why Xiaoya had not faced any repercussions despite her numerous explosions in the principal's office before unleashing her astonishing talents. For their lives were exchanged for her parents' lives. Now, having reached the domain realm, Xiaoyu was considered a formidable force. After graduating from the Kyoto Academy, she either went on to guard the city or hunt the monstrous beasts, shouldering humanity's hopes. Yet, there was one thing she wished for above all. She did not want Xiao Feng to walk the same path. I will eradicate all the beasts. I only hope that Xiao Feng can have a peaceful world to enjoy. Of course, Xiao Feng would not comply if he had to rely on others before awakening his powers. It would be one thing. But now that he possessed strength, why should he hide in the shadows? He was determined to prove that he too had the capability to protect Xiaoya. What seemed to be a game was, in fact, a contest between the two siblings. Since their parents' passing, they had never engaged in such a manner again. Over the years, the burden on Xiaoya had been immense. Though she was a blossoming young woman, her face bore the weariness that should not belong to one of her age. Xiao Feng retreated to a cave where he had previously hidden, peering through a crevice to observe Xiaoya in the sky. She was in the light, while he remained in the shadows. Xiao Feng intentionally left a few traces, which Xiaoya's domain realm prowess immediately sensed. She rushed over. Inside the cave, only a bell lay there. This was a gift Xiaoya had given him on his 10th birthday. It was not particularly rare, but was crafted by her own hands. Nearby, a wooden root bore an inscription. To win, Sees it appeared that his younger brother was quite eager to play a game. Very well, I shall indulge you. Xiaoya picked up the bell and secured it at her waist. Outside the cave, there were the footprints he had left behind. It was uncertain whether they were intentionally left or merely accidental. Yet Xiaoya proceeded forward. In this game, she was the cat, with her domain realm strength. She feared nothing. The only thing left was to be cautious of his ocular illusions. Normally, if dealing with an enemy, Xiaoya would have likely incapacitated them the moment they were born, but with Xiao Feng, she could not bring herself to do so. Xiaoya licked her lips. I mustn't let my sister become too bored. Chapter 15. Xiaoya's abilities. Xiao Feng possessed no assets to contend with Xiaoya's strength aside from Amaterasu. Even the kaleidoscope was inadequate. The last time she fell victim was due to her lack of preparedness, coupled with the close-range application of the illusion technique that had allowed her to be ensnared. The illusion technique was no longer an option unless he exchanged for Tsukuyami. Dear, I hear you require Tsukuyami. Ocular technique. Tsukuyami, an illusion technique derived from the kaleidoscope Sharingan, can pull the enemy's spirit into an illusionary space where the caster controls all factors, including time, place, and quality. The enemy will endure immense physical and mental torment within this illusionary realm. Mere eye contact with the kaleidoscope Sharingan will ensnare them. Price: 2 million system points. Xiao Feng, I can't afford it. My apologies for the interruption. Although it sounds impressive, he simply could not afford it at present, so he pondered how to stealthily acquire the bell instead. However, if he were caught again this time, escaping would be impossible, because, achoo, Xiao Feng's only piece of clothing was now gone. He was left bare-chested. The footprints leading out of the cave had been intentionally left behind by him, and if he continued along that path, he would encounter the wooden traps he had laid. Though they might not be particularly effective, they would reveal his sister's capabilities. To date, he had no knowledge of Xiaoya's awakened powers or the skill she possessed, as since she had begun attending Kyoto University, they had hardly had any contact apart from during the summer and winter breaks. Moreover, Xiaoya had no desire for Xiao Feng to engage with such matters, naturally refraining from sharing information about her abilities that might pique his interest. However, from the previous heat wave and the wings on her back just now, could it be a beast transformation? A phoenix? Perhaps? No, a phoenix could not possibly have white wings. Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan for a quick analysis. The pure white wings resembled those of an angel descending from the heavens. The terrifying heat wave felt like divine retribution. It must be something related to angels. It couldn't be a healing or wisdom-related angel. It had to be one associated with combat. Battle angels, seraphim, fallen angels. First, let's rule out fallen angels. His sister's wings were white, which certainly disqualified them. As for battle angels and seraphim, it must be the latter. That terrifying heat wave indicated that her powers were undoubtedly that of a seraph. Bang! Upon hearing the loud crash, Xiao Feng knew his trap had been triggered. Xiaoya emerged from beneath a giant tree, covered in dirt and looking utterly disheveled. That wretched brother of mine. How could he throw such a beautiful sister into a pit of mud? Since he controlled the tiny roots underground, it was quite difficult for anyone who was not a wood-type ability user to detect the trap. Moreover, the damage was minimal. It could only be said that the harm was low. But the insult was profound. Xiao Feng stifled a chuckle before swiftly moving on. Even without Amaterasu, he could still obtain the bell. Xiaoyu approached a river to wash her face, cursing her little brother for setting such a trap instead of something clever. She had even lost the clothes she intended to bring home. While washing her face, Xiaoyu suddenly felt something slimy brush against her skin. Looking up, she saw a massive slug looming over her. It appeared to possess strength at the mastery level. However, Xiaoyu, with her ire ablaze, incinerated it into ashes. This lady despises being disturbed while washing her face. Xiao Feng, hiding nearby, took note. The known skills included her flying ability from those wings, her powerful fire abilities, and her impressive physical condition. Indeed, that slug had been purposefully drawn in by Xiao Feng to test Xiaoya's strength. Who would have thought it would be obliterated in a single punch? Nonetheless, your demise was worthwhile. The data obtained would prove essential for his future plans. Xiaoya wandered through the forest with an empty gaze, unaware of how many waves of monstrous beasts had come seeking their doom. Did these beasts not realize they were courting death? Did they not see the strength of this lady in the domain realm? Among them, even a few awakened beasts had charged forward, only to meet their end against Xiaoya. If it hadn't been for the price of their lives, one might have thought they were merely seeking a collision with her. Moreover, throughout her journey, she had seen no sign of Xiao Feng, aside from the few footprints he had intentionally left behind. Without a doubt, the end would lead to a trap. Yet, the only clue Xiaoya had was to follow along, and sure enough, she arrived at a pit. Looking down, she noticed words inscribed at the bottom. Unlike before, this time there were words. Xiaoya crouched down to inspect them. Glancing to the left, following her instruction, she discovered another string of text. Looking behind, confused, Xiaoya turned to find yet another line of text. Looking down, Xiaoya, is this an infinite nesting doll? Xiaoya flapped her wings, attempting to fly out. Looking back, she realized that her wings had somehow become stuck. Not far away, Xiao Feng discarded a bottle of glue. Hey, selling me a bottle of glue for 50 system points is a bit steep, don't you think? Just think about your sister's realm. Can something capable of sticking her wings and rendering them temporarily unusable be considered expensive? Hearing the system's explanation, it indeed seemed to make sense. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, the system was frantically adjusting prices in the system store, raising the cost of all 520 glue from 10 system points to 50 to I only made this change with the host's approval. Moreover, transitioning from 2 digits to 2 digits seems quite reasonable. Does it not? Xiaoyu attempted to spread her wings, but feared that if she exerted too much force, her feathers would fall off at a pair of wingless wings that would they not resemble chicken wings. With this thought, Xiaoyu considered it preferable to forego her wings altogether. The pit was not particularly high, merely 2 or 3 meters, and with her prowess in the field realm, a single leap would suffice to scale it. Besides, the glue on her back had been applied by Xiao Feng, suggesting he was nearby. That pesky little brother, just wait until I catch you. I will make you pay, as Xiaoya had anticipated. Xiao Feng was perched on a branch of a large tree not far away. Fortunately, this was a forest. Had they been in a desert, there would have been nowhere to hide. Xiaoya, unwilling to harm herself, refrained from using a skill that would clear the surrounding trees, for there was a significant chance she would be caught up in the destruction as well. Thus, she chose not to employ large-scale destructive skills. Likewise, she would not utilize Amaterasu against him. Although she was uncertain of Amaterasu's effects on the field realm, what if it accidentally incinerated him? Each sibling kept their unique abilities sealed, engaging in a heartfelt display of familial affection amidst the forest. Unfortunately, the beasts within the forest suffered greatly. Xiaoya harbored a profound hatred for these beasts, swiftly eliminating any she encountered. How could she refrain from using her skills on Xiao Feng, yet unleash them upon you? Yet, in truth, 90% of these beasts had been summoned by Xiao Feng to test the waters, as their limited intelligence made them easy prey for her Sharingan in one-on-one encounters. The beasts lamented. You are so high and mighty. You use our lives to test your skills. Chapter 16. Xiaoya's tears. Hiding indefinitely was not a solution. Xiao Feng attempted to approach Xiaoya, but to no avail. Several times, he nearly got discovered. Realizing he needed a clever strategy, Xiaoya, indifferent to her situation, found her dress stained with mud and dirt. Had she known, she would have worn shorts. Once she caught him, she would insist he accompany her shopping for clothes. Sasha. Upon hearing a noise, Xiaoya hesitated to investigate, knowing that whatever awaited her would surely be a trap. Sighing, She continued her search in the opposite direction. The glue on her wings was slowly dissolving under her body's heat. Once she could use them, she would soar into the sky to find him. Resolute, Xiaoyu refused to waste energy flailing about aimlessly. "Sister, save me." At that moment, Xiao Feng's anguished cries echoed from a distance in the forest. Like an agitated mother cat, Xiaoya's crimson hair stood on end. Her body radiated intense heat, causing the glue on her wings to dissolve rapidly as she flapped them and rushed toward the source of the sound. Upon arrival, she beheld a plant-type beast ensnaring Xiao Feng with vines, evident from the red marks on his body that it was using considerable force. "Release my brother," Xiaoyu cried, brandishing her fiery blade at the beast. However, the creature seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence, positioning Xiao Feng in front of itself as a shield. Alarmed, Xiaoyu quickly halted her attack to avoid injuring him. "Sis, don't worry about me." Xiao Feng's feeble voice tugged at Xiaoya's heartstrings. "Rest assured, I will rescue you," she vowed. Why was she playing such a dangerous game in the wilderness? Had she not lost sight of Xiao Feng by accident? None of this would have transpired. Guilt surged within her, and seizing the opportunity, the tree-like beast extended its vines toward her. Instinctively, Xiaoyu dodged. Xiao Feng's cry of despair rang out again. The tree beast, assuming a threatening stance, held Xiao Feng captive to convey its intent. Xiaoyu should surrender her resistance. Biting her lip, Xiaoyu reluctantly lowered her defenses. The tree beast rejoiced, swiftly ensnaring her with its vines. Just as she believed both she and her brother were doomed, a chime echoed. "Sister, I won," Xiao Feng exclaimed, holding a bell aloft. Xiaoya's sorrow morphed into confusion, but she quickly comprehended. "You tricked me again." Xiao Feng scratched his head sheepishly. After numerous observations and tests, he realized that his sister had no discernible weaknesses. If there was a singular vulnerability, it was him, her only family. With a resounding slap, Xiaoyu stood and struck Xiao Feng, marking the one time she would strike her younger brother, whom she usually feared would suffer even a minor injury. Xiao Feng was about to protest, but upon seeing her once pure face now smeared with dirt and bearing two distinct tear streaks, he recognized his fault and rubbed his cheeks. "That I was wrong, sis." Xiaoyu embraced Xiao Feng tightly. And for once, he did not resist. Instead, he clung to her. "Never, under any circumstances, just with your life." Tears streamed down Xiaoya's face as she held Xiao Feng close. "Be gentle. Your chest is suffocating me." Xiao Feng handed her a new dress he had procured from the system store. Given her current state of disarray, by the way, when did you gain the ability to command beasts? Do you still possess the beast mastery function? Xiaoyu queried, puzzled by how obedient this tree beast was in playing along with his ruse. Xiao Feng confidently pointed to his eyes, and then to the tree beast. "That it is under my Sharingan's control. So everything it does is at my command." "Oh, you call this mutated spirit the Sharingan? That is quite a fitting name, and the skill is remarkable. To think that you, at merely the awakening stage, could control this dominion-level tree beast for such an extended period." With a flicker of thought, Xiao Feng commanded the tree beast behind them to self-destruct. Host has slain a dominion-level beast, earning 500 system points. He waved the magic core he picked up before Xiaoyu. "How about that? My strength is worthy of your recognition now, right?" Xiaoyu remained in shock. It had self-destructed. It should be noted that beasts only self-destruct when besieged by powerful human factions to avoid having their magic cores extracted. Generally, few beasts willingly opt for self-destruction. She had not anticipated that merely being controlled by Xiao Feng would yield such an outcome. Suddenly, she felt her own celestial abilities paled in comparison. Between siblings, there were no lingering grievances. Under Xiaoya's imposing presence, Xiao Feng swore he would never deceive her again. In turn, Xiaoyu explained many rules of the world of abilities to Xiao Feng, though she seemed to emphasize one crucial point. The strong adhere to no rules. Though Xiaoyu had already become a powerful figure in the realm, there were still many stronger individuals within Huaxia. However, she was unconcerned. As long as her brother could lead a good life and be protected, that was sufficient. Originally, she planned to join the Hunter Squad after graduating from the prestigious Kyoto Academy. But it seemed that would need to be postponed. The Hunter Squad, as the name implies, was a team dedicated to hunting beasts. Most students graduating from the 5 major academies would choose this path, signifying their departure from human cities to engage in a lifetime of battles against beasts in the wilderness. Aside from resource resupply, they rarely appeared in human cities, yet whenever a city faced peril, They would arrive promptly. They were humanity's unsung heroes and a profession revered by all. Yet, Xiaoya remained preoccupied with Xiaofeng. Had he simply chosen to attend school and pursue a desk job, she could have confidently joined the hunter squad. Alas, he had insisted on taking the college entrance examination, and given his combat capabilities, he would certainly not be content to remain in the background. At least until his strength had grown, she vowed to stay by his side. In the following days, Xiaoyu observed Xiaofeng's practical combat. To be honest, he was impressively skilled, even displaying techniques she was unaware of. She was curious about the source of his remarkable observational skills, and he seemed particularly adept at fire-based abilities. The strange black flames he conjured astonished even Xiaoya. This boy possessed such skills? As time passed, within the city, Jiang Yu arrived at Xiaofeng's doorstep, having visited daily over the past few days, initially intending to greet Xiaoya and perhaps draw closer to Xiaofeng. She had yet to catch sight of either of them. With the college entrance examination looming, were they still outside the city? Jiang Yu returned home dejected, having reached Awakening Level 2 that day and eager to share her progress with them. Level up, Awakening Level 5. Xiaofeng sprang up, stretching his limbs, and noticed that his muscles had grown significantly stronger. During this time, with Xiaoya by his side, leveling up had been exceedingly smooth. Xiaoya frequently brought back injured Dominion-level beasts from the neighboring forest for him to finish off and gain experience. Aside from Xiaofeng, another presence was particularly elated. Chapter 17. The Beast Tide Approaches. Stop grinning. Your image as a greasy old man is about to surface, Xiaofeng remarked after exchanging a plethora of magic cores. After a period of slaying beasts and trading magic cores, he had accrued over 100,000 system points. This was largely thanks to Xiaoya, who had brought back numerous Dominion-level beasts from the neighboring mountain. Each kill counted as an over-limit kill, doubling the system points earned. Furthermore, Dominion-level beasts were far more valuable, with each magic core worth at least 1,000. It seemed that the days of wielding Amaterasu were just around the corner. Xiaofeng, catch, Xiaoya called, gracefully flapping her pristine wings while holding 2 Dominion-level beasts she had acquired from somewhere. Slain a Dominion-level beast, earning 600 system points. By defeating the level 4 beast, I have acquired 750 system points. Xiaofeng withdrew his previous statement. With the opportunity to indulge in a sumptuous meal, how delightful. At noon, the two prepared their meal in the wooden cabin, a structure meticulously crafted by Xiaofeng using the wood release. 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. It was a one-to-one replica of their home, with only minor differences, namely, the absence of a television and the replacement of cement walls with wooden panels. Xiaofeng, which academy do you plan to apply to? Xiaoyu inquired, recognizing the importance of having a goal for the impending college entrance examination. Perhaps the Kyoto Academy? You are there, after all, and isn't it rumored to be the top among the 5 prestigious academies? Top? That designation is merely a result of an annual competition among the academies. For the past 2 years, I have been the representative of Kyoto Academy. Xiaoya puffed out her chest with pride. I see. Are the other academies particularly strong? After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoya shook her head. Not strong? I'm not certain. Xiaofeng replied. I eliminated most of them with a single move upon my entrance. How am I to judge their strength when I am unaware of their abilities? He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling that this situation was more discomforting than slaying them outright. In truth, Xiaoya's strength was exceptional, surpassing the norm. Consider this. A student yet to reach their 3rd year has already attained the realm stage. Even the instructors at Kyoto Academy may not have reached such heights, let alone the students. Thus, with Xiaoya as a formidable asset, Kyoto Academy firmly held its position at the top. Since I will be in my 3rd year, I will have little time at the academy. So you shall make your own choice, Xiaoya remarked, savoring the fried shrimp balls. As for the shrimp, they were freshly caught beasts from the lake, and infused with spiritual energy. They were far more delectable than ordinary shrimp. After some contemplation, Xiaofeng decided on Kyoto University. Of course, if other academies offered more lucrative conditions, he would reconsider. After their meal, the two resolved to return home for a brief respite. Firstly, the wilderness lacked washing machines and detergent, and simply using lake water would not suffice for cleaning their clothes. Secondly, Xiaoya had been lamenting that I want to watch television. I want to see anime. I want to watch movies. By the time they returned to the city, it was already late at night. Upon arriving home, Xiaoya immediately took a hot shower and donned Xiaofeng's clothes, merely a large shirt and her undergarments, as all her own clothes had been used up. Tomorrow, accompany me to the mall to buy clothes. No complaints, no refusals. She then sprawled on the sofa, happily engrossed in watching television. Xiao Feng, with a resigned expression, began tidying up the house, after being away for some time. Dust had accumulated significantly, and he needed to wash the heap of clothes they had collected. As Xiao Feng retrieved a large Zhao cup from the laundry basket, he tossed it toward Xiaoya in the living room. I have already said that personal items should be hand-washed. Xiaoya pouted. I don't want to. Washing that is such a hassle. Besides, Xiao Feng, you are not a stranger. Help your sister out. Xiao Feng blushed and declined. Huh? Why are you blushing? Is washing your sister's undergarments making you shy? Xiaoya teased, a mischievous grin on her face, as she waved her undergarment in front of Xiao Feng. What do you think? Have you ever seen anything bigger than your sister's? With hands on her hips, Xiaoya proudly showcased her assets beneath her thin top. Xiao Feng averted his gaze, but Xiaoya persistently approached him to draw his attention once more. After her playful teasing, she returned to watching television, leaving her undergarment for Xiao Feng to wash. Just don't do anything weird with my clothes. Of course not. The next day at noon, the two found themselves at the mall in Linjiang City. Don't ask why it was noon. They had both slept in until then. In the mall, Xiaoya unleashed her feminine nature, and soon, Xiao Feng's hands were overflowing with bags. System, can we negotiate something? Let me store this pile of items in the system warehouse for a moment. That is out of the question. The system warehouse is only for magic cores and items purchased from the system store. Just as Xiao Feng was about to give up, he heard. However, you can purchase warehouse access. It won't cost 99,000 or 38,000, just 9,999, Xiao Feng exclaimed, as expected of you. A crafty merchant, having recently earned a substantial number of system points, he promptly made the purchase, recognizing that it would be useful in the future. Besides, given the merchant's nature, prices might only rise later on. After placing all his items in the warehouse, Xiaoyu approached with 2 more bags. Where are my things? Xiao Feng took the clothes and demonstrated how they vanished into thin air. You have a spatial skill. The onlookers were unperturbed, as it was not uncommon in a world of abilities to encounter those with awakened spatial powers. Yet, Xiaoyu was well aware of his capabilities. He possessed a spiritual eye ability that had mutated into something akin to a Sharingan, mastering fire, wood, and illusion techniques, far exceeding the norm. Suddenly, a series of flashing lights erupted in the mall. Emergency notification! Emergency notification! Linjiang City is facing an onslaught of beasts. Please evacuate in an orderly manner to designated shelter points. The announcement continued. Once again, do not harbor any false hopes. Please swiftly proceed to the specified shelter points. Upon hearing the term beast tide, Xiaoya felt a surge of anger welling within her. Let us go. She grasped Xiao Feng's hand and headed outside. She would not let him go to a shelter. There was no place safer than by her side. Atop the city walls, all the transformational stage fighters of Linjiang City had gathered. Leading them was a middle-aged man, the current city commander, Chen Ning. Sensing a powerful aura, he surveyed his surroundings. With only a handful of transformational stage fighters on their side, could they hold their ground? At that moment, Wang Defa spoke up. The distress signal has been sent, but they won't arrive until late at night. Your connections seem limited. The rescue team I contacted will arrive by nightfall, replied Li Chuanli, the principal of the first high school. The 2 men, representing the first and second high schools, had always been at odds, and even now, they exchanged barbs. Enough, stop bickering, commanded Chen Ning, silencing them both. With a great threat looming, personal grievances must not interfere. The utmost priority was to withstand the impending night. Reports indicated that this beast tide included creatures of the realm stage. Upon hearing Chen Ning's words, chaos erupted. Realm stage? How could such terrifying beings exist near Linjiang City? Suddenly, Wang Defa recalled, Xiaoyu returned not long ago. The gathered crowd recognized the name, as they had once fought alongside her parents. But what can she do? We owe too much to their family. Do we really want their children to fight for us? Chen Ning sighed, but she has already reached the realm stage. How has she trained? Questioned Li Chuanli, as the others echoed their disbelief. How can a girl who has only trained for 2 years surpass us, who have toiled for decades? It seems those years of effort were for naught. Yet, they quickly realized that with a realm stage fighter in the city, there was no need to call for help. Quickly, find her, ordered Chen Ning. Everyone turned their eyes toward Wang Defa, who had attended the second high school and was the one who had mentioned her. Wang Defa tilted his head dramatically. I have no idea. Li Chuanli kicked Wang Defa in the rear, sending him stumbling that if you don't know, then stop wasting time and go find her. Wang Defa surged with spiritual energy. When did it become your place to command me? As the two prepared to clash, the onlookers wisely cleared a space, including Chen Ning. These two old foes had fought for a lifetime. It was futile to intervene. It would be better to let them sort it out while seeking her. Although it felt a bit shameful to rely on a younger generation for aid, when faced with the prospect of losing their lives, pride mattered little. Survival was paramount. Meanwhile, in the mall, Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened as she looked to the sky, where she could already see some small black dots. Those were flying beasts in the heart of the city. The sheer number was staggering, reminiscent of the disaster Linjiang City had faced a decade prior. Let us go. Xiao Feng took Xiao Yu's hand and moved toward the city gate. While his current strength might not be of much use, he could at least provide vocal support. Moreover, if provoked, he could unleash a devastating attack that would obliterate all beasts below the control realm. Had this been a few days earlier, Xiao Yu would have certainly hesitated to bring Xiao Feng along, opting instead to ensure his safety in a secure location. However, after witnessing his peculiar abilities, her perspective had gradually shifted. Xiao Yu manifested angelic wings and soared towards the city gate alongside Xiao Feng. You old scoundrel, if you have the guts, don't grab my beard. How dare you say that? First, release my Kumba egg. Let go first. I don't trust you. If anyone should release, it should be you. I'll count to 3. And we will let go together? All right. Wang Defa and Li Chuanli exchanged glances before speaking in unison. 1.2.3. Ouch. You lack martial ethics. You're copying my words. The two continued to hold on to each other stubbornly until... Snap. A flash of white light illuminated the scene. Oh dear. I forgot to turn off the flash. Xiao Yu looked down from above, regarding the two principals as if they were mere clumps of refuse. For their position that indeed gave rise to misunderstandings of a rather intimate nature, Xiao Feng couldn't help but snap a picture, imagining how the likes would skyrocket when it gets posted on the campus wall of both first and second high schools. Xiao Yu led Xiao Feng to the city wall, where Wang Defa and Li Chuanli awkwardly parted ways, maintaining at least a 5-meter distance to him. Wang Defa attempted to salvage his image. I'm not interested in your affairs. Tell me about the beast tide situation, and I will do my utmost to address it. Xiao Yu replied coldly, not even casting a glance towards the toot. It was akin to passing by a garbage dump. Would one spare a glance? Clearly not. Although Wang Defa felt utterly miserable, he recounted the situation of the beast tide, planning to deal with that old scoundrel later. According to reports from scouts, this beast tide comprised nearly 10,000 aberrant creatures. Among them, the majority were beast-type aberrations, with flying types following closely. The leading aberration was the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, a creature of remarkable speed, currently at the second tier of its domain. Xiao Feng's ears perked up. 10,000? It seems I might recover my owed system points. A mature idea began to swirl in Xiao Feng's mind, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Upon witnessing this smile, Wang Defa's heart sank. He had completely forgotten about this young man. Xiao Feng, you are my most promising student. Surely you wouldn't want to see your principal disgraced. Xiao Feng retorted, during these 3 years of high school, you never seemed to grow close to me, did you? It's only because Xiao Yu has returned. Yet, adhering to the principle of not letting a business opportunity slip away, he thought, who said that? Of course. It was the unscrupulous merchant system. Xiao Feng discreetly extended 2 fingers. Wang Defa erupted with curses that I have lived a life of integrity. How could I possibly have 200,000? I might as well be disgraced. Xiao Feng stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Asa principal, how could you lack resources? Just share a bit with me. I'm not asking for your life. Besides, as a metamorphosis realm strongman, are you afraid of not being able to acquire funds? Wang Defa appeared to be on the verge of succumbing to persuasion. Xiao Feng corrected him. What I meant was not 200,000, but 2 million. Chapter 19. Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Wang Defa. You. Xiao Feng smiled slightly and swiftly hid behind Xiao Yu, taking a bottle of eye drops from his system backpack and applying it to his eyes, pointing at Wang Defa with a look of grievance. He exclaimed, Sister, he's bullying me. He even cursed at you. Simultaneously, he did not forget to taunt Wang Defa. If you have the guts, say it again. At that moment, Xiao Yu's gaze finally shifted back to scrutinize that bag of garbage. Principal Wang, what did you say? The pressure of the domain realm was released, causing Wang Defa to feel as if uttering a single wrong word would lead to being flung from the 30-meter-high wall. I didn't say anything. It must have been a misunderstanding. Wang Defa made faces at Xiao Feng and then raised 2 fingers, signifying his agreement. Xiao Feng then turned his head. You agreed? I'm sorry, but I have changed my mind. Wang Defa. As Xiaoya progressively approached him, Wang Defa, in despair, raised 5 fingers. Sister, it seems I misheard earlier. Let us first investigate the beast tide. Xiaoya's lips curled upward slightly. She wasn't blind. How could she miss their little gestures? It was just that she had never expected her brother to become so cunning. Truly marvelous. She used to worry he would be too innocent, fearing he might be bullied even in clerical work. After all, in the current world, being good often equated to a short life. She did not wish for Xiao Feng to become a villain, but a touch of cunning paired with a hint of slyness was just perfect. Thus, she decided to let Wang Defa off the hook to this moment. Xiao Feng approached Wang Defa once more, seemingly intent on pulling another trick, but unexpectedly. Good lad, I knew you wouldn't betray me. Rest assured. Once the matter is settled, we shall split the profits 50-50. Knowing that the leader of this beast tide was a domain realm aberration, Xiaoya began to take the situation seriously. This was not her first encounter with a domain realm opponent, but it was her first time hunting a domain realm aberration. Furthermore, the opponent was slightly stronger than her. If only she could learn about the aberration's weaknesses or skills, her chances of success would at least double. After the 2 siblings departed, Wang Defa regained his serious demeanor and approached Li Chuanli. Old Li, you wouldn't want your students to witness that photo from earlier, would you? Li Chuanli immediately sensed trouble, but still inquired. What did he say? 10 million. I guarantee no 5th party will see it. Li Chuanli's eyes widened in shock. 10 million. As a principal, my monthly salary is only 6,008. Why didn't you negotiate? 10 million. Where do you expect me to find that? Wang Defa's smile grew broader. Who said I was in cahoots with you? The 10 million is on you. After all, I am their principal. How could I take your money? You? Don't ask. You're also in the photo. That's fine. There's a technique called Photoshop now. Just remove my head. Li Chuanli was at a loss for words, wondering how Second High could produce such a character as Wang Defa. I, a diligent student of Huaxia, am being tarnished by such a scoundrel. Wang Defa clapped a hand on Li Chuanli's shoulder with a grin. Old Li, think about it. You're due for a performance evaluation next year. Right? If this scandal breaks, when will you ever rise again? This 10 million, compared to your future, is merely a drop in the bucket. Wang Defa was not randomly pricing. As a longtime rival, he understood Li Chuanli better than anyone. Indeed, while the monthly salary was only 6,008, he was one of the few Metamorphosis realm strongmen in Linjiang City. Not to mention, he was the principal of First High. It goes without saying that this 10 million would cause him considerable pain for half a year. Yet it was still an amount he could barely manage. As expected, after weighing his options, Li Chuanli ultimately transferred the 10 million to Wang Defa. Simultaneously, he silently vowed to avoid Xiao Feng from then on. The ant treasure has arrived, 7,500,000. In the wilderness, Xiao Feng played games on Xiaoya's back, receiving news that Wang Defa had succeeded. Indeed, it was Xiao Feng who proposed the scheme to con Li Chuanli. As one was their principal, and the other from the neighboring school. Beneath him, Xiaoya mused about hunting aberrations for a bounty of hundreds of thousands. This fellow could demand over 700,000 for a mere photograph. At this rate, what would become of her status as the elder sister? With this thought, Xiaoya had originally intended to obliterate the group of aberrations directly, but now she considered leaving some corpses intact to harvest magic cores for money. As an elder sister, how could she earn less than her brother? Upon reaching the highest tree at the outskirts of Linjiang City, Xiao Feng dismounted from Xiaoya's back. He activated his Sharingan to survey the approaching beast tide. Over 10,000 aberrations of various types were present. Why did they seem so familiar? That deer-type aberration looked a lot like the roasted deer he had eaten the other day, and that eagle. It bore a striking resemblance to the giant eagle that had been stewed with mushrooms that night. The leading shadow moon demon wolf that it somewhat reminded him of the howling moon demon wolf that his sister had slain not long ago. Could this group of aberrations be coming for us? Among the herd, although the aberrations were not highly intelligent, they possessed basic emotions. That human female had come to our tribe and abducted our young. And she was fleeing in this direction. The leading shadow moon demon wolf sensed a familiar aura. She was the dominator of this forest, the wife of the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. However, due to the weakness of the aberrations in this forest, as a domain realm being, she had retreated deeper into the woods. Recently, after realizing she had not contacted Howling Moon for a long time, she dispatched a messenger from the Eaglepunk clan to investigate. But the messenger had gone without return. After much inquiry, Shadow Moon learned that her husband had perished. Despite being somewhat useless, he had been slain by a human. This vendetta must be avenged. Initially, Shadow Moon had only gathered a few hundred wolf-type aberrations. But unexpectedly along the way, deer, eagle, leopard, even plant-type aberrations began heading towards Linjiang City. Thus, the number of aberrations swelled from hundreds to over 10,000. Naturally, the highest-ranking Shadow Moon Demon Wolf became the leader of this beast tide. On this land, Shadow Moon sniffed the ground, the bloodstains of that useless wretch. Without a doubt, at the same time, she sensed a similarly potent aura emanating from a distant large tree. It belonged to a being of the human realm. Chapter 20. Jumping a dance on the opposite grave. From the tree, Xiaofeng activated his Sharingan, gradually analyzing the strength of those strange beasts. Among them, a significant majority were beings of the awakening realm, while the remainder were predominantly at the control realm. Only a few of the beasts had reached the transcendence realm, including the most troublesome of them all, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Name: Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Level: Domain Level 2. Race: Canine. Skills: Moonlit Extreme Motion. Moonlit Enhancement, Shadow Moon Domain. Description: the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf is an evolutionary branch that has emerged after the Howling Moon Wolf in the Transcendence Realm has undergone a breakthrough. A creature of extraordinary power under the moonlight. Weakness: she is most vulnerable at noon. Thanks to the system's appraisal technique, all the traits of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf were laid bare. It was indeed daytime, which explained why this group of beasts was loitering outside instead of charging in. During the day, she was at her weakest. Sisterya, I've discovered her weakness, while Xiaoya was still analyzing the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's vulnerabilities. Xiaofeng had already disclosed all her skills and weaknesses. How did you know? Xiaofeng pointed to his Sharingan, asserting that this extraordinary investigative ability was not to be underestimated. To be honest, Xiaoya was initially reluctant to believe it, but she trusted her brother, so she was willing to give it a try. Wait for me here. With that, Xiaoya unfurled her wings and soared towards the beast horde. For the only creature capable of inflicting harm upon her was the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Within the horde, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf sensed the approaching aura. Raising her head, she spotted Xiaoya flying in her direction. Locking eyes, she charged straight at her. Originally intending to attack under the cover of night, she had not anticipated that this human woman would boldly rush forth. Was it mere coincidence, or had she already detected my weakness? There was no time for further contemplation. Xiaoya's blazing blade was already aimed at the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. The intense heat emanating from the blade prompted the wolf to instinctively dodge. Since when did this city, Linjiang, have such a formidable figure? Beasts in the Transcendence Realm possessed intelligence comparable to that of adults, albeit without the ability to articulate speech. However, those in the Control Realm could already manipulate their vocal tones to converse. Is your husband the one you killed? The sudden voice startled Xiaoya. She had long heard that beasts of the Control Realm could speak, and it turned out to be true. But that who was her husband? Below, the beasts in the horde exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. How was it that only one human had arrived? What were they, her lackeys, supposed to do? Chant 666. At that moment, a flying beast of the Control Realm reported, having spotted another human figure not far from the large tree. After a brief discussion among the remaining four Transcendence Realm creatures, they decided to make the first move by targeting that human as a warm-up. Thus, they all advanced towards the giant tree in the sky. Xiaoya felt her anger boiling over at this sight. She wanted to rush back to protect Xiaofeng, but was intercepted by the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. That human brat must be someone important to you, right? You killed my husband, so I will ensure you lose someone dear as well. Although the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's strength waned in daylight, she was still more than capable of obstructing Xiaoya. Xiaoya desperately swung her blazing blade, attempting to break through the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's defenses, but the wolf skillfully evaded each attack. The horde of beasts drew ever closer. Meanwhile, on the tree, Xiaofeng could hardly suppress the grin on his face. He had initially pondered how to lure them in, but it seemed they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Although the range of Amaterasu was extensive, it was not possible to attack from just anywhere within sight. At least a proximity of 500 meters was necessary, with Xiaofeng's current awakening level of 5. Once Amaterasu was activated, beasts of levels 7 or 8 would be incinerated within mere 2.5 seconds as for those in the Transcendence realm. Having never been burned before, he was eager to see if a full day and night of flames could extinguish them. The vanguard of the beast horde had already entered Xiaofeng's attack range. Amaterasu, Xiaofeng's Sharingan transformed from its Tomo shape into a 6-pointed star, and within the space of the beast horde, a strange black flame erupted. The beasts that made contact with Amaterasu were engulfed by excruciating pain, instinctively seeking help from their fellow creatures. It is worth noting that Amaterasu could spread through contact. Once tainted, unless reduced to ashes, the flames would not extinguish. Within the horde, the black flames rapidly transmitted from one beast to 10, from 10 to 100 other than the flying beasts and the 4 Transcendence realm creatures. All were engulfed in black flames. The beasts of the Awakening realm vanished as swiftly as cotton meeting a spark. Kill Awakening level 2 beast. Earn 10 system points. Kill Awakening level 5 beast. Earn 30 system points. Kill Awakening level 7 beast. Earn 60 system points. The system notifications exploded forth, and finding it too noisy, Xiaofeng promptly muted it. However, upon witnessing his system points soaring, he could not help but smile with glee. The only downside was that he could not descend to collect the magic cores. The beasts below were eager to tear him apart, and if he were to retrieve the cores of their fallen kin in front of them, it would be akin to a murderer feasting at the home of the deceased, while simultaneously dancing on their grave. After dismissing that thought, Xiaofeng could only lament the loss at that moment. A system pop-up appeared. I have a solution. Xiaofeng suddenly remembered that he had muted the system, promptly activating the voice feature. The system roared, "What a spendthrift. Just look at how many magic cores there are. How many system points are they worth?" Xiaofeng scratched his head in resignation. That I had no choice. Those beasts below are practically clamoring for me to come down and swallow me whole. So this is why you failed to consult the system for advice. What do you think the system is for? To give you a leg up? Brother, wouldn't it be better to just play the role of a cheat? System will automatically collect items dropped from slain beasts. Items will be picked up into the system's inventory within a 5-kilometer radius. In an instant, the flat system warehouse began to fill with an abundance of beast magic cores. Various beast magic cores piled up to a staggering 99, dazzling Xiaofeng's vision. The system had initially planned to sell this free feature for 1,000 system points, but upon witnessing Xiaofeng's extravagant spending, it decided to grant it to him for free. With a wave of his hand, Xiaofeng converted everything in the warehouse into system points. Exchanging magic cores yields 0.121314 system points. However, behind this vast accumulation of system points lay the bloodshed of the beasts below. The Awakening Realm beasts had nearly turned to ash the moment they encountered the black flames. Those still holding on were the Awakening Level 9 and the Control Realm beasts. Chapter 21. A Bountiful Harvest. The 4 major beasts were dumbfounded by the unfolding situation. What on earth was happening? The entire horde I brought out has been decimated, save for those in the Control Realm. What in the world are these black flames? Ah! With a scream, even the beasts of the Control Realm began to succumb one after another. Kill Control Level 1 beast. Earn 200 system points. Kill Control Level 3 beast. Earn 500 system points. The quality of beasts in the Control Realm was unparalleled. One beast's worth in system points equated to 10 from the Awakening Realm. Xiaofeng was overjoyed. After this battle, he would not only be able to repay Amaterasu in advance, but also exchange for a powerful new skill. At that moment, the Eagle Penguin tribe in the sky made their move. They fled at a speed of 200 meters per second. They were not foolish. That black flame had proven too formidable even for the beasts of the Control Realm. To engage would only mean offering themselves up as mere magic cores. Beasts do not act for others. They act for their own survival. The 4 major beasts observed the fleeing Eagle Penguin tribe. Did you not claim that your kin, the little penguin, was taken, and you came to seek vengeance? Why are you running now? And so swiftly, without us? Before the beast horde could invade, a significant portion had already perished, and all at the hands of a mere human at the Awakening Realm. If this news spread, how would they show their faces? In such a situation, only by eliminating that human could they salvage their reputation. Ayo, my king, it hurts so much. One control realm leopard beast could no longer endure the torment and approached their king, the Gale leopard. However, upon drawing near, the control realm leopard inadvertently brushed against its king. The Gale leopard, in an instant, Amaterasu rapidly spread to the Gale leopard's entire body. The other three Transcendence Realm beasts immediately retreated at the sight. The Gale leopard, witnessing the tragic fate of its kin, felt a pang of sorrow, yet simultaneously regarded the actions of the other three beasts with disdain. As Transcendence Realm creatures, where was their dignity? How could they fear a mere human of the awakening realm? Furthermore, this level of flame was nothing more than a minor annoyance to him. The Gale leopard took a deep breath, attempting to extinguish the flame, but the fire continued to corrode his body. Unaffected. Meanwhile, on the tree, Xiao Feng was overjoyed that he had not anticipated that he would also ignite a Transcendence Realm beast. Watching the creature struggle to extinguish Amaterasu, Xiao Feng smiled confidently. This flame cannot be extinguished. The Gale leopard, refusing to believe such a thing, activated its skill, Gale Dash, trying to extinguish the flames with the speed of the wind. However, what was imagined to be effective turned out to be a harsh slap of reality. He discovered that the flames showed no signs of abating whatsoever. Above in the sky, the battle between man and beast grew increasingly fierce. Since Xiaoya often directed her attention below, even though the Yue demon wolf was in a weakened state during the day, it found itself temporarily at a disadvantage. However, upon witnessing that the strange beasts below had suffered severe casualties in an instant, it was that ball of black flames. Xiaoya had encountered those flames before, and according to Xiao Feng, they were an existence that no one but him could extinguish. Xiaoyu had also attempted to unleash Tianzhao upon a stunned beast of the control realm. No matter what method Xiaoyu employed, she could not extinguish the black flames on the beast. It is worth noting that she was in the domain realm. Only when the beast was reduced to ashes did the black flames finally dissipate. From this, Xiaoya understood just how terrifying the black flames known as Tianzhao were. Half of the beast's tide had already suffered casualties, and some beasts had chosen to flee, which distracted the Yue demon wolf. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoya struck with her blade, blinding one of its eyes. The Yue demon wolf, upon realizing this, began its retreat. Damn humans, when night falls, I shall make you pay for your blood debts. Below, the swift wind leopard, initially calm, began to panic that it had discovered that the black flames were slowly corroding its body. Though the process was gradual, if left unaddressed, it might truly be burned to death. At that moment, the Yue demon wolf let out a roar, and the remaining beasts understood the implication, promptly beginning their retreat. When the beast tide arrived, there were over 10,000 beasts, yet now only a pitiful 2,000 remained, some of which bore the black flames and were ruthlessly abandoned. Among them was the swift wind leopard. Taking advantage of the swift wind leopard's inattention, the other three beasts conspired and stealthily slipped away with their kin. By the time the swift wind leopard reacted, a figure stood before it. Xiaoya swiftly swung her blade, severing the head of the swift wind leopard, although Xiao Feng's Tianzhao could eventually burn it to death given enough time. It was too slow. Thus, Xiaoya took matters into her own hands, claiming the beast's magic core before allowing its corpse to be consumed by the black flames. Xiao Feng had previously instructed Xiaoya on how to avoid being tainted by Tianzhao, ensuring that she did not come into contact with the swift wind leopard's body throughout the process of extracting the magic core. After cleaving its head, she deftly retrieved a transformation-level magic core. In the trees, Xiao Feng received a system notification. Hidden mission completed. Stopped the beast tide invasion. Earned 30,000 system points. Acquired Susanoo simplified version. A simplified version of Susanoo, the skeletal form that could only defend. What use is that to me? I already have the wood wall. Can I receive a different reward? No. However, possessing the simplified version of Susanoo will allow you to enjoy discounts when purchasing Susanoo half-formed and Susanoo complete forms in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's previous displeasure was cast aside, and he eagerly inquired, "What discount?" 9.99 off, Xiao Feng. What difference does that make? Of course, there is a difference. I could have taken it by force. But I offered you a gimmick instead, didn't I? Xiaoya returned to the tree with the swift wind leopard's magic core and embraced Xiao Feng, showering him with kisses that my brother is simply amazing. Xiao Feng, unable to evade, had no choice but to accept. The remaining strange beasts were merely retreating temporarily. They would invade again at night. Xiaoya, however, was unconcerned, as reinforcements from the province would arrive at night. At that time, all she would need to do was shout 666 from the back and collect her medals and rewards. Having protected such a vast city, it would be sufficient for Xiaoya to apply for a second-level merit. The only regret was Xiao Feng, who, despite being merely 200,000 points away from surpassing 3 million system points to repay Tianzhao, was aware that the remaining strange beasts were also a source of system points. If they were all eliminated, he might even be able to exchange for a Susanoo half-dash form. By the way, Xiao Feng, this is for you. Xiaoya handed the recently acquired magic core from the Swift-Wind Leopard to Xiao Feng. Chapter 22. Spirit Communication Technique. All humans absorbing magic cores of the same realm will cultivate at a speed at least doubled, but if the level gap is too vast, it becomes counterproductive. For instance, Xiaoya's current domain realm strength makes absorbing the magic core of a transformation-level beast rather insignificant, yielding only a slight increase in her normal cultivation speed. Thus, it was better to give it to Xiao Feng. Consider it a birthday gift to replenish your strength. However, remember, do not absorb this magic core until you reach the control realm. Previously, on Xiao Feng's 18th birthday, Xiaoya had forgotten due to her mission. Although Xiao Feng said it was fine, Xiaoya had been seeking an opportunity to make amends, and now, the Swift-Wind Leopard had presented itself. While magic cores were beneficial, they should not be used thoughtlessly. The best option was to use cores appropriate to one's realm. One should not exceed a whole major realm, or else the body might rupture from the excess capacity. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed that he promptly sold the magic core. Congratulations, host, for selling a transformation-level beast magic core, earning 300,000 system points. Detected that the host's system points are sufficient to repay the Tianzhao loan. Automatic repayment completed. Xiao Feng. Is this even possible? Automatic deduction? Congratulations, host, for repaying the Tianzhao loan. I knew you could do it. We also offer would escape immortal body loans, Earth Explosion Star loans. That would you like to learn more? Xiao Feng struggled to suppress his rising anger. Get lost. All right, then when the two returned to Linjiang City, Qin Ning and the others were already waiting there. After Xiaoya explained the situation, Qin Ning realized that this was an unavoidable battle. But what has happened in Linjiang City to provoke so many strange beasts? Even though we send newcomers each year to hunt the weakest beasts, those beasts shouldn't have any tribes to speak of. How could we have incited the domain realm Yueyue demon wolf? However, having obtained so much useful information was sufficient. The provincial leaders would arrive before nightfall, and at that time, the crisis in Linjiang City would be averted. Xiaoya recounted her analysis of the Yueyue demon wolf's weaknesses and characteristics during their battle without holding anything back. Indeed, upon learning that the Yueyue demon wolf would become even stronger at night, Qin Ning's complexion paled slightly. Well, my part is complete. The rest depends on how you resolve it. Xiaoya dusted herself off and took Xiao Feng home. Another battle awaited them at night, and Xiaoya needed to prepare. This city was protected by their parents' lives. She could not bear to see it destroyed. After returning home, Xiao Feng opened the system shop. Now possessing 150,000 system points, hoping to purchase something worthwhile. Susanoo half-formed, can summon a half-body skeletal giant for combat, extremely powerful, only requires 99,999 system points. Susanoo complete, summons a fully formed Susanoo giant and controls combat. Battle power is off the charts. Price: 1,999,998 system points. Is this what you call a discount? Xiao Feng confronted the system, just a tiny bit short on system points. This isn't how you treat a dog. At that moment, the system spoke earnestly. Host, do you not understand? As the saying goes, cheap goods are rarely good. My high prices reflect my confidence in their quality. So, why hesitate? Buy it. Xiao Feng was left speechless and directly muted the system to check for himself. The previously rewarded simplified version of Susanoo could only summon a skeletal frame around his body. He wondered if it could manifest an arm. That if it could, then purchasing the half-formed version of Susanoo could be postponed. With a thought, Xiao Feng activated Susanoo. A purple skeletal frame began to envelop him, providing protection. As he mentally constructed the structure of an arm, two slender skeletal arms began to evolve on either side of the frame. When Xiao Feng waved his hand, the arms mirrored his actions. Feasible. This version of Susanoo would suffice for a while, so he decided against purchasing for the time being. That he continued to browse. Immortal mode. My Boku Mountain. 150,000 system points. Immortal Mode, Dragon Cave, 100,000 system points. Immortal Mode, Wetbone Forest, 50,000 system points. Immortal Mode, Curse Seal, 10,000 system points. Immortal Mode, huh? That indeed seems like a commendable option. However, Xiao Feng was more interested in the previous offering. Would Escape, Immortal Technique, acquire the Immortal Body, granting comprehensive enhancements to Would Escape. Upon purchase, receive the passive skill, No Seal Healing Technique. Automatically heals injuries and accelerates recovery of spiritual energy. Price, 2 million system points. This is the Immortal Mode of Senju Hashirama, and no one knows where he learned it. There is no information regarding his studies in the 3 great sacred lands of immortal arts. Some say he developed it himself, while others claim he learned it from the Wetbone Forest. However, it was only after Senju Hashirama added his techniques that it transformed into the final Would Escape, Immortal Mode. Regardless of the source, it was undeniable that his Immortal Mode approached perfection, as evidenced by the price offered in the system store. Yet, with his current funds, aside from the artificial Immortal Mode of the Curse Seal, it seemed he could not afford anything else for purchasing the Curse Seal. That would be a waste. The Earth's Scroll Seal draws upon the body's limits to acquire enhancement abilities, which, to put it bluntly, is merely a tool for those with fleeting lifespans. The Heaven's Scroll Seal is somewhat acceptable, even boasting 2 distinct phases. However, when it comes to strength, moreover, utilizing the second phase transforms one into a monstrous form, which is entirely unnecessary. They're truly nothing more suitable for me. Of course there is. Spirit Summoning Technique, 10,000 system points. So inexpensive. The spirit summoning skill is exceedingly practical, allowing one to summon a contractual partner to assist in battle. If the target of the contract is sufficiently powerful, there's no need for me to lift a finger. Without further hesitation, Xiao Feng promptly purchased the Spirit Summoning Technique. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Spirit Summoning Technique. However, you will need to capture the Spirit Beast yourself. Alternatively, you may purchase one from the shop if necessary. Xiao Feng, no Spirit Beast? Naturally, otherwise, how could it be so cheap? Xiao Feng had hoped to at least summon a Spirit Beast like a frog dragon, only to find he must capture one himself. Wait a moment. This sounds somewhat akin to the abilities of a Beastmaster, doesn't it? Xiao Feng remained undecided about how to spend his remaining system points, primarily because all useful options were prohibitively expensive, while the cheaper alternatives were of no use to him. Chapter 23. The eve of the college entrance examination nightfall. Tonight, the city of Linjiang is unusually tranquil. With residents seeking refuge in shelters, only one household remains lit. Are we really not going to take a look? Xiaoya lounges on the sofa, appearing utterly languid, engrossed in an anime since returning home. It seems to be called Kiss Sister. Xiao Feng pays little attention, though he can hear the distant roars of strange beasts outside, indicating that the Yue demon wolves are attacking once again. Xiaoya lazily glances towards the city gate before returning her focus to the television. It appears the advantage lies with humanity. The howls of wolves echoed throughout the night, and by the next day, the crisis in Linjiang was finally averted. Notifications on his phone confirmed the crisis resolution, granting citizens the freedom to move about once more. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound reverberated from outside. Xiao Feng approached the door and found several familiar faces. Chun Ning smiled as he introduced the 2 individuals beside him. These gentlemen are leaders from the province who, thanks to their efforts last night, managed to eliminate the Yue demon wolves and resolve the crisis. Xiao Feng forced a smile and nodded. So, do you have business with us? At this point, the leading man spoke up. Hello, my name is Wang He. May I ask if Xiaoya is present? It turns out they are here for Xiaoya. Xiao Feng pointed towards the sofa in the living room. She is over there, watching a show. Xiao Feng allowed the group to enter to his surprise. More than 10 people followed behind, filling the living room to capacity. However, besides the leader, the others merely stood at the side. Xiao Feng paid little mind. After all, it was his home. He plopped down next to Xiaoya and silently watched the show. Xiaoya's gaze remained fixed on the television, seemingly oblivious to the influx of visitors, occasionally changing the channel. This moment, Wang Yi spoke with a smile. Kyoto Academy, Xiaoya? Noting Xiaoya's silence, Wang He awkwardly chuckled. You see, I am the director of the action department in Linhai province. That you're nearing your 3rd year. I assume you haven't settled on a future path yet? Why not join our action department? I assure you that the position of deputy director will be yours as soon as you arrive. Seeing that Xiaoya still did not respond, Qinming stepped in to mediate. Xiaoya, this offer is quite generous. A deputy-level position is even higher than my role as a city defense general. At this moment, Xiaoya, seemingly unfazed, said, Xiao Feng, go prepare dinner. I'm craving stir-fried shrimp with broccoli. Reluctantly, Xiao Feng walked away, knowing that this was likely to lead to a confrontation, which is why they wanted him out of the way. Once in the kitchen, Xiao Feng poked his head out. Dinner could be skipped, but he must see the drama unfold. Xiaoya stretched lazily, finally making eye contact with Wang He. I already have plans, so please leave. Wang He attempted to persuade her further. Kyoto once offered me conditions. If I went there, I could become part of the national defense team and choose any position as a team leader. Don't you think that is more appealing than your so-called deputy position? The National Defense Team is a special operational organization established by the state, comprising talents from all over the country. The only stringent requirement for joining is to reach the Transcendence realm before turning 20. Considering everyone awakens at 18, that leaves merely 2 years to surpass 2 significant realms. The immense challenge is matched only by the tantalizing allure. Becoming a member of the National Defense Team grants 1 power equivalent to that of a city defense general in a 4th-tier city. P.S. Although the title of City Defense General is the same, the power and capabilities vary immensely. Wang He, at a loss for words, understood that merely being an ordinary member of the National Defense Team surpassed his own status. Let alone a team leader. He would need to muddle through for at least another decade to reach that level. Look, you are also from Linhai, aren't you? 2 years ago, you were even the top scholar in Linhai. Returning to protect your hometown is quite a tale. Wang He had not given up on Xiaoya, simply because her brilliance was far too dazzling. With her strength, she would undoubtedly break through another major realm within the next decade. A realm that few in Huaxia could attain. Xiaoya ripped open a bag of chips and began munching, ignoring him completely. Wang He awkwardly smiled, leaving a business card before departing with the others. He couldn't possibly force her to join, could he? As Xiao Feng emerged from the kitchen, before he could speak, Xiaoya said, clean up and prepare. Prepare for what? Xiao Feng scratched his head in confusion. Of course, to level up. At your current level, don't even think about entering Kyoto Academy. It's uncertain whether you would be admitted even to one of the 5 major academies, although Xiao Feng's strength had been acknowledged by Xiaoya. With that peculiar black flame alone, he was invincible within the same realm. However, there exists another underlying rule within Kyoto Academy. Those who do not reach Awakening Level 8 before the college entrance examination will not be admitted. Indeed, you are required to achieve Level 8 within a month. This sounds like an inconceivable task, but how many people are there nationwide? How many prodigies exist? Linjiang is, in reality, a low-tier city. Just because no one reaches that level before the examination does not mean other cities are the same. In this world, all resources must be fought for and seized. The 5 major academies are among the richest sources of resources in this chaotic era. Since Xiao Feng has chosen this path, Xiaoya will no longer be as lenient as before. In the realm of the strong, only by becoming stronger can one have a voice. Just like earlier, if he were merely a Transcendence realm genius, could he possibly contend against Wang He, who is in the domain realm? Even if he were to compromise and seek help from the academy afterward, he would receive no assistance. This world lacks geniuses. It only lacks the strong. Before Xiao Feng could fully grasp the situation, he was dragged by Xiaoya into the wilderness. This time, they ventured deeper into the forest, the very territory of the Yueyue demon wolves. With the Yueyue demon wolves eliminated, the forest was now leaderless, swarming with beasts of the control realm vying for territory. Beasts of the awakening realm posed no practical challenge for Xiao Feng. Only those of the control realm were suitable. With half a month remaining before the college entrance examination, that would be ample time. June 17th. This date excites countless individuals. This pivotal day will determine their futures, whether they become formidable powerhouses or mere shadows. Clinging to the coattails of the strong that I in the forest, a grimy man emerged, leaving behind a trail of flames. The eerie black flames consumed the entire forest, and with the system's voice echoing in his ears. Defeated a level 5 control beast, gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. Name, Xiao Feng. Age, 18. Level, Awakening Level 9. Complete breakthrough task to level up. Abilities, Sharingan. Skills, Sharingan. Insight. Copy, illusion, Amaterasu, fire release, great fireball technique, wood release, cutting technique. Chapter 24. The mad examiner Xiao Yu was suddenly summoned to Kyoto Academy due to an urgent mission. Thus, Xiao Feng was left to trek back on foot. Fortunately, he made it just in time, arriving at Linjiang City as the gates were closing. On the second middle school playground, Wang Defa was still passionately delivering his speech. You are all the flowers of the nation. I hope, the following thousands of words omitted. It was thanks to Wang Defa's tedious speech that Xiao Feng managed to catch up. The supernatural college entrance examination is uniformly conducted within fixed areas. Sometimes it may take place in the wilderness, on an island, or even on a battlefield. Last year's supernatural examination involved entering an island, with rankings based on the final scores. Yet it wasn't as intense as the year Xiao Yu took the exam. That year, the chief examiner was akin to a madman, sending students still in the awakening realm directly onto the battlefield. Although it was a low-tier battlefield, it was still beyond what a group of awakening realm students could withstand. It was said that the mortality rate reached an all-time high in human history that year. Xiao Feng tidied himself up a bit. In the wild, there was no place for a proper bath, and even soaking his feet in a creek could result in an ambush by beasts. Were it not for the insight provided by his Sharingan, he would likely have been devoured by the beasts. At that moment, a figure seemed to spot Xiao Feng, chasing him through the crowd. Her name is Jiang Yu. For the past month, apart from her training, she has been in search of Xiao Feng. Yet, each time she attempts to locate him, he seems to elude her presence, as if deliberately avoiding her. When she finally draws near and catches sight of Xiao Feng, his disheveled appearance leaves her momentarily stunned. What has he been through? The words she wishes to express morph into a surge of concern. What on earth happened to you, to end up like this? Xiao Feng, upon noticing Jiang Yu's approach, harbors no ill will towards his childhood friend. Rather, he simply believes that a woman might hinder his progress. Except for Xiao Yu, of course, as the benefits of her company are undeniable. Having spent 2 days in the wilderness training, Jiang Yu purses her lips. Despite his awakening of a seemingly useless ability, he refuses to give up. Truly, he is the man I admire. We can form a team for the college entrance examination. How about we team up? I have already awakened to level 3. Xiao Feng, without hesitation, responds. That might not be wise, considering I'd be saddled with a burden. He thought his words were quite straightforward. After all, a level 3 awakening is akin to being a dead weight. However, to Jiang Yu's ears, his statement translates to, I would be a burden to you, which would not bode well. She wonders how she would react if she knew that Xiao Feng had awakened to level 8. Perhaps seeing Jiang Yu frozen in place made him believe he had spoken too harshly. My apologies, he murmurs before departing. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, is overwhelmed with emotion, thinking, what a wonderful man, he still cares about me. On stage, Wang Defa's speech finally approaches its conclusion that he then instructs someone to present a set of blue vortex devices. These are tools crafted from spatial abilities, capable of transporting you to designated locations. This equipment is akin to the college entrance examination papers, with fixed locations varying each year. Moreover, these expensive devices are uniformly distributed across provinces and are only allocated to schools on the eve of the entrance exams. Thus, thousands of students enter one after another, transported to Shi Mountain City. Xiao Feng opens his eyes to find no other students around, just a desolate ruin before him. That a bracelet-like device has appeared on his wrist. Shortly thereafter, a voice emanates from the bracelet. Greetings, young scholars. I am the chief examiner for this event, Su Yi. Upon hearing this, numerous students are taken aback. Isn't this the very person who sent students into battle during the entrance exams of the previous years? Why is he here as the chief examiner again? Su Yi chuckles, transmitting information through the bracelet. This city is known as Shi Mountain City, which fell into enemy hands 20 years ago, becoming a city of monstrous beasts. However, through the relentless efforts of humanity over the past 2 years, we have eradicated all the beasts within the realm. This examination requires you to survive here for 15 days and hunt the beasts. 1 point for a level 1 awakening, 2 points for a level 2 awakening. This will determine your final rankings. Of course, if any of you find it too challenging, you may seek help through your bracelet, and the nearest proctor will respond as swiftly as possible. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, while we have cleared out the realm beasts, we have intentionally left quite a few of the transformed beasts. So, be cautious and strive to survive. It must be said that Su Yi is quite the madman. Yet, In this post-apocalyptic world, it is precisely such madmen that are the most valuable. Although the mortality rate of his examination has reached an all-time high, it has also nurtured the most talented individuals. Xiaoye is one such example. This world can no longer afford to let these flowers bloom slowly, which is why figures like Su Yi are needed to hasten their growth. As soon as these words are uttered, many students hastily press the exit button on their bracelets, escorted away by nearby proctors. The entrance exam can always be taken next year, but this opportunity is singular. Let alone the transformed beasts in the city. Even those at the realm level would pose a threat they cannot handle. Xiaofeng checks the numbers, from 20 million candidates, within just 2 minutes. The count dwindles to 5 million. And still, the numbers continue to decline. However, Xiaofeng has no intention of giving up. Shi Mountain City, here I come. Su Yi, you madman. Sending students into battle was one thing. But now you're tossing them into a city of beasts. The beasts within have yet to be fully cleared. How is this not a death sentence? An elderly man with a white beard points his cane at Su Yi. His expression one of deep sorrow. That Su Yi silently turns his head, heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if they are tainted by his very soul. That we seek geniuses, not a bunch of useless individuals. Let me ask you this. If I were to hand you a level 1 awakened useless person, would your Magic Capital Academy accept them? Or would your GN Academy, the heads of the various universities, fall silent? Although Su Ye's words may seem harsh, the truth remains. They do not accept useless individuals. At this moment, the head of GN Academy sighs and speaks up. But what about the ordinary students? Su Yi turns his back, continuing to monitor the surveillance in Shi Mountain City, provided by the Eye of Heaven ability. Do you believe ordinary people are suited to stand on the battlefield in such a world? Upon hearing this, those behind him fall into silence. Furthermore, this time, I am providing them with a choice. The remaining individuals should possess genuine talent. Everyone turns to look, and from the original 20 million, only a mere 200,000 remain. Just 1/10. If 20,000 of these 200,000 can grow, how can humanity worry about its resurgence? Chapter 25. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. System. Do you have a map or something? Searching for beasts one by one is too tedious. After defeating a level awakening beast, Xiaofeng only gained a few points. His ranking still languishes above 1,000. Sister, you mentioned before that to enter the top 5 academies, one must be within the top 500. The Capital Academy even boldly claims to only accept the top 300 students, 1,000 system points. The system, devoid of emotion, speaks flatly. Why don't you go and rob? Are you aware that I am indeed trying to rob? Xiaofeng retorts, how long has it been since you last bought anything from the system store? If you don't buy, how can I earn? Do you have any idea what I've gone through during this time? Xiaofeng reflects, realizing that he had been so engrossed in leveling up that he had neglected this. System brother, the system brother is dead. You chose this idol. Even the Jade Emperor cannot retain him. That's what I say. A minute later, welcome, please come again. The system offers its most sincere wishes in its most earnest tone, accompanied by a range map that reveals enemies within a 5-mile radius. The cost? Xiaofeng exhausts all his accumulated system points, exchanging them for several powerful wood release abilities. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Summon a giant wood dragon, specifically designed to suppress tailed beasts, once ensnared. It will absorb their spiritual energy. Wood release, wood man technique. Create a giant wooden figure with immense combat prowess. Wood release, wood shield technique. Form a wooden shield resembling a toothy demonic face to defend against opponent skills. He checks his personal panel. Name, Xiaofeng. Age, 18. Level, Awakening level 9. Upgrade upon completing the breakthrough task. Energetic spirit, 800. Powers, Sharingan. Skills, Sharingan. Insight, Replication, Illusion, Amaterasu. Wood release. Summoning a wood dragon requires 100 points of spiritual energy. While the woodman demands 500, Xiaofeng positions his hands together. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The ground trembles as a fissure opens, from which a great tree emerges, rapidly growing into a long, crooked-nosed giant wood dragon, adorned with thorns. The wood dragon rises from the ground and approaches Xiaofeng. It appears rather modest in size, merely around 10 meters tall. Xiaofeng instructs the wood dragon to lower itself. Stepping onto its head, the wood dragon can soar, but not for extended periods. Xiaofeng guides the wood dragon around, exploring Shi Mountain City, which, before its fall, was a flourishing metropolis capable of accommodating over 100 million inhabitants. Now, however, it has been entirely overrun by monstrous beasts. Wherever Xiaofeng goes, the wood dragon dispatches the surrounding beasts. Meanwhile, he creates a rocking chair and a wooden table atop a high-rise building using wood release. He also cultivates an apple tree from apple seeds, plucking the fruit to enjoy a leisurely life in the rocking chair. The wood dragon can absorb the beast's spiritual energy, so Xiaofeng does not need to replenish his own. A true working dragon, unbeknownst to him, every action is being observed by the proctors in the monitoring room through the eye of heaven ability. Wow, this kid is remarkably strong. He should join my Juyin Academy. Shut up. Such a formidable wood-based ability should belong to my Sunluo Academy. Enough of the bickering. This student, I begrudgingly accept into my Magic Capital Academy. Silence. A talent this powerful must be his summoning ability. My Light and Dark Academy is the most suitable for him. I haven't even spoken yet. You already have a Xiaoya. What do you want? Have some dignity and step aside. The group of them argues like a market full of vendors, each claiming superiority over the others. Although they secretly maintain a ranking among themselves, they outwardly refuse to concede, each proclaiming to be the premier academy. Beneath his heavy dark circles, Su Yi is filled with curiosity. Let me see how long you can hold out. Notify the head of Area C-57 to lure a transformed beast over. Upon hearing this, the officials behind him shift uneasily to Su. What madness are you planning? What a splendid specimen you have here. To send a metamorphic beast against it would be akin to committing murder, Su Yi remarked indifferently while pointing at the screen. This fellow, nonchalantly sipping juice with his legs crossed, is living a life far more luxurious than we, who are trapped in this examination room. Oh, you truly believe that this is the extent of his capabilities? There is no need to summon a metamorphic beast for testing. A beast of controlling rank suffices. Su Yi remained silent, merely switching the display to the position of the wooden dragon, indicating the beast beneath its feet. Indeed, it was a controlling rank level 2 beast. The luxurious-haired pig, the onlookers gasped. So it seems that even beasts of the controlling rank could not fully gauge his power. At this moment, Xiaofeng had fashioned a pair of stylized sunglasses from wood and was simultaneously enjoying life while checking his points. It turns out that slaying awakened beasts from levels 1 to 9 grants 1 to 9 points respectively, while those of the controlling rank yield between 10 and 90 points. Presently, the second highest score stood at 117. Quite impressive. These students possess remarkable skill. Killing a controlling rank level 2 beast grants 20 points. Congratulations to candidate 12138 for surpassing 500 points for the first time. Is that already 500? Sister Yi claimed that the ability examination was exceedingly difficult. It appears rather straightforward, does it not? She was referring to the conventional situations. Can your mere existence compare? If you possess the ability, first remove all your external aids before speaking. Roar. The building where Xiaofeng resided trembled. Not far away, a serpent-like beast, comparable in size to the wooden dragon, charged forth, its target being none other than Xiaofeng. What the hell? Why is it coming for me? Xiaofeng swiftly commanded the wooden dragon to intercept the massive serpent while utilizing the system's identification technique. Name: Lizard-Headed Serpent. Level: Metamorphic Level 1. Species: Animal Class: Serpentine. Description: An unidentified individual has stolen its egg, which is now located beneath the host's building. Thus, the lizard-headed serpent has deemed the host as the thief and is intent on eliminating you. Skills: Venom Spray, Lizard Charge, Giant Serpent Tail Whip. Poison Mist. The lizard-headed serpent, noticing another creature obstructing its path, wondered if it was a summoner-type human. Such humans are typically the weakest in combat. Poison Mist. The serpent unleashed a torrent of purple venom from its enormous maw, a substance lethal to any beast that came into contact with it. Even Xiaofeng atop the high-rise was not safe, as the toxic mist gradually approached him. Yet, in the next moment, wood style, wooden dragon technique. Consuming over 100 spiritual energy, Xiaofeng summoned another wooden dragon, mounting its head and vacating the high-rise. Chapter 26. Breakthrough Task Conditions. What the hell? This guy can summon a wooden dragon as well. Inside the examination room, everyone was left dumbfounded. The moment the wooden dragon managed to halt the metamorphic beast, it became evident that it possessed the strength to contend against such creatures. Now he can summon two. Bring more beasts over. Suyi clenched his teeth and instructed the remaining proctors to lure more beasts. Within the city of Shi Mountain, the beasts surged towards a singular direction, their numbers escalating to a beast tide. Candidate A, holy hell, this is catastrophic. A beast tide has emerged. I must flee for my life. Candidate B, I've already amassed 20 points. As long as I survive, I can choose any prestigious academy. I shan't run from a beast tide. Candidate C, you go ahead. I value my life. I'm out of here. Among them, Jiang Yu pondered whether to forfeit. With her S-rank elemental abilities and the support of her teammates, she had already secured 13 points. With such results and her innate talent, gaining admission to a prestigious academy would be a mere formality. Jiang Yu, we are planning to leave. What about you? After discussing among themselves, her teammates decided to depart. Failing the exam this year meant she could try again next year, but encountering a beast tide was merely a stroke of bad luck. Faced with the tide, everyone appeared powerless. Losing one's life would be utterly futile. Jiang Yu nodded. They spoke the truth. Life was paramount. The image of that figure resurfaced in her mind. He must have already departed from the city. At this moment, Xiaofeng too sensed the beast tide. Was this summoned by the lizard-headed serpent? For the average person, encountering a beast tide might happen only once in a lifetime. Yet Xiaofeng had experienced it twice in a mere month. And both instances seemed to stem from him. Due to the beast tide, the number of candidates in the entire city of Shi Mountain plummeted to below 100,000. Some were recklessly optimistic, hoping to survive by chance, while others, confident in their strength, remained unfazed. Xiaofeng, however, was an anomaly. He gazed hungrily at the horde of beasts, as though surveying a collection of exquisite treasures. Each of these represented system points. He commanded the wooden dragon to charge forward into the heart of the beast tide. Amaterasu, with the activation of his Sharingan, the six-pointed star kaleidoscope unleashed Amaterasu, igniting the densely packed beasts within the tide. The beast tide transformed into a sea of flames, with the black flames mercilessly consuming the lives of the beasts. Coupled with Xiaofeng's maniacal laughter, one could hardly discern who the true villain was. Killing an awakened level 7 beast grants 20 system points. Killing an awakened level 9 beast grants 40 system points. Killing a controlling level 3 beast grants 100 system points. All magic nuclei have been retrieved to the warehouse. Outside, in the monitoring room, the attendees were left in stunned silence. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, are we truly not watching a film? Is this truly the feat of a student from the awakened realm? This is no longer what one would call a student. I, for one, could never face an entire beast tide alone. This student must be admitted to our academy. Anyone who dares contest will be at odds with me. You get lost. You think you can compete with me? This insignificant trash? I have already contacted our vice dean. You are not even vying with him. What the hell? You lack martial ethics. Calling for reinforcements. I'll have the dean come as well. You lot of losers, I'll directly summon the vice principal. Don't embarrass yourselves by sending your dean-level individuals. Inside, Xiaofeng remained oblivious to the fact that his every action was being observed. He merely felt that this monster slaying was immensely gratifying. However, the sole downside was that he was not gaining any experience points. System, what must I do to achieve a breakthrough? Sister, you mentioned that ordinary individuals require either insights or the absorption of high-level magic nuclei to advance. Yet for Xiaofeng, tasks were the only path forward. Completing tasks would suffice, or alternatively, the host could opt to submit 10,000 system points to facilitate an immediate breakthrough. This proposition is quite appealing. Hence that I choose the latter option. System, life is not easy. What should I do if the host becomes too clever to deceive? Breakthrough task has commenced. Fulfill the following conditions to achieve a breakthrough. Hunt 1,000 beasts, any level. Completed. Hunt 100 controlling rank beasts. Completed. Hunt 2 metamorphic rank beasts. 0.02. Upon seeing this, Xiaofeng could not help but scoff. What a monstrous task. I, an awakened individual, am being asked to hunt down 2 metamorphic beasts. Otherwise, are you suggesting I forfeit my external aids without cost? This system does not support the useless. Alright. Additionally, it's not as if you cannot kill them. The various academy heads in the monitoring room continued to argue fervently when suddenly someone exclaimed, "Look quickly. What does he intend to do? Holy hell, this kid is bold. He aims to take on the lizard-headed serpent. This lad possesses half the flair I had in my youth. He must join my light and dark academy. Damn it, This is a student from my magical city academy. Anyone who dares to snatch him will force me to call the principal. You think you're the only one who can call? My principal is already en route. In the city of Shi Mountain, Xiaofeng steered his wooden dragon towards the lizard-headed serpent. Once within proximity, he clasped his hands together once more. With style, wooden man technique. With a resounding crash, a towering tree erupted from the ground, gradually forming into a figure resembling a Buddha. The wooden man stood 20 to 30 meters tall. The wooden dragon that had previously been beneath Xiaofeng entwined itself around the wooden man's left arm, becoming his weapon. Another wooden dragon was summoned to cling to the wooden man's right arm. With a mighty swing, the wooden man unleashed a powerful blow, knocking out one of the lizard-headed serpent's venomous fangs. Is this his true power? To be honest, no one in the monitoring room could confidently assert their ability to triumph against such a wooden giant, let alone contend with that peculiar black flame. The onlookers swallowed hard, their minds resolutely made up. This individual must enter our academy. The heads of the academies wasted no time, pulling out their phones to contact their principals. If the opposition was already enlisting principals, how could one merely call for a ding? How could they compete? It was imperative to have the principal intervene. Within the city of Shi Mountain, the lizard-headed serpent was momentarily stunned by the punch it received. Hadn't there been two wooden serpents just moments ago? How had it transformed into a humanoid wooden giant? It seemed that no one was present to challenge it. The lizard-headed serpent relayed a signal to the skies. And soon, a beast tide was on the horizon. Chapter 27. The strange relations among beasts. Approximately 20 metamorphic beasts remained within the city of Shi Mountain. These beasts were inherently bullies who preyed on the weak. Su Yi was aware that as long as they were not provoked, they would not abandon their lairs. But what on earth is happening? All 20 metamorphic beasts have unexpectedly vacated their lair. Liang Fifan, what kind of beast did you lure over? Su Yi cursed into the microphone. Can an ordinary metamorphic beast possibly compel the others to leave? This lizard-headed serpent must possess some unknown secret. In truth, it's rather simple. Among the 20 beasts, the majority are lizards and serpents. They are all relatives of the lizard-headed serpent, while the remaining species are its mates. Upon seeing its kin arrive, the lizard-headed serpent quickly donned a pained expression, feigning sorrow as it gestured towards Xiaofeng atop the skyscraper, as if to accuse him of something. Xiaofeng scratched his head, equally astonished by the scene unfolding before him. The examination is suspended. All proctors must immediately rush to the C-57 examination area. We must rescue that candidate at all costs. At this moment, Su Yi also grasped the gravity of the situation and turned to the heads of the various academies. How long until your principal arrives? Our principal should arrive in about half an hour, replied the representative of the Kyoto Academy. Good, let us proceed to rescue the individual. Xiaofeng utilized the system's identification technique to discern the relationships among the beasts. It was akin to an entire palace drama. Name: Umbrella Lizard. Level: Metamorphic Level 3. Description: Uncle of the lizard-headed serpent, has also had relations with it, resulting in offspring. Name: Crocodile Lizard. Level: Metamorphic Level 4. Description: Uncle of the lizard-headed serpent, has previously engaged with it. Name: Eel-headed Python. Level: Metamorphic Level 4. Description: One of the lizard-headed serpent's husbands. Xiaofeng's eyes widened as he surveyed all the beasts. Without exception, they were all related to the lizard-headed serpent and had engaged in relations with it. Although these beasts lack an understanding of incest, it appears that the lizard-headed serpent is the sole female beast of its kind in this city. And it is also a primary species. Xiaofeng could hardly bear to witness it. While he was unafraid of a one-on-one confrontation, facing over 20 metamorphic beasts was another matter entirely. Xiaofeng could only conclude that this was madness. However, to let this opportunity slip away would be a great shame. Amaterasu, Xiaofeng commanded the wooden figure to come forth, leaping atop its head, and directed Amaterasu at the lizard-headed serpent. The sphere of black flame enveloped the serpent in an instant. The lizard-headed serpent felt a sharp pain and attempted to extinguish the black flames. The surrounding beasts, witnessing such a flame for the first time, rushed forward in concern to assist the lizard-headed serpent, only to be singed by the flames themselves. Meanwhile, the instigator Xiaofeng was already making his escape atop the wooden figure. Hiss! It's that human from earlier. The beasts quickly realized that it was that human causing the trouble. The enormous wooden figure was easily visible as it dashed away. Over there, chase. The beasts surged in pursuit of Xiao Feng, who urged the wooden figure to hasten its pace. Throughout the city of Xishan, a throng of beasts ablaze with black flames chased after a wooden giant. The remaining students rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Was this an internal conflict? After all, such a colossal wooden giant must also be a type of beast, right? Was it fighting for territory? If they knew of Xiao Feng's mischief, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. The damage inflicted by Amaterasu was akin to boiling a frog in warm water. At first, the beasts felt merely a slight sting, akin to being pricked by tiny needles. However, as time passed, the lizard-headed serpent felt its scales begin to crack from the searing heat, and the temperature of that strange black flame continued to rise. Other beasts sensed the anomaly. They had to capture that human at once. Realizing that the beasts were relentless in their pursuit, Xiao Feng directed the wooden giant towards the tallest twin towers in Xishan City. Allowing it to crash through, simultaneously, he enveloped himself in a layer of Susanoo for protection. The twin towers crumbled, burying the pursuing beasts beneath the debris. Yet, this alone would not slay the metamorphic beasts. Xiao Feng's actions were merely a delay tactic. Such a commotion in the examination area could not go unnoticed by the proctors outside. Leading the beast horde was a dragon serpent, which quickly manifested limbs and began to clear the rubble. However, the already gravely injured lizard-headed serpent succumbed to the merciless flames of Amaterasu, losing its life. Slaying a metamorphic level 1 beast grants 1,000 system points. Lizard-headed serpent's magic core has been automatically stored in the warehouse. Xiao Feng glanced back and observed several beasts surrounding the lizard-headed serpent, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. Surely they wouldn't be attempting to take advantage of the situation? Xiao Feng commanded the wooden figure to depart swiftly. He had no desire to witness such a scene. Hiss, my wife. Hiss, my niece. Hiss, 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 my precious. It's all that damned human-s fault. Kill him. Now they were too preoccupied with the black flames enveloping them. No matter what, they must avenge the lizard-headed serpent. Seeing Xiao Feng flee at such speed, the beasts hurried in pursuit. The umbrella lizard noticed the crocodile lizard lingering by the corpse of the lizard-headed serpent. Hiss, why aren't you leaving? Hiss, I'm just seeing if I can still take advantage. Su Yi led the others urgently towards Xishan City via teleportation devices. It was only the first day of the examination, and it had already escalated to this extent. That kid is truly a talent. They could certainly hold off the beasts, but attempting to rescue the individual was an entirely different matter. Along the way, everyone was filled with trepidation. What's the situation now? Su Yi inquired of a nearby individual. It seems that they have died. What? 6. Everyone was taken aback, their throats tightening. Such a promising candidate, potentially a powerhouse on par with our principal in the future. How could they perish so easily? Yet, upon reflection, considering the awakening realm, surviving 2 minutes surrounded by over 20 metamorphic beasts was already commendable. It was indeed the lizard-headed serpent that perished. The communications officer realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Everyone halted, rushing to inquire of the communications officer. The lizard-headed serpent of metamorphic level has died. How did it die? It seems it was crushed. After recounting how Xiao Feng had toppled the twin towers and buried the beasts beneath the rubble, everyone burst into laughter. I told you he wouldn't die so easily. Enough chatter. If we don't hurry, there will truly be nothing left but corpses. Chapter 28. Rescue. Thankfully, Xishan City was sufficiently vast, and there were plenty of towering skyscrapers. Utilizing the terrain to his advantage, Xiao Feng controlled the wooden figure to evade capture for a time. Should his spiritual energy wane, he would seize a couple of controlling realm beasts from the roadside, siphoning their energy to replenish the wooden figure. However, this support was painfully slow, and despite the commotion, no reinforcements had yet arrived. In truth, Su Yi and the others were moving quickly enough, but Xiao Feng and the beasts were constantly on the move within the city. Every time Su Yi and his group arrived, Xiao Feng and the beasts had already fled to another area. The beasts behind remained vigorous, causing Xiao Feng to scratch his head in frustration. Why hadn't Amaterasu claimed a single victim yet? The lizard-headed serpent had just laid eggs, leaving it weakened, compounded by its low level. It would surely perish quickly under the pressure from this reckless host. While the other beasts would likely take much longer to burn down, the system voiced its exasperation. Why do I feel like I've chosen the wrong host? Why does he seem so hell-bent on self-destruction? You could have just killed a couple of metamorphic beasts, yet here you are, provoking over 20. Wicked creature, cease your insolence. Feng Xiu descended from the heavens, wielding a long sword. With a single stroke, he decimated the leading beasts. Not far off, Xiaofeng was left dumbfounded at this spectacle. After all this time I've spent inflicting damage, only to have the beast's head snatched away, the task card remained stubbornly unfulfilled. Slaying metamorphic beasts. 1-2. After Feng Xiu dispatched the beasts, he approached Xiaofeng, sizing him up. Not bad, not bad. A fine prospect indeed. Come join my Light and Dark Academy. Tuition is completely waived. And I shall personally instruct you. You're from the Light and Dark Academy? The Light and Dark Academy, one of the 5 great academies, boasts the highest number of special abilities among its students. With an array of diverse powers on display, indeed, I am the Dean of the Battle College at the Light and Dark Academy. Feng Xiu, to be my disciple is a boon. I could make you the campus heartthrob. Do you know how many girls attend our academy? The male-to-female ratio is 1-9. Humph, what kind of quality do the girls from your Light and Dark Academy possess? The Sinluo Academy is the superior choice. Feng Xiu looked up. Good heavens, it's the vice principal of the Sinluo Academy? Li Jian approached Xiaofeng, gripping his hands tightly. Child, I am your long-lost uncle. Join our Sinluo Academy, where every senior sister is like a campus belle in other academies. Good heavens, Li Jian, you truly are shameless. I was here first, yet you dare to poach. Li Jian glanced back. What's wrong? Not convinced. Care to spar? I'm a vice principal. You, a mere dean, dare to challenge me. If you want to spar, then let us do it. I'm not afraid of you. Feng Xiu's ability lay in weapon manipulation, classified as B-level control, though he fancied it with a more grandiose title, the reunion of 10,000 swords. Hundreds of spiritual swords were manipulated by Feng Xiu, striking towards Li Jian. Humph, a mere 8th-level realm practitioner dares to challenge me. All things in nature, the trees burgeoned, blocking all of Feng Xiu's spiritual swords. Little did he know, one additional element was mixed within those swords. Bang! A smoke bomb. Amidst the swirling mist, Feng Xiu seized the opportunity to grab Xiaofeng and fled as long as he brought the person back. The mission would be accomplished. After all these years, you remain so shameless. Li Jian pursued from behind, simultaneously commanding the plants along the roadside to obstruct their path. You, a calamity-level practitioner, dare to contend with me. A realm practitioner? If you're capable, go challenge our principal. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Just as Li Jian boasted, a figure rushed down from the sky at incredible speed, delivering a kick right to his backside. Li Jian, you old rascal, are you feeling bold enough to fight me? Come on, I'm right here. The fury in Li Jian's heart dissipated upon recognizing the newcomer, the principal. Feng Xiu pulled Xiaofeng over to explain. This is the principal of our Light and Dark Academy. Guang Xiaoqing. Upon receiving the news, Guang Xiaoqing hurried over, even seeking out an old friend with spatial abilities to buy some time. Thus, he arrived ahead of several other old geezers. Youngster, would you be interested in joining my Light and Dark Academy? I can make an exception and take you as my personal disciple. Xiaofeng looked at the person before him and instinctively used identification magic. Name, Guang Xiaoqing. Level, Calamity 7. Ability, Light. Introduction, one of the top powerhouses of the human race. Principal of the Light and Dark Academy. Although his ability is light, he behaves in a particularly shifty manner, rivaling the host. Guang Xiaoqing surveyed his surroundings, feeling an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. Xiaofeng was about to speak when an old man suddenly appeared from a massive black void in the sky. Guang Xiaoqing, how dare you undermine me like this? A wrinkled elder emerged slowly from the void. Guang Xiaoqing, how could you, with your status, stoop to such underhanded tactics? Guang Xiaoqing shifted his gaze, having anticipated this old coot would be the second to arrive. That was why he had asked his friend with spatial abilities to set a little trap in the spatial tunnel. Xiaofeng examined the newcomer. Name, Yu Qingsong. Level, Calamity 7. Ability, Space. Introduction, Principal of Sinluo Academy, one of the 5 major academies, a top powerhouse of the human race. As the two arrived, 3 more figures emerged slowly from the black void. It was still that old coot. You doing something? You with the surname Guang better not let me run into you alone on the road someday. The speaker was the principal of the Giant Rock Academy, Zhongyan. Name, Zhongyan. Level, Calamity 7. Ability, Elemental, Rock. Introduction, Principal of the Giant Rock Academy, one of the 5 major academies. However, This year's college entrance examination has been a disaster. This examination is voided, and this kid is mine from the Magic Capital Academy. The speaker was none other than Li Zhong, the principal of the Magic Capital Academy. Name: Li Zhong. Level: Calamity 8. Ability: Special, Mental. Introduction: Principal of the Magic Capital Academy, one of the 5 major academies. Guang Xiaoqing turned pale. All these old geezers had come, and snatching someone would not be easy now. Hey, old Jiang, why aren't you speaking? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the last elder. Xiao Feng also raised his head to look. Name: Jiang Yun. Level: Calamity 9. Ability: System unable to detect. Introduction: Principal of the Kyoto Academy, the strongest among the contemporary human race. Xiao Feng's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? Is this old man my sister's master? Xiaoya had previously mentioned that after joining the Kyoto Academy, she directly took the principal as her master, but she had never seen her master in action. Only hearing others say how formidable he was. My goodness. Just his level alone already surpasses the other principals' levels: Awakening, Control, Transformation, Realm, Calamity. Chapter 29. The 5 major academies gathered together. I told you. This kid originally belonged to my Kyoto Academy. Why should I compete with you? Jiang Yun shrugged nonchalantly, as if to say, argue all you want, just don't involve me. You shameless rogue. It's not settled yet, and you already claim him as yours. How can you be so brazen? Guang Xiaoqing erupted in curses. What? Do you want to spar with me? Jiang Yun pointed his pinky finger, which had just been digging his nose, at Guang Xiaoqing, clearly indicating, I can take you down with just a pinky. Guang Xiaoqing dared only to exchange a few verbal jabs with Jiang Yun, for this old man was genuinely someone he could not afford to offend. You re just boasting now. In the next moment, he could appear right before you and slap you. Old Jiang, you're so shameless in snatching people. Wasn't he that Xiaoya stolen from me 2 years ago? Now you're here trying to snatch someone again. Jiang Yun pretended not to hear, digging in his other ear. If all the good seedlings are taken by you, how are we supposed to survive? Today he is mine. Guang Xiaoqing, for some inexplicable reason, found the courage to use his abilities to transform himself into a beam of light, charging towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng felt himself being pulled by some force and vanished from everyone's sight. Guang Xiaoqing had developed his light abilities to their pinnacle, allowing him to reach speeds that could rival light itself. Even if his level was inferior to Jiang Yun's, his speed was unmatched. Who could catch up with me? The other principals of the major academies were caught off guard and could only watch as Guang Xiaoqing made his escape, utterly astonished that this principal of a prestigious academy would resort to such underhanded tactics. Calmly, Jiang Yun walked over to the ruins, picked up a pebble, and weighed it thoughtfully. Then he threw it in the direction Guang Xiaoqing had fled. Guang Xiaoqing was still on the run when he suddenly sensed a trace of murderous intent. Turning back, he saw a pebble hurtling towards him at a speed exceeding that of light. What the heck? A physical cheat. The stone struck Guang Xiaoqing squarely on the forehead, while it didn't knock him out. It sent him flying several dozen meters. During this time, the other principals of the academies had arrived. Yu Qingsong immediately summoned the forces of nature around him to prevent this old rogue from fleeing again. If Xiao Feng's allegiance had been confirmed, there would be no objections to anyone accompanying him, but to think he would try to sneak away. Yu Qingsong rushed to Guang Xiaoqing's side, delivering a couple of swift kicks. You think you can keep running? Not satisfied, he aimed another 2 kicks at his face. Xiao Feng felt dizzy, first being whisked away at light speed, then being stopped abruptly. Just as Xiao Feng was about to collapse, a large hand steadied him. Turning to look, he found Jiang Yun gazing at him with a kind smile. Hello? Jiang Yun smiled warmly at Xiao Feng. You must be Xiao Feng. I've heard about you from Xiaoya. Would you be willing to join my Kyoto Academy? The other 4 were dumbfounded for a few seconds. Xiao Feng? Xiaoya? No wonder old Jiang was so confident he would choose the Kyoto Academy. It turns out he has connections. If they didn't make a move now, with Xiao Feng's displayed strength, he would surely dominate the Kyoto Academy for years to come. Come to my Magic Capital Academy, and not only can you become my personal disciple, but you will also receive 10 Calamity-level Beast Cores and 10 opportunities for the Trial Tower. Li Zhong boldly declared. The others snapped back to reality. Indeed, old Jiang was notorious for being stingy when it came to protecting his own, that if they offered generous conditions, there was no doubt Xiao Feng would be tempted. My Sanluo Academy can provide an additional 5 Calamity-level beast cores on top of that. My Giant Rock Academy can offer 20 opportunities for the trial tower. Even Guang Xiaoqing, who was still lying on the ground, chimed in with slurred speech. I'll provide 1 Calamity-level beast core. Jiang Yun's expression darkened. Not only was this old coot competing with him for recruits, but he was doing so brazenly. Did he really think the title of the strongest in Huaxiao was just for show? Before Xiao Feng could react, someone else could no longer contain themselves. What the heck? Calamity-level beast cores. Host, hurry up and choose him. He the one. If another person is willing to offer 30 transformation-level beast cores, the value would be about the same. Why don't you bargain, host? Yes, the system was already restless if it were not for the inability to interfere with Xiao Feng's choice. It would have certainly raised both hands and feet in agreement. Jiang Yun wore a smile that was more painful than crying. Come to the Kyoto Academy, and I can also offer you 5 opportunities for the trial tower. Upon hearing this, the other four burst into laughter. Old Jiang, you are truly miserly. Only 5 opportunities. Who do you think that will satisfy? No. Did you see old Jiang's expression? These 5 chances were probably a struggle for him to decide. Old Jiang, if you can't afford to make an offer, don't come out here and make a fool of yourself. Xiao Feng had heard of the existence of the trial tower. According to Xiaoya, the trial tower is a structure where one's spirit enters to undergo trials. The first level features a level 1 awakening beast, the second level a level 2 awakening beast. Xiaoya had mentioned that her best performance was only on the 39th level. Every time one passes through the trial tower, they receive a plethora of rewards, whether it be enhancements to their abilities or powerful ability artifacts. And at the very least, a significant amount of experience. The rewards are also determined by the levels one has conquered in one knows when the trial towers first came into existence. All that is known is that they are a legacy left by the human race. Throughout the entirety of Huaxia, there exist only 6 trial towers, 5 of which are located within the 5 great academies, while the remaining one is under the control of the Huaxia military. Its location shrouded in mystery. However, due to the extensive use of the trial towers throughout history, the spiritual energy has become depleted, necessitating a significant amount of treasures and spiritual energy for activation. Thus, what once allowed everyone to participate has now transformed into an annual event where only a limited number of spots are awarded to true geniuses. You lot seem to possess more treasures than you know what to do with. Don't you? Would you like me to take care of them for you? Jiang Yun cast a sidelong glance at the group, the threat in his eyes unmistakable. Does old Jiang truly believe we fear him? Come at us, one-on-one. The 4 of them promptly assumed fighting stances. 4 against 1 seems reasonable, right? Jiang Yun retorted. What merit do I possess to be compared with you 5 esteemed academies? It would be more appropriate to refer to you as the 4 old 6th-rate nurturing institutions alongside the Capital Academy. Regardless, I intend to take him with me today. If you possess the capability, then by all means, attempt to stop me. Jiang Yun unleashed his full aura, resembling a dragon that had lain dormant for ages. Revealing its ferocity, Chapter 30 concluded thus. Xiao Feng stood behind Jiang Yun, meekly lamenting, Is no one going to ask for my opinion? Old Jiang, do you really think we are intimidated by you? Form the formation. Come on, I'm eager to see what progress you old fellows have made over the years. The crowd ignored Xiao Feng's input, continuing their scramble for his possession. Simultaneously, another individual, Su Yi, shared in the turmoil. This was supposed to be a straightforward examination of abilities. First, a beast tide ensued. Then a congregation of transformed beasts flooded the city, and now the heads of the 5 great academies are vying for students. Is it even possible to conduct a proper examination now? Of course, he could only roar in his heart. Should he dare utter a word in front of those 5 giants, he would likely be left with nothing. He may be a madman, but he is no fool. To challenge those 5 esteemed figures would require more lives than he possesses. Yet, there existed someone audacious enough to meet the giant's gaze head-on. Xiao Feng executed the legendary ultimate technique. It was the tale of the undefeated in the Leaf Village, the renowned skill of Kakashi. Even the master of physical techniques, Might Guy, had failed to master this ultimate physical technique. 1,000 years of pain. Ah! With a scream, the strongest among Huaxiao was defeated in such a humiliating manner. The other 4 felt a chill run down their spines and quickly covered their behinds. Xiao Feng shook his hand, trying to dispel the unpleasant odor lingering on his fingers. This old fellow must not have cleaned himself properly after using the restroom. Xiao Feng approached Su Yi, who was closest to him, and wiped his fingers on Su Ye's shirt. Su Yi. Xiao Feng addressed the group. I appreciate your goodwill, but the reality is that you think you can purchase this exquisite uncut jade before you for a mere 100 or 80 coins. Are you kidding me? Quickly hand over all your hidden savings. In truth, which of the 5 great academies Xiao Feng attended was inconsequential to him, as each academy possessed a trial tower, and the heads were among the strongest individuals of their time. What mattered most was that their conditions were utterly insufficient. When Xiaoya entered the capital academy, she was granted 15 opportunities at the trial tower, 10 transformed beast magic cores, and an additional 200 controlling realm beast magic cores. There was no way he could fare worse than her, right? The others exchanged glances, incredulous that anyone would dare to strike against old Jiang and attempt a sneak attack. Point one had to admit. Your courage is commendable, seeing that the others were merely posturing. Xiao Feng scoffed. Is this what the strongest among Huaxiao amounts to? Suddenly, a large hand pressed down on Xiao Feng's shoulder from behind, and he felt an exceedingly terrifying visage loom beside him. Son, you really know how to play, don't you? They say he is humanity's strongest, yet he is still within the realm of humanity. This is the most vulnerable aspect of a being, and here he is, being ambushed, and I merely sought to secure my own benefits. Jiang Yun covered his behind, pondering what strange tricks this lad might possess. According to the records, he was merely of the spiritual eye lineage. Initially, Xiaoya mentioned that his spiritual eye had mutated, but now there were black flames and wooden giants. Could it be that a mutation could transform one's ability into something entirely unrelated to their spiritual eye? All right, your sister's treatment upon joining the Capital Academy was what you shall receive as well. Jiang Yun finally relented. This was also a subtle test of Xiao Feng's character. Indeed, as he stated, if he did not take action, they would squabble like vendors at a market. Though he currently lacked the strength to match theirs, the courage to resist was the value Jiang Yun saw in him. The academies did not lack for geniuses. However, someone who only knew theory and would tremble on the battlefield like a coward was of no use. Back in the day, Xiaoya had torn off a small tuft of Jiang Yun's beard to secure resources for herself. This lad was even bolder. He had gone all in, causing quite a stir. The others could not help but feel a sense of despair. It had taken so long for Xiaoya to nearly graduate. And now another Xiao Feng had emerged. The following years would once again see the Capital Academy overshadowing them. At that moment, Su Yi, sensing the situation had calmed somewhat, dared to step forward and inquire. What about this year's examination? Jiang Yun glanced over, responding nonchalantly. Aren't there still over 10,000 students left? Just go by their rankings. We don't accept waste anyway if they cower at the first sign of a beast tide. How can they protect the human cities in the future? Upon hearing this, Su Yi understood the gravity of the situation. He had initially thought that this year would yield at least tens of thousands of students, only to find that barely over 10,000 remained after the first day of examinations. All participants were evacuated from Shi Mountain City, and Su Yi could only begin compiling statistics based on the current student body. Ultimately, a total of 15,695 individuals passed the examination. First place, Xiao Feng, score 12 for 54 points. This score astonished Su Yi, as it was impossible for any student to slay a transformed beast. Thus, a single transformed beast would amount to 1,000 points. Second place, Huang Luan, score 96 points. Third place, score 95 points. 499th place, Jiang Yu, score 13 points. That Su Yi only announced the scores of the top 500, as the 5 great academies would only recruit the top 500. The rest would be accepted by various academies across Huaxia. Normally, national academies would require over 100,000 students, but this year only a little over 10,000 were available. Admission officers were even willing to sacrifice their appearances to entice students to enroll. Highlighting the fierce competition, Jiang Yu had originally planned to leave, but was knocked unconscious by a piece of wood that fell when she tried to adjust her wristband, lying against the wall of a building. She remained unconscious. The lower-tier beasts, sensing the powerful auras on the ground, dared not leave their nests, allowing Jiang Yu to inadvertently secure a place in the top 500, to think that under normal circumstances, her score would not even place her in the top 5,000. Upon hearing the name of the first-place winner, Jiang Yu shook her head, convinced it must be a coincidence. Hooray! I made it into the top 500. This means I can also enter one of the 5 great academies. Among the 5 academies, the Giant Rock Academy seems to accept the most elemental students, but the gender ratio is quite unfavorable. Filled with ugly boys, she had no desire to attend. IT would be ideal to gain admission to the Magic Capital Academy or the Capital Academy. Outside, as people learned that a beast tide had interrupted the examinations, they expressed their regret. Simultaneously, protests arose against the abrupt end to the examinations, as many capable students had chosen to leave only to avoid losing their lives in the beast tide. Suyi merely reiterated Jiang Yun's words. If everyone shrinks back in the face of a beast tide, how can they ever hope to become strong and protect humanity? Chapter 31. Last words during the summer break. Xiaofeng found himself exceedingly bored. Xiaoyu was out on a mission, and after Jiang Yun had painted a grand picture for him, he vanished, leaving behind a plethora of magic cores that he had yet to see. Following Xiaofeng's previous use of Amaterasu to scorch the mountains, the nearby beasts had all but disappeared. It seemed they would need a few years to repopulate. Lying on the couch at home, Xiaofeng's phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from Jiang Yun, indicating that his credits had been credited. The 5 great academies operated on a point system. Each student's first set of points upon enrollment was derived from their examination scores. The ratio stood at 1 to 10. After conversion, Xiaofeng found he had amassed a total of 1,245 points. This sum exceeded that of some second-year students who had completed a year of tasks. The significance of credits far surpassed that of currency in the outside world. Items unattainable with money could generally be purchased with credits. Even the magic cores of calamity-level beasts could be acquired. As long as one possessed sufficient credits, they could request the headmaster to assist in hunting. This system was designed to motivate students to diligently complete tasks and earn credits. Suddenly, Xiaofeng received another message from Xiaoya. Little Feng, there's a letter on the second shelf of my bookcase. Simple words, yet Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Whenever Xiaoya messaged him, it was usually a lengthy text or a direct phone call. This time, her brevity was unusual. Xiaofeng located the letter she mentioned, devoid of a title, and proceeded to open it. Xiaofeng, upon receiving this letter, it seems I may be in grave danger. This correspondence could very well be considered a farewell note, as the tasks I undertake are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Do you remember the hunting squad? In truth, I did not wait until graduation to enlist. I secretly registered during my freshman year. Each mission feels like a dance with death, and my sole concern is you. Fearing your solitude, all my possessions have been secured in a vault in Kyoto, with the access code being your birth date. This serves as the last vestige I, your ineffectual sister, leave for you. The ink at this point has smudged, rendering the final words illegible. Xiaofeng dialed Jiang Yun's number on the other end. Jiang Yun remained silent for a prolonged moment. You are aware, then? Yes, Xiaofeng replied flatly. I wish to know her current whereabouts. Jiang Yun sighed. The hunting squad had just reported that Xiaoya's team had seemingly provoked a calamity-level beast. The entire squad had scattered in a desperate bid to escape. And there has been no contact since. That area is perilous. It is not a place for you. Jiang Yun felt a pang of sorrow. Xiaoya was the most gifted among her disciples. Yet her stubbornness often led her astray. That is not your concern. Just inform me of her location that I will not allow you to walk into danger. Jiang Yun abruptly ended the call. Xiaoya's only attachment was to this young man, and he would not permit Xiaofeng to venture into peril. Were it not for the necessity to deter the beasts lurking beyond the city walls, he would have rushed to rescue his disciple himself. Xiaofeng stared at the disconnected call, resolute in his decision. His accumulated system points had reached an alarming total. System, initiate a breakthrough. This will cost 10,000 system points. Are you certain? Absolutely. Breakthrough task completed. Congratulations, the host has advanced to the Mastery realm. Name, Xiaofeng. Level, Mastery Level 1. Ability, Sharingan, Spiritual Energy, 1000. Skills, Sharingan, Insight, Copy, Illusion, Amaterasu, Simplified Susanoo, Wood Release. System points, 2,156,980. Exchange for Wood Release, Sage Body. Exchange successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired Wood Release, Sage Body. The innate healing properties and spiritual energy regeneration of the Wood Release, Sage Body are of paramount importance. Initially, Xiaofeng intended to save his system points for a more potent technique. Clad in black, he vanished towards a specific location. Kyoto, Command Chamber. What is the status of Squad 17? There has been no word yet. Sigh, there is a young woman among them who is Jiang Yun's favorite disciple. If she does not return, I cannot fathom the wrath Jiang Yun will unleash. There is little we can do. Who could have foreseen that a calamity-level beast was lurking in that area? Everyone was left to attribute the misfortune to sheer bad luck. Crack. Glass shattered, but a figure clad in black and masked burst into the room. Security. The leaders were thrown into a state of panic. Could it be assassins sent by the rebels? The masked figure was none other than Xiao Feng. This outfit was the system's 998 masked man set, bestowing a 20 increase in speed and a basic means to obscure his identity. Xiao Feng employed wood release to seal the entire room. Although this was a matter of national importance, most of their bodyguards were individuals of the mastery realm. Strong individuals were scarce. Why would they waste their talents safeguarding mere bureaucrats? In terms of genuine power, the heads of the 5 great academies were the true authorities in Huaxia. Sharingan. Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan, ensnaring those present in an illusion, in a confrontation of equal realms. None could escape his enchantment. Where has Xiao Ya's team gone? Xiao Feng seized the collar of the individual who appeared to hold the highest status among the group, who, under the influence of the illusion, numbly responded to the evil beast mountain ridge. Xiao Feng released him and leaped through the window. Would release. Would dragon technique. A wooden dragon soared into the sky, carrying Xiao Feng towards the wilderness. The walls of Kyoto loomed far taller than those of Linhai City, standing 100 meters high, sufficient to withstand any assault from beasts below the calamity level. Atop the city wall, an elderly man with a white beard stood. None other than Jiang Yun, whom Xiao Feng had encountered not long ago. I know you are behind the malfunction of the teleportation device, and now you dare to abduct the high-ranking officials. Do you intend to become an enemy of humanity? There was no alternative. To reach Kyoto swiftly, I had to utilize the teleportation device. Under normal circumstances, even applying for its use requires a 2-week approval process, by which time it would be too late. Xiao Feng had no choice but to control the operator of the device with his Sharingan, setting the destination to Kyoto. Jiang Yun wore an expression of frustration. If you are wearing a mask, you should refrain from speaking. You have made it easy to leave a trail. Xiao Feng looked up at Jiang Yun, incredulous. You are not here to stop me? Stop you? Why would I? If someone is going to rescue my precious disciple, I would be overjoyed. But you said you wouldn't allow me to go. That I meant not to let Xiao Feng go. What business is it of yours, masked man? Jiang Yun handed a piece of jade to Xiao Feng. This contains my full power. Any beast below the calamity level will perish upon contact. Chapter 32. The Eerie Experiment. Xiao Feng gazed at Jiang Yun. Touched. Thank you, old man. After accepting the jade, Xiao Feng commanded the wooden dragon to depart from Kyoto, targeting the evil beast mountain ridge. Legend has it that a particularly dangerous beast once resided in the evil beast mountain ridge. Its power unfathomable, ultimately sealed by the combined efforts of many human strongmen. Due to the influence of this beast, the entire forest had become eerily ominous, rendering it uninhabitable even for other beasts. The area henceforth became a forbidden ground for humanity. Xiao Feng was undeterred by its status as a forbidden zone. Riding his wooden dragon, he utilized his Sharingan to hunt down the beasts along the way. While employing the Sharingan's illusion, he could also discern the thoughts within their minds, allowing him to ascertain their escape routes. After a long night of searching, Xiao Feng finally glimpsed Xiao Ya's figure within the consciousness of a beast residing in a massive tree. She was heading towards the abyss of the evil beast mountain ridge, rumored to be the very location sealing the malevolent beast. Damn it, why is she heading there? Inside the cave, Xiao Ya removed her necklace, which contained a photograph of herself and Xiao Feng. Her phone had been damaged during the escape, and she felt like a woefully inadequate sister, unable to bid farewell properly. That I wish I could see Xiao Feng again, just to pinch his cheeks. Don't run. You won't escape today. Outside, a group of masked figures was slowly closing in. This was the only cave nearby to hide, and they must be inside. Xiao Ya heard the approaching sounds. Clenching her fists tightly, if only that man hadn't sealed her spiritual energy, these intruders would be utterly useless. Originally, this task was initiated due to signs of a slight loosening in the seal of the evil beast mountain ridge. Sending a small team to investigate, unexpectedly, they encountered an organization claiming to be the cult of the evil god. The leader was a being who had reached the calamity level. However, due to the peculiar nature of his attacks, it was unclear whether he was human or beast. Xiaoya gritted her teeth against the pain of her wounds and ventured deeper into the cave. The black-clad figures entered as well. And now that woman had her spiritual energy bound by Lord Xian. They must seize her while they can. The ground had turned pitch black, and even the trees had withered away. It resembled a black hellscape. No wonder it was deemed a forbidden ground. Merely entering caused the recovery of one's spiritual energy to slow to half its normal rate. In a prolonged battle here, one would struggle to utilize even half of their strength. The wooden dragon beneath Xiaofeng also collapsed due to insufficient spiritual energy, transforming into a tree. The recovery of spiritual energy was already slow, and having arrived at the destination, there was no need to force the wooden dragon to sustain itself. Moreover, its large form would easily attract enemy attention. However, as soon as the wooden dragon transformed into a tree, it withered at an observable rate. This land could absorb life force. Sharingan. Xiaofeng activated his Sharingan, watching as a blue and green aura was devoured by the black soil. That was spiritual energy and life force. Beneath this land lay unfathomable secrets. Hurry, support over there. At that moment, a group of black-clad figures rushed forth. Heading in a specific direction, Xiaofeng used the system to assess them. Name, 198. Level, Awakening Level 8. Race, Artificial Human, Half-Human. Description, a product of some unknown experiment. Understanding it fully will leave you unable to eat. The others yielded similar results under Xiaofeng's scrutiny, differing only in the numerical designation of their names. This group was not truly human. Xiaofeng silently focused on the last individual using an illusion, still able to control them. However, within their consciousness, there were no thoughts. Illusions amplify biological emotions infinitely. Fear, anxiety, affection, hatred. When these emotions are magnified, they create the effect of an illusion. Xiaofeng could manipulate the emotions within the illusion using his Sharingan. Yet this person resembled a blank slate, devoid of any emotion. Only through illusion could his thoughts be temporarily halted, forcibly inducing a state of slumber, stripping away his garments. Xiaofeng was confronted with a sight that sent chills down his spine. This being, no longer deserving of the title human, was composed entirely of the organs of otherworldly beasts, with only the core, its brain, unmistakably human. It was no wonder the system had issued such a grim evaluation. With a look of disdain, Xiaofeng incinerated the creature to ashes using Amaterasu, before draping his cloak around himself and vanishing from the scene. Communication with subject number 198 has been lost. Intruders detected in the southwestern direction. This group possessed a modified ant-like beast's brainwave communication, enabling them to sense the status of their kind nearby. The sudden loss of contact with number 198 could only mean it had fallen to the intruders. A dozen individuals hastily made their way to the previous location, but upon arrival, they were met with nothing but a cloud of dust. Analyzing. The enemy is a fire-type ability user. Inform Lord Xian of the new intruders. Recently, they had gathered intelligence on the abilities of the previous intruders and synchronized the data via brainwaves, revealing no particularly powerful fire-type users. This indicated that new outsiders had breached their domain. At an altar, Xian's mind received the information. How intriguing. Someone dares to approach. 001. Bring the intruder to me, but remember not to shatter the corpse. With Xian's command, one among the cloaked figures slowly retreated from the group. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng, blissfully unaware, continued his exploration deeper into the abyss, a bottomless chasm that seemed poised to swallow a soul whole at any moment. Stopping at the edge, he suddenly noticed a red on his system map racing toward him. An enemy. There was no time to lose. Gritting his teeth, Xiaofeng summoned Susanoo. His Sharingan transformed into the Mangeki, as purple bones enveloped his form, providing protection. Almost simultaneously, the cloaked figure struck that a punch crashed against Susanoo. The tremendous force causing Xiaofeng to spit out a mouthful of blood, as though he had been shot at close range while wearing a bulletproof vest. He was sent plummeting into the abyss. Yet the assailant showed no signs of retreat. Leaping after him in midair, the figure sprouted a pair of eerie wings, a black eagle's wing on one side, and a white swan's wing on the other. Chapter 33. Fierce battled as the true visage of the cloaked figure was revealed, Xiaofeng hastily employed his identification technique. Name, 001. Level, Transformation, Level 9. Race, unknown. Description, a twisted creation. its body composed of numerous biological entities, possessing a physique comparable to a B-grade enhanced ability. Pain is imperceptible, lacking a fixed consciousness, while he could still identify the few individuals before him. This entity could hardly be classified as human. Xiaofeng clutched his chest, suppressing the excruciating pain, striving to maintain his composure in the air. Would release, sage art, as black stripes enveloped Xiaofeng's body. His injuries rapidly healed under the infusion of spiritual energy. Would release, cutting technique. He utilized this technique to plant trees along the walls of the abyss, preventing his descent. The creature flapped its wings and continued its assault on Xiaofeng. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted upon collision, initially promising some damage. Yet, after a plume of smoke cleared, the creature surged toward Xiaofeng once more. Susanoo. Xiaofeng swiftly summoned Susanoo for defense. But another punch landed. This time, Xiaofeng braced himself, manipulating Susanoo's skeletal arms to seize the creature so close. There was no escape. Amaterasu. Black flames enveloped 001, yet it exhibited no sign of pain, quickly breaking free from Xiaofeng's grasp and launching a frenzied counterattack. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue this abomination, neither human nor beast. Would release. Wood dragon technique, empowered by the sage art. Xiaofeng summoned two wood dragons simultaneously, the dragon's sword, tightly constraining 001, voraciously siphoning its spiritual energy. This creature must rely on spiritual energy for movement. If I can drain it completely, victory is assured. As the wood dragons entwined around 001, it indeed ceased its movements. Just as Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief, a deafening roar erupted. A powerful force surged within 001 as if provoked by something. Oh no! Susanoo. Would release. Wooden barrier. Would release. Wooden man technique. Boom, boom. From afar, Xian sensed 001's actions. How interesting. It can resort to self-detonation to resolve matters. I wonder if this amusing ant has perished. The creations crafted from its body must be quite entertaining. 002, 003, go and assess what remains. And collect everything. 2 individuals stepped forward from the ranks, bowed to Xian, and departed. Meanwhile, Xian continued his ritual at the altar as the dark god was poised to descend. All of humanity shall serve as offerings to the dark god. Oh, dark god, I am your faithful servant. Please awaken. With Xian's incantation, the experimental subjects behind him lined up and leaped into the abyss one by one, even aware of the impending death. Their lack of consciousness rendered them incapable of resistance. As the subjects plunged into the depths, the altar's radiance grew increasingly intense. Just a few more living sacrifices, and the dark god shall rise once more. Xian's demeanor became increasingly frenzied. He sought to make those who once scorned him pay dearly. What utter nonsense about innate talent. I disfigured myself to save lives. Ripping off the human skin mask from his face revealed a horrifying visage. Devoid of skin, only muscle twitched beneath, with several teeth clearly visible. During his student years, he had saved someone from a fire, only to end up in this ghastly state. Initially expecting recognition for his heroism, he was met with silence, and even faced expulsion from that damned school due to declining grades. Society turned away in horror at his appearance, as if confronted by a beast. Unfair. Unfair. Why must it end like this? I should be a hero. Why have I become this grotesque, neither human nor ghost? Why do they look at me with such expressions? Thus, Xian embarked on a path of no return. Ultimately, he was exiled from the city for crimes against it, a sentence akin to death, lying in the mud. He awaited an encounter with a passing beast to end his life. In this manner, a beast seized Xian, bringing him to the abyssal mountain to be sacrificed. So be it that this cursed life, given another chance, I would ensure those people pay. Yet when Xian opened his eyes, he found himself still alive. The beast that had carried him spoke in human tongue. Do you harbor a deep hatred for humanity? It is the Dark Beast. These creatures are all under the Dark Beast's control, capturing offerings for sacrifice to the abyss. However, it sensed a profound animosity emanating from this human, directed toward his own kind. This piqued the Dark Beast's interest. It delighted in watching humans turn against one another. Thus, it spared Xian, granting him protection and compelling him to capture offerings to liberate it. It also provided him with a safeguard. Without it, a mere awakened individual would be insufficient. Hence, What Xiaoya and the others perceived as a mysterious calamity-level power was merely the dark beast's protection bestowed upon Xian. Yet, Xian could not rely solely on that mark for survival. Thus, he fused the dark beast's essence with other creatures and human corpses, transforming them into obedient experimental subjects. He even established a cult devoted to the dark god, legitimizing the dark beast. In the abyss, Xiaofeng found himself in dire straits. Even with the automatic healing of his celestial body, it was insufficient. His left eye, strained from maintaining Susanoo against the impact, was nearly sealed shut. His right arm and leg had also sustained varying degrees of damage. That core must belong to a domain-level entity. It was being utilized as the heart for that monster, capable of self-detonation to achieve a one-for-one exchange in the final moments. Had Xiaofeng not employed 3 layers of protection, he might have been facing yet another cycle of reincarnation. The wooden figure shielded him with the wooden barrier, and even with all his might channeled into Susanoo for defense, he could only barely withstand the explosion. A domain-level core, used for self-detonation, was this not akin to using a nuclear weapon to blow up fish by the riverside? Must one be so excessive? Enduring the searing pain, Xiaofeng crawled out of the abyss and sought refuge in a cave. This wretched place was devoid of spiritual energy. Even activating the Sage Art mode didn't expedite his healing. Xiaofeng retrieved several domain-level cores from his system repository, crushed them, and released their spiritual energy. He then absorbed it rapidly in Sage Art mode, achieving accelerated healing. Chapter 34. A kiss. Of course, it was for your promising future. The target lies within .002. Observe the bloodstains on the ground, deducing that the intruder was still alive, likely having fled into the cave. Should we pursue? First, report to Lord Xian and await instructions. .002 transmitted the message to Xian. Upon receiving it, a sinister smile crept across Xian's face. Capture it alive. Such intriguing material must be meticulously dissected on a stone slab. Just as his own human skin mask had been rendered unserviceable, he could resort to severing the one belonging to his adversary to fashion a new visage. Without a moment's hesitation, numbers 2 and 3 entered the cavern upon receiving their orders. Though the darkness enveloped the cave, their eyes, infused with the cells of bat-like creatures, rendered them impervious to the challenges of combat. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng discerned 2 crimson dots on the system map. Goodness, are they back? Xiaofeng was in no condition to endure another explosion. He had only just managed to recover from his injuries. The wind howled ominously. The visual acuity of his Sharingan allowed Xiaofeng to navigate the pitch-black cave with the ease of a stroll, spinning and leaping away from his previous location. Numbers 2 and 3, observing the bloodstains on the ground, wondered why the trail abruptly ceased. This was precisely where Xiaofeng had been recuperating. It was implausible that he had healed so quickly. He must have concealed the blood and fled deeper into the cave. Disregarding the correct answer, following a thorough analysis, numbers 2 and 3 concluded that Xiaofeng had indeed masked his blood and escaped. Thus, they ventured further inside. Arriving at a fork in the path, the absence of blood compelled them to separate in pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely Xiaofeng's intention. Watching the system map, he noted that they had parted ways, making his task considerably easier. Approaching number 2 from behind, Xiaofeng prodded his shoulder. Number 2 turned around, Sharingan. During his battle with number 1, he had been unable to employ the illusion technique due to the latter's overwhelming speed, necessitating a direct confrontation. Now, Xiaofeng had an epiphany. Why engage in combat? Winning would lead to self-detonation, while losing would yield no further opportunities. Using his Sharingan, Xiaofeng ensnared number 2 in a never-ending illusion set within the cave. Despite their prowess at the transformation stage, these artificial beings lacked intellect. Even the simplest illusion could dominate them for an extended period, let alone one crafted with Xiaofeng's kaleidoscope Sharingan. He repeated this process with number 3 on the opposite side. For safety's sake, Xiaofeng extracted the magic cores from both creatures. The moment he did, the eyes of the 2 monsters dulled, akin to a phone losing battery power and plunging into darkness. Evaluating the magic cores in his hand, he noted they belonged to transformation stage beasts. It appeared that only number 1 possessed a core of domain stage caliber. This revelation disappointed Xiaofeng. Had they all been of domain stage, he would have reaped tremendous rewards. Continuing deeper into the cave, he stumbled upon a cell phone, Xiaoya's phone. This was the only cave in the vicinity. She must be hiding within. Though the exterior appeared small, The interior was vast and intricate. Xiao Feng felt as though he had traversed the cave for an eternity, yet he had found no sign of Xiaoya. As he ventured further, the ground grew increasingly damp and he pressed onward, determined to find her. At last, he spotted her. He had to capture her. To his dismay, the deepest part of the cave turned out to be a dead end. However, from the flowing water above, it seemed to be a lake bottom or perhaps an underground spring. Capturing her would have to wait for another lifetime. Xiaoya unleashed her last remaining supernatural item. Shattering the colossal rock above her, the torrent of water surged forth, swiftly engulfing the cave and pushing everyone outward. Xiaoya held her breath, gripping a nearby rock to avoid being swept away. If she could escape from the lake bottom, there might still be hope. Yet, she had underestimated the cave's length. It would take considerable time for the water to fill it completely, after days of relentless fleeing. Her spiritual energy remained sealed, and soon Xiaoya would be unable to endure. Sister, when I grow up, can I marry you? In a daze, childhood memories flooded her mind. At that time, Xiaoya had raised Xiao Feng. Though it was arduous, the sight of his smile made it all worthwhile. I want to see little Feng again. Her consciousness began to fade. Was this truly the end? A figure approached through the water, drawing nearer until Xiao Feng pressed his lips against Xiaoya's, transferring a breath of oxygen into her. Then, he hoisted her onto his back and surfaced from the lake. Coughed out on the shore. Both of them coughed violently. Having swallowed a considerable amount of water, Xiao Feng, sensing the incoming torrent, had taken a deep breath and charged forward, just in time to see Xiaoya struggling to hold on. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Xiao Feng heard the explosion outside. Clearly, Xiaoya had triggered it in a desperate bid to perish with them. Suddenly, Xiaoya lunged forward, embracing Xiao Feng tightly, burying her head in his chest, though he had intended to scold her further. Xiao Feng found himself at a loss for words. Hey, don't think this will absolve you. Just a little longer, please, Xiaoya murmured softly, her head nestled in his embrace. They remained in this stalemate for an extended period. Night fell, casting away the dusk. Xiaoya stood, shaking the droplets from her body, and playfully tousled Xiao Feng's hair. Little Feng, what brings you here? Were you longing for your sister's ample bosom? Come now, feel free to indulge in some affection. Xiao Feng ducked to evade Xiaoya's playful advance. There's no time for games. It's still perilous here. We must return. Xiao Feng's purpose was singular, to bring Xiaoya back. Having accomplished his mission, he saw no reason to linger. He had never considered himself a hero. In chaotic times, preserving one's own life was the best outcome. He had no leisure to concern himself with the fates of others. Gripping Xiaoya's hand, he began to head towards the capital. I want to leave. Xiaoya's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. Just seeing your face again is a blessing enough for me. But I must do this. If the evil beasts revive, the position of humanity will be even more precarious. I cannot allow them to succeed. Rising, Xiaoya seemed to regain her spiritual energy, likely due to their departure from the evil beast mountain. Now she could wield her powers once more. Yet Xiao Feng was perplexed. She had no obligation to undertake such perilous tasks. Why was she doing this? Why? Of course, it's for my dear brother. Xiaoya answered with a radiant smile. Chapter 35. The Madness of Zhan Xin. For me, I wish to create a world for little Feng devoid of evil beasts and strife, where people can coexist peacefully without the dread of not surviving until tomorrow. If the evil beasts awaken, the capital will be the first to feel the repercussions. As the capital, its influence will ripple across the nation. Besides, someone must take action, right? Xiaoya's smile appeared insincere, at least to Xiao Feng's discerning eye. I understand. So what do you plan to do? Xiao Feng calmed himself, contemplating carefully. If the evil beasts emerged, the entire nation would be affected, rendering any escape futile. It would be better to eliminate the problem at its source. If the source could not be eradicated, then the perpetrators must be dealt with. Xiaoya looked momentarily startled, but clenched her teeth resolutely. No. You must return. She could risk her life for such dangerous endeavors. But she could not bear to let Xiao Feng put himself in harm's way. I want to return. Don't worry, I'm harder to kill than you. Xiao Feng pointed towards the abyss. That place was likely their lair. How do you know? Naturally, I acquired the information from the two artificial creatures I encountered earlier. However, the leader seemed capable of unleashing calamity-level powers. We must tread carefully. This is a sealing orb, meant to reinforce the seal. However, one alone will likely be insufficient. My other teammates should have some as well. We need to find them, Xiaoya declared. Xiao Feng shook his head. No need to search. They are probably all over there. The altar. Zhang Xian gazed at the proud individuals kneeling before him. You must feel quite arrogant in your usual lives, but what is it like to kneel before me now? The crowd gritted their teeth, unable to voice their fury due to their sealed mouths. Throw them down as sacrifices to the evil god. With a command from Zhang Xian, the remaining test subjects began to move. Wait, he approached one individual and extracted the sealing orb from him. We cannot allow this to touch the sealing barrier. All right, throw it down. Zhang Xian turned his gaze back to the proud sons of humanity. Once, he had been a promising talent himself, but humanity had left him disheartened. He removed the seals from the corners of several mouths. Please, don't kill me. I can give you money. My family is very wealthy. Me too. I'm willing to do anything. Please don't kill me. The individuals clamored in a desperate bid for survival. Zhang Xian reveled in the power he held over their fates. Little Feng. What has he done to deserve that grotesque smile? Xiaoya glanced at Zhang Xian in disdain. He should still be human, right? Nothing much. I merely cast an illusion. Name, Zhang Xian. Level, Awakening level 5. Ability, Special type. Biological fusion. Description, a youth with a tragic fate. Had it not been for an incident in his youth, he might have become a luminary in the field of human academia. It turned out to be a mere novice at the awakening stage. Xiao Feng could effortlessly employ the illusionary techniques of the Sharingan without even approaching. Indeed, the scenes of pleading for mercy that he witnessed were all orchestrated by Xiao Feng, merely to ease his psyche for the forthcoming actions. As for the other experimental subjects, they were originally mindless beings, obedient solely to Xian's commands. Now, Xian stood there, grinning foolishly, and so they mimicked his demeanor with remarkable accuracy. After unbinding a few individuals, Xiao Feng produced several magical cores to hand over to them. Given the difficulty of restoring the spiritual energy in this land naturally, assistance from the magical cores of otherworldly beasts was imperative. Xiaoya, it's truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Although the individuals were unfamiliar with Xiao Feng, they certainly recognized Xiaoya. Hey, your savior is right here. Xiao Feng, expressionless, untied them with a dagger. Initially, he had no intention of charging them, but now 100,000 huaxia coins per person, transfer via Ant Treasure. The individuals responded, could we perhaps defer payment for now and settle it later? They were not foolish. It was undoubtedly Xiao Feng who had rescued them, and surely their lives were worth at least 100,000 huaxia coins. It wasn't like it was 100,000 academic points. This relatively trivial sum was hardly worth their concern. Xiao Feng began to wonder if he was indeed undervaluing himself. No. Next time he must learn from the system's cunning merchant behaviors. System, it's been several chapters since I last appeared, and now I'm being caught in the crossfire. After instructing the individuals to leave the sealing orbs behind, Xiao Feng urged them to depart swiftly, as their powers and spiritual energy were completely sealed, rendering them no different from ordinary people. Xiao Feng then approached the abyss with the collection of sealing orbs, coldly discarding them into the depths below. With a series of crashes, the altar underwent a transformation. The light gradually dimmed. It worked. Xiao Feng hastily retreated from the abyss, feeling as though something below was gazing back at him, sending shivers down his spine. Let us go. Weavy left. He pulled Xiaoyu along, hoping she was finally willing to depart. Xiaoyu stood dazed for a few seconds. Is it over so soon? I expected a bloody battle. However, since it concluded harmoniously, that was undoubtedly the best outcome. As for Xian, the illusion should dissipate by tonight, by which time he and Xiaoya would have reached Kyoto, with the seal on the malevolent beast now perfected. There was no need for further concern over any unforeseen complications in the dead of night. Submit to me. I am your king. With Xian's proclamation, his illusion was also lifted. He remained the same, a boy stripped of everything. Where is my castle, my treasures and beauties? And why has my strength in the realm of calamity vanished? Xiao Feng had assisted him in experiencing a dream through the illusion, essentially a daydream. It seemed Xian had lived quite well in that dream. Upon gazing at the now dim altar, his heart sank significantly. He was not oblivious to the fact that he had been deceived. A mental type ability user, it must be. The mark on Xian's chest radiated a dark glow, the sign of the malevolent beast. Xian knelt, bowing reverently to the mark. My lord, Xian, you have disappointed me gravely. The malevolent beast sensed that the seal had been perfected. Decades of effort were rendered futile in a single day. Another few decades of waiting. The malevolent beast yearned to devour Xian whole. Indeed, Humans were utterly unreliable. How could he have placed his hopes in a human? No, it is not over yet. Xian's expression began to twist into madness. Human race, you have wronged me, and I shall return the favor tenfold. He approached the gaping maw of the abyss and leapt. In truth, he had refrained from slaughtering the living because their blood could stimulate the seal, hastening its rupture, but with everyone having fled, the offerings were gone. Yet Xian still possessed one thing left: his own body. His body, too, fell within the realm of humanity and could create a small fissure in the seal. Although it was merely a tiny crack, it could provide the malevolent beast with the opportunity to break free. Chapter 36. Apprenticeship. The malevolent beast, upon seeing the minuscule fissure in the seal that was undetectable to the naked eye, burst into laughter. Foolish humans, given your sheer stupidity, once I break free from this wretched place, I shall savor the taste of humanity. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng and the others remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in the aftermath of their departure from the malevolent beast's mountain at in Kyoto. Upon their return, the city trembled with excitement. Jiang Yun rushed to the city gates at great speed, and upon seeing Xiaoya unharmed, he sighed in relief. It's good that you're safe. His gaze shifted to Xiao Feng. Kid, if that item is of no use, return it to me. The item Jiang Yun referred to was the jade stone he had previously given Xiao Feng. It contained power capable of annihilating a small city. Jiang Yun had already inquired of the few who returned and confirmed that they had never utilized the jade. Such a perilous object should never be entrusted to a child at the awakening stage. It was certainly not due to the heartache of having to gather the materials for the jade. Xiao Feng feigned ignorance. What jade? I'm not aware. You shameless old man, always concerned with jade. Jade? What jade? It will only bring you harm. Jiang Yun's face darkened. How could he allow himself to be schooled by a mere child? Come here. I shall enlighten you on why flowers bloom so beautifully. Xiao Feng hid behind Xiaoya. Isn't it because you, old man, consumed too many pigments and turned red from the urine splashed on the flowers? Jiang Yun. Today, if I do not teach this little brat a lesson, I shall resign as principal. Enough. Stop the bickering. Xiaoya intervened to halt their squabbling. Although Jiang Yun was unabashed, he would not employ his abilities against a student who had only awakened for less than 2 months. A verbal reprimand would suffice. Yet he soon realized he was unable to outwit this boy in a war of words. Wait a moment, he has only awakened for less than 2 months. How has he reached the mastery stage? Jiang Yun had not noticed earlier, but now he discovered that Xiao Feng had already broken through to the mastery stage. What a terrifying pace. Even Xiaoya had only achieved her breakthrough after enrolling. You, young man, I see great potential in you. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? Jiang Yun donned a broad smile, attempting to curry favor with Xiao Feng. Your sister is also my disciple. We are all family. Beside them, Xiaoya remarked. Weren't you just saying I was your sole disciple? The door isn't welded shut. Can it be reopened? Jiang Yun replied. Rules are dead. We must learn to navigate them. He offered a plethora of sweet temptations, yet Xiao Feng remained unmoved. There's nothing tangible in this. Xiao Feng extended his hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Why are you so greedy? Did I not already provide you with so many things? That was merely the price of my enrollment. Becoming your apprentice is an entirely different matter. The system sighed in exasperation. This boy has finally wised up. Jiang Yun, utterly speechless, thought to himself, I am the strongest in Huaxia. There are countless individuals in Kyoto who long to be my apprentice, and yet you dare to haggle? Fine, if you choose not to join. I have no desire for you as a disciple. What do you think will happen if students from Kyoto Academy seek to apprentice under the heads of other academies? Xiao Feng produced his phone, revealing the contact information of the heads of the other 4 academies, friends added during their last parting. The esteemed strongest in Huaxia, poached by other academies? Wasn't that a blatant slap in Jiang Yun's face? Moreover, the regulations did not prohibit apprentices from seeking mentorship from heads of other academies. They were merely ordinary students. Xiao Feng was the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. Jiang Yun had spent a fortune to acquire him, and his unsolicited offer to take Xiao Feng as a disciple had been broadcasted without any attempt at concealment. If word got out that he, Jiang Yun, lacked the capability to instruct his disciple, where would he hide his face? Good lad, quite brazen. Jiang Yun suppressed his fury, deciding to let this matter pass for now and deal with this brat later. Next came the clandestine transaction. Xiao Feng extracted 2 ability-enhancing artifacts and a special magical core from Jiang Yun's private treasury as a token of apprenticeship. Jiang Yun felt his heart bleed. This boy's eyes were like calculators, selecting only the most valuable items. Indeed, that was precisely Xiao Feng's method. He would appraise an item first, regardless of its utility. If it was valuable, he would seize it. The system lamented, wishing it could have been the one to retrieve them. Why didn't you take the most valuable item? The system cried out in despair. Do you truly believe he would part with such a treasure? If I took the most valuable one, he might refuse to continue, and I would be better off taking the second and third most valuable items. Upon hearing this, the system nodded in agreement. Blue surpasses blue. Since they had arrived in Kyoto, Xiao Feng decided not to return home and instead settled down there. Xiaoya had a house, alleviating any concerns regarding accommodation. It was a villa district. And when Xiao Feng arrived at his new home, he could only express, "Sister is truly delightful." Xiao Feng opened the door, receiving a key from Xiaoya. I seldom stay here, so there are plenty of empty rooms on the second floor, where you could come live with me. Xiaoya teased with a smile. Xiao Feng promptly declined, choosing a room with a window to tidy up before collapsing onto the bed to sleep. The exhaustion from the wilderness had taken its toll, and the journey back had been a struggle, had it not been for the wood release's sage mode, which relentlessly absorbed spiritual energy to restore his body. He likely would have fainted along the way. With a relieved sigh, she naturally drifted off to sleep. Just as the night enveloped the world in silence, the door suddenly creaked open. Xiaoya stealthily entered, approaching the bedside where she beheld Xiao Feng's weary visage. With tender care, she removed his garments and gently tucked him in. The memory of the scene at the bottom of the lake flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Leaning closer, she placed a soft kiss near Xiao Feng's face. "Thank you, Xiao Feng," she whispered. During this mission, Xiaoya had not dared to hope for her return. Yet, unexpectedly, she had been rescued. The once little boy who only cried in her embrace had grown, maturing into someone who could shield her from the storms of life. Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Feng's face for a long while. Chapter 37. Entangled Fate. The following day, Xiao Feng awoke feeling revitalized that he noticed that he had been changed into his pajamas. Puzzled by the thought, "Did I change last night?" Dismissing it, he descended the stairs to prepare breakfast. Upon reaching the lower level, he heard sounds emanating from the kitchen. A thief? Xiao Feng cautiously approached, discovering a shadowy figure at work. The rhythmic chopping of a knife against a cutting board caught his attention, and he peeked in. It was Xiaoya. Could she possibly be cooking? Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something peculiar, just as Xiaoya finished chopping and was about to ignite the stove. Boom! The kitchen was sacrificed. Xiaoya, shielded by her spiritual aura, remained unscathed, though her clothes were sullied. However, when Xiao Feng poked his head out, he had transformed into a version of himself reminiscent of a character from a different race. He remarked, "That smell seems oddly familiar. It's gas. What prompted you to suddenly wish to cook?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Xiaoya looked up, contemplating her defense. "What happened to your face, Xiao Feng? Who did this to you?" Xiao Feng pointed a finger at her. Me. She responded, bewildered that I was just at the kitchen door. "You saw everything?" He nodded, pressing for an answer. Why the sudden interest in culinary endeavors? Although Xiaoya possessed exceptional training talent, she was virtually inept in daily life. While living with Xiao Feng, he had always taken care of all household matters, a fact that he did not mind. Yet, gazing at the chaotic aftermath, Xiao Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "While others may waste ingredients learning to cook, you seem to have obliterated the kitchen." The renovation crew was already on their way, and due to the kitchen's explosion, they would have to resort to takeout. Xiaoya's demeanor on the sofa appeared rather peculiar, prompting Xiao Feng to sit beside her. She seemed startled, her reaction reminiscent of the female protagonists from romantic dramas. "You aren't feeling ill, are you?" Xiao Feng inquired with concern, for they had been on the run in the wilderness for several days, and her health certainly could not be in good shape. Yet, Xiaoya remained silent, her head lowered. Xiao Feng, if you knew we weren't actually siblings, would you still treat me this way?" Xiaoya nearly buried her head in her ample bosom. Xiao Feng barely caught her subdued whisper. "What did you say?" "Nothing," she replied, blushing fiercely as she retreated to the second floor. Her face is so flushed. She must definitely be unwell, Xiao Feng thought with certainty. With a month remaining before school commenced, staying home was hardly a solution. Xiaoyu occasionally ventured out on missions, though she typically returned the same day due to Xiao Feng's presence to as for Xiao Feng. He roamed the streets of Kyoto in leisure. "Xiao Feng," a female voice called out. Interrupting his thoughts, turning around, he spotted Jiang Yu, who was holding several bags filled with various daily necessities. You've come to Kyoto too? She exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Back in Lingjiang City, she had sought him out multiple times, but had never found him. Fearing their fates would part upon her arrival in Kyoto. To her surprise, destiny had reunited them. What perfect timing. Are you free today? Xiao Feng longed for an excuse to escape. You seem quite idle. Come accompany me shopping, Jiang Yu declared, seizing his arm and pulling him towards the next shopping mall. Previously, she had been overly reserved, but now that she was in university, she resolved not to care about others' opinions. If she liked something, she would pursue it herself. Xiao Feng, unable to evade her grasp, mused about the entangled fate they shared as dusk descended. Xiao Feng lay despondently on a park bench, resembling a puppet that had been played with and discarded. Beside him lay a mountain of various items Jiang Yu had purchased. Initially, she intended to buy only a few things, but with Xiao Feng as her unwilling bag carrier, her shopping spree had spiraled. Do you really consider these 51 pieces of clothing, 36 boxes of cosmetics, and 139 daily necessities as a few? Xiao Feng questioned incredulously. Jiang Yu returned from an ice cream stand, handing him a melon-flavored cone. I remember you like this flavor, right? Xiao Feng accepted the ice cream. Surprised. You remember? Jiang Yu beamed with pride. Of course. I'm your childhood friend and former fiancé, Xiao Feng corrected. Jiang Yu pouted, clearly displeased with his response. By the way, how did you end up in Kyoto? Xiao Feng asked, taking a bite of his ice cream. Jiang Yu puffed out her chest with pride. I was accepted into a prestigious institution in Kyoto. Upon reflection, she possessed an S-rank ability, making her admission to a good school quite plausible. However, Xiao Feng did not consider the Kyoto Academy to be an option. With her level 3 awakening, it seemed impossible. I got into the Kyoto Academy. Xiao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. That wasn't that institution exclusive to geniuses. In fact, due to the recent college entrance examination incident, admissions across the nation faced challenges, including those of the 5 major academies. Jiang Yu had just barely secured a spot within the top 500, prompting the 5 academies to extend offers to her. Although her abilities were initially insufficient, her S-rank power had piqued the Academy's interest in her potential. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this entrance exam debacle leisurely enjoyed his ice cream, reflecting on their entangled fate and the unexpected prospect of becoming schoolmates. That moment, Jiang Yu took a bite of Xiao Feng's melon-flavored ice cream, right where he had just tasted it. Hey, don't you have your own? Don't be so stingy. Let me have a taste of yours. It's strawberry flavor, she insisted, extending her cone towards him with eager anticipation. Xiao Feng, unimpressed, sauntered over to the nearby ice cream stand and purchased a chocolate cone, unsweetened to boot, eyeing Jiang Yu with confidence. Go ahead and try to take it from me. The ice cream shop owner could only admire the display of bravado. By the time they returned home, night had fallen, and Xiao Yu was already asleep in her room. Xiao Feng reluctantly pulled out his phone, and, unsurprisingly, it was inundated with messages from Jiang Yu. Earlier, he had mistakenly deleted her contact but had added her back today. Their entangled fate had deepened once more. Chapter 38. The Mission. Xiao Feng. What are you doing? Xiao Feng. Have you eaten? Why aren't you replying to me? Hello, Xiao Feng, are you there? Messages such as these bombarded Xiao Feng's phone. At the dining table, Xiao Yan noticed the incessant notifications. That aren't you going to check? She had already heard about Xiao Feng's shopping escapade with Jiang Yu that morning and felt a twinge of jealousy. However, it seemed there was no need to worry after all. Xiao Feng glanced at his phone and promptly turned it off. The world is quiet now. By the way, after dinner, accompany me shopping, Xiao Yu stated suddenly. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Again? You just went with her. Won't you spend some time with me? Xiao Yu feigned annoyance. Besides, the last time we were in Lingjiang City, we were interrupted by a beast tide. That doesn't count. Today, take me out again. The malls in Kyoto are much larger. After lunch, Xiao Feng once again found himself reluctantly serving as a tool. Young Master Huang, the AI Pi 66 you requested has arrived. Outside a mobile phone store, Xiao Feng pondered, why not just switch my phone and get a new SIM card? That way, I wouldn't have to worry about Jiang Yu's incessant messages. Hey, you're blocking my way. A voice called from behind. Turning around, Xiao Feng saw a young man dressed in flashy attire, sporting sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogance. Not wanting to attract trouble, Xiao Feng stepped aside. Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll cover the expenses for everyone in this store. Huang Xiaokuan waved his hand, causing the patrons to erupt in cheers. Huang Xiao is generous. Huang Xiao is the best. You are my idol. It was evident that this person was well known in Kyoto. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't recognize him. Xiao Feng, originally intending to leave, found himself drawn back. Perhaps he could indulge in a new phone after all. Along with a fresh SIM card at this moment, Huang Xiaoquan raised an eyebrow, evidently having noticed Xiao Feng's actions that he approached Xiao Feng and inquired, "Do you know who I am, yet you dare to spend my money?" Xiao Feng cast a glance and shook his head. They all know the young master. You don't even recognize him and yet wish to use my funds. Is that not permissible? The atmosphere became rather awkward. Huang Xiaoquan sighed, realizing that Xiao Feng must be a newcomer from another city. Never mind. As long as you utter a compliment about the young master, I shall treat you. Xiao Feng remained silent for a long while. Huang Xiaoquan exclaimed, "What?" Huang Xiaodian interjected, "I meant for you to compliment me. And what nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Feng, feeling helpless, spread his hands that I too wished to articulate something. But alas, I possess no eloquence and can only muster this one word. Huang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth in frustration. It was the first time he encountered someone even more audacious than himself, and yet so utterly shameless. Just as Huang Xiaoquan was about to erupt, Xiaoya dashed in from outside. "Xiao Feng, what brings you here? Quickly come over. I've spotted a delightful outfit." Compared to Huang Xiaoquan, Xiaoya's reputation in Kyoto was indeed far more resounding. Disciple of Jiang Yun, the queen bee of the academy, a prodigy of the last 2 years. Each of these titles alone was impressively formidable. Not to mention that Xiaoya embodied all of these qualities. Huang Xiaoquan immediately donned a smiling facade. "Sister Xiaoya." Xiaoya furrowed her brows slightly. "Who is this person? Is he your friend?" Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shook his head that I do not know him. "I am Huang Xiaoquan, nephew of Huang He. This year, I too am a student at the Kyoto Academy, your junior, Sister Xiaoya." Huang Xiaoquan introduced himself. Xiao Feng found the name somewhat familiar. Huang He? Wasn't he the one who purchased his special admission slot? Is this the nephew he referred to? Xiao Feng regarded Huang Xiaoquan with an odd expression. Xiaoya responded with a rather dismissive "oh." Subsequently, she excitedly approached Xiao Feng and took his hand, leading him outside. Huang Xiaoquan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The most formidable person to provoke in Kyoto was undoubtedly Xiaoya. Provoking others with strength may still warrant some consideration. But when Xiaoya became enraged, no one dared to intervene except Jiang Yun. Moreover, even if one were to rouse a formidable entity, could they rival Jiang Yun, especially given his extreme protectiveness, judging by the earlier interaction? That young man shared an extraordinary bond with Xiaoya. Thankfully, no offense was given earlier. Quickly, wrap the latest phone and send it to that esteemed gentleman. Huang, which esteemed gentleman? Of course, that tall, robust, and handsome nameless gentleman from just now. Do you lack such discernment? After enduring 2 days of torment, Xiao Feng ultimately resolved to undertake a task. Remaining at home would not only hinder his growth, but also render him susceptible to Xiaoya's shopping expeditions. However, upon learning of his intention, Xiaoya emphatically forbade him from accepting tasks outside the city. The beasts beyond Kyoto were formidable entities, far superior to those of the forest outside Linjiang City. Encountering domain-level beasts was a distinct possibility. Xiao Feng repeatedly assured her that he would only accept tasks within the city to ease her concerns. The task hall was an official organization of Huaxia, featuring a myriad of bounty missions from various organizations, each with differing rewards. Some tasks came with restrictions. For example, those issued by the Academy primarily offered academic credits as rewards, with the stipulation that only students of the institution were eligible. Conversely, military tasks had fewer limitations, typically offering cultivation resources or monetary rewards. Ordinary individuals could also post bounties, though the rewards were solely monetary, as higher-grade cultivation materials were not easily purchasable with money. Upon entering the task hall and binding his identity, Xiao Feng was ready to accept missions. Eliminate city sewer beasts, primarily awaken one-eyed rats, reward 10,000 yuan per beast. Investigate wife's infidelity, requires spiritual abilities or detective experience. Reward 1 million yuan, street patrol. Individuals above level 1 awakening may apply. Reward 500 yuan per day. Such tasks were abundant, all within the city. After a careful selection, Xiao Feng decided to take on the investigation into the alleged infidelity. It was certainly not for idle gossip. I merely wished to uphold the harmony of marital relations among humanity. With this mindset, Xiao Feng accepted the task, following the proper procedures at the task counter. He received the client's information. The phone rang. Xiao Feng answered. The voice on the other end belonged to a middle-aged man. So you accepted the task. It is I. My ability is the spiritual eye. Does that meet your requirements? After a brief silence, the caller provided Xiao Feng with an address, instructing him to wait there. Chapter 39. Cult of the Evil God. Cat, Source AF. Xiao Feng found it perplexing why such a suffocating name was chosen. Furthermore, the menu featured only one option. Cat poop coffee. He ordered 2 cups, but did not partake. After a considerable wait, a figure clad in a brown coat and hat settled across from him. Mr. Lu Zhixiang, Xiao Feng inquired, recognizing the client's name. Lu Zhixiang nodded, lowering his hat as he addressed Xiao Feng. My wife has been returning home late lately and is unwilling to engage in intimacy with me. So she must have someone outside. Lu Zhixiang grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. Xiao Feng feigned composure, signaling him to calm down. I apologize for my outburst. Lu Zhixiang retrieved a photograph from his bag and handed it to Xiao Feng. This is a picture of my wife. I am often away due to work, and I wish to entrust you with the investigation to ascertain whether she truly is being unfaithful. If so, please gather some evidence. I will not allow that woman to receive a single penny. Xiao Feng accepted the photograph, which depicted a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly no older than 25, glancing at Lu Zhixiang. He appeared to be nearly 50. However, having accepted the task, Xiao Feng was determined to fulfill it. Await my news. After departing the CAF, he headed toward their residential community, upon spotting the woman from the photograph. She was stealthily returning home, exuding an aura of deceit. Xiao Feng quietly followed her. Residing in a villa district, he concealed himself behind a tree, observing the happenings within the yard. Shortly after the woman arrived home, a man dressed in black approached the door. Xiao Feng, seizing the opportunity, snapped a photo. It seemed she was indeed unfaithful. Just as Xiao Feng believed the task was complete and prepared to return with the evidence, another man dressed in black entered the villa. 3 men. What followed left Xiao Feng astounded. Within a span of several minutes, over a dozen individuals filed into the premises. Can she handle this? Xiao Feng began to mourn for Lu Zhixiang. Initially presumed to be a mere weed, it appeared he had stumbled upon an expansive meadow. When Xiao Feng relayed the information to Lu Zhixiang, the silence on the other end lingered for quite some time. Could you help me sneak in and take a look? Xiao Feng. Are wealthy individuals this depraved? Must they witness their wives with others? This seems rather inappropriate. 2 million. This is not merely a matter of money. 3 million. As an ability user, I am not lacking in funds. 5 million. Do you require a recording? No, just help me enter and confirm her infidelity. Lu Zhixiang hung up, and Xiao Feng's phone chimed with a notification. Ant's treasure deposit, 5 million. What such efficiency. Having received the payment, Xiao Feng decided to investigate further. He leaped down from the tree, pausing momentarily outside the window. Noticing no sounds from within, he pushed open the window and stealthily entered. To his surprise, the place was deserted, and the lights remained off. Sharingan. Activating his Sharingan, Xiao Feng discerned traces of activity even in the dim environment. Soon enough, he identified the presence of several individuals. The situation was becoming intriguing. Seize him. At the command of the woman, several burly men lunged forward, capturing Xiao Feng. He made no attempt to resist, allowing them to grasp him. What are you doing? Xiao Feng shouted, but the woman merely approached with a smile. You are the one we seek. Be grateful. You shall become the offering for the beast god. Suddenly, Xiao Feng vanished without a trace. Chaos ensued among the group, yet they found themselves unable to move. Is there a possibility that you simply cannot compete with me? Xiao Feng remained in the same spot he had entered, having detected those lurking in the shadows from the moment he stepped inside. A mere illusion had ensnared them all, including his own capture. It was a mere fabrication. Cult of the Beast God? What manner of organization was this? It felt reminiscent of the previous cult of the evil god. Yet, it seemed these individuals were merely lackeys to the beasts, correct? Xiao Feng's illusion ensnared them in a nightmarish realm, and after a few minutes, their eyes lost all glimmer of life if they were merely ordinary foes. Xiao Feng would not have been so merciless. However, those who forsook their own kind to serve as lackeys to beasts were a waste of resources in their existence. The individuals had effectively suffered a form of cerebral death. To put it bluntly, they had permanently perished within the illusion, devoid of thought, reduced to a state even worse than that of a vegetative existence. Xiao Feng reported the matter upward, and soon members of the defense team arrive to investigate. The defense team is, in fact, a small branch of the National Defense Corps, with one dedicated to safeguarding the city of Kyoto, while the other is responsible for the protection of the entire Huaxia. The members of the defense team verified the identities of the individuals and quickly discovered a peculiar beast pattern tattoo on their backs. Indeed, they were members of the Beast God Society. The leader of the group sighed deeply. "What kind of organization is the Beast God Society?" Xiao Feng inquired. Though he could somewhat guess the situation, he still wished to hear their explanation. The squad leader replied, "The Beast God Society is essentially composed of individuals who have benefited from the power of aberrant beasts. Aberrant beasts develop intelligence during the transformation realm, can speak human language in the domain realm, and in the cataclysm realm, they can alter their physical structure to resemble humans. Their purpose is to divert the human race's focus on internal troubles, which is why they allocate a portion of their strength to those with lesser talents and abilities, allowing them to capture sacrifices within the city. Conversely, the evil god cult consists of humans who have gained benefits from cataclysm realm aberrant beasts." "Ah, I see," Xiao Feng remarked. The squad leader decided to take the individuals back for further investigation, as their bodies contained the power of aberrant beasts, which might provide insights into combating such creatures. Xiao Feng had no objections and simply called Lu Zhixiang to inform him. The call connected. "Hello? Mission accomplished," Lu Zhixiang inquired from the other end. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Xiao Feng said, "Your wife is gone." "What?" Lu Zhixiang asked. Bewildered, "Did you kill that woman?" Xiao Feng recounted the events that had just transpired. After a brief silence, Lu Zhixiang responded, "All right, I understand." He then hung up. Xiao Feng chose not to dwell on it any longer. After all, being betrayed by his wife was already too much for anyone to bear, let alone her subsequent disappearance. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated building, Lu Zhixiang was not a business mogul. His so-called enterprise was merely this ruin. "Useless, you couldn't even handle a spirit eye ability." Lu Zhixiang furiously smashed his phone. An attendant in black approached and asked, "My lord, should we send someone to eliminate that fellow?" They were naturally referring to Xiao Feng. "Spirit eye abilities are typically weak, so why is this kid so formidable? He defeated over a dozen cult members, one of whom was a master of the realm. It seems this kid's duel isn't just about spirit eye abilities. He has likely broken through to the mastery realm. Focus on other targets for now. Let's leave him be for the moment." Chapter 40. The demon at this moment, Lu Zhixiang, under the watchful gaze of many, began to shed his clothing, and his bones underwent a transformation. His hair grew wildly, and he ultimately morphed into a werewolf. This was his ability, a C-grade power, werewolf. However, he could only transform at night. And in his transformed state, he resembled an aberrant beast closely, which often led to him being captured by those who deemed it unjust. Only the evil god did not disdain him and granted him power. Now, he could even transform during the day. Moreover, his strength had grown mightier. Though he remained at the awakening realm, his displayed power had already reached the mastery realm. First, capture other sacrifices. Let us not engage that person for now. Just a few individuals. We can find replacements later. They scheme to attract weaker ability users through minor tasks. The blood of ability users was more valuable to the evil gods than that of ordinary people, making them more suitable as sacrifices. Xiao Feng was an unusual case, having dealt with a spirit eye user who seemingly lacked combat prowess, yet managed to eliminate their cult members. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng, having completed a task, felt an immense sense of satisfaction and decided to pursue another. Find something, requires a patrol-type ability, reward of 50,000. Xiao Feng instantly accepted, as though 50,000 was now inconsequential to him. He relished the feeling of earning money and helping others. It was certainly not for causing trouble. Upon accepting the task, Xiao Feng received the client information as usual. Lu Zhixiang. Again, his wife just died. And now something else has gone missing? Suddenly, Lu Zhixiang sent a text instructing Xiao Feng to meet him at a building in the suburbs. Due to his transformation into a werewolf, he could only message the person he tasked. Although he did not realize that the one accepting the mission was Xiao Feng could see the name of the client. It must be a coincidence, he thought. Arriving at the designated location, Xiao Feng discovered it was indeed a wasteland, devoid of people. Upon spotting Xiao Feng, Lu Zhixiang, who was hiding in the shadows, was taken aback. "What? It's this kid again. Humph, it's fitting. Heaven has a path you refuse to take. Yet you force your way through the gates of hell." With a command, Dozens surrounded Xiao Feng at that moment. He leisurely stepped out from the shadows. What of this fellow claiming to be at the mastery realm? We have so many in our cult, and my strength has already reached the mastery realm. Why should I fear just one? Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan, instantly recognizing the werewolf as Lu Zhixiang. What have you lost this time? Surely it isn't that thing at your feet. Lu Zhixiang looked down, seeing nothing. Stop looking. Your dignity has already fallen to the ground. Lu Zhixiang. Kill him. In truth, Xiao Feng had already analyzed the situation on his way there. Lu Zhixiang's actions were too conspicuous, specifically seeking out those without combat ability to investigate trivial matters. Moreover, the rewards were significantly more generous than other tasks. He initially thought it was a human trafficking organization, but it turned out to be a cult. Lu Zhixiang, believing he had encircled Xiao Feng, approached from a higher vantage point and taunted, "Kid, just submit and become the beast goddess sacrifice. You should feel honored." Xiao Feng, growing impatient, dug at his ear, "Blah blah blah. If you're so proud, why not become a sacrifice yourself? Are there no others? Call them all over. I'd rather deal with you all at once than have to face new faces popping up later." At Xiao Feng's words, the atmosphere fell into silence, followed by uproarious laughter. "Ha, you, a worthless spirit eye user. Though it's impressive you've cultivated your spirit eye to the mastery realm, it's utterly insignificant before our beast god cult." Xiao Feng raised his hand in a remarkably arrogant gesture. "Is it possible that I might just be a tad stronger than all of you combined?" Lu Zhixiang seethed with rage. "Go. As long as he breathes." The crowd surged forward. As Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan, their movements appeared to slow down significantly. Skillfully dodging, he launched a punch that struck one in the abdomen, causing the individual to instantly faint from the pain. Lu Zhixiang, witnessing this from above, cursed inwardly. What a bunch of useless fools. In truth, Xiao Feng was merely testing his physical techniques, compressing his spiritual energy within his body to achieve a certain degree of enhancement. Each realm could withstand varying levels of spiritual pressure. At this moment, Xiao Feng's mastery realm body could withstand up to 5 times the spiritual pressure, granting him astonishing power, combined with the insight from his Sharingan. He swiftly evaded and struck down his foes. No wonder Xiaoyu preferred to use her fists against outsiders. It felt quite exhilarating. Xiao Feng dashed towards several opponents, ensuring each received a single punch before collapsing. Lu Zhixiang leapt from the high building, exclaiming, "These useless fools, I'll have to handle this myself. I'll say this again, are there no reinforcements to call? We might as well deal with them all at once." Xiao Feng replied in an exceedingly calm tone, "Well, I've already cleaned up. A bit more refuse won't make much of a difference." However, Lu Zhixiang evidently failed to grasp the situation, believing Xiao Feng was merely an ordinary individual who trained regularly and possessed mastery realm abilities, which allowed him to defeat them with such ease. Yet he was different. His beast transformation ability could enhance every aspect of his physique. In close combat, the beast transformation was indeed formidable. Lu Zhixiang charged recklessly, swinging his formidable claws. Alas, Xiao Feng sighed, choosing not to use his skills to leave them intact, but they insisted on courting death. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward Lu Zhixiang. In that instant, Lu Zhixiang's expression turned to despair as he gazed at Xiao Feng, seeing his crimson eyes. "A demon. He is the harbinger of my doom." As the fireball made contact with Lu Zhixiang, it instantly reduced him to a pile of ashes. Xiao Feng then dialed a number once more. Yes, it's me again. This time, I'm at a wasteland in the old city. Remember to capture someone and see if we can extract any information. The rest would be left to the defense team to handle. Xiao Feng approached the pile of ashes. Yes, this is Lu Zhixiang's remains. Curiously, he discovered a singular crystalline object that remained undamaged. System, identify this. Communication crystal, a mineral used for communication, infused with spiritual energy to activate. It seemed this was the tool the beast god cult used to contact him. In this day and age, do antagonists not know how to use mobile phones? Chapter 41. The kidnapped Huang Xiaokuan. Due to the task remaining unfulfilled, Xiao Feng did not receive any compensation. The employer had been eliminated. What payment could there possibly be? Xiao Feng even began to suspect that the beast god cult was specifically targeting him. Both of his recent missions involved searching for abilities related to the spirit eye system, luring individuals away only to attempt to capture him for sacrifice. As he passed by the mission hall, Xiao Feng had initially intended to forego taking on any tasks and simply head home. "Brother!" Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw Huang Xiaoquan, whom he had encountered previously at the mall. Upon spotting Xiaofeng, Huang Xiaoquan rushed over with palpable excitement. "Brother, you're here to take on a mission too, right? How about joining my team?" Xiaofeng surveyed the throng of individuals trailing behind Huang Xiaoquan, nearly resembling an entire cheerleading squad. "Are you planning to go on an outing?" Notably, among the crowd, half were strikingly beautiful women, two of whom appeared to come from impoverished backgrounds, barely able to afford complete attire. Huang Xiaoquan chuckled. "No, these are my leveling team. I'm heading to the Kyoto Academy, and my uncle said my level is too low. I need to level up." Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng utilized the system identification technique. Name: Huang Xiaoquan. Level: Awakening Level 2. Ability: Body Rampage. Description: a weakling among weaklings. Even calling him a 5-star combatant would be an insult to the term. Faced with the system's assessment, Xiaofeng couldn't help but scoff at Huang Xiaoquan. "Is this truly your nephew, whom you would go to such lengths to ensure his enrollment? With such poor talent, he dares to buy a spot. Perhaps he is your illegitimate child." The team behind Huang Xiaoquan was a mixed bag. The women sought to associate with the wealthy Huang family, while the men aspired to be his subordinates. Observing Huang Xiaoquan's deference towards Xiaofeng, they assumed he must be a scion of some prominent family. Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively. "Not interested. I can level up just fine on my own. Why would I want to carry a bunch of dead weight? Come on, brother, we hit it off so well. It feels like we've known each other forever. From now on, you're my big brother." During their return, Huang Xiaoquan had already gathered information about Xiao Ye's younger brother, the formidable individual who had triumphed in this year's ability entrance examination with overwhelming superiority, and who was also a rare disciple accepted by Principal Jiang Yun. Becoming his subordinate would surely lead to a bright future. Xiaofeng was still contemplating a refusal when he received a notification. Ding! Mission released. Eliminate the Kyoto branch of the Beast God cult. The host had repeatedly been targeted by the Beast God cult. Could he tolerate this? Annihilate them. Completion reward. Gain the ability. Moon reading. What the hell? Moon reading. But soon, Xiaofeng's skepticism surfaced. Are you really that benevolent? There must be some trap waiting for me. The system indignantly retorted. Do I seem like the heartless type? Xiaofeng pondered. You don't seem so, because you are. The system replied. You can choose whether or not to undertake this mission. Time is limited to half a month. Subsequently, Xiaofeng noticed some white markers appearing on his system map. Those were all members of the Beast God cult. To eradicate them, not a single member could remain in Kyoto. With the system's friendly reminder, Xiaofeng discovered that of the 20 people in Huang Xiaoquan's team, a staggering 18 were members of the Beast God cult, aside from the 2 scantily clad women. The rest were all cultists. Goodness. Were they planning to eliminate 3 of them as sacrifices once they reached the wilderness? Since a mission had been issued, he could hardly hold back. Fine, count me in. Xiaofeng relented and joined Huang Xiaoquan's team. Though unaware of Xiaofeng's reasons for joining, Huang Xiaoquan was elated. Let us set off. Xiaofeng nodded and proceeded to examine the information of all the Beast God cult members in the team. Name: Jiang Dazhuang. Level: Awakening Level 9. Ability: Elemental, Rock. Description: an undercover agent of the Beast God cult in Kyoto, adept at selecting prey for outdoor sacrifices. Wang Ergu. Level: Control, Level 1. Ability: Elemental. Wind. Description: a loyal follower of the Beast God cult, sacrifices all his enemies to the Beast God in hopes of gaining power. Numerous similar details emerged, but the commonality was clear. They were all traitors of the human race. Xiaofeng felt no mercy. As a hunter, one must be prepared to become prey. Upon reaching the wilderness, the group cooperatively weakened the magical beasts, allowing Huang Xiaoquan to land the killing blows for experience. Beside him were the 2 provocatively dressed women. Along the way, one of them inquired if Xiaofeng would like to join in, which he promptly declined. "I have a cleanliness obsession, all right," as the team ventured further away. Beyond the city walls, everyone suddenly halted. Why aren't you moving? Huang Xiaoquan, in his naivety, thought they had encountered another magical beast, unaware that the dagger flashed past him, slitting the throat of a woman beside him. Having grown up sheltered, Huang Xiaoquan was utterly unprepared for this scene, immediately collapsing in fright. Fool! Killing the Beast God will surely displease him. The offerings must be fresh. A man reprimanded the one who had thrown the knife. Then approached Huang Xiaoquan. Huang, the brothers have taken good care of you along the way. Now it's your turn to take care of them. Huang Xiaoquan, mistaking the situation for a kidnapping, responded, "How much do you want? I can have my uncle send it over." This comment elicited uproarious laughter from the group. "Ha! This guy thinks we're playing house." The man drew his dagger, striking Huang Xiaoquan's already pale face. "What we desire is not money, but—" He cast a glance at Huang Xiaoquan's body, intending to sacrifice him to the beast god. However, Huang Xiaoquan misinterpreted this, his cheeks flushing slightly as he softly replied, "Big brother, it's my first time. Please remember to be gentle." The man in the crowd exchanged incredulous looks. Xiao Feng, meanwhile, felt a wave of disbelief. The man kicked Huang Xiaoquan, nearly causing him to vomit his breakfast. "What I want is your life. Who wants your body?" Huang Xiaoquan, feeling wronged, got up. "That if you don't want it, then just say, I implore you, do not take my life. I am willing to do anything." In that moment, the woman cast aside all notions of dignity and decorum. Clinging desperately to the hope of survival, it was precisely because she had witnessed Xiao Feng's terrifying methods that she grasped the extent of his malevolence. A demon, those blood-red eyes were irrefutable evidence. He was a fiend from the depths of hell. Xiao Feng remained unfazed, merely uttering with a calm demeanor, "I have no inclination to trust a stranger." Instantly, a chill coursed through the woman's heart, and she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the embrace of death. "Why close your eyes? Open them." Xiao Feng forcefully pried her eyelids apart. Sharingan, the illusionary arts, potent enough to alter one's memories, though it was Xiao Feng's first attempt. Someone had to serve as a test subject, did they not? Under the influence of his illusion, the woman's gaze gradually became vacant, her lips incessantly murmuring, "Demon. There's a demon." Xiao Feng clapped his hands. And upon awakening, she would perceive her ordeal as merely a nightmare, with the entirety of the cave's events rewritten by him. Although dozens lay slain around them, those were enemies, traitors to humanity. Killing them bore no burden on his conscience. In the presence of others, Xiao Feng maintained a demeanor of kindness. Another woman had succumbed to excessive blood loss along the way, and while he felt a twinge of regret, there was nothing he could do. Huang Xiaoquan, however, remained ensnared within Xiao Feng's illusion. Xiao Feng carried the two from the cave, fabricating an illusion that they had encountered a formidable beast, resulting in the annihilation of their entire battalion, leaving only the three of them alive. After a while, the two emerged from the illusion. "Where am I?" Huang Xiaoquan clutched his head, feeling as though he had been beaten by dozens of people. Right, the beast. In his recollection, they had confronted a powerful metamorphosed creature. Where is the beast? Did we escape? Huang Xiaoquan scanned the surroundings warily, recalling that they had just narrowly evaded the beast's jaws that moment. The exposed woman also regained consciousness, gazing around in terror. Did we escape? A synchronized line. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his mastery of the illusion. We have indeed escaped. It is unwise to linger in the wilderness today. Let us return. The two wholeheartedly agreed with his proposition. On their way back, the exposed woman found herself inexplicably drawn to glance at Xiao Feng repeatedly. Though he was quite handsome, his overly innocent appearance was not to her liking. Yet, her body reacted with an unsettling restlessness. The woman, somewhat infatuated, gazed at Xiao Feng, pondering if this was love at first sight. In truth, it was not that it was merely her body reacting in fear of him, prompting her occasional glances for her liquid state. It was simply a result of nearly being frightened out of her wits. How could it possibly be amorous desire? Upon returning to the city, the exposed woman handed her contact information to Xiao Feng, indicating that he could call her anytime if in need, without any strings attached. Xiao Feng, feeling somewhat speechless, tossed the note to Huang Xiaoquan. "Brother, we are not those kinds of people." "Then why are you stashing the note in your bag?" Huang Xiaoquan chuckled mischievously. "I planned to counsel the misguided young woman, guiding her back to the right path." Xiao Feng, after parting ways with them, he chose not to return home, as Xiaoya would also be out on a mission that night. Thus, he seized the opportunity to carry out some cleaning. Clean the Kyoto Beast God Sect Branch. 17-100 Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh. With so many people in the cave, he had only completed 17 of the task. Indeed, acquiring free skills was no easy feat. At that moment, Xiao Feng entered a tailor shop and designed a set of clothing, emblazoned with the words, "I possess spiritual abilities, seeking employment." How challenging it was to find them, walking around the streets in such attire. Many members of the Beast God sect were easily deceived. It is well known that spiritual abilities are the least combat effective powers. But what does that have to do with my Sharingan? In a narrow alley, Xiao Feng dispatched another foe, successfully advancing the task progress to 20 to Chapter 43. A suspicious individual, Xiao Feng, Beast God Sect branch. Feng Pu seethed with indignation. Why did so many perish overnight? As the head of the Kyoto branch of the Beast God Sect, he had devoted his life to nurturing the congregation to a count of 200. Yet, in a single night, nearly 100 had gone missing. One of them was even the vice minister of their branch. If this reached the ears of other branches, they would surely mock him. Have we ascertained the cause? Was it the authorities or the military behind this? After all, such a large-scale operation could not possibly be carried out by a small organization. Only the two greatest powers in Huaxia could achieve this. Minister, we have not uncovered anything. No one saw the missing individuals before their disappearance. It was as though they vanished into thin air. Feng Pu realized that the situation might be dire. It seemed the authorities had finally resolved to cleanse them. From now on, instruct all congregation members to exercise caution. Should they encounter any suspicious individuals, they must immediately alert others to act together. With Feng Pu's orders disseminated, on the streets, a suspicious figure emerged. Xiao Feng that he was currently enjoying a leisurely bowl of noodles at a small stall. Your Tu Liang of noodles is ready. I see from your attire that you're seeking employment, the stall owner inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xiao Feng sighed. Finding a job is quite challenging. I searched all night and still haven't found one. The stall owner lamented, not even 100 kuai. However, upon noticing the words spiritual eye abilities emblazoned on Xiao Feng's clothing, he realized, so you possess spiritual eye abilities, a power with negligible combat effectiveness. No wonder you struggle to find work. I have a channel that guarantees at least 500 a day. Interested? The stall owner leaned closer to Xiao Feng, whispering. Xiao Feng took a couple of bites of noodles. Is this really a good deal? Shall we discuss it further in the alley? The stall owner beamed with delight. Sure. 1 minute later, Xiao Feng exited the alley. After a long night, he had finally secured 100. He resumed eating his noodles before they congealed. Indeed, the stall owner was also a member of the Beast God Sect, but with Xiao Feng's assistance, he had transformed into a decent person. Well, perhaps in the next life he was halfway through his meal. His phone rang. Xiaoyu was calling. Where have you been? You aren't secretly flirting with girls, are you? Of course not. I'm at a stall downstairs. Why not join me? I'll be right there. However, when Xiaoyu arrived, a rather awkward situation ensued. The stall owner had vanished. How about I treat you to some food from downstairs? Xiaoyu nodded. Sounds good. Recently, Kyoto had been rather chaotic, with some traitors among humanity. Xiao Feng. Be cautious at home, especially around those with beast tattoos. Xiao Feng pondered, recalling that the previous members of the Beast God Sect did indeed bear tattoos resembling dogs. Initially, he thought they were simply dog lovers. Now he realized they were beast tattoos. Could their revered beast god be? Recalling the dog-like tattoo that resembled a Siberian husky from his past life, he envisioned hundreds of people kneeling in worship before a husky. The image was simply too delightful. The noodles are ready. Eat up. Due to the recent incident at Evil Beast Mountain, the surrounding creatures had also begun to stir restlessly, which kept Xiaoyu particularly busy. After finishing her noodles, she continued on her mission, while Xiao Feng donned his flamboyant jacket to go fishing. Kyoto was simply too vast. Even Xiao Feng's fishing efforts could not resolve the root of the problem. Thus, during his next catch, he decided not to kill directly, but to use his Sharingan to control the individual. Take me to your stronghold. The person numbly replied, I don't know. The gathering points are decided by the minister and vice minister, and then communicated to everyone through the communication crystal. Communication crystal? I believe I encountered one when I eliminated E9. Was this the same? Xiao Feng produced the previous crystal and inquired, is this it? Yes. With the last vestige of its value exhausted, Xiao Feng amiably sent the individual into reincarnation. How do I use this? System, do you know? Information cost, 100 system points. What a ripoff. Have I ever been generous? The system's retort left Xiao Feng speechless. You seem rather proud of that. However, upon reconsideration, he thought, for the sake of Tsukuyami, I shall endure this. After paying the system points, communication crystal, inject spiritual energy to use. Can send group messages. Is that all? That's all? Refund. Had he known it was this simple, he wouldn't have needed to purchase the answer from the system. Moreover, to obtain that one sentence cost him 100 system points. Truly a shrewd merchant. Following the instructions, upon injecting spiritual energy, the crystal responded that on the other side. Feng Pu sensed an anomaly with his communication crystal and took it out to investigate. Is that Nung? That rascal is still alive. He quickly sent a message through the communication crystal. What have you been up to these past few days? Suddenly, the crystal in Xiao Feng's hand emitted a sound, startling him. What the hell? So that's how you use it? No wonder the villains never use phones. This is far more entertaining. Xiao Feng cleared his throat. Who are you? On the other end, Feng Pu was utterly perplexed. Who is this? Isn't that Neng's communication crystal? At that moment, Xiao Feng feigned the demeanor of an honest individual and began to speak. A young man just now noticed my spiritual eye ability and inquired if I was seeking employment. I replied in the affirmative, and he proceeded to take me away. Afterward, he handed me this crystal before fleeing. He then asked, Boss, are you still hiring over there? This tale left Feng Pu momentarily speechless. Wait, you possess the spiritual eye ability? Xiao Feng candidly responded. Indeed, this ability makes it quite challenging to navigate society, hence the difficulty in securing a job. After a brief silence, Feng Pu exclaimed, Absolutely. I still need personnel. So you can come over immediately. He appeared somewhat agitated. For the more sacrificial offerings they had, the greater the feedback power they would receive from the beast god. This was precisely why they were so thrilled to encounter someone foolish enough to present themselves. After providing Xiao Feng with an address, he insisted that he could come over right away. Feng Pu couldn't help but muse. It must be that Nung has become too arrogant recently, leading to his capture by the authorities. The recent disappearances within the church must also be his doing. Humph, though it looks like he might be dead now, the offerings you prepared will be delivered to the beast god on my behalf. At this moment, Xiao Feng's lips curled into a smile as he proceeded toward the given address. Chapter 44. Task accomplished. Upon arriving at the specified location, Xiao Feng changed into a more comfortable outfit along the way. The designated site appeared to be an ordinary small company from the outside. Inside, there were numerous employees, yet only one or two were members of the beast god cult, identifiable by the white dots on the map. Just as Xiao Feng began to doubt whether he had come to the right place, a portly man emerged from an office and warmly ushered him inside. Name: Feng Pu. Level: Control Level 7. Ability: Fire System. Description: Head of the Kyoto branch of the beast god cult. A wolf in sheep's clothing, cunning like the host. Xiao Feng thought to himself, do refrain from embedding personal emotions within evaluations, you pesky system. However, it was evident that Feng Pu was a formidable character. Successfully developing a cult in Kyoto without being apprehended, Xiao Feng pondered why he, a small company owner, felt the need to recruit individuals from outside for sacrifices, not realizing that this was Feng Pu's cleverness. This company served as a facade. Who would suspect that the owner of such a small enterprise was the leader of the beast god cult? Furthermore, with so many employees, if the day came when they were discovered, he could resort to sacrificing everyone to the beast god, thus securing a slim chance of survival. Hence, the more employees, the better. Feng Pu also presented himself as a benevolent boss to the subordinates. Although our company is still in development, we provide comprehensive insurance and hardware. Moreover, we offer paid vacations every month with salaries above the average. Under Feng Pu's sweet-talking, any ordinary person would be unable to resist. Yet, Xiao Feng was preoccupied with searching the map, confirming with a sigh that only 3 members of the beast god cult, including Feng Pu, were in the vicinity. A bit sparse, he mused. Feng Pu, taken aback, questioned, is this salary insufficient? Well, in order to retain people, we can negotiate. How much more do you want? Feel free to discuss. Not much, just add your life to the deal, Xiao Feng remarked as he activated his Sharingan. Locking eyes with Feng Pu, swiftly ensnaring him within an illusion. Suddenly, Xiao Feng appeared to have an epiphany and stealthily concealed himself. Feng Pu called the other 2 members of the beast god cult into the office. And from his hidden vantage point, Xiao Feng used the illusion again to control them. Thus, all 3 fell under his sway. How generous these individuals are. It turns out they view this company as a power bank, nurturing their offerings until it is time to lure them out of the city for sacrifice. In a chaotic world, the death of 1 or 2 insignificant figures would hardly raise an eyebrow. Even Feng Pu, as the boss, could report to the authorities to clear his name. It was a flawlessly crafted plan, until it encountered Xiao Feng, who is quite astute. Xiao Feng produced Feng Pu's communication crystal and passed it to him. Send a message to everyone to gather, preferably in a secluded location. Feng Pu complied, using his authority as a minister to notify all Beast God cult members in Kyoto to convene at an abandoned warehouse. Capturing the kingpin indeed proves effective. Once we have apprehended their leader, the rest are merely minions. As more and more individuals arrived, some appeared excited while others were puzzled. When the warehouse was filled with over 100 people, Xiao Feng declared, "All right, time to reap the rewards. Task to clear the Kyoto Beast God cult branch has been completed. Tsukuyami has been credited." Upon seeing Tsukuyami added to his skill set, Xiao Feng realized this was far superior to the illusions provided by the Sharingan. Initially, he could only control those at the Pain Realm level, but with Tsukuyami, even those of a higher realm would pose no threat. However, the scene of corpses strewn about was quite the predicament. Xiao Feng promptly dialed the official hotline for Huaxia, a suggestion made by Xiaoya. She had mentioned that for logistical issues, one should contact the authorities, while matters concerning abilities or tasks should be directed to the military. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The voice on the other end was extraordinarily polite, as this hotline was not widely known. Only those capable of attracting the attention of the authorities would receive assistance. "I need to report a cleanup mission." Xiao Feng relayed the address of the abandoned warehouse, clarifying that all individuals present were members of the Beast God cult before hanging up. Reducing the number of traitors among humanity would yield no repercussions. In fact, there would likely be rewards. While various factions within humanity engaged in incessant infighting, the authorities and military never intervened. However, should a faction turn traitorous and ally with the beasts, the officials would not stand idly by. The Beast God cult was merely one of the many cults in Kyoto, but due to Feng Pu's treacherous nature, it had never been eradicated. Now, a simple phone call could confirm the dissolution of the Beast God cult. "Sir, are you certain?" Yet Xiao Feng had already hung up. The woman, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, reported to her superiors. They expressed their intent to dispatch personnel for verification when the team arrived at the warehouse. "Boss, it appears to be genuine," the captain of the reconnaissance team reported through the phone. "There isn't a single survivor in the entire warehouse, and if it is indeed the case, I would prefer never to encounter that individual again." The captain turned, revealing a scene within the warehouse reminiscent of hell. While the other two team members were retching uncontrollably nearby, the manner of death did not suggest the victims were slain by abilities. But rather, it appeared they had been crushed into a pulp by some colossal force, akin to the handiwork of a giant. At that moment, Xiao Feng, having completed his system task, was in high spirits and returned home to fall into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, his information had already been exposed to the higher-ups. Did they truly believe the authorities were idly watching? Previously, the Beast God cult had been too dispersed, even after several attempts at annihilation. It could resurrect, but if the authorities wished, how could they not succeed? Xiao Feng's actions within the warehouse were unimaginable for an ordinary person, necessitating confirmation of any potential threat to humanity. However, when the higher-ups perused Xiao Feng's profile, they were astonished to find that, as members of the highest command center in Huaxia, they lacked the authority to view his records. The only individuals with higher clearance than them were the heads of the 5 prestigious academies. "He belongs to Jiangyun." After all, this was Kyoto, and the first name that sprang to mind was Jiangyun. I seem to have received word that Jiangyun made an exception and accepted a new disciple a few days ago. Could it be him? The individual spoke with a slight tremor. Jiangyun, ostensibly the strongest in Huaxia, was a paragon of integrity and righteousness. Yet, in reality, he was a cunning individual. Mastery of ambush, robbery, murder he excelled at it all. Everyone present had encountered the masked old man Jiang during the night. How could they fail to recognize him? Was there another calamity-level existence in Huaxia? They recognized him instantly. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. If he discovered they were rifling through his disciples' records, how did I end up here? Wasn't I already asleep? I understand now. I must have been sleepwalking. My heart condition is acting up. Someone, please help me. The individual clutching Xiao Feng's file exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that the other two were attempting to distance themselves from him. Otherwise, how could an official night owl claim he was asleep before 10? A seasoned military general declaring his heart condition was absurd. He called for a communications soldier and handed him the file. "Fear not, I shall take care of your wife." Then, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Help! Someone has stolen a file." The communications soldier responded with confusion. "Aren't you the one acting the most suspiciously?" Chapter 45. Xiaoya's jealousy. The following morning, a commotion broke out in the house. Signaling Xiaoya's return, Xiao Feng stepped out to investigate, only to discover three men, one donned in a pink apron cooking in the kitchen, another dressed in rubber clothing assisting him in the restroom, and the third bare-chested, with several vines draped across his back. What the hell? We've been invaded by perverts. Little brother, you're awake. The elderly man in the pink apron approached, presenting the final dish. Come, it's time to eat. Who are you? Xiao Feng retorted, his tone unfriendly. How could one be polite when trespassing in his home? Zheng Wendao. I am the Deputy Minister of the Kyoto Command Center. Do you not recognize me? This position is quite significant. You know, which notable figure in Kyoto would not greet me with a respectful Minister Zheng? At that moment, Jiao Wu appeared, holding a toilet plunger. I too am a Deputy Minister of the Kyoto Command Center. But as a military representative, while he is from the official side, Xiao Feng gestured towards the half-naked eccentric and inquired, and who is he? Oh, that is Minister He Chong. Don't mind him, he is just here to eat. Xiao Feng dialed Xiao Ye's number to verify whether those individuals truly existed. Indeed, they were real, and the command center oversees the ability users in Kyoto, though we are not included in that oversight. Xiao Feng was puzzled. Not included in us. This is a rule set by Jiang Yun. Students of the academy are managed by the academy itself, and they only need to manage the ability users outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng understood the situation. However, those three fellows are quite afraid of Jiang Yun. Their sudden appearance surely indicates they have stirred up trouble with that old man, providing an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Ye's words resonated with Xiao Feng, and he couldn't help but smile more brightly. He sat down at the dining table and began to eat. One must admit, the culinary skills were commendable. Meanwhile, the other two could only stand awkwardly by, unsure of how to speak. I already know the situation. As soon as Xiao Feng spoke, the other's heart sank. Could it be that Jiang Yun had found out? I will talk to Jiang Yun, but you all. Xiao Feng's half-smile revealed everything. Understood. Zheng Wen produced 2 slips of paper. These are 2 slots for the trial tower, although the trial tower is a creation of the Kyoto Academy. Each year it releases a few slots. Yet, there are only about 10 or 20 slots available annually, and it was only by leveraging his position that Zheng Wen managed to acquire 2. Otherwise, ordinary families would never get a chance in their lifetime. Jiao Wu pulled out a card. This is a nationwide universal key card. With it, one can use the portal to teleport to a designated city for missions. And it even allows one to cut in line. The portal, a spatial ability item for long-distance teleportation, is the preferred means for traveling between cities. One would willingly traverse the perilous wilderness filled with ability users, unless they were exceptionally strong. However, using the portal comes with exorbitant fees and requires waiting in line for approval. When Xiao Feng attempted to use the portal from Linjiang to Kyoto, he was informed he would have to wait for half a month, which forced him to use his Sharingan to control the staff. Finally, Xiao Feng turned his gaze towards the last minister, He Chong. Well, I was in a rush to leave this time, aside from these vine sticks. I didn't bring anything else that moment. He Chong was already berating them that we agreed to collectively apologize, and here I am, stripped down and holding vine sticks, while you all prepared gifts. The most embarrassing part is that you all prepared them, and didn't he even notify me? He Chong stood there, awkwardly frozen. How about you give me 2 lashes, Xiao Feng? Is your minister perhaps a masochist? The others turned their heads, pretending he had nothing to do with them, with a gritted jaw. He Chong pulled out a fishing rod from his bag. This ability item is my most treasured possession. It can catch water-type mutated beasts at the transformation level, lacking any other noteworthy items. He Chong could only part with his precious raw shui rod, which had accompanied him for 2.5 years. He was truly reluctant. Xiao Feng picked up the item and tested its feel. It seemed quite good, but it was of no use to him. System, can this thing be sold? Yes, 50 system points for me. Xiao Feng, you only offer 50 for this item that can catch transformation-level mutated beasts? 5,000, that's my final offer. Xiao Feng fell silent. 50,000. Deal. Seeing the system's excitement, Xiao Feng knew this item was worth much more than 50,000 system points. This time, he had learned his lesson and did not store it in the system warehouse, but rather set it aside. Hey, didn't we agree to sell it? You should put it in. If the price isn't right, we can negotiate. How about 100,000? 20,000 is also acceptable. The more the system behaved this way, the more Xiao Feng felt his judgment was correct. He then cheerfully helped He Chong up. We are all family. How can we speak so distantly? The 3 of them. Then you better return the items. With great enthusiasm, Xiao Feng saw the three out of his home. Being family does not mean you can enter the house. The three stood before the tightly shut door, yet they breathed a sigh of relief. At least this matter has passed, right? Xiao Feng was quite pleased to accept the items into his bag, though he was uncertain why the three had given him gifts. Nonetheless, one would be a fool not to accept meat that was delivered right to their door. As days turned into weeks, summer vacation was coming to an end. Students from the Kyoto Academy began to return to Kyoto from all corners of Huaxia, making the city lively once more. Under Xiaoya's guidance, Xiao Feng went directly to the academy to complete his enrollment, enjoying a green channel throughout the process. Xiao Feng, Sister Xiaoya. Just as Xiao Feng was about to head to the cafeteria to test the waters after finishing his enrollment, Jiang Yu unexpectedly appeared. Xiaoya was startled to see Jiang Yu. Is the level of our academy really this low? Even a level 3 awakened individual is here. The Xiao family had severed ties with the Jiang family many years ago. And the last time Xiaoya saw the little girl was when their parents were alive and they visited the Jiang family. However, Xiaoya had never particularly liked her. Xiao Feng, are you two planning to have a meal? We can join together. Jiang Yu looked at the two with anticipation. Xiao Feng was still searching for an excuse to refuse. We plan to eat at home. Xiaoya firmly declined, dragging Xiao Feng away from the academy. Near the entrance to their home, Xiaoya finally let go of Xiao Feng. From now on, keep your distance from her. Xiao Feng wasn't too keen either. This troublesome bond seems to follow him wherever he goes. At that moment, Jiang Yu was hiding in a small grass pile behind them. So she lived here. Like Xiaoya, Jiang Yu also harbored a sense of vigilance towards her. Although they were siblings, their personalities were entirely different. Even their hair colors were not the same. Furthermore, as a woman's intuition would have it, she always felt that Xiaoya harbored feelings for Xiao Feng that transcended mere familial affection. Chapter 46. With my spiritual eye ability, joining the support class seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? 2 extra chapters for the book Friend Shinci. Thank you for the daily support. Following is the main text. Jiang Yu mused to herself. There will always be times when you aren't home. At that point, I can just pay Xiao Feng a visit, and then, with a man and a woman alone together, sparks will fly. Mommy, that sister is so strange. I'm about to drool. A passing child pointed at Jiang Yu hiding in the grass pile. Don't mind her, baby. In the future, keep your distance from such people. As Jiang Yu walked home, memories of Xiao Feng's appearance from their childhood kept surfacing in her mind. Back then, he had promised to come and marry her. But now that we have grown up, why hasn't he come to marry me? Jiang Yu's thoughts were quite innocent, or to put it more plainly, naive. Thus, the Jiang family has always sought a reliable suitor for their daughter. And the most dependable family in Linjiang is none other than the Xiao family, the guardians of the city. Coincidentally, the two families had children of similar ages, and the childhood betrothal was thus established. However, life is unpredictable. The Xiao family perished in the beast tide, leaving only 2 children behind. Naturally, the Jiang family could not bear to see their daughter suffer further, prompting Jiang Yu's mother to go to the Xiao family to annul the engagement. At the same time, she left a sum of money to help the 2 children through their difficulties. However, the stubborn Xiaoya refused to accept the money, declaring she would find a wife for Xiao Feng who would be 100 times better than Jiang's daughter. Angered, Jiang Yu's mother stormed out of the Xiao family. From that point on, the relationship between the 2 families turned frigid. Yet, how could Jiang Yu understand all this? Over the years, she had been searching for Xiao Feng, her fiancé. Even when her family told her that Xiao Feng was no longer her fiancé, Jiang Yu still believed he was the person she wanted for life. Meanwhile, back at the Xiao home, Xiao Feng teased, Sister Ya, didn't you say when you annulled the engagement that you would find me a better wife? How come I haven't seen anyone yet? Upon hearing this, Xiaoya sprang off the sofa. Look at you. Are you not satisfied with me? The wife I spoke of isnta's sister. Who knew Xiaoya would flaunt her enviable assets? Just how much better can you say she is than someone with a flat chest? I dare not write more, fearing the book will be banned. Doghead. On the day of school commencement, Xiao Feng arrived at the campus as scheduled. Originally, the speech for new students was to be delivered by him, the top scholar, but it was reassigned to someone else to avoid chaos. This year's new students were severely polarized. The strong ones seemed eager to devour him, the top scorer, while the weaker ones were quite protective. This was because Xiao Feng had triggered a beast tide in Shi Mountain City, forcing the stronger students to withdraw, while some fortunate, yet less capable individuals were lucky enough to attend their desired academy. Hearing this, Xiao Feng could only helplessly scratch his head. How could he have anticipated that a transformation-level mutated beast would cause him trouble? A sneeze. Su Yi rubbed his nose, wondering who was talking about him. Did you hear that, Su Yi? If you don't want to return to prison, you better behave as a good homeroom teacher. Upon the conclusion of the Extraordinary Ability College entrance examination, Su Yi was initially expected to return to the detention center. However, the esteemed Jiang Yun had taken a keen interest in him, inviting him to become a teacher at the prestigious Kyoto Academy. Consequently, no one dared to retain him, and he was swiftly prepared and dispatched to Kyoto Academy under the cover of night. Su Yi was initially terrified, fearing that his reckless behavior during the exam had finally caught up with him. To his astonishment, he learned that he was being appointed as a homeroom teacher at the academy. After the new teachers delivered their introductory speeches, the students were assigned to various departments. The academy boasted numerous faculties, with the combat department being the last to receive a warm welcome, followed by the ability tools department, support department, logistics management department, and others. Naturally, Xiao Feng joined the support department. The head of the support department was a water element woman named Yan Lin, age 32, divorced, and childless. Upon learning of Xiao Feng's arrival, she felt a surge of joy. As the support department had too few students with combat capabilities, students in the support department often had to humbly seek out combat teams for experience. Yan Lin had long aspired to form a team of her own within the support department. But finding capable fighters had proven to be a daunting task, as most skilled individuals gravitated toward the combat department. The support department's only notable advantage was its abundance of female students. Xiao Feng's reason for joining the support department was quite simple. The lines for combat teams stretched from the academy to the dormitories, whereas there was no queue for the support department, making it an appealing choice. Additionally, the Spirit Eye ability was categorized under support, which made his decision quite reasonable. After selecting his department, Xiao Feng opted not to stay in the dormitory, as his sister Xiao Ye's villa was conveniently located near the academy. Since the daily classes were not numerous, he decided to commute instead. After registering for the support department, he was successfully placed in support class 1. The first class typically involved self-introductions among teachers and students, followed by students forming their own teams for leveling up. Arriving a bit late, Xiao Feng found only a seat at the back by the window and settled in comfortably. Shortly thereafter, Yan Lin entered the classroom. Hello everyone, I am Yan Lin, the head of the support department, and I will also serve as your advisor. If you have any questions regarding your studies, feel free to approach me privately. Now, let's begin with self-introductions to help everyone get acquainted. As for why the head of the department was also acting as a teacher, it was indeed to satisfy the academy's requirements, coupled with the unfortunate reality that the support department had far too few instructors. To be eligible for teaching at Kyoto Academy, one must at least be at the transformation realm, which disqualified over 90% of support ability users. Additionally, the number of students enrolling in the support department was consistently the lowest, with only 1 or 2 classes each year. This year was no exception, as only the 78 students present in front of her constituted the new cohort of the support department. Therefore, Yan Lin's teaching approach differed from others. She placed greater emphasis on the psychological aspects of her students and sought to foster a sense of familiarity among them. Simultaneously, she scanned the crowd for Xiao Feng, the exceptional disciple accepted under the principal's special consideration. Surely, he must possess great strength. Upon noticing Xiao Feng seated calmly at the back, she mused to herself, how composed he is. However, when she checked his cultivation level, she was taken aback. The control realm? My goodness. How did he ascend so rapidly? Although the admission requirement for Kyoto Academy was an awakening level of 8 for combat students, the support department typically only required an awakening level of 5 or above, along with a C grade or higher support ability. Yet, the highest achievers each year seldom exceeded awakening level 9. To break through to the control realm within just 2 months was remarkable. The last time Yan Lin had seen such talent was ages ago. Having such a genius in our support department is simply splendid. When it was Xiao Feng's turn to introduce himself, he stood up and surveyed the room. I am Xiao Feng, with the Spirit Eye ability. I can fight a little, but please don't call on me for team formations. The students collectively thought, what a peculiar introduction. Wait a moment, did he say his name is Xiao Feng? The entire class had experienced the beast tide in Shishan City. And since then, tales of Xiao Feng had spread like wildfire among the new students. They had assumed he would join the combat department. Yet here he was? Surely, it can't be the same person. Right? Ahem. As you may have surmised, he is the top scorer of this year's entrance exam. Xiaofeng. Yin Lin interjected to clarify. Classmate Xiao has high hopes for the development of our support department and intends to weather the challenges alongside us. Not at all. I simply noticed that there was no queue for the support department and fewer classes, Xiaofeng replied. Yin Lin retorted, Can you not let me finish my sentence? I am the head of the support department. Must I not have some dignity? Internally, she was raging but refrained from expressing it, as he was the principal's disciple, and she dared not provoke him, observing the rather lackluster atmosphere in the classroom. Xiaofeng inquired, Is it time for class to end? Can you not see who caused the atmosphere to chill? Yin Lin sighed. Class is dismissed. You may venture outside to level up and seek assistance from senior students. But remember, you may earn no more than 50 credits. Many senior students seized this opportunity to exploit the new students, knowing they would not have such chances later on. Xiaofeng, please stay behind. She instructed. Pointing to himself with a puzzled expression, Xiaofeng complied. Once the classroom was empty, Yin Lin and Xiaofeng found themselves alone. Before Yin Lin could speak, Xiaofeng preemptively stated, You're quite remarkable. But we're not compatible. What do you mean by that? Yin Lin replied, slightly taken aback. I want you to form a leveling team within the support class. Xiaofeng scratched his head, realizing it was not a matter of an older man pursuing a younger woman. But my fees are quite high. Xiaofeng donned a classic scheming merchant's grin, prompting the system to exclaim its astonishment. Yin Lin was left speechless. You would charge your classmates? What else? Should I engage in charity? This is a chaotic world. You wouldn't expect me to be a saint, would you? Yin Lin pondered, recognizing the harsh reality of their world, and realized Xiaofeng would need to invest time in mentoring others. You must offer a discount then. Xiaofeng flashed a toothy grin. I am the most principled. When shall I prepare? Yin Lin sighed helplessly, feeling an uncanny resemblance to Principal Jiang in Xiaofeng. No wonder he had chosen him as a disciple. Every morning at 7, I will send a message in the class group. All right. After leaving, Xiaofeng did not choose to depart the academy, but instead headed to another location, the Trial Tower. There are only 6 trial towers across all of Huaxia, and the one at Kyoto Academy is the earliest discovered. Upon entering, humanity found that each level presented illusions, with the strength of the illusions increasing with each ascending floor. Halt! This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. 2 guards at the transformation realm stood watch, but Xiaofeng's gaze was drawn to the elderly man behind them. It was inconceivable that such an important location would be guarded by merely 2 individuals at the transformation realm. Presenting his student ID, Xiaofeng utilized one trial opportunity, and only then were the guards permitted to let him pass. Proceeding forward, he noticed the old man. Name, Shu Tian. Level, Disaster Level 1. Ability, Elemental. Wind. Description, a compulsive gambler. He lost a bet to Jiang Yun and agreed to guard the trial tower at Kyoto Academy for 50 years, yet he remains unchanged in his penchant for gambling with students. Despite his gambling addiction, he possesses no skills in gambling, and thus, encounters with experts often result in him losing 9 out of 10 times. Upon noticing a new face, the old man approached, grinning widely despite his remaining 2 teeth. Young one, do you wish to partake in something intriguing? His gambling obsession was self-evident, and Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel a tinge of interest as he sat opposite the old beggar. How do we play? Shu Tian, overjoyed at finally finding someone to play with after a long day, exclaimed, We'll play a game of dice. Let us compare our scores. He produced several magic cores as makeshift chips. Seeing this, Xiaofeng retrieved a small pile of magic cores from his system warehouse, those that he had not exchanged for anything. Yet you are betting against a disaster realm being with that meager fortune? What do you think you can afford to lose? You mentioned he has no gambling skills, so I might have a chance to win. Do you dare to play against him? He is at the disaster realm. Even with the Sharingan, you wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. If he pulls a fast one in front of you, you might not even realize it, despite the system's warnings. Xiaofeng remained resolute. You go ahead, Shu Tian smiled. Then let me demonstrate my prowess. He shook the dice cup in his hand, while Xiaofeng's eyes gradually turned red, activating his Sharingan. You have quite an interesting eye. Is this a new ability? Shu Tian chatted while shaking the cup. It's merely a mutated spirit eye ability. The spirit eye ability? Even I feel uneasy looking at your eyes. Could it truly be that spirit eye ability? Slamming down the dice cup, Shu Tian revealed a score of 1, 2, 1. That was indeed quite the display. Xiaofeng smirked. then casually shook the cup himself. 666, not wanting to take too much. He picked a magic core from Shu Tian's pile. No, no, let us go again. Xiao Feng gestured for him to continue to be. By the way, Shu Lao, how long have you been here? Shu Tian was taken aback. How does this kid know my surname? It has been over 40 years. Shu Tian once again set down the dice cup and opened it. 3.3.4. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng merely smiled faintly as he casually shook the cup again. 5.6.6. Shu Tian's face turned pale, helplessly watching as Xiao Feng extracted yet another magic core from his pile. Once more, senior, perhaps we should refrain from continuing this. No way. Today, I must win at least once. But you have no magic cores left, Xiao Feng pointed out, gesturing to the front. Shu Tian focused his gaze and suddenly realized that all his magic cores had been completely lost. You little rascal, you're cheating. Hey, one mustn't speak carelessly. As a master of control, what kind of trick could possibly deceive you? Upon hearing this, Shu Tian thought, indeed, with his strength at the Calamity Realm, no one, except for that old fogey Jiang Yun, could cheat in front of him. How could this kid possess such power? At this moment, even the system couldn't help but curse, even deceiving the elderly. Indeed, Xiao Feng had cheated the moment he activated his Sharingan. He fixated on the dice cup, using subtle clues and sounds to deduce the numbers within. Whenever small numbers appeared, Xiao Feng would engage Shu Tian in conversation to interrupt him. Consequently, the numbers Shu Tian revealed would inevitably be low. As for large numbers, haven't you all played with dice? Simply toss in the high numbers upside down, give it a casual shake, and you would generally end up with high rolls, since the old senior has no wager left. I shall proceed to the trial tower. Xiao Feng feigned a gesture of departing, only to be halted by Shu Tian's abrupt call. Wait. Chapter 48. The trial tower. Wait. Shu Tian called out to Xiao Feng. What do you intend to wager with? You have no magic cores left. He sneered. I never imagined you to be just like those others, a group overly concerned with material possessions. We, as extraordinary beings, ought to focus on the soul. So, do you possess any magic cores? Shu Tian replied. I could wager my very existence. Xiao Feng scrutinized Shu Tian, who appeared disheveled, as though his hair hadn't been washed in years. A chill ran down his spine. Well, perhaps not. You should keep that for yourself. What on earth are you thinking? I meant to wager my chances of taking action. To be honest, I am also at the Calamity Realm. Although I may not compare to those old-timers, I still possess considerable strength. Xiao Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, waiting for this very statement. 10 minutes later, you at least leave the shoes for me. Haven't I already left you my underwear? And now you want my shoes? Shu Tian, now exposed, resembled a beggar, and the only difference was that he was in a far worse state. Some passing students, out of pity, even tossed a couple of Awakening Realm magic cores his way. Could Shu Tian endure such humiliation? A dignified being of the Calamity Realm, I would rather starve to death. I would rather ram myself against the trial tower than pick up these magic cores. Just these 2 magic cores. Could you at least return my shoes? Xiao Feng retorted. Did you not say you didn't want them? Why are you collecting them faster than anyone else? In truth, Xiao Feng had already won 2 opportunities from him. But Shu Tian, having forcibly broken through to the Calamity Realm, was merely clinging to life by a thread. Taking action twice was already his limit. Attempting a 3rd time would likely spell his demise. Thus, he resorted to wagering his clothes against Xiao Feng. The outcome was all too predictable, and he ended up losing even his underwear. Had Xiao Feng not declined, the Academy Forum would likely have featured a post titled, "Shocking. The Elder of the Trial Tower stripped of his garments. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decay of morality?" After thoroughly winning against Shu Tian, Xiao Feng had expected the old fellow to exercise a bit more restraint. Just you wait. Once I gather enough funds, we shall gamble again. Truly, a devoted gambler. Xiao Feng chose not to engage further and instead directly entered the trial tower. Loading instance. A commotion from the system rang out. An instance? Indeed, this object is essentially a leveling instance across the multiverse. Besides experience, rewards can also include item selection, ability modifications, body mutations. However, it is currently recommended that the host choose experience, given your level. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although uncertain why. It seemed as though the system was looking down on him. Do you know the origin of the trial tower? Xiao Feng inquired. This structure was abruptly discovered by the human race on Blue Star. Yet no one knew its origins or why it appeared on Blue Star. 1 million system points. And I will reveal everything. The system chuckled. Xiaofeng didn't pursue the topic with a million system points. Why bother with such trivial information? Why not directly exchange for a powerful skill instead? Upon entering the trial tower, the first level featured merely a level 1 awakening beast, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A single Great Fireball could generally resolve an Awakening Realm beast. Even at level 9 awakening, 2 fireballs would be necessary, yet within the trial tower, the spiritual energy was remarkably abundant, eliminating concerns over insufficient energy. Why do I feel that the beasts inside are significantly stronger than those outside? Xiaofeng pondered. The beasts within the trial tower appeared at least 30% stronger than those he encountered in the wild. That is to be expected. The beings evolved within the trial tower are modeled after the optimal life forms of this local planet. Soon, at the 11th level of the trial tower, Xiaofeng noticed a figure ahead lost in thought. Isn't that just me? Buffed. This indicates that the trial tower has classified you as the strongest level 1 control life form of Blue Star. However, this is the first time I've witnessed someone fighting against their own reflection. The system's laughter echoed in Xiaofeng's mind. So, will it use my skills too? If the opponent can also utilize abilities akin to the Sharingan, that would be troublesome. The Sharingan is a bloodline limit. Although the host lacks Uchiha heritage, you possess this system. Hence, you can wield the Sharingan. Even if the opponent attempts to mimic, they are merely a reflection. I understand. In other words, aside from the Sharingan and similar skills, the abilities I possess, the opponent will also have, correct? If that is the case, Amaterasu, a cluster of black flames ignited around Xiaofeng, and the copy before him widened its eyes in imitation. However, the counterpart merely possessed an ordinary spiritual eye ability. No matter how wide it stared, it could not unleash this skill. Watching a creature akin to himself reduced to ashes by Amaterasu was indeed a bizarre sensation. At the 12th level, he faced a level 2 control beast. It was not until the 30th level, when confronting a Metamorphosis Realm beast on the verge of breaking through to the Domain Realm, that he encountered an opponent several times stronger than the previous level's beast. The Domain Realm represents an existence capable of manifesting a domain around itself, achieving invincibility within its domain. Thus, only a more formidable domain can conquer it. The system's explanation enlightened Xiaofeng. Yet, wasn't the creature before him merely a Metamorphosis Realm beast? That beast had merely grazed the concept of a domain. It had yet to fully comprehend it. Otherwise, with Xiaofeng's current strength, he would have been thoroughly beaten. Ultimately, Xiaofeng managed to defeat the beast utilizing Amaterasu to wear down its vitality. However, when confronted with the Domain Realm on the 31st level, after just a fleeting glance, Xiaofeng found himself outside the tower. At that moment, Xiaofeng finally understood that the trials Xiaoya had set before him were not mere water, but the entirety of the Pacific Ocean. The strength of a Domain Realm being was indeed terrifying. Only then did Xiaofeng notice a crowd gathered around the trial tower, all with mouths agape, staring blankly at him. Is this some sort of mass hysteria? Shu Tian rushed over from the side. Kid, were you the one challenging the trial tower just now? Xiaofeng, bewildered, nodded. What is going on with everyone? Shu Tian pointed behind Xiaofeng as he turned around. What the hell? A golden legend. The entire trial tower radiated a golden glow, which also served as the second function of the trial tower, testing potential. For most individuals, simply emitting a faint glimmer of light is already a remarkable achievement. However, the brilliance emanating from Xiaofeng after completing the trial tower was the brightest Shu Tian had ever witnessed. Levels 1 to 10, Awakening, 11-20, Control, 21-30, Metamorphosis. Chapter 49. The auxiliary class with a gradually diverging theme. The light flickered and then transformed into a multitude of luminous points that adhered to Xiaofeng. Following this, immense spiritual energy surged into his body. Control level 2. Control level 3. It continued until it reached control level 5, before finally coming to a halt. Even Shu Tian, who had encountered numerous challenges in life, couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, I've never seen someone so extraordinarily gifted. Kid, have you found a master? Would you like a ready-made one?" Shu Tian inquired, astonished that he had never taken on a disciple in his life, yet encountered such a prodigy today. But you arrived too late. I already pledged myself to Jiang Yun as my master, Xiaofeng replied, spreading his hands in resignation. Moreover, having won everything from Shu Tian, there was no offering he could present as a token of apprenticeship. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's name, Shu Tian's anger flared. His level surpasses mine, his talent exceeds mine, and now he snatches a disciple right before my eyes. Once the final 2 years of my journey conclude, I shall undoubtedly seek him out for a confrontation. Regardless of whether I can prevail, I must first release my pent-up frustrations. It remains uncertain if this is a result of Xiao Feng's burdensome manipulations. But the trial tower has unexpectedly sealed its gates, preventing the students who arrived for trials from entering. I have already submitted my quota for the trials. How could they close the door? My family exerted considerable effort to secure this opportunity for me. Please do not thwart me. Sensing the situation was amiss, Xiaofeng swiftly made his exit before anyone could focus their attention on him. Along the way, he inquired of the system, "What is going on here?" The system replied, "The rewards of the trial tower are indeed limited. It absorbs the spiritual energy of this world daily to provide feedback to the challengers. If you absorb all the rewards for today at once, it will inevitably lead to the gates being shut. So, this is how it is. Does that mean I can still take advantage of it a few more times? However, I suspect that those who follow may find themselves stuck at the host's replica level. Why is that?" The system explained, "The learning function of the trial tower is remarkably powerful. Even if one cannot learn a bug skill like Amaterasu, how many individuals of the same realm can withstand your other skills?" As the system had indicated, a mysterious figure on the 25th floor of the trial tower was soon revealed on the Academy's forum. It was previously believed that only exotic beasts resided within the trial tower, but this incident unveiled the presence of a human. However, the mysterious individual radiated a golden light, obscuring their appearance, leading the students to refer to them simply as the mysterious person. With this enigmatic guardian overseeing the trial tower, students who could originally challenge the 30th floor found themselves faltering before the 25th. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, the true instigator, had already led his group of female companions out of the city. "Xiao Feng, can you truly manage this alone?" inquired a girl in a blue outfit. In a group of 20, Xiao Feng was the sole male. No, rather, the only source of damage output, while the others were all delicate support characters. Xiao Feng confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Fear not. I am indeed being compensated for this." Before long, they encountered an exotic beast. To ensure his companions could claim the kill, Xiao Feng deliberately employed skills such as wood release. He immobilized the beast with a grafting technique, allowing the girls to deliver the finishing blows. Yet, even when Xiao Feng had severely weakened the beast, the damage output from the girls remained woefully inadequate. Thus, during a lull, he began instructing them on alternative methods of utilizing their powers. "Is your name Lulu?" asked the girl in blue, turning upon hearing her name. "Yes. What is it?" "I recall you possess wood-type abilities." Lulu nodded. "Would you like to learn something intriguing?" Xiao Feng leaned in closer with a mischievous smile. "Intriguing? No, I can't do that. Believe in yourself. A bit faster, a bit deeper," Xiao Feng commanded from behind. "I truly cannot hold on any longer. My body is giving out. This is merely the beginning. Get up and continue." But can wood-type abilities really be used in this manner? Lulu had never heard of using wood-type for offense. It was always for healing or nurturing plants. "That's why I urge you to quicken your pace. Observe me. Wood release. Grafting technique." With a flourish, Xiao Feng's arms sprouted 2 tree trunks that soared towards the exotic beast, pinning it in place and leaving it on the verge of death. The other girls then rushed forward to finish it off. Lu watched in awe. Wood type could be utilized in such a manner. Remember, there are no useless abilities, only useless wielders. Xiao Feng turned his back, adopting an air of wisdom. "That I understand. Master, I am not your master. Should you wish to be my disciple, you must first pay a modest tuition fee." Lulu promptly produced a black card from her bag. "There are only 50 million left. Please don't think it too little, Master. Once my allowance arrives next month, I promise not to squander it, and will give it all to you. As practitioners of abilities, we value fate above all. You are indeed my destined companion." Xiao Feng helped Lulu to her feet and nonchalantly pocketed the black card. "From now on, focus on mastering wood release. I have high hopes for you." "Yes, Master." Xiao Feng also offered occasional guidance to the others. For having accepted Yan Ling's payment, he needed to deliver results. However, under Xiao Feng's leadership throughout the day, the atmosphere of the entire group began to shift dramatically. Xiao Feng lounged with his legs crossed, while Lulu held a teacup beside him. "Master, it has cooled." Meanwhile, at the front, the once gentle and delicate girls had transformed. Water release. Who repairs the dam? Earth release. Earth spike. Wind release. Gale palm. Observing this transformation, Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Surely, when he returned, Yanling would have no grounds for complaint, although this world employed spiritual energy for ability use. Under Xiao Feng's guidance, everyone learned to transcend traditional methods, integrating commonly supportive abilities like water and wood into immensely offensive skills. Many beamed with pride at their accomplishments. No one wished to live perpetually under the protection of others. Not even they. Upon realizing their abilities could independently slay exotic beasts, everyone rejoiced. "Thank you, Xiao Feng," they chorused in unison, and had it not been for Lu Lu standing nearby, they might have rushed forward to express their gratitude with a kiss. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively. "We are all fated companions. There is no need to concern ourselves with such trivialities." That day, Xiao Feng's private account swelled by an additional 20 million. Chapter 50. The Academy's Great Competition. Will the support class cease to be supportive? I entrusted you with leading the team. And what have you accomplished? Yin Ling's voice reverberated throughout the director's office. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I have taught them to hunt exotic beasts through their own efforts and did not request additional fees from you. Xiao Feng sat in the chair, his fingers interlaced, exuding an air of authority. Yin Ling held her head in frustration, envisioning a scenario where a group of delicate girls approached him, inquiring how to dissect exotic beasts and how to kill enemies without getting bloodied. Yesterday, Yin Ling had been bombarded with questions, rendered dumbfounded. It was astonishing that a group of young ladies, who would typically shy away from exotic beasts, were now eager to hunt them. Everything had changed after Xiao Feng led one team. Moreover, in this world, possessing strength is far superior to being a mere ornament. I have suddenly realized that I might possess great potential as a teacher. You should reconsider being a teacher. Having managed one team was already a challenge. It would be unwise to allow you further contact with them. The support class's dynamics have gone awry. Yet, Yin Ling underestimated the rapidity of information dissemination among the girls. Upon returning to class, the 20 students immediately propagated Xiao Feng's teachings. When one entered the classroom, they could observe a multitude of support-type abilities being creatively employed. Yin Ling helplessly covered her face, sensing that this year's cohort would undoubtedly be the strongest, yet most peculiar support class in history. Today, I have two announcements. First, the Academy's grand competition is approaching. Our support class students must seek out teams to serve as support or logistics. The victorious teams will receive generous rewards. This tradition has long been established. As students in the support class lack combat prowess and must rely on connections to join teams from other departments. Teacher, can't we form our own competition teams? Lu Lu raised her hand to inquire. The other girls looked on, echoing, yes, why must we serve others as subordinates? Yin Ling had lost count of how many times she had buried her face in her hands. Indeed, we can form teams. But each team can have no more than 5 members. Before Yin Ling could finish her sentence, many rushed over to Xiao Feng. Coach, please let us team up. Master, surely we shall be a team. Xiao Feng, may I join? I can take you to my home to see my acrobatic cat. These girls, once the epitome of beauty in high school and hailing from affluent families, were now humbly beseeching him. Yet, they felt no discomfort. It was precisely because Xiao Feng had taught them to utilize their abilities from a different perspective. Even when approaching other teams, they would still plead for inclusion, but with Xiao Feng, they felt more at ease. Yin Ling rapped the blackboard. Xiao Feng cannot participate in this year's grand competition. Do not harbor any illusions. Xiao Feng stood frozen in disbelief. Why not? The directors of several academies unanimously decided to ban your participation to prevent a recurrence of the incident involving Xiao Ye 2 years prior. That year, Xiao Ye single-handedly dominated the entire academy. Had it not been for a teacher intervening, the consequences would have been dire. Coupled with Xiao Feng's actions in Shi Mountain City, even Yin Ling cast her vote in agreement. The crowd returned to their seats, disheartened. Were they truly to seek out those arrogant individuals from the combat department? I refuse to be a subordinate. I want to form my own team. Lu Lu slammed her hands on the table and approached Yin Ling to submit a team application. With Lu Lu leading the charge, the others quickly followed suit, eager to form their own teams. Even in defeat, they must maintain their noble and graceful demeanor, refusing to lower themselves to servitude. Yin Lin gazed at this group of individuals, seemingly recalling the game from the previous night where the healer had a heart for damage output. Who on earth has a healer with 6 hats? Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Truly a testament to the team I have trained. They possess spirit. After class, Yin Lin sought out Xiao Feng again. Is she going to ask me to lead them in leveling up once more? Yin Lin wore a sullen expression. She dared not let him take charge again. After just one session, they had transformed from young ladies into a reckless horde of damage-dealing healers. If he were to lead them again, would they not charge into the lair of the beasts for a rave? As compensation, the Academy would directly allocate 500 credits to him, but he would need to become one of the invigilators that in truth. The requirements for invigilators in this grand competition were not particularly stringent. Typically, second-year students were appointed, yet they only received a meager 50 credits as compensation. Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and concluded that he could accept the offer. Thus he agreed. As Yin Lin watched his retreating figure, she could only pray that once he became an invigilator, he would refrain from causing any further disturbances. Otherwise, she feared her funding for the support department next year would be cut off. Upon exiting the main gate, a throng of students congregated outside the support department's entrance. Upon seeing someone emerge, they immediately approached with inquiries. Bro, you're from the support department, right? Xiao Feng nodded. Fantastic. You must not have joined a team yet. Right? We are short one logistics member. Join our team. We have an awakened level 9 powerhouse. Plus, he is an A-grade attack type ability user. I have high hopes for you. So, will you join us? When did I ever agree to that? Xiao Feng produced his Invigilator-S certificate. I'm here as a teacher to support you psychologically. The individual stood frozen, astonished. Wait, he is a second-year senior. No way. If you're not participating, why are you chatting with me for so long? What is going on this year? Didn't the teachers say that support students would come begging to join combat teams? Exactly. I just encountered a support girl who I asked to join our team. Provided she could heal, yet she gave me a disdainful glance and walked away. Are the students from this year's support department not planning to participate in the academy competition? This contradicts what the teachers have said. While output is indeed paramount for any team, support is also an essential component. Healing potions and similar items are cumbersome to carry and costly, and their recovery speed cannot match that of healing abilities. Thus, having a restorative support ability user is immensely crucial, and support members can also handle logistics, carrying potions and other items. If the other team members had to carry them, it would undoubtedly hinder their combat effectiveness. Yet, curiously, none of the support students this year seem inclined to seek out teams, and even when combat students approach them, they often receive disdain. Chapter 51. You will drive me mad eventually. Yin Lin. What is going on with your support department this year? A burly middle-aged man stormed over, demanding answers. He was the dean of the combat department, Yin Hua. Yin Lin, now indifferent, sat slumped in her office chair. Her gaze hollow. Her desk was cluttered with team applications submitted by the support class, and Yin Hua was not the first to come seeking answers. Deans from various departments, including the Ability Tools Academy, the Beast Transformation Academy, the Elemental Academy, and the Special Abilities Academy, had all come to inquire. Yin Lin felt helpless. She couldn't force those students to serve as support for others, could she? She understood well the treatment support students received in other teams, having experienced it herself as a former support student. However, as they were merely support, they had little power to change the situation. Yin Hua, at least I am also a dean of a department. You can't just barge in without knocking. Do not change the subject. Why have none of the support students joined any teams this year? Are you planning to abandon this academy competition? Yin Lin waved the stack of team applications in her hand, exasperated that I cannot compel them to serve as support for your students. Yin Hua snatched the application form from her. Support students creating their own teams. Haven't we banned Xiao Feng from participating? The first thought that crossed Yin Hua's mind was that Xiao Feng had registered, or else how could the support students have the confidence to participate? He didn't sign up. It was the other students who chose to participate voluntarily. Yin Lin shrugged helplessly. Yin Hua, having taught at the Kyoto Academy for decades, was encountering support students voluntarily signing up for the academy competition for the first time. You must know how overwhelmed I am right now. Unless you want to see me lose my temper, you should leave. Though Yin Lin held the lowest rank among the deans, none dared to underestimate her. She was the only individual in all of China to have transcended into the domain realm with a support ability. The nation's top powerhouses had all once received her healing light. Yin Lin, don't be angry. I merely came to ask. Leave. All right. Yin Hua smiled sheepishly and promptly exited. After a moment of headache, Yin Lin reviewed all the applications, then called upon her students. Lu, why did you choose to team up with Suyu? Your wood ability paired with her earth ability 1T yields significant results. I suggest you team up with Yuan Yi from the water department, having spent time with all the top teams across the nation. Yin Lin had unparalleled insight into the synergy between abilities. Support requires a broad perspective, and through her experience, she quickly identified the inconsistencies within several teams that if they are to pursue this path. As their dean, why not offer her support? Indeed, the support department had lingered too long in the shadows, with everyone perceiving them merely as tools, pack mules, and free healers. How she longed to change this perception. While this incident was unfortunate, it also presented an opportunity for the support department. If they could secure a commendable ranking through their own efforts, would anyone dare to belittle the support department again? Under Yin Lin's expert guidance, the support Class S teams began to evolve, growing more cohesive and filled with potential. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Xiao Feng, was receiving a lecture in Jiang Yun's office. I was merely away for a few days, and you make such a fuss about it? Not at all. I was quite honest, you know. Ha! You caused the trial tower to shut down, and then you joined the support department. Joining the support department is one thing, but you led an entire group of students astray. Do you realize how many of them are the apple of the eyes of the powerful in all of China? Take Lu, for instance. She is the only daughter of the wealthiest man in China. Many buildings in the Kyoto Academy were donated by her father. Xiao Feng mumbled to himself. No wonder she is so rich. Should I be worried? What did you say? I merely shared my understanding of abilities with them. Besides, didn't you say that in this chaotic world, we do not need the weak? That's not what I meant. What I meant was not to have weaklings, but I never said to exclude support. Do you understand that a good support can enhance a team's combat power by at least 30%? Once, the strongest team in all of China was led by Jiang Yun, alongside other deans from various academies, including Yin Lin. Together, they had once thwarted a catastrophe that threatened humanity, though times have changed. And they have grown even stronger. It's undeniable that without Yin Lin's support during that war, at least 2 of them would have perished. This is why no one dares to provoke Yin Lin. Xiao Feng's backing is merely Jiang Yun, while Yin Lin has the deans of the 5 major academies behind her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng was taken aback, realizing just how formidable Dean Yin was. Yin Lin's ability required her to draw upon her own life force. So since that war, she had refrained from using her powers unless absolutely necessary. You, a fine combat talent, are frolicking in the support department. I also possess the Spirit Eye ability. The Spirit Eye ability is indeed supportive, but are you a Spirit Eye? Xiao Feng's crimson eyes gave Jiang Yun an uncanny feeling that they could not belong to one with the Spirit Eye ability. Although he was aware that Xiao Feng was harboring some secrets, everyone has their own mysteries, and Jiang Yun would not pry. All he needed to know was that he stood on the side of humanity. Just make sure you don't stir up trouble during the academy competition. Otherwise, I'll toss you into the wild to be a prey. Aren't you afraid that my sister will set fire to your beard if you throw me into the wild? Jiang Yun retorted, I must have run out of luck in 8 lifetimes to have crossed paths with you siblings. Get lost. All right, don't get too worked up. I don't want to be labeled as a teacher killer. Do you even realize how close you are to driving me mad? As Xiao Feng exited the office, he encountered a familiar face. Xiao Feng. Jiang Yu had initially considered joining the support class. But upon realizing that Xiao Feng would surely join the combat department, she opted to follow suit. Little did she expect that not only would she fail to find Xiao Feng, but she also wouldn't be able to join a team for this academy competition. Despite some teammates agreeing to let her join as long as she was willing to carry props and potions, upon hearing that she would not receive any rewards from the grand competition, she thought, what's the point of joining then? It was rather deceitful. That person, under the guise of helping Jiang Yu gain combat experience, claimed that it was already generous of them to allow her to join without charging a fee. In a fit of anger, Jiang Yu decided to go to the dean's office to process her transfer. Even if she moved to the support department, she would not have to endure such indignities. Chapter 52, Academy Grand Competition. Xiao Feng. What are you doing here? Jiang Yu asked with delight, pleasantly surprised to encounter him. I just came to wander around. Do you believe me? Xiao Feng replied, feigning innocence. Though Jiang Yu, while simple-minded, was not foolish, that I know. You must have come here because the restrooms in the teaching building were full, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. as if he had heard something similar in a past life. Spoken by a child clad in a thick cotton coat. Yes, yes, yes. Xiaofeng, are you participating in the Academy Grand Competition? Is your team still in need of members? Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Exuding confidence that I'm not participating, Xiaofeng's single statement caused Jiang Yu's spirits to visibly plummet. Oh, I see. Then I won't participate either. Xiaofeng, shall we go have breakfast together? No. Thank you. I'll treat you. Where shall we eat? At a breakfast restaurant. The two of them harmoniously ordered half a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of corn porridge. You two are together, right? 2 half baskets are just right. This basket has just been steamed for you. The shop owner warmly welcomed them, marveling at Xiaofeng and the lovely girl across from him, lamenting how this young man possessed half the strength he had in his youth. Xiaofeng, however, paid little mind, as it was merely a meal. Xiaofeng, which department are you in? Jiang Yu ultimately decided to inquire, as she wished to transfer to the same class as Xiaofeng. The support department, of course. My spiritual eye ability is rather fitting, wouldn't you say? Fitting. What nonsense. Jiang Yu had already learned that Xiaofeng was the top scorer of the college entrance examination and that his ability had mutated into a remarkably powerful new talent. Jiang Yun publicly declared it as duplication. As Xiaofeng exhibited several abilities, if left unexplained, he would attract undue attention. Then I shall transfer to the support class as well, Jiang Yu exclaimed joyfully. The Academy Grand Competition is about to begin, and you wish to transfer now. The combat department students are too strong. I feel like mere cannon fodder in comparison. Jiang Yu slumped dejectedly over the table, feeling disheartened, despite her own considerable talent, which paled in comparison to that group. That I heard that this time the Academy Grand Competition will have second-year seniors as judges. Each team can only receive 1 judge's stamp to earn additional points. And the team with the highest score will be crowned champion. Xiaofeng pondered, wondering why he hadn't received any notification. Dingling, Xiaofeng checked his phone, which notified all judges to gather in classroom 407. I'll take my leave. Don't go. I can't finish all this by myself. As Xiaofeng headed towards the teaching building, he noticed numerous students gazing at him. Or rather, were they staring at what was behind him? Xiaofeng took a step forward, then immediately turned, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize the onlookers. Who are you? The person was none other than Su Yi, a new teacher at the Kyoto Academy, who now regarded Xiaofeng as if he were a rare treasure. How has it only been this long, and you've already reached this level? Su Yi approached and grasped Xiaofeng's arm, fearful he might vanish at any moment. Xiaofeng withdrew his arm in disdain. Judge Su, what brings you here? Xiaofeng had some recollection of Su Yi, given his notorious reputation from the college entrance examination. That I've come to teach at Kyoto Academy. However, they've asked me to serve as a judge for the Academy Grand Competition. You a judge too? This year's Academy Grand Competition was my idea. What's entertaining about a bunch of weaklings battling each other? If they're going to fight, they should challenge the second-year students. No wonder the Academy suddenly devised such a contest for the teams to challenge the second-year seniors. It turned out this reckless individual had proposed it. I've already gone easy on them. 1 team of 5 against a single second-year student is quite fair. Xiaofeng's lips twitched. If memory served, a criterion for advancing to the second year at Kyoto Academy was achieving level 4 control. Lest one face retention. To pit a group still in the awakening stage against those adept in control was akin to sending infants clad in diapers to battle teenagers wielding clubs. One could only say, leave it to you, Su Yi. The two proceeded to the classroom, which was already bustling with students. It appeared that the majority were second-year students, though a few seemed to be faculty members. However, Xiaofeng, as a first-year student, stood out conspicuously. The first-year uniforms were of a lighter color and bore subtle distinctions, making them easily recognizable. What are first-year students doing here? A few surrounded Xiaofeng, evidently intent on intimidating him. Su Yi, meanwhile, appeared somewhat excited, wishing he could shout, "Let us fight." He had yet to gauge Xiaofeng's true capabilities during their encounter in Shi Mountain City and remained eager to observe his every move. Xiaofeng merely smiled faintly. Before long, 3 burly men collapsed to the ground. That I was wrong. We won't dare again. The 3 men gazed at Xiaofeng as if they had seen something that instilled profound fear within them. Xiaofeng, exasperated, spread his hands. The power of Tsukuyami was far greater than he had anticipated. Within the realm of the illusion, time flowed differently. Although only a few seconds had passed, the 3 men had endured several hours of torment. Su Yi stepped forward, Whose ability did you replicate? How is it so formidable? Due to Zhang Yun's proclamations, apart from Xiaoya, everyone assumed that Xiao Feng's ability had mutated into an S-level duplication. Little did they know, when Zhang Yun assessed the level of Xiao Feng's Sharingan, it yielded an indeterminable result, suggesting that the limits of the Sharingan exceeded S-level. Thus, even if they falsely claimed Xiao Feng was an S-level duplicator, they could not expose the secret of his eyes, at least not before he grew stronger. Presently, internal strife in Kyoto was severe, prompting Zhang Yun to devise this strategy to mislead their own people. Xiao Feng did not respond to Su Yi, as he owed no obligation to answer. Moreover, with the three burly men serving as a cautionary tale, the other second-year students dared not underestimate Xiao Feng. Instead, they seemed inclined to distance themselves at that moment. Deans from several academies made their entrance. Why are there fewer people? Where are the three that are missing? Yanhua inquired of the second-year students below. But the few merely cast sidelong glances at Xiao Feng before shaking their heads in ignorance. Yanlin also noticed Xiao Feng, likely due to his connection with the incident. Forget it. Let's proceed with the Academy Grand Competition. Yanhua cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Feng and then at Yanlin, who appeared to be pleading for him. He decided to grant her this favor. Ahem. Now I will explain the rules of the Academy Grand Competition. Chapter 53. New tasks, no more allowing you to rampage in Kyoto. Yanhua summoned Su Yi to the stage. As the idea was originally his, which Zhang Yun had adopted, Su Yi took the stage. The rules are quite simple. Like this, Su Yi produced some white, black, and red ribbons, tying them in succession around his arm, thigh, and neck. White is worth 1 point, black 3 points, and red 10 points. Finally, teams will be ranked based on their total points. The second-year students quickly grasped the implications, realizing they were to serve as prey for the first-year students to hone their skills. Moreover, to prevent any leniency, these 3 ribbons represented their credits for the coming days. Only those with all 3 ribbons intact would receive 50 credits. Otherwise, the white ribbon would yield 5 credits, the black 15 credits, and the red 30 credits, initially pondering how to entertain the first-year students. They quickly became serious, as matters concerning credits were not to be taken lightly. The 3 ribbons symbolized the significance of different parts of the body, arm, thigh, and neck. This was not merely a competition for the first years, but also a form of assessment for the second year's academic performance. Once everyone understood the rules, Su Yi began distributing the ribbons. Xiao Feng held the ribbons in his hand. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Excuse me, can judges compete against each other for the ribbons? Xiao Feng raised his hand and asked loudly. The surroundings fell eerily silent, with everyone apprehensively glancing at their peers, fearful that someone might snatch their ribbons. Yanhua smirked, while Yanlin felt an unsettling sensation rising within her. Of course, as soon as Yanhua finished speaking, the classroom erupted in a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. Colossal trees encircled everyone, simultaneously absorbing their spiritual essence. The few students who managed to break free were plunged into a realm of darkness, enveloped in a deathly silence. The only ones still capable of moving freely were Xiao Feng and a few deans. Xiao Feng collected all their ribbons and approached Yanhua with a smile. How much are these worth in credits? The house speaker. Several individuals were at a loss for words, only managing to shoot a fierce glare at Yanhua. Questioning why he had proclaimed it was permissible, before long, the first-year students received notification that the Academy's grand tournament would revert to the traditional first-year combat format. Meanwhile, the instigator, Xiao Feng, found himself rewarded with a substantial amount of points and permanently placed on the blacklist. Originally, it was deemed unfair for Xiao Feng, as a first-year student, to participate in the tournament, which led to him being assigned a referee position. However, unexpectedly, he still managed to cause a ruckus, armed with the credits he had painstakingly earned. Xiao Feng began to exchange them for rewards. He was particularly intrigued by numerous extraordinary items, aside from magic cores, but the exorbitant prices consistently deterred him. This time, having struck it rich again, he arrived at the credits exchange room. Wrap this page for me. The duty teacher nearly thought he had misheard. Typically, students deliberate even when purchasing a single item. A page would surely contain at least 20 or 30 items, right? Are you certain? Subsequently, Xiao Feng indeed feigned contemplation, which allowed the duty teacher to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, I shall exchange for the entire book, the duty teacher. Yet, when he checked Xiao Feng's credits, it was indeed sufficient. That afternoon, The credits exchange room closed its doors, citing the depletion of stock in the warehouse, necessitating several days for restocking. Xiao Feng gazed at the extraordinary items in his hands, marveling at their convenience. X-ray vision, granting the ability to see through a certain range. Truth candy, upon consumption, compels the eater to speak the truth, with the side effect of inducing diarrhea. Lucky stick. When lost or seeking someone, simply toss the stick and it will lead you to your target. However, the majority consisted of magical beast cores. Let us exchange for all of them. Upon hearing this, the system rejoiced. Congratulations, host, for exchanging magic cores and acquiring 1,669,658 system points. The accumulated magic cores had amassed a staggering total. Added to the previous total, it amounted to 2 million system points. Quick, quick, I want to exchange for skills. The system unfolded the shop, thoughtfully presenting Xiao Feng with skills all priced at 2 million system points. Neither more nor less, it thoroughly drained his last remaining drop of system points. Divine Might, 2 million system points. Wasn't this sold for 1 million, and now it's increased in price? Who said that? Divine Might is sold separately. One costs 1 million, thus a pair amounts to 2 million. Moreover, this is a spatial divine skill. Are you not tempted, host? Xiao Feng. Whether I am tempted or not, I know that you won't rest until you've wrung me dry of my system points today. Then let us exchange for one, and also for wood release. Forest World Descend. After successfully exchanging for one eye of Divine Might, Xiao Feng's Sharingan was forcibly activated into its kaleidoscope mode. With its form undergoing a transformation, one eye remained in the familiar six-pointed star state, while the other transformed, resembling a scythe, complicating the already intricate kaleidoscope further. According to the principle that the more complex the kaleidoscope, the more powerful it becomes, Xiao Feng's kaleidoscope Sharingan had already achieved top-tier status. However, the process was accompanied by a moderate degree of agony. You call this a little pain? Xiao Feng curled up on the ground, covering the eye undergoing transformation, feeling as though his brain might split apart. Fortunately, the discomfort did not last long. When Xiao Feng opened his eyes again, he beheld a pair of exceedingly peculiar, yet enchanting eyes. One Divine Might was priced at 1 million, and Forest World Descend was 50,000. With the remaining 50,000, Xiao Feng exchanged for numerous skills related to the 5 elemental releases. Upon returning home, he found 2 individuals waiting for him. It was none other than the scowling Jiang Yun and the slyly winking Xiaoya. I've discovered that my master failed to recognize your talent. Someone of your caliber should not remain in Kyoto. Jiang Yun slowly approached Xiao Feng, considering that as long as the boy kept a low profile, he might allow him to live a peaceful life. Yet, this boy seemed determined to exasperate him. Xiaoya interjected, Xiao Feng is still young. Wanting to have fun is completely normal. Jiang Yun scoffed. You haven't spared me any trouble either. Jiang Yun placed a stone before Xiao Feng. The eerie aura emanating from it made Xiao Feng frown. Familiar. I isn't it. This was brought back from Evil Beast Hill. The creature inside has already escaped. Xiao Feng was alarmed. Why was there no news of such a significant event? Just look at your current state. If news of this spreads, Kyoto would be thrown into chaos. All right, now I'm assigning you both a task. Investigate where the evil beast fled. Remember, all you need to do is determine its exact location. I can't guarantee I can kill that creature, so just find out where it is and return to inform me. Chapter 54. Tracking the evil beast. After Jiang Yun departed, Xiaoya fixed her gaze on Xiao Feng. I can't help but wonder how much trouble you've stirred up in my absence. Back when I enrolled, Jiang Yun was so exasperated he had to send me away from Kyoto. Xiao Feng diverted his gaze. I simply joined a team and had a friendly chat with a few second-year seniors. Xiaoya scrutinized him, as if urging him to continue fabricating. Fine, if that is the case. Let us embark on a mission. It'll allow me to see if you've made any progress during this time. Xiaoya swiftly took Xiao Feng out of the city on the walls of Kyoto. Jiang Yun observed the unfolding events with his hands clasped behind his back. Old Ghost Jiang, you truly are generous. If I had such a precious disciple, I would cherish him closely to cultivate him into a talent. Shu Tian, sitting behind him with a jug of old wine, wore clothes that seemed ill-fitting, as if scavenged from somewhere that I wish I could. But the spiritual energy in this world is becoming increasingly abundant. Although the human race's cultivation speed has accelerated, so too has that of the magical beasts. Currently, the top combat powers of the human race are exceedingly scarce. Had it not been for the lack of a suitable candidate back then, you wouldn't have forcibly broken through and ended up in your current state. Jiang Yun turned to look at Shu Tian, his eyes filled with remorse. Ugh, you old codger, don't disgust me. I broke through voluntarily just to see the strength of the Calamity Realm. Jiang Yun ceased the argument. With Shu Tian's talent, it would only be a matter of time before he could break through to the Calamity Realm. The evil beast, having endured over a century of suppression and forcibly breaking its seal, likely possessed only a fraction of its original strength, allowing Jiang Yun to feel secure in sending them out. Moreover, that troublesome kid still held within him the power of my strike, that precious jade. Even a Calamity Realm beast would hardly pose a threat to him. Shu Tian spat out his wine with a laugh. You stingy fellow actually parted with that. You can only refine one a year, can't you? What? Is it unacceptable for me to give my disciple something? All right, I see how it is, given our years of friendship. How about you give me one as well? Shu Tian said mischievously. Jiang Yun. To get lost. In the wilderness, Xiao Feng and Xiao Yu re-entered the territory of Evil Beast Hill, the familiar sensation of spiritual energy suppression having eased considerably. Was it due to the evil god breaking its seal? They arrived at the abyss, at the altar's location. It was now in a state of utter disrepair, and a chilling wind howled from within the abyss. Which direction should we pursue? Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before attempting to decide which way to go. Xiao Feng, emulating Doraemon, pulled out an extraordinary item from his pocket, guidance stick. Upon seeing it, Xiao Yu recognized it as a tool from the Academy's warehouse, designed for students with special abilities to locate others or find their way, boasting nearly 100% success rate. However, due to its steep price and lack of practical use, it had been relegated to obscurity. She never expected Xiao Feng would actually exchange for it, but would a tool for finding people truly be effective in tracking an evil beast? Xiao Feng casually tossed the stick, which pointed in a certain direction. Let us go. We have no other leads, so let us trust this tool for now. Xiao Feng summoned a wooden dragon, allowing Xiao Yu to climb aboard as they began their search in the forest. Meanwhile, a shadow, taking advantage of the moonlight, began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Damn it, that seal continues to drain my power. When I restore my peak strength, I shall annihilate the human race and exact my revenge. At that moment, a monkey of the Mastery Realm passed by, spotting the diminutive evil beast and deciding to bully it, die. With merely a glance, the evil beast obliterated the monkey into mere remnants. This body is such a hindrance. My once majestic form has been reduced to this. Under the moonlight, the appearance of the evil beast became clear that it was remarkably small, resembling a puppy of a Siberian husky. However, the power it demonstrated was undeniably terrifying. With the aid of the moonlight, the evil beast swiftly absorbed spiritual energy. Otherwise, in its current state, returning to its clan would leave it powerless to compete for the throne. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, guided by the stick's indications, ventured deeper into the forest. The beasts encountered along the way mostly appeared to be at the Mastery Realm. Is the evil beast truly here? Xiao Yu questioned, her skepticism evident. After all, she had only heard rumors about the guidance stick and was uncertain of its actual efficacy. If they failed to find any trace of the evil god, it would all be for naught. Judging by the size of the seal, the evil beast should be over 10 stories tall. Yet, after traversing so far, there were no signs whatsoever. Could it be that this guidance stick was malfunctioning? Achoo! The sinister beast covered its nose with its forepaws, sensing a disagreeable odor drawing near, one that felt oddly familiar. Never mind. Regaining strength is paramount. On this night of the full moon, I can absorb spiritual energy more effectively. Chapter 55. The Spirit Beast Mission. During its cultivation, the malevolent beast's past memories resurfaced. They were originally extraordinary creatures that thrived on absorbing spiritual energy and moonlight, yet their pitch-black forms were deemed ominous by other beast clans. Upon its birth, the beast was further scorned by its entire kin due to the white spots adorning its body. Despite being a descendant of the clan leader, blessed with remarkable talent, it had already reached the Calamity Realm by adulthood. But in a desperate bid for its father's acknowledgement, it ventured into human territory, only to be subdued and sealed by a powerful human at that time. This wretched beastly existence will be transformed today. As the malevolent beast vowed to strive fiercely to become the supreme beast, it pondered the oddity of being brought here. Could it be a malfunction? Who knows? After all, few have utilized this artifact. and its reliability remains uncertain. Let us rest in that open space ahead. The malevolent beast's small mind swelled with indignation. This is its territory. Yet, upon sensing Xiao Ya's presence, it wilted instantly. Forcing a breakthrough had caused its strength to plummet drastically. Leaving it with less than the power of the transformation realm, it hadn't anticipated being discovered so swiftly, especially not by a young girl of the domain realm. However, your greatest blunder was bringing along a brat from the control realm. The malevolent beast considered itself invincible below the domain realm, even with its diminished power, especially against a mere child of the control realm. Xiao Feng and Xiao Ya leaned against a grand tree, intending to rest before continuing their journey. I'll go find something to eat. You start the fire, Xiao Ya announced before departing in search of prey. Though beasts could eat, most of their meat was notoriously unpalatable, necessitating multiple hunts. Xiao Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. A fire escape would be easily managed, so he decided to recline a bit longer in the shadows. The malevolent beast smirked, truly heaven sent, capturing this little brat first, then launching a surprise attack on that domain realm girl would allow it to recover some strength. Without hesitation, the malevolent beast approached Xiao Feng with an air of indifference. Look at me, you mere insect. The malevolent beast's primary ability lay in its mental prowess, capable of controlling any creature that locked eyes with it, provided they were weaker. Xiao Feng gazed at the creature before him, a husky. Speaking now, in modern times, it would surely be a viral sensation. Just as the malevolent beast reveled in its perceived victory, Xiao Feng pulled a bone from his bag, likely from some beast, which had been stored in the system's repository. Here, enjoy, he said, shoving the bone into the malevolent beast's mouth. The malevolent beast was left baffled. Why hadn't this human succumbed to its control? How could it be? It stared wide-eyed at Xiao Feng, attempting to re-establish eye contact, yet the human remained unfazed. How could this be? Was one bone not sufficient? Greedy, just like that dog system. It then produced a second bone, snapping the first in half with ease. No creature had ever dared treat it this way. Had it consumed that so quickly? Xiao Feng, noticing the beast devour the bone in one bite, assumed it was famished and quickly retrieved another bone to offer. Take your time, there's plenty. The malevolent beast scoffed. Do you take me for a mere husky? Aren't you exactly that? An awkward silence ensued until Xiao Feng finally realized. You can talk. I thought only domain realm beings could speak human language. This husky. System. Identify. Name. Malevolent beast. Level. Control level 9. Recovering. Race. Moondog clan. Description. The prince of the Moondog clan, shunned due to its spotted appearance. The Moondog clan possesses formidable mental control, capable of manipulating others through eye contact to become mere puppets. Is this husky truly the malevolent beast? And so weak? System. You must be joking. Have I ever erred? It's simply that its power has diminished, causing its form to change. Once it regains its calamity realm strength, you will see how terrifying it truly is. Contractable spirit beast detected. Mission issued. Contract the malevolent beast as the host's first spirit beast. Completing the task will reward a world map, Fragment 1. A fragment of the world map, TSK. Host, Haven T. You noticed something amiss about this world since your arrival? Never mind. I'll tell you after you complete your mission. Xiao Feng had exchanged for spirit summoning long ago, but had yet to use IT. IT seemed one must contract a beast from this world to obtain a spirit beast. Suddenly, he looked at the malevolent beast as if he saw a walking gold mine. I merely wish to give this stray dog a warm home. The malevolent beast sensed something was amiss. Why could this human resist its control? Could he possess a mental type ability? The beast realized it had miscalculated. A human with mental abilities would inherently have resistance, making it plausible to withstand its current mental control. But if the human woman returned, it would be disastrous. The malevolent beast shifted directions, attempting to flee. Since you're already here, do not run. Would escape. Tree realm descends. Towering trees erupted from the ground, enveloping the area for miles. The ground transformed into massive tree trunks. That what is this, the world tree? The malevolent beast marveled, pondering how such a colossal tree could exist. Even if it regained its original form, it would not match this size. It had only heard from its father about a world tree on the other side of Blue Star, where their ancestors had once bitten off its roots. Malevolent beast, come out and face me. The malevolent beast, hiding in the shadows, wondered how the human recognized its presence. Moreover, what of those 10 wooden giants standing behind him? With a wave of his hand, Xiao Feng commanded the wooden giants to attack indiscriminately, forcing the malevolent beast into the open. Realizing escape was futile, the beast stepped forward. Human, this time, I concede, but even if you kill one of me, there are countless others. You cannot eradicate my Moondog clan. Smack. A branch nearby morphed into a hand, delivering a resounding slap. From Xiao Feng's gestures, it was evident he was behind it. One of the smaller wooden giants pinched the malevolent beast gently, bringing it closer to Xiao Feng. Their eyes met, and with deep, piercing gazes, Xiao Feng said, "Let us take a moment to calm down." Chapter 56. The First Spirit Beast, Moonhowl. The malevolent beast curled up, trembling, its small heart having endured unimaginable torment. "Demon, how could you inflict such cruelty upon a beast?" Xiao Feng retorted, "I don't care. You must take responsibility for this. You shouldn't say things that can be easily misinterpreted." The beast exclaimed, "Was it not just a matter of locking you in a small dark room for 2.5 hours? Upon hearing this, the malevolent beast grew even more agitated. "How can you say that? In our Moondog clan, we execute mental control by erasing the opponent's consciousness, sparing them any suffering. You tormented me for 2.5 hours, and during that time, you commandeered my body." Xiao Feng clenched his fist. Boom! The malevolent beast shouted, "Is there any beast contract that endures such mistreatment? You brought this upon yourself by uttering such easily misinterpreted words. Once Xiaoya returns, keep a low profile." The malevolent beast turned its head, adopting an air of regal aloofness. This human's mental control is formidable. Even as a member of the Moondog clan, it was powerless against being drawn into an illusion. Within that illusion lay nothingness. No color, no sound, no object save for itself. Just as the malevolent beast thought it was doomed, a cheeky voice echoed, "Congratulations, Mr. Malevolent Beast. You have become host Xiao Feng's spirit beast. Through life and death, you shall remain together forever." Returning to reality, the malevolent beast felt a binding force added to its essence. Should Xiao Feng perish, it would follow suit. But if it died, Xiao Feng would merely suffer a loss of spiritual energy. In short, a tyrannical clause. Though such an unequal contract required the malevolent beast's blood to agree, under normal circumstances, it would never consent. However, it appeared that during its time in the illusion, it had already acquiesced. While the nature of a spirit beast remained unclear, it seemed akin to the human profession of beast masters, though it was said they could slay their masters. Why, then, did every grin from Xiao Feng send it into agony? At that moment, Xiaoya returned, carrying a massive chicken leg. It was a leg from a bird-type beast of the transformation realm, but due to its immense size, she had only managed to bring back one. Upon seeing the colossal tree sprouting in the clearing, she felt a sense of foreboding. Xiao Feng. Upon reaching the tree, she found Xiao Feng had already built a fire, the only difference being the presence of a dog nearby. "Sister Ya, you're back. The mission is complete. We can return to Kyoto now." Xiaoya wore a puzzled expression. Were they not in search of the traces of the evil beast? How could it be considered complete? "Look, the so-called evil beast." Xiao Feng pointed to the side where a rather intelligent-looking husky lay on the ground, tongue lolling out. "You claim this is the evil beast? How is that even possible?" The eerie aura she felt on the slope of the evil beast could not possibly emanate from such a foolishly adorable creature. "Hey, human, why do you not exhibit any reverence in your gaze toward this king?" The evil beast had scarcely uttered its words before Xiao Feng kicked it several meters away. "I told you to behave in front of Xiaoya. Are you becoming even more arrogant?" Xiaoya, holding her head, found it hard to accept the reality before her. The formidable otherworldly beast that had once thrown the capital into chaos had now transformed into this. "This is Tai Ku La." Xiaoya rushed forward and embraced the evil beast tightly. She had long desired to keep a small pet, but due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, all animals had turned into otherworldly beasts. To raise a small awakened beast, too weak, and lacking in wisdom. Yet, the powerful and intelligent otherworldly beasts were at least in the metamorphosis or even domain realms, which had hindered her plans until now. Who would have thought the evil beast would regress to this state? Xiaoya held the evil beast tightly. "Stop, that I can't breathe." The evil beast managed to break free from Xiaoya's suffocating embrace, finding the human female terrifying, particularly those two weapons on her chest. Were they specifically designed by humanity to combat otherworldly beasts? The evil beast concluded that this human female was very dangerous. Xiaoya paid no heed to this and pounced on the fleeing evil beast once more. So soft. Hey, stop. Not there. Xiao Feng watched the scene with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Feel my pain. While the evil beast entertained Xiaoya, Xiao Feng roasted the massive bird leg. One feasted on meat, while the other gnawed on bones. That I've already said, I am not a dog, but a member of the Moondog clan. Keep feeding me bones, and I swear I'll turn on you. Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan. Try saying that again, master. This bone is truly delightful. I cannot resist it. Under the eaves, beasts must bow their heads. Once I regain my strength, you will be the first to be devoured. Unexpectedly, the task was completed with such ease, and the two decided to return home, perhaps in time for the early lessons the next day. Kyoto Academy. The entire academy rarely encountered a period of tranquility and harmony. Jiang Yun sat in his office, sipping a mouthful of green tea from the 1982 vintage. Quite refreshing. Old Jiang, Xiao Feng rode the wooden dragon straight into Jiang Yun's office. Puffed. Jiang Yun hurriedly conjured a barrier to block him, preventing Xiao Feng from barreling into his small office. Did I not instruct you to track the evil beast and seek its clues? Why have you returned? It has barely been a moment. Did you only circle the evil beast mountain and come back? Xiao Feng, lifting the evil beast, addressed Jiang Yun. I not only found it, but also brought it back. Jiang Yun paused, placing his teacup down as he walked outside to scrutinize the husky. You call this an evil beast? The records state that evil's beasts tower as high as your wooden giant. The era of the evil beast being sealed was so long ago that even Jiang Yun had never seen the true form of an evil beast, only knowing them to be exceptionally powerful and malevolent otherworldly creatures. What are you staring at? Try looking again, and I swear I'll pop your eyeballs. The sudden speech from the creature caught Jiang Yun off guard. This beast must possess the strength of the control realm to speak. And you all keep referring to it as an evil beast. I have a name. I am Yu Ming, son of the Moondog clan leader. Jiang Yun stroked his beard, recognizing the name Moondog clan. A race known for maintaining neutrality among otherworldly beasts and not being humanity's mortal enemy. However, this appearance could not possibly be associated with an evil beast. Xiaoya, do tell, is it truly an evil beast? I am unsure, but Xiaoya recounted the events of the previous night. That a guiding stick. Who would have thought someone would actually return to exchange for that thing? Do you have so many credits that you have no use for them? For safety's sake, we should conduct a security check on it. If it passes, it can stay by your side. Of course, if it is found to harbor an irreconcilable hatred toward humanity, I will take action. It is better to eliminate a powerful enemy now than to face one later. Chapter 57. The Secrets of the World. Xiao Feng had no idea what the test entailed, but when Jiang Yun returned Yu Ming, his expression was anything but pleasant. What did he test you on? Yu Ming turned his head away in annoyance. Why should I tell you? In the next moment, Xiao Feng handed Yu Ming to Xiaoya, allowing her to squish him as she pleased. Don't know. I was wrong. Save me. He only asked me about the outside world. The outside world? Speaking of which, did the system not mention that completing tasks would yield a fragment of a map? Where is my reward? Reward has been placed in the warehouse. Xiao Feng retrieved the item to find an exceedingly old scroll, as though it might disintegrate into dust with the slightest effort. Item name: World Map Fragment 1. Young man, do you yearn to comprehend the world? This map will reveal to you the depths of your insignificance. Speaking of which, the map of Huaxia has always been somewhat vague. Although it resembles the territory of the Dragon Kingdom from my past life, many areas have been overtaken by nature. The map Xiao Feng received depicted northern Huaxia, with the vast Kyoto merely a tiny dot on it. The blue star has expanded hundreds of times since you last resided there, and with the resurgence of spiritual energy, this expansion continues to accelerate. This world is a living entity, yes and no. You must explore this answer for yourself. Relying on this system will stifle your growth. Just as Xiao Feng was meticulously examining the map in his hands, Yu Ming dashed over, tail wagging, seemingly intent on snatching it away. However, Xiao Feng would not allow that to happen. Just as Yu Ming's mouth was about to touch the map, he swiftly retracted it and returned it to the system's warehouse. Oh, you know what this map is for? Of course, we have a piece of it in our clan. My father has always regarded it as a treasure. It is said that any clan that collects all the fragments will unravel the secrets of the blue star and become its rulers. Xiao Feng feigned understanding. So that was how it was. Then I certainly cannot give it to you. Yu Ming, infuriated, felt like his teeth might shatter. That I must regain my strength quickly and then swallow this brat whole. Due to Xiao Feng's antics, the Academy's grand tournament resumed its usual order. Originally, Jiang Yun intended to quietly conduct a normal academy tournament, but unexpectedly, this fellow returned that very night. The next day, in the competition arena, all the students from various academies stood below as Jiang Yun rose to speak. According to tradition, as the principal, he was to say a few words. Now, I shall speak. First, our academy has always advocated the principle of prioritizing strength, with friendship in second place. Should any instances of favoritism be discovered, the entire faculty behind me will administer a thorough beating. The students collectively turned their gazes to see Yan Hua and his cohorts already cracking their knuckles. Far from embodying the qualifications of educators. Secondly, you may utilize items. On the battlefield, your enemies will not grant you fairness, so unleash any trump cards you possess. This ranking will determine your impression in my heart. If you wish for me to remember you, then perform well. With Jiang Yun's speech, the first-year students' emotions soared. The first match, Combat Department Team 1 versus Special Abilities Equipment Class 3, Su Yi donned a black and white checkerboard cap, taking on the role of referee, as he and Xiao Feng were the only two in the officiating team. Xiao Feng dared not participate again. Thus, every match in this academy tournament would see Su Yi serving as the referee. The match begins. With a wave of Su Ye's checkerboard, the combat department students unleash their most powerful moves in an attempt to obliterate their opponents in one fell swoop. Humph, I knew those brutes only relied on sheer strength would resort to this tactic. Activate the spiritual energy shield. The 5 members of the Special Abilities Equipment team pressed a button on their device, creating a powerful barrier that shielded them within. What of your items? Under the weight of our utmost power. They are merely scraps. On stage, the dean of the Special Abilities Equipment Academy, Qi Yi, mocked Yan Hua beside him. How have you trained your students this year? They failed to see such a basic trap. Don T shout. All you Special Abilities Equipment folks do is invent disgusting gadgets, and you end up disgusting your own people. Qi Yi wore a proud expression. For developers like them, the more troublesome their items are deemed by their enemies, the more successful they know they are. Enough of the bickering. Let us see the results. On stage, the combat department students realized something. Their consumption of spiritual energy while using their abilities had increased compared to before. Moreover, the items capable of withstanding such a barrage of otherworldly abilities must consume a great deal of energy. Why had they not collapsed despite their prolonged assault? At this moment, several students from the ability item department, adept in their craft, responded promptly. With a charming smile, they removed their backpacks and procured a banner from within. Absorb Chi Shield, capable of absorbing the enemy's spiritual energy for defense, with a portion of the energy also returned to teammates. Available now for just 98,000. Purchase one to take home. Yin Lin's lips twitched. The audacity to advertise during the grand competition was something only the impoverished students of the ability item department would dare to undertake. Developing new items incurs expenses that flow like a cascading waterfall, prompting Qi Yi to encourage everyone to set up stalls for entrepreneurship or work, wholeheartedly supporting such promotional endeavors. Old Yen, shall we purchase a few sets? Get lost. All right then, 10 sets, is it? Yan Hua. Enough of the bickering. We are adults now. Let us not make a spectacle for the students. Yin Lin interjected, her anticipation for the next match mounting. Below, Team Support 1 was set to face Team Combat 3. As Su Ye's signal for battle was given, both sides refrained from engaging in a fierce confrontation. Miss Lu, you might as well surrender. I can't afford to compensate for any damage you incur. The students from the combat department wore mocking smiles. What combat capability could the girls from the support department possibly possess? They were merely flaunting their status as the campus belle and young ladies. Without regard, they were nothing but delicate flowers relying on others for survival. Xiao Feng, observing from the sidelines, rested his chin on his hand, amused by the unfolding scene. Well done. They've already mastered that move. Miss Lu stood poised, her hands elegantly clasped before her, her resplendent princess gown leading the opposition to perceive this so-called group of young ladies merely as participants in a mere formality. If you expect us to go easy on you, that is out of the question. You heard what several deans mentioned earlier, so do not put us in a difficult position. That Lu executed a graceful curtsy. Indeed, we shall not relent. Chapter 58. That expression, huh? You let me. Lu unexpectedly produced a folding fan, gently fanning the air. Instantly, the surroundings were enveloped in a haze of yellow pollen. When did this happen? Lulu delicately covered her mouth and nose with the fan. This powder poses no threat to the girls. Upon stepping onto the stage, Lulu had already scattered the seeds of the mist flower, subsequently nurturing them with her wood-based abilities. The foremost rule of the battlefield is that there are no rules. Any means to overcome the opponent, even the most despicable tactics, can ensure one's survival with elegance. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Feng's words during their time in the wild would profoundly alter Lulu's life. The members of the combat department inhaled the mist, which ordinarily could be dispersed by the support department's wind or countered by the treatment department's invigorating abilities. Yet, this year's academy competition lacked any supportive presence, as they were all stationed across the way. Alas, this tactic could only be employed once. Lulu's feigned weakness had lulled the opponents into complacency, making it effective. Should they discover her plan and destroy the mist flower prematurely, it would be rendered powerless. Lulu flashed a victory gesture towards Yin Lin on stage, as it was this very method the director had imparted to her the previous night. She then spotted Xiao Feng in the distance, her excitement bubbling like that of a child, disregarding her prior elegance as she waved her arms exuberantly. "Master, I won." Xiao Feng smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. Lulu's wood-based talent was classified as a level, demonstrating her strength, and she had also learned some of Xiao Feng's wood-escape techniques. This year's academy competition promised to be spectacular. However, none of this concerned Xiao Feng too greatly. After all, it was the first time in the institution's history that a first-year student had been directly disqualified. Thus, Xiao Feng could only remain as a spectator as the next support class team took the stage. Students from other academies were on high alert, for the abilities displayed by the girls shattered their preconceived notions. Why was the healer wielding a wooden stick to strike? Why could the water and earth support users execute combination techniques? What on earth was Huangquan's? Why could they not even move? And this wind user, her healing winds were laced with poison. Was this still support, a living embodiment of the king of hell? On stage, Yin Lin was thoroughly satisfied. Thanks to her adjustments, the support class team exhibited a remarkable synergy, even unleashing some combination skills with impressive results. "Yin Lin, can your support class still compete openly?" Yin Hua and others glared in disbelief. This support class was on the verge of becoming the infamous old 6th class. What Lulu just said resonates well. On the battlefield, will the opponent lower their weapons to engage in hand-to-hand combat with you? Or do you think that during a confrontation with alien beasts, those creatures will challenge you one-on-one? Yin Hua was rendered speechless. But that is a different matter. How is it different? The Kyoto Academy cultivates talent regardless of the field. This was the first principal's decree. Do you find it disgraceful to lose to a group of delicate girls from the support class? And yet, you gentlemen surrounding me alone do not find it disgraceful. The group lowered their heads, unable to meet Yin Lin's gaze, deprived of any chance to retort. After tidying up, Yin Lin exited, knowing that the support class had a total of 25 teams participating. Although only half advanced, it was crucial to recognize who their competitors were, some of the most gifted youths in the Huaxiao region. Any random pick from the combat department was a level 8 awakener. For them to advance half the teams was already beyond Yin Lin's expectations. Backstage, the advancing girls were jubilantly celebrating, while others consoled those who did not progress. Lulu, you are our best hope for the championship. You must persevere. Show them that our support class is not merely free labor. Lulu nodded, but simultaneously sought a familiar figure among the crowd. Had he not arrived? All right, everyone quiet down. Let us return and rest well. Preparing for tomorrow's match, upon seeing Yin Lin's arrival, the crowd gathered eagerly around her. "Teacher, your wooden stick for striking is remarkably effective. Indeed, we were previously unaware of these combination techniques." Yin Lin smiled softly, gazing at the children, reminiscent of her own past and her friendships. She too had once aspired to elevate the status of the support department, but evidently, she had not succeeded. Perhaps this time, it truly might. It seems everyone is quite pleased. Would you like to be even happier? The crowd turned to find Xiao Feng, who had appeared without notice, accompanied by a spirited husky. "Coach, Master," the girls rushed toward him, eager for a moment of closeness. What would the boys from the other combat departments think if they witnessed this? Dozens of campus bells encircling a single individual, who appeared to act as though this was not his intention. TSK, the demeanor of human women is quite predictable. Beside him, Yuming had stepped aside to avoid being caught in the fray. Besides Xiao Feng's binding contract, He had also been placed under a restriction against harming humans upon encountering Jiang Yun. As the saying goes, when beasts are under the eaves, they must bow their heads. Thus, Yu Ming was forced to comply, biding his time until his strength was restored to break free from both constraints. Master, I missed you so much. Lu Lu burst from the crowd, leaping onto Xiao Feng. Instinctively, he caught her by the thigh, while she seized the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck, inciting a wave of excitement from those nearby. Wow! Lulu's cheeks flushed, realizing her actions had been somewhat excessive, and she awkwardly stepped back. That I got a bit too excited. Xiao Feng shrugged, ruffling Lulu's hair. Good luck in the competition. With that casual remark, he departed to find Yin Lin, as he had more serious matters to attend to than merely flirting. However, to Lulu, this moment was of great significance. She covered the spot on her head where Xiao Feng had ruffled her hair. Her face nearly ablaze. The surrounding girls understood the implication of her expression and began to tease her. On the other side, upon noticing Xiao Feng's approach, Yin Lin wondered what had brought him here. Yin teacher, may I ask you some questions? What is it? Do you know the secrets of this world? In the office, Yin Lin and Xiao Feng found themselves alone. How did you come to know this? Only a handful of individuals were aware of the changes occurring on Blue Star. Within the walled cities, mere survival was arduous. Revealing the turmoil on Blue Star would incite chaos. Xiao Feng, sensing Yin Lin's grave demeanor, produced the fragment of the world map he had obtained earlier. How do you possess this? Chapter 59. The truth of the world. Isn't this just a map fragment? Xiao Feng examined the piece, unable to discern its significance. Does its potent aura count? Yin Lin inhaled deeply. This fragment is a map crafted by the mightiest beings of all races during the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star. It embodies the essence of Blue Star. Theoretically, this map is the key to unlocking Blue Star. A key. The map was divided into 10 fragments, each allocated to the 10 most formidable races of that time. Currently, the human race possesses only one fragment, which lies in the hands of Jiang Yun. So, where exactly did you acquire this fragment? Yin Lin inquired, her tone tinged with excitement. For this map also serves as the key to alter the future of humanity. Xiao Feng casually remarked, I picked it up by the roadside. Yin Lin retorted, such an important item, and you tell me you found it by the roadside? Why didn't you pick up 2 more? Given his reluctance to divulge more, she chose not to press further. In any case, this item is of great significance. It must be delivered to Jiang Yun without delay. After all, Principal Xiao Feng has control over the realm. Such a crucial object is safer in his possession than in Jiang Yun's. Xiao Feng acknowledged before departing. This left Yin Lin somewhat astonished. When did he become so obedient? Upon exiting the office, the women, having seen Xiao Feng's return, released Yu Ming and flocked around him instead. Yu Ming lay sprawled on the ground, tongue out. Those human women were terrifying. She felt as though she was on the verge of being thoroughly exhausted. And to make matters worse, someone had even playfully flicked her sensitive spot. Xiao Feng observed Yu Ming still lounging on the ground, and thought, even in a haven of tenderness, one should not become so complacent. This is sheer decadence. Yu Ming protested, you're so lofty. You go into the office while I endure the presence of so many women alone. After leaving, Xiao Feng headed straight home, handing over the item to Jiang Yun. Nonsense. Once food has entered the mouth, one does not simply spit it back out. At his home, Jiang Yun lounged grandly on the sofa, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. Do you believe I will report you for trespassing? Jiang Yun reclined, adopting a nonchalant posture. Where do you plan to report me? He retorted arrogantly. Whether it be the school, the military, or the authorities, in the end, the ultimate authority rests with Jiang Yun. Has anyone ever succeeded in reporting an ant in front of a horse? After a moment of silence, Xiao Feng resignedly handed over the map fragment. Clearly having been informed by Yin Lin in secret, while he could not ascertain how Jiang Yun obtained it, he was not here to claim it. Is that not so? Although you are unwilling to disclose the origins of this object, I have come solely to ask you one question. Jiang Yun sat up seriously, locking eyes with Xiao Feng. Though he was aware of the peculiar nature of Xiao Feng's gaze, his absolute strength provided him with confidence. You are on the side of humanity, right? In that instant, Xiao Feng was assailed by the sounds of battle, the scene before him transforming into a brutal battlefield. Not only humanity, but numerous races he had never encountered were engaged in a savage struggle, while the human side could do little but defend their position in a corner. In an instant, Xiao Feng was drenched in cold sweat. Had he, with the power of the Sharingan, been drawn into an illusion? This was no illusion, but rather a portion of reality condensed from his murderous intent, a glimpse into the truth of this world. With the revival of spiritual energy, all beings on Blue Star underwent mutations, and humanity gained extraordinary abilities. Since then, all races on Blue Star began vying for supremacy, and humanity was no longer the dominant force. Yet, are not human cities scattered throughout every corner of Huaxia? That is indeed the case. But do you know how the towering walls surrounding each city were constructed? They were not built by humanity, nor were the enclosures they established. Xiao Feng's eyes widened. Humanity is a domesticated existence. Although Jiang Yun felt pained, he could not change the reality that on the surface, humanity appeared resplendent, yet 9 races still towered above them, despite the 10 races once being the foremost dominators of Blue Star. With the fall of humanity's strongest, they gradually became a domesticated species. They remain in slumber, but now that the spiritual energy of Blue Star has revived, it will not be long before they awaken one by one. Xiao Feng stood frozen, clearly unable to accept this reality. Could those beast gods be? Indeed, the beast gods worshipped by the beast god sect are the aberrant beings among those 9 races, although we aspire to eradicate them entirely. There are always humans who stumble upon clues and promptly defect to the opposing side. Jiang Yun sighed helplessly, observing Xiao Feng's every move, though he believed Xiao Feng would not betray them. He had endured too many betrayals already. Very well, tell me about their strength. Jiang Yun smiled faintly. He did not perceive any fear in Xiao Feng's eyes. On the contrary, he saw a gaze reminiscent of his own youth. The 9 major races are not vastly different from humanity. Their only flaw lies in their leaders, who exist at the Divine Fury realm. Divine Fury realm? Yes, it is a realm above natural disasters, known as Divine Fury. They pride themselves on being gods, promising salvation to all beings. Jiang Yun scoffed derisively. They are merely a group of false gods. Salvation, it is merely a conspiracy. When humanity's strongest fell, many mid-tier combatants sought their so-called salvation, resulting in not a single survivor. That it was from that moment onward that humanity gradually fell into a disadvantage. Your Yuming belongs to the Moondog clan among the 9 races, but their territory lies in Crescent Mountain, and they have not reached a point of enmity with humanity. Xiao Feng looked down and found Yuming had already fainted. This clandestine conversation must not be known to a third party, for I intend to entrust this item to you. Jiang Yun retrieved a fragment from his bosom. Another fragment of the Blue Star map? What are you implying? Everyone knows I am humanity's strongest, and it is presumed that such items must be in my possession, even within the human ranks. Xiao Feng immediately understood. There is a traitor among the high-ranking officials of humanity. Understood. I have entrusted the item to you. Take good care of it. Xiao Feng dutifully accepted the map and placed it in the system's storage. Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction. Speaking of which, I have yet to properly instruct you since taking you as my disciple. Come, today I shall give you special training. Xiao Feng was at a loss for words. Could you perhaps lessen the pressure of the natural disaster realm? I can hardly move. Chapter 60. Grown-up Xiao Feng grumbled as he sank into the bath. Even with the automatic healing of the wood release technique, he still felt great pain. That old man promised he would only use the strength of the transformation realm, yet that final strike was undoubtedly of the domain realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun watched from a distance as Xiao Feng bathed. Do not misunderstand. His inclinations are entirely normal. He was merely astonished by the multitude of secrets surrounding Xiao Feng. After training for an entire afternoon, he felt that Xiao Feng still had hidden cards yet to be revealed, as the strongest in Huaxia. Even when lowering his strength to spar with him, Xiao Feng still dared not fully unleash his power. Furthermore, his physique was rather peculiar. The strength of the transformation realm could hardly harm him, and only the power of the domain realm could draw blood from him. From these various phenomena, it was evident that Xiao Feng was indeed human and not a spy sent by the aberrant beasts. Nevertheless, the abrupt emergence of astonishing talent and strength in an otherwise ordinary individual remained perplexing. Oh no, Xiaoya has returned. If she discovers that Xiao Feng has been beaten to this state, she will surely come at him with fury. Time to make my exit. The moment Xiaoya stepped into the house, she was greeted by a strong smell of blood, given her frequent reconnaissance missions in the wild. She was highly sensitive to such scents, and the clear signs of battle in the courtyard only heightened her concern. Has someone invaded? Oh no, Xiao Feng. Upon entering the house, she noticed only the sounds coming from the bathroom. And without a second thought, she rushed in. Scrub-a-dub-dub, washing bright and clean. At that moment, Xiao Feng, thanks to the exceptional healing prowess of the wood release technique, had already recovered. One must admit, it is an extraordinarily monstrous divine skill. As long as one is not killed in a single blow or has their head severed, as long as there is still breath, one can survive. With his injuries healed, he decided to take a bath to wash off the blood. Just then, the door swung open. Xiao Feng. At that moment, Xiao Feng was washing his hair, his hands resting atop his head. Xiao Ye's gaze inadvertently drifted downward. She quickly slammed the door shut, leaving Xiao Feng with a vacant expression. Unmoved even as the warm water cascaded over him. Outside, Xiao Ye's face flushed with embarrassment as her mind involuntarily replayed the earlier scene. He has grown up. The next day, Xiao Feng slept in as usual. After all, he was not participating in the academy's competition, so why rise early? On the table in the living room lay a plate of fried eggs, a glass of milk, and a note. Xiao Feng. I have gone out on a mission. Remember to eat your breakfast. As Xiao Feng chewed on his food, he recalled the events of the previous day in the bathroom that he choked on the milk. Upon entering the academy, the competition had already narrowed down to the top 18, with only 3 teams remaining in the support class. Naturally, Yin Lin was overjoyed with this outcome. However, Xiao Feng pulled aside the members of the 3 teams to discuss some lesser-known topics. One of the girls blushed. This seems inappropriate. What of it? The principal has stated that to win, one must resort to any means necessary. If you possess such capital, why not make good use of it? Moreover, the opponents generally possess higher ranks than you. Utilizing a loophole in the rules is entirely reasonable. No? Several individuals ultimately acquiesced, yet Lu remained resolutely defiant, refusing to yield no matter what. Xiao Feng, exasperated, spread his hands and took a seat in the audience. Now, the auxiliary team 7 faces off against the combat team 14. Su Yi, increasingly adept at officiating, waved the flag and promptly descended from the stage to avoid unwarranted injury. The students of the combat department had long since learned to be shrewd. They knew that when battling the auxiliary team, mercy was not an option, as their level advantage meant that a straightforward confrontation would likely end in victory. At that moment, the 5 members of auxiliary team 7 unzipped their tops in unison, revealing 5 distinct styles of swimwear. Not only did the combat team express their enthusiasm, but the audience erupted in cheers as well. Xiao Feng wore a knowing smile that I knew that outfit would suit her perfectly. Indeed, that one has developed quite impressively. The system couldn't help but interject, expressing disbelief at the host's capabilities. What a surprise. I truly misjudged you. What nonsense. Such beauty is beyond your superficial understanding. System. I see only their outer appearances. What captivates me is their willingness to set aside their usual modesty for the sake of victory. It is the inner beauty born from their fervent desire for triumph. The system replied, I understand your reasoning, but could you please wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth? Even the audience displayed similar expressions, let alone the few on stage. Unlike the affluent Huang Xiaoquan, who was surrounded by women, these individuals dedicated all their time to honing their skills at such a vigorous age. Having had no prior encounters with women, and faced with several school beauties, one among them could not resist, resulting in a sudden nosebleed. One was eliminated. Seizing this opportunity, the auxiliary team members quickly launched their attacks. Aiming to dispatch their opponents in the shortest time possible, the combat team members focused their minds to evade, but with each strike, the ethereal presence before them swayed, momentarily captivating them and causing them to forget their evasive maneuvers, resulting in their ejection from the arena. A few others experienced the same fate, yet their faces radiated smiles even as they were knocked away. Once the match concluded, the women hastily donned their outer garments. Su Yi then slowly ascended the stage, revealing that his nostrils were stuffed with paper wads. In the quarterfinals, auxiliary team 7 emerged victorious. As Su Yi announced this, the others finally comprehended the significance. A team of auxiliary members, averaging a level 6 awakening, had triumphed over a combat team averaging level 8. Unbelievable. No one had ever anticipated that members of the auxiliary academy could reach the top 8, let alone with a team whose average strength was merely level 6. Yin Lin, is this the exceptional student you presented? Yin Hua, unable to contain his fury, unleashed his powers, shattering a wall with a single blow. Yin Lin surmised that this was yet another ill-conceived strategy from Xiao Feng. Though effective, it was indeed. What? Am I still alive, and you wish to ascend to the heavens? Jiang Yun appeared beside the heads of the academy unexpectedly. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Yanhua's bravado dissipated instantly, resembling a frightened child before a deity. Vandalizing school property? 3 months' salary as penalty. With Jiang Yun's pronouncement, Yanhua dared not utter another word. Was a wall worth his 3 months' salary as the head of the academy? No, he was merely defending Yanlin. I said before the match, as long as we can win without taking lives, any means are permissible, but there are no lovely maidens among the exotic beasts. Yanhua pouted like an aggrieved child. Jiang Yun shot him a glare, prompting Yanhua to obediently seek a corner to reflect. While there may not be such maidens among the exotic beasts, they do possess entities capable of illusions. If even this modest temptation cannot be resisted, how can one hope to withstand the illusions of the exotic beasts? Chapter 61. A modest wish. The battles among the other teams continued. But when it was time for the next auxiliary team, they unfortunately faced off against the exotic equipment team. Those individuals donned 3D glasses that could automatically apply pixelation, coupled with other peculiar gadgets. It wasn't long before they claimed victory. The students of Combat Team 14 expressed their thoughts. They won the match, yet missed the ethereal beauty of the world. When it was finally the turn of Lulu's team, they were matched against Combat Team 3, having acquired several pairs of pixelation glasses from the previous exotic equipment class. They held no fear. So, you auxiliary types only dare to play like this. Do you? Truly a shameless bunch. Lulu clenched her fists. She hadn't intended to rely on that tactic, but hearing such remarks ignited her anger. Utilize the tactic? Lulu whispered. The other four understood. While this strategy wasn't one they had planned to employ, they were incensed by the opposing team's comments. Yuan Yi, carrying a plethora of seeds, swiftly leaped to a considerable height with the assistance of her wind element teammate, hurling the seeds like hidden weapons. Defend. The combat students, believing this to be a feint, assumed defensive positions. Yet when the seeds struck, they felt little pain. Lulu intertwined her fingers, channeling green energy through the seeds, swiftly forming purple-red vines. Those were blood-sucking vines. In this world, not only animals were affected, plants were as well. These plant seeds resembled the eggs of exotic beasts, still in a state of incubation, and Lulu's energy acted as their growth stimulant. While blood-sucking vine seeds were indeed hard to procure, who was Lulu, the prize jewel of China's wealthiest? Such trivialities were merely a matter of spending a couple of extra days' allowance. The blood-sucking vines found their hosts, ensnaring the combat students and beginning to drain their blood. The vines bore paralyzing thorns, causing their movements to slow significantly. Deploy the equipment. Lulu snapped her fingers, and the younger girls began retrieving a rocket launcher from their spatial abilities. The seemingly delicate girls had powers suited only for storage, lacking substantial combat strength. But the rocket launcher could somewhat compensate for this deficiency. Director Yang, wasn't that your new invention from last month? Yang Yongxin, head of the exotic equipment department, was capable of creating such extraordinary items. All for a living. What could she do? Her father provided too generously. Rest assured that one is modified to reduce its power, releasing only about level 2 energy, so there's no need to worry about student fatalities. At that moment, Yanhua, standing in the corner, was at a loss for words. Why must his students endure such hardships as well? Boom! As the rocket launcher fired, those entangled in the blood-sucking vines had no time to evade, and a colossal explosion ensued. The medical team rushed in. I declare, Auxiliary Team 1 is victorious. Oh, they won. Compared to their previous victory through skill, Lulu's team was far more deserving of cheers. Xiaofeng smiled from the sidelines. It seemed they had indeed grown significantly during this period. Next, perhaps a little revenge was in order. The voices of the previous combat team had not been concealed, and Xiaofeng, not far from their location, heard every word clearly. When he found them, they were already lying on stretchers. Who are you? They mumbled, barely coherent. I come bearing blessings. Xiaofeng activated his Sharingan and cast an illusion on them. For the next few days, they would likely find no peace in sleep, as each time they closed their eyes, they would automatically enter Xiaofeng's illusionary realm, pursued by a formidable exotic beast. This was merely a means to help them train in their dreams. What else could it be but a gesture of warmth? Xiaofeng nearly felt moved by his own actions. All 8 teams had emerged, with 2 auxiliary teams advancing. This was a milestone for auxiliary departments nationwide. and with the rising popularity of the Kyoto Academy. The combat footage of the auxiliary teams quickly made its way online. Wow, if this strategy were employed, I would also want to be defeated. I'm a professional. I estimate their levels to be 92, 61, and 93. The upstairs is impressive, at least watched over 2,000 episodes, right? I have a friend. Enough chatter, didn't you see the next match? It's brutal. They even used a rocket launcher. What do you know? Dying at the hands of a goddess is a sweet fate. Impressive. Impressive. In the afternoon, Lulu approached Xiaofeng. Master, why can't I seem to summon your wooden dragon and wooden man? Those skills seem so cool. Lulu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Though she had learned the basics of cutting and wood walls, she longed for Xiaofeng's wooden dragon to this. Xiaofeng could only concede that her strength was insufficient. He couldn't very well tell her that she first needed to acquire a bit of Hashirama's cells. By the way, Master, do you think we can win if we make it to the top 4 in the next match? Xiaofeng rested his chin on his hand. No, this was his contemplative response. The prestige of Kyoto Academy was not something that could be easily compared, even if they could utilize exotic equipment. If the power was weak, it would be of little use, and if too powerful, it would be unacceptable to eliminate the opponents. Thus, reaching the top 8 was already the limit for her auxiliary team. Lulu felt a twinge of disappointment, as although it aligned with her expectations, she still felt a sense of unfulfillment. Xiaofeng gently placed his hand on Lulu's head. The average level of combat students at the awakening stage is level 8, which does not imply that all are at this stage. There are also a few who have reached the mastery stage. Once they confront each other, they are likely to be defeated in less than 5 minutes. Thus, reaching the top 8 without encountering them is indeed a stroke of good fortune. You have performed admirably and have pioneered the support class. In the future, the status of support will undoubtedly rise as well. Complimented by Xiaofeng, Lulu's initially somber mood instantly brightened. If I win the next match, can Master grant me a small request? Lulu tilted her head, her gaze slightly evasive as she looked into Xiaofeng's eyes. If it involves refunding tuition, I won't agree. That's not it. Xiaofeng ruffled her hair, smiling. As long as it is within my capacity, I can accommodate you. Chapter 62. Urgent Mission. Lulu beamed with delight. Typically, a little princess like her would be displeased even if someone merely brushed against her. But with Xiaofeng, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace in his company. Prepare well for tomorrow's match. I shall take my leave now. As Lulu watched his departing figure, she silently vowed to win the competition the following day, but on her way home, Jiang Yin intercepted Xiaofeng midway. Young man, I have an urgent task for you that I refused. I've already said it's urgent. I've already said I refuse. My dear master, your disciple will strive tirelessly to complete this mission for you. Jiang Yin nodded in satisfaction. If you had agreed earlier, we wouldn't have this much trouble. Indeed, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. The pressure from the calamity stage nearly suffocated me, though Xiaofeng wore a cheerful expression. The veins on his forehead throbbed. At present, he was still too weak. He needed to improve his levels by gaining experience from the trial tower in a few days. Only by reaching the domain stage would he be able to contend with this old fellow. By that time it would be the moment of my betrayal against my master. Jiang Yin laughed heartily, oblivious to Xiaofeng's inner turmoil that a horde of beasts had appeared outside the capital, most at the mastery stage. Led by a domain-level beast, you need not worry. We have already dispatched specialists to handle it. You only need to take care of the remaining lesser beasts. Xiaofeng was taken aback. Buddy, you think I'm a character from Dragon Ball? I'm merely at the mastery stage. You want me to deal with a beast horde? Jiang Yun remained silent, producing a memory crystal, a device that could record fragments of visual information within the crystal. Xiaofeng was seen laughing heartily in Shi Mountain City, resembling a demon lord descending upon the earth. Behind him, a mass of black flames burned mercilessly, followed by being chased by dozens of beasts in the transformation stage. And I recall that last month in Lingjiang City, a certain Qin Ning reported a fire caused by a mass of black flames, which eradicated all beasts within dozens of miles. Xiaofeng averted his gaze, remembering that this had indeed been the case, as he had done it to farm system points. I want to pry into your secrets, but you must handle this beast horde. Each time a beast horde was dealt with, a staggering number of personnel were required, and often only half would survive. That high-level individuals would confront the leading beast, but the scattered lesser beasts were the most challenging to clear. That it wouldn't do to send a group of domain-level fighters to deal with the awakening and mastery stage rabble. Thus, many mastery stage fighters perished in the onslaught. Xiao Feng's presence was different. He had previously resolved a beast horde single-handedly. With some nurturing, he could become a formidable asset for humanity. Xiao Feng had no choice but to shoulder this burden. Rest assured, it pains me to make this decision as well. The expression at the corner of your mouth has already betrayed you. There's no need to feign. Due to the urgency, Jiang Yun escorted Xiao Feng to the city wall. Go forth, young man. Xiao Feng glanced back. If you're going to escort me, why not take me all the way? Jiang Yun had his own difficulties. He could not leave the capital lightly unless absolutely necessary. As the beast horde was still some distance from the capital, Xiao Feng summoned a wooden dragon for travel. Along the way, there were scattered beasts, but upon sensing the wooden dragon's aura, they all retreated. Boom! After traveling for a while, Xiao Feng heard a violent explosion in the distance, followed by a brilliant flash of white light. It was the domain-level beast. Battling it. Was that not Xiaoya? Xiaoya, wielding a blazing blade, had 4 white wings behind her, clad in shining armor, resembling a true angel descended from the heavens. The horde consisted of 3 domain-level beasts, and Xiaoya's task was to hold off the eagle beast while waiting for the other 2 to assist. However, who said she needed assistance? Xiaoya transformed once more, sprouting 6 wings. With the emergence of the 6 wings, her speed reached a terrifying level, leaving the opposing eagle beast unable to keep up. Judgment. The blazing blade in Xiaoya's hand emitted an intense heat. The eagle beast gazed at the blade as if confronting the sun itself. Before it could react, the blade was already at its eyes. Why won't my body obey my commands to evade? The eagle beast looked around. It wasn't that it didn't want to dodge, but its speed was so rapid that its body hadn't even reacted yet. A flash of white light dazzled, and the most challenging eagle beast was beheaded by Xiaoya's strike. Panting heavily, Xiaoya's 6 wings gradually reverted to 2. Xiao Feng witnessed all of this from a distance. Was this truly her strength? Xiao Feng clenched his fists. He was still far from her level. Dispelling the wooden dragon, he activated his Sharingan. The target was too large, risking alarming the enemy, so Xiao Feng planned to plunge into the beast horde alone. Upon spotting the horde, the beasts were rushing towards the canyon. Should they break through, it would bring them dangerously close to the capital. Amaterasu. Xiao Feng unleashed Amaterasu at the densest part of the horde, incinerating hundreds of beasts in an instant. As the beasts came into contact with one another, the black flames spread like a harbinger of death. Shinra Tensei. Due to the density of the beast horde, Xiao Feng's movements were affected. He could only use Shinra Tensei to reposition himself. Once in another densely populated area of beasts, he unleashed Amaterasu once more. Soon, the black flames caught the attention of the higher-level beasts. What a little ant has ventured in. The transformation stage beasts surged towards Xiao Feng's direction. Host, I advise you to tread carefully. Over 100 transformation stage beasts are charging your way. The system, fearing Xiao Feng would be too reckless, displayed a map where the surrounding beasts were nearly all marked in red. Even as Xiao Feng furiously reaped the beasts, their numbers remained vast. Soon, the transformation stage beasts discerned the situation, instructing the unaffected beasts to form one line, while the ones touched by the black flames charged at Xiao Feng. These were beasts endowed with intelligence, possessing the ability to think, making them far more troublesome than the previously mindless beasts. The group of transformation stage beasts maintained a moderate distance from Xiao Feng, observing, hoping to glean insights into his abilities through the sacrificial pawns they sent forth. Should they find him at his weakest, they would charge without hesitation. If things appeared unfavorable, this distance would allow for a timely retreat. The consumption of spiritual energy was becoming excessive. The activation of Shinra Tensei drained his energy significantly. After only a few uses, he began to pant. At that moment, the system cheekily remarked, Host, it seems you're running out of steam. Chapter 63. I will let you use both hands. Here we have a spiritual energy recovery pill, available for only 100 system points each. How about it? Is it a good deal? Xiao Feng did not respond but instead pressed his hands together. Would release. Sage art. Stripes rapidly spread across Xiao Feng's body, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Damn it. I forgot you bought a fast charger. The system lamented internally, realizing it should have priced these skills higher. As Xiao Feng's spiritual energy rapidly replenished, his combat power gradually returned. Susanu. Xiao Feng enveloped himself in a protective form and launched an attack against the charging beasts. The transformation stage beasts above observed with flickering eyes. seemingly pondering something. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, great wave technique. Earth release, earth spear technique. Xiaofeng unleashed his elemental abilities, annihilating the charging beast. It was then that he realized he lacked large-scale destructive skills. Host. The skill you desire has dropped in price. Wood release, Sage Art, top-tier transformation, now only 2,999,998. Xiaofeng retorted, that price is no different from the original. However, a smile crept onto his lips. Exchange successful, due to the immense spiritual energy cost of this skill. Please be wary not to exhaust yourself. Xiaofeng crushed a magic core from his system warehouse, rapidly replenishing his spiritual energy. Then he crouched with his hands pressed together. The massive spiritual energy around him quickly attracted the attention of the beasts. Run! Their instincts warned them that remaining any longer would lead to their demise. The transformation stage beasts fled, causing the entire horde to descend into chaos. At this moment, Xiaofeng's spiritual energy was fully restored. Wood release, top-tier transformation. With Xiaofeng's shout, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. A colossal statue of a Buddha erupted from the ground, towering higher than the surrounding canyon, its multitude of arms stretching behind it. Upon witnessing this extraordinary sight, the otherworldly beasts scattered in terror. Meanwhile, Xiaoya and two other individuals at the domain level also beheld this astonishing spectacle. What is that? The intelligence report did not mention the presence of another. Due to the immense size of the Buddha, they could only glimpse half of its form from their low vantage point, the rest obscured by the clouds above. I must investigate. Xiaoya sprouted 4 wings and soared skyward. Eager to uncover the truth, if such a terrifying creature appeared near the capital, it would necessitate summoning those formidable beings for assistance. Atop the Buddha's head, Xiaofeng appeared utterly drained, resembling a husk devoid of vitality. Not a single drop of spiritual energy remained. The system remarked dryly, I warned you that with your current energy, summoning this would certainly deplete you entirely. Why are you so stubborn? Xiaofeng, undeterred, continued to fervently absorb the ambient spiritual energy. Struggling to stand, he gazed down at the immense Buddha with uncontainable joy. Goodness, with this entity, won't I be invincible? Yet, no matter how powerful, its limits are tied to your own level. Have you considered your current standing? The fact that you managed to summon it is already pushing the boundaries. At Xiaofeng's current level, the Buddha's might could only vanquish a lower-tier domain beast, contend with beings of the heavenly cataclysm level. Xiaofeng would need to elevate himself to the domain tier. Observing the beasts fleeing like ants below, Xiaofeng chuckled, replenishing his spiritual energy. Let them run for a while. He had no desire to reveal that his inability to manipulate the Buddha stemmed from insufficient energy. The system, however, ruthlessly exposed the truth. Do you not care about your pride? Yet the system was correct. Xiaofeng retrieved high-grade magical cores from his inventory, shattering them to accelerate his energy recovery. After a brief period, the beasts below noticed that the towering presence had become immobile. Yet instinctively, they sensed danger. At that moment, Xiaofeng's energy had restored, and the Buddha began to stir. Xiaoya, hovering in midair, halted her ascent. Opting to observe from a distance, Xiaofeng stood atop the Buddha's head, challenging, Come on, let's duel. I dare you to face me with just 2 hands. Indeed, thousands of hands moved in response, striking towards the horde of beasts. Boom, boom. The ground disintegrated under the might of the impact. Powerful gusts of wind and smoke sweeping Xiaoya toward the canyon's edge. A wave of anxiety washed over her. The magnitude and power of this force. If unleashed within the capital, half of the city would surely be obliterated. This creature must not breach the canyon. Disregarding her own peril, Xiaoya manifested 6 wings and charged toward the Buddha's head. She needed to ascertain the true nature of this beast. It resembled a plant species, yet emanated an unsettling aura. Simultaneously, she signaled the other 2 to disregard the other 2 domain beasts and return to report to the capital. The other 2 domain beasts, witnessing this scene, were equally shaken. What kind of creature is this, so ferocious? We could negotiate our share of the spoils. It is excessive to annihilate my subordinate. The 2 beasts climbed toward the Buddha's form. Meanwhile, atop the Buddha, Xiaofeng gasped for breath, the previously empty system points now swelling at an alarming rate. Thankfully, he had turned off the system notifications. Are there any items that can enhance my spiritual energy? With his current mastery level, his spiritual reserves were woefully inadequate. Indeed, 9 tails chakra, 10 million system points. Since chakra automatically transforms into spiritual energy, the host need not worry. This price, how outrageous. Xiaofeng opened the map to discover that the beast horde had been largely decimated by the Buddha's onslaught. With only 2 slightly larger red dots approaching him, simultaneously, a white that was also advancing. Goodness, there are still survivors. Xiaofeng attempted to rise and command the Buddha for another strike, but the emptiness in his body forced him back down. At this moment, Xiaoyu appeared in the sky. Observing the Buddha, it seemed as if it were being manipulated by some entity, possibly at the heart or the head. She flew towards the Buddha's pinnacle. And indeed, she spotted a figure there. But was that figure a human? Xiaoya's instinct sharpened as she approached the Buddha's head. As she drew closer, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Xiaofeng, noticing Xiaoya's 6 wings, could not help but shout, "Yijia, it's me." Upon hearing his voice, Xiaoya exclaimed, "Xiaofeng, how did you end up here? Shouldn't he be at home?" Although puzzled, she hastened her approach, discovering Xiaofeng slumped atop the Buddha, surrounded by shattered magical cores. "Xiaofeng, how did you come to be here?" Her immediate concern was not the origin of the Buddha, but rather Xiaofeng's well-being. Summoning such a terrifying entity must have taken a massive toll on him. "It's nothing, just completely drained of energy and unable to move." Xiaofeng managed a strained smile. "Which clan's master has come to our aid?" Below, the leopard and lion beasts began to scale the Buddha's colossal form. Believing it to be a powerful entity from one of the clans, a frown crossed Xiaofeng's face as he swatted at the 2 beasts with his remaining strength. "Bro, something feels off. My instincts are telling me to run." "Run? Nonsense. If we can attach ourselves to this great clan's leg, our future is bright." Just as the lion beast finished speaking, a massive hand descended from the clouds, striking it and sending it flying several miles away. "Bro." Before the leopard beast could process the situation, another arm followed suit, targeting it as well, pursuing its brother on the Buddha's head. Xiaofeng had no time to explain as he lunged at Xiaoya. "Take off." Xiaoya, bewildered, instinctively flapped her wings as the Buddha began to collapse beneath them. At that moment, Xiaofeng found himself cradled in Xiaoya's arms, having depleted his last reserves of energy. He was grateful for her presence. "Did you summon this thing?" Only now did Xiaoya inquire whether this terrifying Buddha had been conjured by Xiaofeng. "Yes, but it drained all my energy. I can barely move now." Suddenly, Xiaoya grasped the key point. "You mean to say you can't move at all?" Xiaofeng nodded, an ominous feeling creeping into his mind. Xiaoya tightened her embrace, as if holding a life-sized plush toy. Xiaofeng sent, "His face is so soft and squishy. And hey, not there. That could get us banned." That day, Xiaofeng endured the most tragic 3 minutes of his life. Fortunately, his energy levels began to replenish, or he might have been subjected to Xiaoya's relentless squeezing for much longer. By the way, how did you end up here?" Xiaoya asked nonchalantly, a blush gracing her cheeks. Xiaofeng adjusted his attire before explaining. "Zhang Yun said there was an urgent mission and sent me here to eliminate the minions." He gestured towards the vast crater behind them. The Buddha's ferocious strikes had created a massive pit, littered with the remains of countless beasts. No, there would be no bones left to speak of. That old coot. Xiaoya clenched her fists, vowing to burn his beard upon her return. She had repeatedly warned him about the dangers of the wilderness. Yet he still assigned Xiaofeng to such perilous tasks. That old man would find his weaknesses sold to the heads of the other 4 academies. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 domain-level beasts emerged from the dust of the crater. "How dare they treat us this way? Even if they are from a great clan. We have reached the domain level. Leopard brother, let us reclaim our honor." Though their minions had been obliterated, as long as they drew breath, they would not relent in their assault on the capital. Yet, what was this colossal Buddha? Surely it was a tactic employed by a powerful clan, yet it aided the humans. If only they could discover which clan it was and spread the news, they would surely be attacked by other factions. Just as the 2 beasts prepared to charge upwards, the lion beast remarked, "Bro, did you hear that sound? Something's falling." "Impossible. This area is nothing but craters. Could the Buddha possibly fall? If it does, I'll eat it all." No sooner had the lion beast spoken than a massive wooden Buddha had plummeted from the clouds, crashing down upon the 2 beasts. Soon after, the Buddha's form began to collapse as well, toppling into the crater. The 2 domain-level hunters observing from a distance were at a loss for words. Has Xiaoya not reported back yet? On the communication device, Xiaoya's life signal remained intact, Yet contact was impossible. Should we return first? Find a rescue team. After a moment of contemplation, the other decided to search for her. If they could not locate her, only then would they return. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Xiaoya had silenced all devices to prevent any disturbance to herself and Xiaofeng. Upon reaching the ground, Xiaofeng immediately broke free from Xiaoya's embrace. Unable to forget the events that had just transpired, "But I'm your brother," he protested. Xiaoya waved her hand dismissively. "What's the big deal? I bathed you every day when we were little. I've touched every inch of you. That was when we were children. Don't worry, we're not actually related. It's perfectly legal," Xiaoya teased, revealing a shocking secret. In truth, this was a tale from long ago. Xiaofeng's parents were the city guards of Linjiang City, and during a calamity, they stumbled upon a baby girl. In the chaos, they had no idea whether the child's parents were alive, so they took her in and named her Xiaoya. 2 years later, Xiaofeng was born, and at that time, the couple considered raising Xiaoya as a child bride. However, not long after, the Jiang family proposed marriage, and the plan fell through. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng's parents had left 2 letters of testament. One for Xiaoya and one for Xiaofeng. In Xiaoya's letter, her true heritage was revealed, and from that moment on, her feelings towards Xiaofeng began to shift. "So, I've regarded you as my sister for over a decade. And you want me to marry you?" Xiaoya chuckled. "We're family. Why make it sound so distant?" Reflecting on Xiaoya's previous actions, which had clearly surpassed the bounds of sisterly affection, he realized the truth of the matter. "Sister, can't we just continue being siblings? That won't do. As siblings, I can only have you for half my life. Once you marry, who will do my laundry and cook for me?" Xiaofeng retorted. "Who am I going to marry, a man?" Xiaoya placed a hand on Xiaofeng's shoulder. "Don't worry, your sister will take good care of you." Overwhelmed by the flood of information, Xiaofeng needed time to process. "Rest assured, I won't force you. My only wish is for your happiness." Xiaoya stood up, preparing to reunite with the other 2 members. "Oh no, that's a lot to take in." Xiaoya pulled out her communicator, only to find numerous messages from the other 2 that Angel received. "There is no danger here. You may return to headquarters." Angel was Xiaoya's code name in the hunting team, given her powers as a seraphim, a title that was quite distinctive. Upon receiving Xiaoya's message, the other 2 members sighed in relief. Although they had narrowly escaped 2 domain-level beasts, the inexplicable resolution of the beast tide meant their mission could be considered a tenuous success. Chapter 65. Xiaofeng's Training Method. Xiaofeng. "How long has it been since we camped like this?" At the riverbank, Xiaoya playfully splashed water with her feet, looking at Xiaofeng, who was busy grilling nearby. As if they had returned to their childhood. "I don't know. It feels like it's been ages." In his memory, the last time they had camped so leisurely in the wild was when their parents were still alive. "It's ready to eat," Xiaofeng announced after sampling the food. Hearing this, Xiaoya rushed back from the river, grabbing the skewers to devour them. "I still can't bear to give Xiaofeng to anyone else. It's better to stay by my sister's side for life." Xiaofeng smiled in silence. Was this considered a confession? Yet, how could he feel anything for someone he had thought of as a sister for so many years? Now suddenly revealed as a half-sister, he couldn't help but recall her lounging at home, dressed only in her undergarments, watching television all day. "That we're too familiar with each other. I can't act on it." Xiaofeng explained helplessly. "No worries. I can take the lead. You can just follow," she replied mischievously. "What did I just hear?" Xiaofeng looked at her, uncertain if she was serious or joking. After a sleepless night, the 2 began packing to return to Kyoto. Due to last night's beast tide, many of the nearby beasts had been cleared away. "But Xiaofeng, what's that big booty you have? It looks impressive." Xiaofeng, with dark circles under his eyes, felt his mind was a jumbled mess. Xiaoya looked at him with concern. "If you don't like me, that's also fine," she said softly, lowering her head. "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Xiaofeng felt a pang in his heart. "It's not that I just need time to accept it. After all, it's hard for anyone to adjust to a sister suddenly becoming a half-sister." Xiaoya raised her head. "Shouldn't boys be happy about this? Plus, I consider myself quite attractive." She glanced at her own bosom. Boys should prefer something more ample, right? Could Xiaofeng truly be done into flatter chests? She recalled Jiang Yu, who was definitely into A-cups. Though Xiaofeng had no idea what she was contemplating, it was undoubtedly something particularly risky. "Xiaofeng, what is your preference?" Since she couldn't figure it out, Xiaoya decided to ask directly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiaofeng felt her gaze bore into him. "What preference? Apple pie." PFF, ha. Xiaoya laughed, clutching her stomach, realizing how innocent Xiaofeng was, and a wicked thought began to form in her mind. Xiaofeng, it seems like there's sand in my eyes. Can you help me blow it out? Confused, Xiaofeng wondered why she suddenly mentioned sand in her eyes. Something fell off. 100 things fell off. Yet, he truly lacked knowledge in Ti Jiangyun's side, lamenting the stubbornness of that girl. I never said for him to go alone. Just tidy up a bit and set off with him when the time comes. Chapter 66. The feelings that cannot be confronted upon hearing this. Xiaoya immediately grasped Jiang Yun's meaning that I will return right now. That girl is still as hasty as ever. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng arrived at the venue for the Academy's grand competition, due to his late return. The semifinals had already concluded. Yinlin also noticed Xiaofeng approaching. How did it go? Xiaofeng inquired. Yinlin shook her head. It seems they fell short at the top 8. Is that so? What about Lulu? Why haven't I seen her? Isn't it because of you? Xiaofeng pointed to himself to me. What did I do? She was eagerly anticipating your appearance for support, but her team encountered a powerhouse from the combat division. Despite their efforts, they could not bridge the gap in levels. You, on the other hand, were absent the entire time. Xiaofeng scratched his face with his index finger. I was suddenly summoned for an urgent mission last night. Yinlin sighed. She should be at Mingxin Lake now. Watching Xiaofeng walk away, Yinlin chuckled softly. You really don't understand a woman's heart. Mingxin Lake is one of the quieter spots on campus, largely due to its lack of visitors, which is why Lulu chose to come here at this moment. She sat by the lake, barefoot, dipping her toes into the water. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Was it resentment at losing the match? Disappointment at unfulfilled wishes? Or was it the ache of not seeing someone she longed for? With legs so short, are you not afraid of falling in? Xiaofeng had returned from a nearby convenience store with 2 bottles of peach soda. Offering one to her as he leaned against the railing, Lu had initially intended to accept it joyfully, but upon remembering his absence during her match, she pouted and clung to the railing. Not short at all. Amused, Xiaofeng placed the soda beside her. Considering the opponent's level is significantly higher, reaching this stage is already impressive, but you were able to defeat beasts of the transformation realm. Xiaofeng turned his gaze away. Why compare yourself to me? I'm someone with protagonist-level advantages and maximum cheats. Since you've blazed the trail, support classes can learn combat skills in the future, and their status will rise accordingly. Lu remained silent, picking up the soda beside her and squinting at the cap before handing it to Xiaofeng. Help me open this. I refused. I saw you take down a beast with your bare hands last time. Lulu retorted. Do you understand a girl's heart? Isn't that why I bought you peach-flavored soda? Xiaofeng replied, raising his thumb in an understanding gesture. Psst. Lulu, no longer stubborn, opened the bottle herself and took a sip. Despite his straightforwardness, he was the most genuine person Lulu had encountered in this city, compared to those so-called rich young masters who superficially pursued her while engaging in underhanded schemes behind her back. Master, do you believe in love? Xiaofeng looked bewildered, shaking the soda in his hand. He hadn't made a mistake in purchasing it. My father said he wants to arrange my marriage, but the other party has a terrible private life. He claims it's to secure the partnership, and that he'll release me from it if given the chance. But I don't trust him. At this moment, Lulu, having felt aggrieved for so long, finally found an outlet for her emotions and poured out everything she had kept inside. Because I'm his only daughter, he has always sought a talented son-in-law, although that man has a bad reputation. My father recognizes his business acumen. Drip, drop. Tears like soybeans fell into Mingxin Lake, sending ripples that scattered the moon's reflection. That if you dislike it, then tell your father he must care about you, right? No, he only cares about his business empire. Lulu's emotions flared as she lamented. Since my mother died, his focus has solely been on business. He doesn't regard me as his daughter at all. So, master, can you take me away? At this moment, Lulu resembled a wounded kitten, her gaze shimmering with a yearning for belonging as she looked at Xiaofeng. That he did not respond. After a while, Lulu lowered her head in disappointment. As if she had already found her answer, just as she was about to leave, the scene suddenly shifted. Was at the courtyard of her home. Lulu gazed at her hands, astonished at their diminutive size. Alu, hurry and wash your hands for dinner. As Lulu looked at the middle-aged woman before her, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Mom. Wu Xian picked Lulu up in a tight embrace. What's wrong, my little princess? Why are you crying so much today? Not just Lulu. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man who had been reading the newspaper abruptly stood up, upon scanning the surroundings and spotting Wu Xian and Lulu. His eyes were already glistening with tears. Why are you like this, dear? You're all grown up, yet still so spoiled. In reality, Xiao Feng held Lulu as they appeared in a high-rise office. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Lulu's father, Luli. Everything they experienced was merely a beautiful illusion crafted by Xiao Feng using moon reading, though it lasted only a night. He hoped it would help them mend their emotional scars, because when Xiao Feng arrived, Luli had discovered Lulu in his arms, the urgency in his demeanor unmistakable. He truly cared for her. However, he had made a common mistake many parents do. He had lost touch with how to communicate with Lulu. He wanted to provide her with a complete and secure life. Yet he was unaware that what Lulu desired was something entirely different. Gently placing Lulu on the nearby sofa, Xiao Feng left after posting a do not disturb sign on the door. The feelings that one cannot confront. Xiao Feng pondered as he took out his phone and dialed a number, one he had once been too afraid to face. Xiao Feng, I heard from Dad and Mom that I'll be your wife from now on. Since elementary school, Jiang Yu had clung to Xiao Feng, inseparable to say the least. Fiancé, huh, besides, we don't even know if we can truly get married, so stop bothering me, it's too hot. On a scorching summer day, Jiang Yu liked to wrap her arms around Xiao Feng, staking her claim in front of girls from other classes. Honestly, Xiao Feng is getting shy. We were so sweet yesterday, it was just 1 cup of honey tea. Don't make it sound so misleading. Xiao Feng, why don't you want to see me? Our engagement has been annulled. Don't come looking for me anymore. We have no relationship now. No. That was my mom's decision. Not mine. In any case, we have no relationship. Stop clinging to me. Xiao Feng. Why don't you want to see me, da? You're here. I in the purple rice forest. Jiang Yu approached anxiously. Upon seeing that familiar figure, all her apprehensions melted away. I'm here. Chapter 67. Choices. Jiang Yu, fidgeting nervously, slowly approached Xiao Feng. This was the first time he had actively sought her out since they grew up. They sat beneath a tree. And although the season for the purple rice forest had passed, a few purple flowers still remained. Jiang Yu leaned closer to Xiao Feng, tilting her head against him. Xiao Feng, have you finally come to your senses? Yes, I have. Then say it. Jiang Yu's heart raced. Could it be? I've decided to take you as my sworn sister. At that moment, Jiang Yu's eyes turned into little black dots, resembling an emoji. Huh. I realized my feelings for you are akin to that of a brother to a sister, so let us just be friends. That one do. I've even thought of names for our 11th baby. Xiao Feng, why are you even thinking about such things? Xiao Feng covered his head, looking at her with a loving expression typical of someone speaking to a child. Let us just be friends. If I marry you, our children would starve. Jiang Yu slowly lowered her head, her gaze falling to her feet. When she looked up again, her eyes brimmed with tears of sadness. I'll grow. I'm still in my developmental stage. I'll get bigger, Jiang Yu said, trying to convince herself, then continued, and didn't you say before that it doesn't matter even if I'm flat? Is it possible that I said that because you were still young and I didn't want to discourage you? Jiang Yu pouted, her cheeks puffing up like a small bald is it because of Xiaoya? At the mention of Xiaoya, Xiao Feng paused, taking in Jiang Yu's expression. I knew it. In any case, I want to give up. I want to grow. Xiao Feng, what are you talking about? Did she say she wants to marry you? Jiang Yu gazed at Xiao Feng with a look of resentment. How did you know? Wait. You know we're not real siblings, right? Of course, you two don't even have the same hair color. Uncle and auntie are both black-haired. How could they possibly have a red-haired daughter? Moreover, as a woman, my intuition tells me that she must be as lustful for your body as I am. The conversation gradually took a turn for the worse. Jiang Yu continued, in any case, I am the legitimate one here. I aspire to greatness. You, a mere commoner, wish to achieve greatness. Why don't you go home and prop up a pillow instead? A feminine voice echoed from above. It was Xiaoya. Upon returning home, Xiaoya noticed that Xiao Feng had not yet returned at such a late hour and worried something might have happened, prompting her to search for him, only to discover the two in a secluded grove. Furthermore, she arrived just in time to hear Jiang Yu's declaration. Your engagement was long ago annulled. What legitimate claim do you have? Stay away from my Xiao Feng. And go as far as you can. Who says it was cancelled? I, as one of the parties involved, never agreed to it. The engagement paper was torn to shreds, and besides, being with you, I fear the child might starve. No wonder they are siblings. They share the same points of contention. Jiang Yu gazed despondently at her chest, and then at Xiaoya's 36. Xiaoya, undeterred, proudly puffed out her chest. I will grow taller. She chuckled, feeling a bit parched. Subsequently, she produced a cup of milk tea, wedged it between her bosom, and began sipping, assuming an expression as if she were watching a play. Jiang Yu's tears fell like worthless pearls. In any case, I will never give up. Jiang Yu wept as she fled the scene. As for relinquishing Xiao Feng, that was out of the question. In the end, the one standing by his side would undoubtedly be her. Oomph. Xiao Yu smirked triumphantly before pulling Xiao Feng back home. I intended to have a serious conversation with her. Xiao Feng sighed. He was already aware of Jiang Yu's feelings for him. He originally hoped to clarify things this time. But unexpectedly, Xiao Yu had appeared out of nowhere. What is there to discuss? She is merely lusting after your body. Keep your distance from her, Xiao Yu remarked as she caressed Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng retorted. I think you are the one who is most infatuated with him. What nonsense. I am merely concerned for your well-being. She almost believed her own words. This time, let us tidy up a bit. Xiao Yu recounted Jiang Yun's words. What the hell? Is he out of his mind? I am the one in control. Xiao Yu nodded in full agreement. However, this time, you have me by your side, so there is no need for worry. Xiao Yu grinned. Xiao Feng thought to himself. Why do I feel that it is because of you that I need to worry? Still, Xiao Feng felt a pang of reflection upon hearing Jiang Yun's words. The 9 clans threaten humanity on Blue Star, and how can one survive without growing stronger? That night, Xiao Yu packed a great deal of belongings. In her eyes, this outing was akin to a honeymoon with Xiao Feng. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng secluded himself in his room, examining 2 fragments of a map in his hands. Yu Ming, is your Moondog clan located on Crescent Mountain? During this period, Yu Ming had remained at home, becoming akin to a watchdog. Why do you want to know this? Let me tell you, starvation will not betray my clan. Although bound by a contract, if Yu Ming refused to disclose information, there was little he could do. Are you certain? Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan, his intent to threaten clear. The Moondog clan resides in Crescent Mountain. The higher one ascends, the stronger the warriors become, with the most powerful being the clan leader who resides at the peak. My father, a being of divine rage. Yu Ming scoffed. Even if I told you, it would be of no use. Not even that old Ku Jiang Yun could stand against my father. Xiao Feng pondered briefly. Very well, then we shall go to your place. Xiao Feng activated his Mangeki Sharingan, the space of divine might fluctuating, and after leaving a note on the bed, he departed with Yu Ming, until deep into the night. Xiao Feng, do I look good in this outfit? Xiao Yu entered the room, only to find Xiao Feng had long since vanished. Xiao Feng, upon noticing the note on the bedside, she picked it up and immediately rushed outside. In the principal's office, Jiang Yun gazed at the man cloaked in black, his face obscured by a white striped mask, with a pair of crimson eyes visible within the Tomo-like eye sockets. Is this your choice? To be honest, while he wished for Xiao Feng to grow rapidly, there was simply no time left for alternatives. Do not inform Xiao Yu of my whereabouts. I will do my best to secure the remaining map fragments. This masked figure was none other than Xiao Feng himself. He was acutely aware that time was running short for humanity, and he did not wish to be at the forefront, having already lived a burdensome life in his previous existence. Yet gradually, he realized that if he did not strive, then humanity, along with those he cared for, would perish in calamity. Take this. As long as you crush it, you can be transported to the nearest city. Jiang Yin produced another piece of jade, the only thing he could offer Xiao Feng at present, hoping that before disaster struck, he could grow into a great protector of humanity. Child, you have endured much. Jiang Yun's voice trembled as he spoke the final words, and Xiao Feng entered the space of divine might, departing from Kyoto that if he could, he would not wish to place such a heavy burden on a child. But within Xiao Feng, he saw hope, the hope for the resurgence of humanity. Yet this simultaneously signified that Xiao Feng's path to growth would be fraught with twists, dangers, and even the possibility of death. But there was no time to waste. Humanity could not afford to wait on the other side. Jiang Yu walked through the academy with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, an old beggar approached her. Young lady, I see you have remarkable potential. Thank you, but I'm not interested in sales pitches. Do you think I'm a con artist? Ahem, let me speak plainly. You possess a unique aura that I find intriguing. Would you like to become a supreme being of humanity? Not interested. That moment, Jiang Yu resembled a heartbroken girl, her mind devoid of any other thoughts. Let me tell you, despite my appearance, I am a strong being of the Calamity Realm. Jiang Yu looked at him skeptically. Could this disheveled old man truly be a strong being of the Calamity Realm? Don't believe me. The old man released a fraction of his aura, and in an instant, the earth trembled as if a typhoon were imminent. Girl, The wind within you far surpasses mine. If you learn from me properly, I cannot promise you will surpass Jiang Yun, but becoming a being of the calamity realm is entirely feasible. Then can I marry Xiao Feng? The old man paused. Who is Xiao Feng? Why does his name sound somewhat similar to that little apprentice of Jiang's old ghost? But to placate this apprentice, he replied, of course, once you become a strong being, he will be the one begging to kneel before you. Chapter 68. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. In the wilderness. Yu Ming, where is Crescent Mountain located? Upon exiting the space of divine might, Xiao Feng began his journey with Yu Ming. This outfit was indeed striking, but the mask felt somewhat stifling. He wondered how Abito managed to wear such a thing for so long. Why should I tell you? Yu Ming turned his head away, clearly reluctant to lead Xiao Feng back to his clan. Originally, returning to his clan might have led to ostracism. Now, he had been forcibly contracted as this fellow's summoning beast. He would not need any other dogs to act against him. The old man would tear him apart first. I know the strongholds of the other 9 clans. Let's south avoid Crescent Mountain. Shall we? To save his own skin, he would have to sacrifice the others. You seem quite afraid of returning to your clan. After some contemplation, Xiao Feng agreed to Yu Ming's suggestion. After all, whether going to one clan or another, it was all the same, right? Then I'll take you to the territory of the Void Cats. They excel in spatial abilities, and their sharp claws can tear through space to inflict harm. However, with your peculiar spatial abilities, if you hide within, that group of cats, barring their leader, should not be able to intrude. Yu Ming referred to Xiao Feng's divine might. However, due to the singular eye of his Sharingan, he could only evade and enter the space of divine might. To attack, he would need to complete the other eye. Mission issued. 1. Locate the wandering heir of the Void Cat clan and establish a spirit beast contract. Completion rewards a substantial amount of experience points. 2. Acquire a fragment of the Void Cat clan's map. Complete the mission to receive a generous reward of system points. 3. Tear off 1 whisker from the leader of the Void Cat clan. Completion rewards another divine might Mangeki Sharingan. Xiao Feng examined these 3 missions. The first 2 seemed reasonable, but what on earth was the third? He could have simply sent him to his death. Yet still, a task was issued. Dog system. I only issue tasks. I do not force you to complete them. Keep cursing, and believe it or not, I will raise the prices of everything in the store. Yu Ming, noticing Xiao Feng's grim expression, worried he might have led him to the enemies of the Moondog clan, the Void Cats. Did you just call me a dog? He mused internally as Xiao Feng stood up. Then let us go to the Void Cat clan. Where is their territory? Hearing that there was no need to return, Yu Ming wagged his tail, leading the way for Xiao Feng to the east. Xiao Feng produced a fragment of a world map, carefully examining which city it indicated. Not there. It's this. Yu Ming pointed with his paw to a corner of the map. It's here. We will not be getting close to those cats. Xiao Feng looked and exclaimed, isn't this Sakura country? Are you sure it's here? If that is the case, it would pose quite a dilemma. The portal device can only be utilized within the confines of Huaxia, and should one wish to venture there, crossing the sea is the only option. The beasts lurking in the depths of the ocean are far more ferocious than those on land, and their numbers are exponentially greater. The Void Cat clan has transcended space to depart from that island, yet it seems there are traces of your humankind left behind, suggesting there might also be suitable methods for your passage. Yu Ming is fervently persuading Xiao Feng to go. As long as he avoids the Crescent Mountain, he is free to choose any destination. Moreover, with Xiao Feng's penchant for causing chaos, he would undoubtedly create utter disarray among the Void Cat clan. In effect, this would be a roundabout means of earning merit for his own clan. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Feng's gaze fell upon the system. System, do you have any means for me to get there? Yes. Xiao Feng's spirits soared with joy, eager to inquire further. But why should I divulge that information to you? The system retorted cheekily. You issue a task without even telling me how to get there. Are you abandoning your responsibilities? Who told you this is my responsibility? If you fail to complete the task, it is of no concern to me. My primary duty is to sell items from the system shop. I am the Hokage system, not your caretaker. How many system points? I am not that kind of system. Would 1,000 points suffice? The system's role is to assist the host in ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Host, let us join hands and become the overlords of Blue Star. I have already sent you the route. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng's system balance diminished by 1,000 points to check the route. Do I need to go to Magic City? Indeed, there exists a beast in Magic City known as the Great Mouth Whale. whose oxygen supply is sufficient for a person to survive within for half a month. Host, you merely need to control the great mouth whale and navigate it until you reach the kingdom of Sakura. Such a beast exists. Let us go. Yuming, since we have confirmed our objective, we shall first rest in Magic City. Yuming lay down, exclaiming, did we not just begin our rest? Must we travel again? Do you treat beasts like dogs? Yuming leapt onto Xiaofeng's back, resigning to the fact that further travel was out of the question. Thus, the duo made their way toward the nearest city. Thanks to the universal portal card, Xiaofeng entered without hindrance and subsequently set the destination to Magic City. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the scenery before him shifted slightly. Greetings, esteemed hunter. Welcome to Magic City. The local authorities had long been informed of the arrival of a significant figure, as not everyone possesses the qualification for nationwide passage, and his attire clearly indicated he was a member of the hunting team. Xiaofeng waved dismissively, signaling them to refrain from following, and then departed. He had no desire for his arrival in Magic City to become common knowledge, especially since he had slipped away from Xiaoya. If she were to discover it, she would likely pursue him. It was not that he was unwilling to travel with her, but in the face of danger, he could escape through divine might. While she could not, considering various factors, Xiaofeng resolved to journey alone. From Jiang Yun's instructions, Xiaofeng discerned that Jiang Yun's true intention was not for him to tackle the beast tides in various locations, but rather to enhance his strength before the onset of chaos. He wondered how Jiang Yun would react upon discovering that Xiaofeng intended to head to the stronghold of the Void Cat clan. One of the 9 clans, the streets of Magic City bustled with life at night, starkly contrasting with the tranquility of Kyoto. Bold Beast Clan, how dare you trespass upon human territory? A voice of fury rang out. And suddenly, the space surrounding Xiaofeng dimmed. It was a barrier. At that moment, Li Zhong stepped through the barrier. As a psychic-type ability user, he possessed heightened sensitivity towards mental energies. In that fleeting instant, he sensed a strange and malevolent aura that had suddenly emerged in Magic City, one strikingly similar to that of the malevolent deity imprisoned near Kyoto. Consequently, Li Zhong swiftly erected a barrier. For the abomination was located in the city center. He trapped Xiaofeng within the barrier, leading to the ensuing scene. Monster, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Chapter 69. 1,000-year kill reborn Xiaofeng. You are the one who is not human. I stand here as a living human, and yet you confine me with this pathetic barrier? Li Zhong smirked confidently. Monster, do you think I cannot see through your disguise just because you are masquerading as a human? Little do you know, your facade is riddled with flaws in my eyes. At that moment, Xiaofeng exchanged glances with Yuming. Oh, you know that fool. Yuming pointed at Li Zhong with his paw. Xiaofeng buried his face in his hands. I am not well acquainted with him. Seeing the other party murmuring in front of him, Li Zhong expressed his discontent. Even with me standing here, you dare to plot schemes? It seems you hold me in utter disregard. Li Zhong first tentatively unleashed a pulse of psychic energy to gauge his opponent's strength. Yuming yawned. After all, he was also from the Moondog clan, which specialized in psychic abilities, and such a pulse felt merely like a raindrop to him. On the other hand, Xiaofeng, having activated his Sharingan, possessed considerable mental strength as well. This pulse of energy was insufficient to phase him. It appears to be a formidable beast. Form a formation. With Li Zhong's command, the heads of the Magic City Academy who accompanied him also entered the barrier to take their positions. Wind, fire, water. As several individuals entered the formation, an octagonal symbol materialized within the barrier. Hey, aren't we leaving? Yuming grew anxious. If he were at his prime, he would not fear such tactics. Yet his current strength was drastically diminished. Do not panic. I have never encountered such things before. Let us observe. Xiaofeng, seemingly unfazed, produced a handful of sunflower seeds, munching while watching them set up the formation. His Sharingan spun wildly, scrutinizing their every movement. Let us see how you breach our formation. They all declared in unison. Li Zhong stood at the entrance, confident that even if Xiaofeng managed to escape by sheer luck, he could intercept him here. To their surprise, Xiaofeng smiled slightly and charged toward the opposite exit. Li Zhong chuckled. Indeed, a member of the Beast Clan, ignorant of the intricacies of our human formations. The next second, the formation underwent a dramatic transformation. Centered around the exit Xiaofeng approached, a new formation emerged, identical to theirs. Meanwhile, the exit beneath Li Zhong's feet transformed into an exit of doom. He is learning our formation, one shouted, but they dared not move. For any shift would not only dismantle their formation but also thrust them into the opposing one. Li Zhong cursed inwardly, astonished that this beast could perfectly replicate their formation after merely witnessing it once. It is known that mastering this formation typically requires a decade of diligent study. All right, let us withdraw the formation. I have already stated that I am not a beast. Xiao Feng removed his cloak and took off his white mask when Li Zhong beheld Xiao Feng's face. Astonishment washed over him. Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng nodded that yes, I said. We are of the same kin. Let us withdraw the formation. Poor child. You have been possessed by a beast. Fear not. I shall free you now. Xiao Feng, you would rather believe I am possessed by a beast than accept that I am myself, right? Divine Might. Xiao Feng entered the Divine Might space. Upon witnessing Xiao Feng's escape, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by his earlier display, this monster's strength was formidable indeed. Principal, is he the Xiao Feng you mentioned earlier? The others, having dispelled the formation, gathered closer to Li Zhong. Indeed. That child is the most talented individual I have ever encountered. It is a pity he could not outmaneuver that old ghost Jiang Yun. Who would have thought that old wretch could not protect even a child, allowing him to be possessed by a beast? Just as Li Zhong lamented, a figure slowly emerged from behind him. Xiao Feng concealed his aura, relying solely on his physical prowess to stealthily approach his target. As he drew near, he formed his hands into a tiger seal. Thousand-year kill. A sharp pain shot through Li Zhong, radiating from the base of his spine to his brain, spreading rapidly. Xiao Feng shook his hand. That was quite a leap. The other academy heads stared blankly at the principal before recovering. Capture him. Though they shouted this, each instinctively shielded their posterior, glancing back nervously, fearing they might follow in the principal's footsteps. After fleeing for a while, dawn broke. At this point, Xiao Feng found himself cornered on the rooftop of a tall building. Hey, do you not find it shameless to have a bunch of domain realm experts pursuing a mere control realm student? Enough nonsense. The principal has declared you a beast clad in a human guise. Surrender and confess what brings you to our territory. Xiao Feng's divine might space was not particularly vast, allowing him to escape only a mile away. These academy heads were all domain realm experts. And had it not been for Xiao Feng's divine might ability, he would have likely been captured long ago. Just as Xiao Feng pondered whether to summon Susanoo directly, Li Zhong arrived, his presence accentuated by the stark white sunlight behind him, illuminating the crimson behind him. This fellow is undoubtedly human. I have only encountered such shamelessness in my life, aside from Jiang Yun. In this little rascal, Li Zhong's words dripped with bitterness, inwardly hoping that this fellow was indeed possessed by a beast, as that would give him the opportunity to eliminate him. Because of this little rascal, I have suffered from hemorrhoids for over a decade. Xiaoya, it is I. Could you please help me get in touch with the hospital regarding my hemorrhoids? Ah, yes, it has become rather serious. It suddenly ruptured. Li Zhong, unhurried and composed, retrieved his phone to book a VIP bed for himself before he began attending to Xiao Feng. Did you not follow Jiang Yun to the Kyoto Academy? How did you end up in the Magic City? And what is this creature? You are the creature. I am called Yuming. Yuming bared his teeth at Li Zhong with an unfriendly demeanor. However, at that moment, he was in no position to resist Li Zhong, who lifted him to examine his body. This aura is indeed quite similar to that of the sinister beast. Is it his offspring? Offspring, my foot. The sinister beast is me. Yuming swiped at Li Zhong with his claws, but it had no effect whatsoever. Li Zhong merely gazed quietly at Xiao Feng for a moment. I understand. Just now, Li Zhong had briefly scanned Xiao Feng's mental information. Such external energies could not provide core details, but he did learn that Xiao Feng had come to the Magic City to seek out the Great Mouth Whale. Very well, you may return for now. Li Zhong turned his back, allowing the others from the academy to leave first. Principal, but rest assured, he is indeed of the human race. No, I mean principal, your blood is spilling onto the ground. Do you not want to buy some paper to clean it up? Chapter 70. You would not wish. I in the hospital. Li Zhong lay on the bed, casting a mischievous glance at Xiao Feng. So you decided to come to the Magic City, yet you did not think to give me a heads up. When a sudden aura intruded, I thought it was some kind of aberrant beast stirring up trouble. At this moment, a nurse strolled over nonchalantly, removing Li Zhong's bandages to change his dressing. Xiao Feng looked at her with a peculiar expression. Why are we conversing here? At this point, Li Zhong became irate. Why here? Do you not have a clue? Once the nurse finished changing the dressing, she advised, try not to move the wound. If possible, we can arrange for your surgery soon. No surgery. Xiao Feng shot him a sideways glance. Incredulous that the esteemed principal of the Magic City Academy feared a mere operation. Sensing Xiao Feng's gaze, Li Zhong explained, our bodies and skin are given to us by our parents. Even that little piece of flesh is part of my body. So applying medicine will suffice. The nurse left in exasperation. Hey, what is with that look? I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Xiao Feng then pulled out his phone and added the other academy principals into a group chat. God of Light and Darkness, Sunluo Giant Elephant, why have we been added to this group? Rock, Bubble JPG, the strongest in Huaxia. You, instead of focusing on training outside, are playing on your phone? The remaining person stared blankly at Xiao Feng. What do you intend to do? Xiao Feng slowly approached, taking a full-body photo with his 300 million pixel phone. This principal. You certainly wouldn't want your embarrassing antics to be known by the other esteemed elders. Would you? As Xiao Feng observed his account balance, a wide grin spread across his face. Invincible Feng. I merely wish to say, I am truly handsome, God of Light and Darkness. Sunluo, Giant Elephant. Rock, Speechless JPG. The strongest in Huaxia. You can perish. Li Zhong sighed in relief upon seeing the group chat. At least this little rascal was keeping his word. Unbeknownst to him, far away in Kyoto, Zhang Yun was still worried about Xiao Feng's current state. While this little brat was sending him private messages, inside was a photo of Li Zhong lying in a hospital bed, with the words proctology boldly inscribed beneath. The message read, I will only inform you. Do not spread this around. That day, laughter echoed in Zhang Yun's office, scarcely ceasing. Old Guang, among these individuals, you and I have the best rapport. I will only share this with you. Old Principal Zhong Yin. Among these individuals, you are the most honest. I will only share this with you. Do not tell anyone else. Uncle Yu, I feel an instant connection with you. This information I hold is only for you. Do not let anyone else know. After completing all of this, Xiao Feng approached Li Zhong's bedside to offer comfort. Old Li, we are indeed friends across generations. Rest assured, I will ensure that no more than this number of people will know about your photo. Xiao Feng confidently raised 2 fingers. Li Zhong looked on with a gratified smile. This child truly kept his promises, ensuring that no third person would know that in truth, Xiao Feng was not referring to 2 individuals, but rather that he would keep the number within double digits. Both of them nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Feng made his way toward the seaside, where Li Zhong had mentioned that the great mouth whale would only surface during the monthly low tide. With several days still to go until then, Xiao Feng had intended to find a place to settle down first. Classmate, are you also here for the secret realm? A pair of students, a male and a female, were searching for something. Xiao Feng glanced around before pointing at himself. Yes. Are you not here to explore the secret realm? A secret realm has appeared along the coastal area of the Magic City. Li Zhong had personally led a group to explore it before, discovering it to be devoid of aberrant beasts yet rich in spiritual energy, making it quite suitable for students to train. Thus, he encouraged the Academy's students to form teams to enter, requiring only the payment of academic credits. Our team is short 1 member. You should be in the control realm, right? Join our team. This secret realm holds little significance for those above the transformation realm, so students in the awakening and control realms are the majority. Thus, when they found a teammate in the control realm, they were reluctant to let such an opportunity slip away. Xiao Feng, with a helpless shrug, replied, I have no academic credits. He was not even a student of the Magic City Academy. The credits from the 5 major academies were not interchangeable. So the substantial credits he had accumulated at the Kyoto Academy were of no use here. No worries. We will cover your costs. The 2 of them each grabbed one of Xiao Feng's hands and led him toward the secret realm. The minimum requirement for a team was 3 members, and they had just managed to gather 3 individuals. After paying the credits, they arrived at a location resembling a teleportation device. This is the secret realm. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves. Yet.my name is a C, and this is my brother Lu. Lu waved his hand in greeting, smiling. Xiao Feng.C chuckled, sensing that Xiao Feng might be a bit annoyed at being dragged along without consent. Inside, the spiritual energy is abundant, and there are many resources that cannot be bought outside. Suddenly, Yuming's nose twitched as he focused intently on a particular direction. Xiao Feng noticed Yuming's unusual behavior. Yuming, what is it? Yuming shook his head. It must be an illusion. Xiao Feng opened the system map and found no other signs of life nearby apart from a few individuals. Was Yuming truly mistaken? Dogged at the dog spoke. A sea gaped in disbelief at Yuming. Could it be an aberrant beast? Then, does that mean this person before us is that I am not associated with that pile of garbage from the beast god cult? This fellow is my contracted beast, once powerful, though his level has since declined. Generally, When people think of beings associated with aberrant beasts, the first thing that comes to mind is that notorious organization, the beast god cult. That it is permissible to kill them without bearing any consequences, and there are even rewards for doing so, provided one is capable of the kill. While they were unaware of Xiao Feng's true strength, his calm demeanor suggested he was no weakling. Observing the terror on the faces of the two, Xiao Feng could not be bothered to explain further, beckoning Yu Ming to follow him toward the direction he had noticed earlier. Wait for us. At present, Xiao Feng showed no hostility toward them, and this secret realm had previously been explored by Principal Li Zhong, revealing no signs of powerful aberrant beasts, even if Xiao Feng were truly a member of the beast god cult. The two of them were not necessarily at a disadvantage. With this thought in mind, the two pursued him. Hey, why did you agree to come to this so-called secret realm? This is the territory of the Deep Sea clan. Yu Ming spoke up. The top 10 races of Blue Star are predominantly land-dwelling, with one residing in the Sky City, and the remaining two ruling over 70% of the Blue Star's oceans. As soon as Yu Ming entered, he caught the scent of that clan's presence. Relations among the 9 clans vary, and the oceanic races have long been at odds with their land-dwelling counterparts. Chapter 71. The aberrations of the secret realm. With several days still remaining until the low tide, visiting this secret realm seemed a prudent choice. With no risk involved, you rushed in without even knowing what a secret realm is. However, it seems that this sheer luck has allowed you humans to stumble upon it. Oh, you know how secret realms are formed. Of course, these are created by powerful beast clans, who, upon their demise, channel their final energies into forming them. The lifespans of beast clans are exceedingly lengthy. Only the strongest among them are unwilling to see their powers dissipate into mere spiritual energy, thus constructing a small space that exists within Blue Star, namely the secret realm. Secret realms are generally built by powerful beast clans to pass down their legacies to their descendants, and this one is evidently constructed by a strong member of the Deep Sea clan. Unexpectedly appearing in your human territory, Xiao Feng nodded, realizing the situation. So, does that mean all of the strong one's relics are contained within? Xiao Feng's eyes sparkled, nearly drooling at the thought. That relic would be of no use to you. Restore my strength instead. Of no use. Then I shall forego it. That it is indeed of use to me. Having taken his belongings, I can at least restore my strength to the realm of domain. At that time, wouldn't it be quite impressive for you to possess a contract beast of that level? Xiao Feng stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating this notion. At that moment, the small, wise eyes of Yu Ming sparkled with intelligence, vowing that once he regained his strength, the first to be devoured would be you. Xiao Feng, wait for us. A Si and a Lu hurriedly approached from behind. These two individuals had departed yet? Initially, Xiao Feng thought they would separate upon entering, yet they followed closely behind. There could still be lurking exotic beasts here. Staying together would indeed provide greater safety. Lu nodded in agreement. Yu Ming, however, felt displeased, having finally persuaded Xiao Feng to seek a legacy artifact for him. What if these two interfered with his plans? Suddenly, the entire secret realm shook violently, the sky darkening gradually, the absence of the moon leaving them to fumble in the dark. Xiao Feng immediately activated his Sharingan, yet the surroundings remained unchanged, merely dimmed. Yu Ming was similarly unfazed. Being a member of the Moondog clan, his vision was accustomed to the night. However, a Si and a Lu were quite different. Their vision had diminished to near nothingness as they stumbled around. Did the human race derive pleasure from courting death without any preparation before venturing into a secret realm? Yu Ming couldn't help but remark. Xiao Feng then retrieved the luminous stone he had exchanged for credits at the Kyoto Academy. With a source of light, they could finally discern their surroundings. At that moment, a Si and a Lu clung to Xiao Feng's legs, with a Lu nearly leaving a trail of mucus. Are you two done? The duo blushed and released their grip, a Si retorting, we just weren't prepared. Who knew it would suddenly go dark? Roar! Before the conversation could finish, a furious roar echoed nearby. Pairs of green eyes, gleaming like jewels, fixed upon the three, as if sizing up their next meal. Name: Fishtail Leopard. Race: Hybrid. Description: a hybrid race resulting from the fusion of deep-sea fish and terrestrial exotic beasts. Exhibiting amphibious habits and possessing formidable offensive capabilities, yet exhibiting weak defenses. Their levels predominantly hovered around the Dominion realm, not particularly formidable, though their numbers were daunting. Did the principal not mention that there weren't many exotic beasts in the secret realm? There must be at least 500 of them. A sea leaned unsteadily against a Lu. They were concealed within the time-space rift, which is why they hadn't been detected. Yu Ming pointed towards a fissure in the sky resembling an eye, from which exotic beasts continued to emerge. Among them, a lanternfish spoke up. "This is indeed the aura of my great ancestor. I have arrived." Xiao Feng employed an identification technique. Name: Sea Lantern. Race: Deep Sea Clan. Level: Control Level 9, Suppressed. Description: one of the young lords of the Deep Sea Clan, who ventured into the secret realm in search of legacy artifacts, collaborating with the Void Cat clan. Why are there also a bunch of little mice? Forget it. Remember to clean them up. With a command from Sea Lantern, a horde of hybrid deep-sea beasts surged forward. Though the deep-sea clan was vast in number, their only flaw was their inability to leave the water until they reached the metamorphosis realm. However, this secret realm imposed significant restrictions on them. Only those from the deep-sea clan below the metamorphosis realm could enter. Even he had to suppress his level to enter. Yet, such cannon fodder, half-sea and half-terrestrial, would be plentiful. What should we do? We're going to die with so many exotic beasts. A sea appeared despondent, while a Lu gritted his teeth and charged forward. "You all go ahead. I'll hold them off." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, and a Lu turned back in shock, seeing a towering purple skeletal giant wielding dual blades. Standing atop its head was a figure. "Xiao Feng, you all stay back. If I get accidentally injured, I want to cover your medical expenses." Xiao Feng charged forward with his blades drawn, easily dispatching the exotic beasts that were merely at the awakening and dominion levels. As if slicing through radishes, a mountain of corpses piled up, yet the fissure in the sky continued to unleash more exotic beasts. That fissure was opened by the Void Cat clan. It could only be closed by killing that cat or having it voluntarily seal it. Yu Ming advised from behind. That's how it is." Xiao Feng looked up towards the fissure above. Amaterasu. A wave of dark flames spread throughout the spatial tunnel, extending into the other realm. Amaterasu, at its core, was a flame birthed from the void, burning its way through the tunnel. With a piercing scream from a cat, the tunnel began to shrink. "Xiao Feng, watch out over there," a sea shouted from behind, as the lanternfish brandished a trident and charged forward. However, it was kicked away before it could close the distance. "You dare treat me like this? Do you believe I want to gather the Deep Sea Clan to annihilate you?" The kicked Sea Lantern felt humiliated. Being attacked was one thing, but being kicked in front of so many subordinates was unbearable. "Charge, kill him," under Sea Lantern's command. Not a single beast heeded the call. "What's wrong? Are they all dead?" Turning around, he was met with a bizarre black flame that incinerated all his subordinates, leaving not a trace. Xiao Feng advanced slowly towards Sea Lantern, his blades still dripping with the blood of the sea beasts. "Brother, we had no fate to meet, but encountering in the same secret realm is destiny. How about this? Spare me, and I'll have my father acknowledge you as a godson." Chapter 72. I am the young lord. "Spare me, Xiao Feng. Brother, I can also acknowledge you as a younger brother. Just don't kill me. I am the young lord of the Sea Clan. Spare me. I am the young lord." "What nonsense, young lord. Your Sea Clan must have at least 800 young lords," Yu Ming interjected scornfully. The Sea Clan was notorious for their reproductive prowess. Just their patriarch's legitimate wife had borne 9 children. Not to mention the hybrids with other races. This lanternfish was evidently one of many hybrids. "Who are you? And how do you know so much about my Sea Clan?" Upon realizing his situation had been exposed, Sea Lantern panicked. He couldn't possibly think he'd be discarded for being useless, could he? "No, I'm only 218 years old. I've only mated with 97 sea clans. If you give me another 100 years, I'll surely make the most of it and produce 8,000 offspring." Just as Sea Lantern closed his eyes to accept his fate, Xiao Feng released his Susanoo and stomped on Sea Lantern's head. "I want to kill you yet. Just be my steed for a couple of days. Hey, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. How do you not understand such a simple principle?" Yu Ming shouted frantically from the side. But Xiao Feng merely dug into his ears and ignored him. "You want a steed? Let me tell you, I'm exceptionally steady on the road. I have been a steed for 200 years. And 97 sea clans have praised my skills as top-notch." Upon hearing he wouldn't die, Sea Lantern instantly transformed into a sycophant fish, his enormous fins morphing into human legs, thick, hairy legs of a man in his 40s. "Brother, I'm amphibious, most suitable to be a steed," he thought to himself, his power suppressed to the realm of domain. Once he obtained the relics of his great ancestor and left the secret realm, he would surely betray you. "Foolish human, you will regret your decision, Xiao Feng. This lad will swallow you once we exit the secret realm. You remain indifferent. The spiritual abilities of the Moondog clan were no trifling matter. Except for Xiao Feng, who was an anomaly, others could read his thoughts if Yu Ming wished, akin to the retrieval in Li Zhong. Moreover, the lanternfish's inner musings were so loud they could be heard without needing to read. Don't say that. Brother, I'm sincere. The lanternfish's small lantern flickered nervously, mirroring his frantic heartbeat. Who are you? How can you hear my thoughts? Yu Ming pondered whether he should escape later. Just as he was about to remind Xiao Feng again, Xiao Feng declared, no need. He won't betray. Sharingan. Standing atop the lanternfish's head, Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan, locking eyes with him. The lanternfish froze, then succumbed to an endless void of darkness. Damn, I forgot you had that bizarre skill. Yu Ming had witnessed Xiao Feng's Sharingan Genjutsu. That strange illusion was something even he, a member of the Moondog clan, couldn't resist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been compelled to sign that contract resembling a servitude agreement. Gazing at the grotesque, rotund fish, Xiao Feng wouldn't actually contract him. Would he? He had a cleanliness obsession. Seeing this creature daily would be worse than being trapped in the seal at the Demon Beast Mountain. Who would want to contract such a thing? It was weak, ugly, and even as cannon fodder, he feared being mocked by enemies. Only by standing atop its head could Xiao Feng avoid seeing the lanternfish's massive maw. As he directed it towards a sea and a Lu, brother, why is there no sound? Shouldn't the battle have ended by now? The two siblings cautiously raised their heads to glimpse the battlefield, only to be met with the sight of a hefty fish head. Upon seeing them, the fish even grinned, but that smile resembled a stinky tofu that had fallen into a sewer and been retrieved, covered in durian and herring sauce. Two as the two screamed, Xiao Feng's head poked out from above the fish head. Why are you two screaming? Come up quickly. It appears that another attribute of the fathead fish has been discovered. Picking it up to intimidate others seems to be an excellent choice. However, it poses a greater risk of accidentally injuring allies, so it would be wiser to wait until it is finished and then prepare it as spicy fish head. A sea and a Lu gradually calmed down. You didn't die, Xiao Feng said with an expression of exasperation. It seems you all are rather eager for me to meet misfortune. The secret realm is now sealed from the outside. Is there any way to control it? The interior of the secret realm remains dim, but it is now adorned with many luminous plants, making it easier to see. Yet, the secret realm has been locked down by the Void Cat clan. Although the rift was forcibly severed by Xiao Feng, the secret realm has not returned to its original state. From the fathead fish's mouth, it was learned that this secret realm has been sealed by them using a special method, allowing entry but barring exit. A C took out the Secret Realm Self-Rescue Guide, a book compiled by Principal Li Zhong, which can be purchased for just 50,000 coins. Let me take a look. When facing danger, do not fear. Find a place to hide and await rescue, and if you encounter human teams, shout for help. This thing sells for 50,000 coins. Jiangyan isn't even this exploitative. Xiao Feng stopped the sea from continuing to read and turned to inquire of the fathead fish. Do you know how to leave the secret realm? Hai Deng replied blankly, only by obtaining my great-grandfather's relic in one leave. This mission must succeed. Where is that relic? I don't know. However, there is a bloodline connection between us, the descendants of the Deep Sea tribe, and my great-grandfather, as long as we are close to his remains. The lantern on my head will shine even brighter. The group looked up and noticed that the lantern on his head only emitted a faint glow. They could only search around for it. Xiao Feng and his companions sat atop the fathead fish's head, and due to its massive size, even 3 people could sit comfortably. I wonder how the other teams are faring, Asi expressed with concern. Aside from our squad, many teams from the Magic Capital Academy have entered this secret realm. I wonder if those squads have encountered any dangers. Lu reassured, it's fine. Their strength is far superior to ours. The two siblings exchanged words, and Xiao Feng could no longer bear to watch. Are you two playing house? The siblings looked up simultaneously, realizing that Xiao Feng's gaze was anything but harmonious. What is it? Brother Xiao Feng, this world is cruel. The prerequisite for worrying about others is that you must first have the ability to protect yourselves. If I hadn't been present just now, do you think you would have survived in that scenario? These two are far too idealistic. To put it bluntly, they exhibit a tendency towards naive altruism. Such notions must be quashed in the cradle. Otherwise, one day this mindset will jeopardize their teammates. Xiao Feng's attitude towards the two was straightforward. If they did not adjust their mentality, he would have no choice but to abandon them and seek a way to open the secret realm alone. The desire to save more people is commendable, but the error lies in allowing such thoughts to surface when they are in a battlefield situation. Asi and Alu lowered their heads, and seeing this, Xiao Feng turned back to observe their surroundings. Chapter 73. Revelation. That's why I said, why bring two deadweights? Just the two of us would suffice. Yuming approached Xiao Feng, leaning in close, and Xiao Feng instinctively reached out to pat his head. Yuming's tail wagged. Wait, I'm not a dog. Yuming exclaimed indignantly, rising. I am a noble member of the Moondog clan. Not a lowly beast like a dog. Xiao Feng shot a glance at his tail, which was still wagging, resembling that of a husky. Brother, there are enemies ahead. That moment, Hai Dang spoke up, following his gaze. A group of deep-sea beasts were searching for something. Well, once I become the primary heir, you all shall be my capable aides. The leader was a large crab. Name, Haixia. Level, Control Level 9, Suppressed. Race, Deep-Sea Tribe. Description, one of the young masters of the Deep-Sea clan. Here to seek the relics in the secret realm. Due to his crab lineage, he struggles to walk in a straight line. You are not the only one who has come, Xiao Feng inquired of Hai Dang. A total of 23 young masters from the Deep-Sea clan have come this time. We all seek our great-grandfather's inheritance to enhance the purity of our bloodline and rise in the ranks of heirs. Due to the numerous young masters of the Deep-Sea clan, the ranking of heirs is based on bloodline purity and strength. If the bloodline is not pure, even the strongest cannot break into the top 10. Only the top 10 heirs are eligible to compete for the position of the next clan leader. Thus, this group of young masters, whose bloodlines are not particularly pure, risks everything to venture into human territory in search of relics. Although humans are not as formidable as the Deep-Sea tribe, the latter cannot afford to wage a full-scale war against humans over a few heirs with less than pure bloodlines. If they are captured by human experts, they will only end up as soup. Brother, I sense that our great-grandfather's inheritance is nearby. Hai Dang's lantern flickered, indicating that what they were searching for was indeed close, and no wonder that large crab was commanding the beasts to dig. It all makes sense now, Brother Xiao Feng. We've made up our minds. Let us lure them away. A Si and a Lu stepped forward. Xiao Feng regarded them with a playful gaze. Are you certain? Seeing them nod, Xiao Feng no longer obstructed them. Then go, but remember to lead them away far. After they left, Yuming could not help but scoff. Are there really so many fools among humans now? Willingly courting death. To this, Xiao Feng merely smiled. The surprise those two brought him was not insignificant. Who goes there? The large crab immediately spotted the two humans who had intruded and commanded its subordinates to seize them. Hadn't they just cleared the vicinity? Why were there still remnants of humanity? Come and catch us, big crab. A sea made a face to entice the large crab into leaving. Yet, after taking a few steps, the crab returned to its original spot. You think you can trick me into leaving? Not a chance. You little ones, grab her. The group of small shrimp and crabs dropped the mud they were holding and charged toward a sea. A sea clicked her tongue, forced to flee. Ha ha ha, trying to trick me into leaving. No way. Just as she uttered those words, the large crab split in two at the front. Xiao Feng controlled Susanu to retract its blade, dispelling the technique. Turns out it was just a green crab. I thought it was a big crab. Haixia died without ever seeing who had slain him, and I am indeed a big crab. I just happened to look a bit green. Xiao Feng guided Hai Dang over, digging in the brightest spot of the lantern. Soon, a stone door revealed itself. On either side of the stone door were two funnels, one depicting a fish and the other a cat. This item seems to require the blood of the Deep-Sea tribe. Yuming, bring me that crab from earlier. Yuming protested. I told you, I'm not a dog. Stop treating me like one. Nevertheless, Yuming went over and retrieved the corpse of Haixia. Xiao Feng attempted to drip Haixia's blood into the funnel. Indeed, the fish depiction glowed much brighter. However, once Haixia's blood was fully drained, it only illuminated a small portion. As expected, the bloodline of the Deep-Sea tribe is impure. Even this much blood isn't enough. Suddenly, Xiao Feng turned to Hai Dang. With such bulk, you must have a lot of blood, right? The fish depiction lit up, but the cat depiction remained dark. This cat must refer to the Void Cat clan. Yuming remarked. It seems so. I wonder what lies within that requires the bloodlines of two races to unlock. Just as Yuming pondered, a voice chimed in. Come out. Hiding there must be terribly dull. With a rustle, a Lu sprang out from the bushes behind. When did you notice me? Xiao Feng spread his hands. A secret that in truth. Xiao Feng had sensed something was off long ago. Moreover, when they made those saintly remarks earlier, if they weren't foolish, they must have been acting. They wished to perform well as humans to leave a good impression in his mind, unaware that the current human race held no concern for strangers, for that kind of altruism had long since perished at the forefront. Sure enough, when Xiao Feng used the system to investigate, he discovered anomalies. Name: Alu. Race: Void Cat. Level: Control Level 9, Suppressed. Description: one of the heirs of the Void Cat clan. Chose to stealthily leave the clan in search of treasures, strong in power. Host: do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. Alu fully revealed her true nature. Humans are truly peculiar beings. Despite acting according to the descriptions in your books, you saw through it at a glance that Alu's eyes gradually transformed into deep blue cat-like shapes, and a cat's tail extended from behind her. With a flick, a rift in space shot towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng evaded it using his Sharingan, and the tree struck by the attack seemed to have part of it swallowed by the space. Beginning to topple. Not bad. You managed to dodge. This ambush technique has taken down countless enemies. The spatial ability of the Void Cat clan is invisible to anyone but itself, requiring instinct to evade. Yet Xiao Feng could see the attack clearly using his Sharingan. The heir of the Void Cat clan possesses an object that has piqued my curiosity increasingly. Xiao Feng activates his kaleidoscope. Intending to engage in a serious duel with Aliu.dou, a mere human, dare to covet it, the power of this object is far beyond your reach. Alu makes his move, lunging at Xiao Feng in a pouncing manner. His limbs gradually transforming into those of a cat, each strike infused with spatial energy. This is the strength of our lineage. Chapter 74. Feel the pain. For the esteemed Taoist, an additional update. A crimson scar slashes across Xiao Feng's face. Although he can discern his opponent's attack pattern, the speed of Alu, as a member of the Void Cat clan, is astonishingly swift. It seems that the human race has some formidable beings among them. Had it been individuals from other clans, they would not withstand a few moves against me. Is that so? Just as Alu prepares to execute his next action, he suddenly finds himself unable to move. This is, upon opening his eyes, he discovers himself bound to a crucifix, with Xiao Feng slowly approaching. Where is this place? An illusion. Is your Moonhound clan turning against the humans? Alu glares furiously at Yu Ming. It is the mental prowess of the Moonhound clan that has ensnared him, a fellow member of the 9 clans, into this phantasm. Otherwise, could it be merely his human self? Xiao Ming's identity as a member of the Moonhound clan was evident from their first encounter. Otherwise, they would not have drawn Xiao Feng into the secret realm. To them, Xiao Ming is equally a hidden presence among the humans. This is not my doing. Even our Moonhound clan cannot conjure such illusions. Yu Ming stands by, choosing to ignore the situation. The Moonhound clan has long been at odds with the Void Cat clan, and it is fortunate that they have not taken the opportunity to strike. Xiao Feng, sword in hand, approaches. What is your objective? Reveal it to me, and I may alleviate your suffering. Although Alu feels a flicker of fear within, it is insufficient to topple him, the heir of the Void Cat clan. It is merely an illusion. Once it dissipates, I shall ensure your demise. Xiao Feng smiles silently, drawing closer with his sword, before plunging it into Alu's body. The anguished cries reverberate throughout the illusion. The blood-red moon above serving as the sole backdrop. The illusion may be false, yet the pain is undeniably real. How long do you think you can endure it? And the Belial with just a hint of spiritual energy. One could summon the wooden dragon instantly. Such was the thought. Yet when a man and a dog made contact with the water droplet, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. Before them lay a landscape reminiscent of rural fields, not far from which stood a figure clad in white robes and a conical hat. Why did this world feel so peculiar? Yu Ming, too, was bewildered by the unfolding events. It appeared that only that solitary figure existed in the vicinity, prompting Xiao Feng to approach and inquire. May I ask what place this is? The elder, adorned with a conical hat, turned around and revealed a visage strikingly similar to the Master Oogway from the animated film Kung Fu Panda. The only distinction being the absence of a turtle shell. Visitors have arrived, the elder remarked, putting away his hoe and gesturing for the duo. Come, have a cup of tea. It has been centuries since outsiders graced this place. Despite his astonishment, Xiao Feng followed suit while employing his Sharingan to scrutinize the surroundings, yet he discerned no anomalies. Was it a failure to observe, or did this world harbor no dangers? Old woman. We have guests. Brew 2 cups of tea. Following the elder, they arrived at a thatched cottage, from which emerged a woman of considerable stature, easily exceeding 2 meters in height, her face resembling that of a cat. She bore a striking resemblance to the outside figure, a sea. The diminutive elder, no more than half her height, set down his hoe and invited Xiao Feng and Yu Ming to join him on a stone bench in the courtyard. A descendant of the Moondog clan, you bear a resemblance to that fellow. Yu Ming's ears perked up. How do you know my father's name? It was known that her father had become the clan leader of the Moondog clan 300 years prior, and only those of equal standing from other clans would dare utter his name. Yet this seemingly oraless old man his temperament mirrors that of my father, who once boasted of coming to the deep sea to slay me after assuming leadership. I wonder how he fared. Yu Ming's head drooped in disappointment that I don't know that he had not returned to the clan for 2 centuries, likely having forgotten his son. Noticing Yu Ming's despondence, the elder shifted his gaze to Xiaofeng. Human clan? Xiaofeng nodded, puzzled by the elder's tone of inquiry. Can I not be trusted? The elder continued. Humans are indeed a fine material, but there remains time for your growth that I hope that when the moment arrives, you can relinquish your hatred. The elder's words trailed off as he tilted his head back and succumbed to slumber once more. This old man, how could he fall asleep again? The cat lady approached with 2 cups of steaming tea for Xiaofeng and Yu Ming. You must have entered this old man's secret realm, correct? Outside, there should be descendants from our 2 clans. Wiping her hands, the cat lady removed an earring from her ear and placed it on the stone table. This trinket will allow you to exit. Who are you? Really? We are merely 2 weary lives, tired of worldly strife. The wars between races are not of utmost significance. What truly matters is who remains by your side once all is said and done. Leaning against the elder, the cat lady, and he shared benevolent smiles. As the world around them began to dissolve, all spiritual energy converged into a singular point, directed towards Xiaofeng and the pearl earring in his possession. At that moment, Xiaofeng's body absorbed the world's spiritual energy like a sponge. Level 6, 7, 8 of Mastery. Host has completed hidden task. Recognition from the Great One has exempted you from the boundary-breaking task. And you have received a reward. 8 Gates of Duanjia. The process continued until he reached the 6th level of metamorphosis, at which point the miniature world and the cat lady and elder vanished from sight. Above, a sea utilized her spatial abilities to traverse directly to the central floating island, where an enormous jade coffin appeared merely as an ornament in her eyes. With a swift swipe, she uncovered the top of the coffin, revealing the forms of 2 beasts within, none other than the elder and the cat lady that Xiaofeng had encountered in the small world. Great-great-grandmother, we searched high and low for you. Centuries prior, this esteemed being among the beasts had stealthily absconded with the clan's treasury, a significant blow to their kin. Though they had sought her whereabouts tirelessly, their efforts had yielded naught, until rumors surfaced of her connection with the deep-sea clan's old turtle. Prompting their clan to collaborate with the sea-dwelling beasts, a sea received word and hastily brought a Lu to the human city of Magic Capital, determined to procure the treasury ahead of her clan. As long as she claimed the treasury, all its contents would belong to her. What was there to fear about becoming the next clan leader? Chapter 76. A sea's passed though much time had elapsed. The remains of the 2 beasts within the jade coffin remained intact. The cat lady nestled beside the elder, both wearing serene smiles as they departed this realm. Where are the treasures of the treasury? A sea frantically searched the coffin, yet found no trace. Grandmother mentioned her earring was a spatial treasure, capable of holding many items. A sea glanced at her own ear. No. How could it be absent? Upon closer inspection, she noticed the telltale signs of pierced ears, indicating someone had arrived before her. This was impossible. She had utilized that human to destroy the spatial rifts of the Void Cat clan. And the Deep Sea clan was even more incompetent. Surely, she must have overlooked something. Perhaps they are hidden within their own bodies. A sea raised her cat paw, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon the remains of the 2 beasts. Ready to act. Suddenly, a wooden dragon erupted from the vast chasm below, with Xiaofeng and Yu Ming perched atop. The world seemed to collapse under the weight of Xiaofeng's metamorphic power. Cursing under her breath, a sea attempted to strike, but Xiaofeng swiftly caught her cat paw. He glanced into the coffin, momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, a sea broke free and retreated. Human, cease your meddling. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Xiaofeng paid her no mind, instead focusing on the elder and cat lady within the coffin, silently covering the damaged lid with his hand, if I'm not mistaken. One of these individuals is your ancestor, is it not? How gratifying it must be to disturb your own ancestral resting place. Mind your own business and leave, a sea exclaimed, wielding her spatial blades in an attempt to force Xiaofeng back. But in the next instant, divine might, Xiaofeng unleashed his power, absorbing all of a sea's spatial blades, then releasing them from another location, launching them toward her. Caught off guard, A was struck in the arm, blood gushing forth. Indeed, I should not have expected much reason from a cat, Xiaofeng thought, shrugging his shoulders. What do you understand? In this world, only the victor prevails if I do not ascend as the next clan leader. Do you think my brethren will spare me? A, ignoring her wounded arm, recognized the urgency of her situation. Despite her father's affection, as clan leader, he had to consider the clan's welfare, should she pose a threat to them. Even his love would not save her from death. The sole flaw in her plan was that she had not anticipated a Lu carrying a transmission stone. This artifact transmitted images of the host's demise back to the clan. Thus, her act of killing a Lu had been revealed. Now, her only path lay in seizing the treasury and cultivating her strength until no one in her clan could threaten her return. Therefore, those who stand in my way shall perish. A frantically swung her spatial blades, aiming to eliminate Xiaofeng before searching for the treasury. However, Xiaofeng's recent elevation in rank had enhanced all his abilities. The divine might he once hesitated to use consecutively was now at his disposal. Divine might. All of Ace's spatial blades were consumed by his power. You think, if I unleash these now, you stand a chance of evading them? Xiaofeng smiled at Ace, who gritted her teeth, astonished that she would be threatened by a human. I will never submit, even in death. Ace charged forward. Just as she was about to make contact with Xiaofeng, Ace opened her eyes. Mother. The void cat before her was none other than her mother, a lesser-known maid of the clan leader among many females. Mother, you are alive? Tears streamed down Ace's face as she embraced her mother, cherishing even this illusion, simply to be reunited with her. You still cry so easily, but today is your father's birthday banquet. We must celebrate joyously. A banquet? No. Mother, please don't. In her memories, that fateful day had been marred by her mother's death at the hands of an enraged elder during the birthday celebration. That was also the day she had unleashed her potential, earning her father's praise and affection. But what did that matter now? Her mother would never return. Thus, she vowed to become the clan leader, for only by seizing her own fate could she ensure her survival. Mother, please, we cannot go. Ace attempted to plead with her mother through her tears, but to no avail. The scene from her memory continued to unfold, just as her mother was about to fall victim to the elder's treachery. No, you shall not harm my mother. Ace erupted with fury. The tremendous force obliterated this world. When Ace opened her eyes once more, she found herself transformed into a diminutive black cat, no larger than a palm. Adorning her neck was an exceedingly unsightly collar. Oh, is that not my little princess CC? Why aren't you calling for mommy? Yuming taunted, approaching provocatively at that moment. Ace had already willingly formed a contract with Xiaofeng. But the collar was merely a precautionary measure. Originally, it had been a bracelet purchased with credits at the Kyoto Academy, yet given Ace's current size, it served perfectly as a collar. Where am I? Was that an illusion? Ace began to comprehend her situation. You filthy mutt, daring to use illusions on me. Yuming sighed in exasperation. I already told you I couldn't do that. It was all him. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng maneuvered the wooden dragon through this crumbling world. The cat lady merely said the items could lead us out, but she never specified how to use them. Xiaofeng clutched the pearl earring in his hand. Anxiety coursing through him. Ace's eyes immediately spotted the earring. That's mine. Hand it over. Instantly, she transformed into a clingy little cat, scrambling towards Xiaofeng. Yuming. All right, I got it. Reluctantly, Yuming approached and picked Ace up in his mouth, carrying her away. Due to the constraints of the collar, Ace now resembled an ordinary kitten, showing no signs of her former self. You wretched mutt. Let me go. Ace flailed her paws futilely in Yuming's grasp. Stop causing trouble. If it weren't for Xiaofeng insisting on contracting you, you would have perished just now. He, like Ace, was no pushover. He dealt with enemies with a ruthless efficiency. However, having become allies was another matter. Remaining under Xiaofeng's command might even provide assistance should betrayal arise. Chapter 77. Harvest. For Wu Ming Tian's generous contribution, every blade of grass and tree within the secret realm crumbled, cascading into the abyss below. Yet, Xiaofeng still could not discover a means of escape. Child, drop your blood upon it. That moment, a voice resonated within Xiaofeng's mind, emanating from the pearl earring. It was the voice of Old Turtle. Following the instruction, the pearl earring transformed, morphing from a pearl into a small nail, which then embedded itself into Xiaofeng's earlobe, becoming an earring. Our belongings are contained within. Use them wisely. In the future, no one shall disturb us again. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Feng seemed to glimpse the figures of Old Turtle and the cat lady standing before him, a swirl of blue light gathering at their feet. Guiding the wooden dragon forward, he managed to escape just before the secret realm collapsed. Outside, chaos reigned supreme. As all the students emerged, Li Zhong stood there, perplexed. He had personally entered the secret realm, and aside from suppressing levels, nothing else should have gone awry. Why had it suddenly crumbled? 3 students still remained unaccounted for. Just then, a massive wooden dragon burst forth, prompting Li Zhong to react swiftly and intercept it. This wooden dragon looked somewhat familiar. Coughing, Xiao Feng presented a cat in his left hand and a dog in his right to the crowd. Principal, he is one of them. The onlookers immediately recognized Xiao Feng at that moment. Li Zhong held his head, seemingly grasping the reason behind the secret realm's collapse. You wretched old ghost, it must have been your intention to send him to the magic capital to vex me. Finally free from that cursed place. Xiao Feng exhaled in relief, only to be encircled by a throng of people. Li Zhong gestured for them to step back and approached Xiao Feng directly. What transpired inside? Where are the 2 students who entered with you? Recently, the secret realm had abruptly expelled everyone, and now it was collapsing. With Xiao Feng being the only one who had emerged during this time, suspicion naturally fell upon him. Xiao Feng scratched his face, at a loss for how to explain. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I have the right to remain silent. Direct any inquiries to my supervisor. He left behind Jiang Yun's contact information, attempting to depart, only to be halted by Li Zhong. It's just a secret realm. You're being overly sensitive, old ghost. Li Zhong had initially intended to discuss compensation with Jiang Yun and was already aware of the 2 students' situations. However, it was also a fact that the secret realm had collapsed due to Xiao Feng's presence. When he finally called, he had forgotten that the person on the other end was the most shameless old ghost of Huaxia. Li Zhong's veins bulged, yet he could not storm over to Kyoto to confront him. After hanging up, he appeared to age several years, summoning Xiao Feng to him. We shall settle this debt later. For now, tell me what transpired within the secret realm. Xiao Feng candidly recounted the events that transpired inside, omitting only the information about his own treasure. Who knew whether revealing such valuable information would lead to further demands for compensation? Li Zhong propped his chin on his hand, his fingers gently tapping the table as he pondered. The Deep Sea clan and the Void Cat clan were both entangled in this matter. What could be so alluring within that secret realm? This lad, having emerged as the ultimate victor, must possess something of value. Yet wasn't it somewhat inappropriate to rob a junior? Sometimes, he wished he could possess even half of the shamelessness of old Jiang. Enough? You may leave. During your time in the magic capital, avoid causing trouble. He emphasized the latter part with considerable volume, fearing that Xiao Feng might mistakenly treat the magic capital as the next secret realm to wreak havoc upon. I have already stated it was not my doing. The realm collapsed on its own. Xiao Feng resignedly took the blame, yet he was relieved to have secured the treasures. After booking a luxurious hotel presidential suite, he first took a bath before examining the contents of the treasure vault. Do not touch anything. All of it is mine. Even transformed into a small cat, Asi retained her fierce demeanor. However, at her current size, she posed no threat to Xiao Feng. Had it not been for the system's task, he might have simply discarded her. Task: locate the wandering heir of the Void Cat clan. Complete. Gain substantial experience. Instantly, he leveled up. Name: Xiao Feng. Level: Transformation Level 7. Special ability: Sharingan. Skills: Sharingan. Amaterasu, Kamui, Susanoo. Would release. Description: once a mere underdog, he has now risen to prominence. Even if he is powerful, he remains plagued by his penchant for being the underdog. Observing this evaluation, Xiao Feng felt a pang of frustration. It seemed the system held quite a negative opinion of him. Treasure vault discovered. Would you like to transfer it to the system warehouse? This function existed? Yes. Subsequently, Xiao Feng opened the system warehouse to behold a plethora of treasures, many of which were spiritual artifacts beneficial to extraordinary beasts. Their utility for humans was minimal. However, if bestowed upon Yu Ming or a Sea, it was likely they could swiftly cultivate into formidable entities. Yet, the loyalty of both beasts appeared alarmingly low, so it was best to refrain for now. Although the contract of summoning had been enhanced by the system, it still could not alter their loyalty. Should it turn negative, the contract would dissolve. Yet, the two beasts remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Name: Yu Ming. Level: Control Level 9. Recovering, race, Moondog clan, loyalty, 49, description. A rebellious spirit resides within. Had he been able to overpower the host, he might have attempted a surprise attack. On the other side, name, a C level, awakening level 1, severely suppressed, race, void cat, loyalty, 9, description, a cat that despises humans. Itching to tear the host apart, yet with a bit of incentive, unexpected rewards may arise. Unexpected rewards. Thus, Xiaofeng tentatively retrieved a piece of dried fish from the vault, which appeared to be the remnants of a powerful deep-sea clan warrior, dried by Old Turtle for the cat lady's consumption. Indeed, all their accumulations were contained within, which included not only the treasure vault of the Void Cat clan, but also numerous artifacts acquired by Old Turtle from the Deep-Sea clan. No wonder both clans were driven to madness. The sea's eyes sparkled like stars upon seeing the dried fish, momentarily forgetting to berate Xiaofeng, as she lunged forward to seize it and began feasting. What about me? Yu Ming wagged his tail eagerly, urging for a share. Chapter 78. An early harvest. After rummaging through the warehouse, Xiaofeng discovered a bone and tossed it to Yu Ming. Overjoyed, Yu Ming embraced it and began gnawing, both beasts' loyalty increasing by 2 points. Indeed, food begets loyalty, Xiaofeng mused before settling down to sleep. You wretched dog, are you not going to betray him now that he is asleep? A sea's eyes glimmered as she scrutinized Yu Ming, attempting to persuade him to join her in a plan. You think I have not tried? I attempted before. If you approach him with ill intent, you'll be ensnared in an illusion that torments your mind. To this day, he could not fathom why Xiaofeng possessed such formidable mental strength. Logically, even an S-class mental ability should not surpass the innate talents of their Moondog clan. Yet, before Xiaofeng, he felt utterly subservient. SAC found that the foolish dog could not be easily deceived. He embraced his own little fish snack and dozed off, for his past strength posed no substantial threat to Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of Magic City, a voice echoed, "Sir, that secret realm has just encountered trouble, and the entire city is on high alert. Would it not be too reckless for us to stir up trouble at this moment?" A group of individuals cloaked in black gathered in this underground lair, each adorned with tattoos of various mythical beasts. Should an ordinary person catch sight of them, they would undoubtedly be terrified. The Beast God Cult. Are you the boss? Or am I the boss? But you're not the boss either. I can do everything the boss can. And what the boss cannot do, I can. This position of the boss should rightly belong to me. The subordinates fell silent. Indeed, only you would dare to lick the soles of shoes in such a manner, thus earning the position of second in command. Enough talk. Let's draw all the sea beasts over. The guards of Magic City are preoccupied with the secret realm. They will certainly be caught off guard by the seaside. We shall strike when they least expect it. At this command from the second in command, no one below dared to respond. Perform well, and this month's wages will be doubled. The boss is brilliant. I shall follow you for life. All hail the boss. The following morning, upon rising, Xiaofeng beheld Yu Ming and Asi entwined in each other's embrace. Is this what transcends the boundaries of race? Love? He snapped a photo with his phone for posterity, certainly not to use it later as leverage against the two. As Xiaofeng stepped outside, he noticed 2 individuals trailing him. Their attire revealed them to be from the Magic City Academy. Li Zhong must be particularly uneasy about me to send someone to watch over me. I seem like the sort to cause trouble. While Xiaofeng simmered with indignation, a familiar pattern caught his eye. The tattoos of mythical beasts adorned the arms of the 2 following him. They were peering around the alley, seemingly on the lookout for something. Just as Xiaofeng contemplated investigating further, an alarm blared through the streets. Tide alert! Tide alert! Citizens are advised to evacuate swiftly. All awakened individuals of rank and above are to assemble at the entrance of the Magic City Academy. Despite the alarm, the surrounding populace appeared unperturbed. Why is this happening earlier than usual? Who knows? Perhaps that group of mythical beasts has lost their minds. Forget it. Let us gather. You all stay in the safe zone for a couple of days. And then I will come to fetch you. The early arrival of the tide is akin to arriving a few days early for a visit to a girlfriend's relatives. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to it. And the sea beasts drawn by the tide were not particularly formidable. Magic City was fortified with a barrier facing the sea. They merely needed to hide behind the barrier, unleash their skills, and employ magical devices to slay the beasts. Each time they dispatched the carcasses of the sea beasts, it was a considerable boon, so the populace harbored no resentment, and some even looked forward to it. Xiao Feng glanced up to see the barrier of Magic City had already been activated, and the two in the alley had vanished, were heading back to the academy to assist. Would you care to join us? The two assigned to watch over Xiao Feng inquired. What is the point of guarding me for a few credits? Hunting sea beasts is far more lucrative. Xiao Feng firmly declined. He was counting on the great mouth whale to take him to the land of cherry blossoms. Wait, if they kill them all, how will I get to the land of cherry blossoms? With that thought, Xiao Feng hurried toward the seaside at that moment. At the sewage outlet of Magic City, a throng of beast god cult followers awaited. They began pouring bowls of fresh blood into the sea. The sea beasts surged toward Magic City, their eyes ablaze with fury, unaware of the cause of their agitation. This is a potion bestowed by the beast god, capable of awakening the primal instincts of the beasts. Once we attract one, the barrier of Magic City will be unable to protect them. Amidst the malevolent laughter of the crowd, an unfamiliar voice interrupted. So, you lot are quite courageous, are you? Turning around, they beheld a man standing there. His eyes glowing with a sinister red hue. It was the Red Demon, an S-rank wanted criminal. Xiao Feng was instantly recognized. After all, he had single-handedly dismantled the branch of the beast god cult in Kyoto. Feng Pu carried a device capable of transmitting images back to headquarters of his final moments. Thus, Xiao Feng had become known to the beast god cult and was directly placed on the S-rank wanted list. Upon arriving at the seaside, Xiao Feng had heard laughter and discovered it was the group from the beast god cult that it appeared that this early tide was indeed connected to them. Shall we join forces? Xiao Feng inquired, as dealing with them one by one would consume a great deal of time, and he still needed to find the great mouth whale. Charge, forward, commanded the second-in-command. Directing the crowd to surge forward, it was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired skill point. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the first gate. Start. As he invoked the first gate, a faint white mist emanated from Xiao Feng's body. A result of sweat rapidly evaporating. In an instant, he was before the first individual, delivering a powerful punch to their abdomen, sending them flying into the sea. The commotion below indicated the grim fate awaiting that individual. Next, he appeared before the second person, kicking them forcefully, along with several others, into the water. What is happening? The data didn't indicate he was a physical type ability user. How can he move with such eerie speed? The second-in-command had initially assumed Xiao Feng was merely a user of illusion abilities, planning to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers, thinking he could let the front line engage while he himself could escape. But with such extraordinary physical prowess, escaping was a futile hope. Chapter 79, 8 Gates of Duanjia. Indeed, maintaining such exertion would inevitably lead to fatigue. Observing Xiao Feng's apparent exhaustion, hope surged among them. Quick, he's already tired. With our numbers, we can wear him down with just a single strike. The crowd rushed forward en masse. Xiao Feng stared at them, bewildered. Was the sole requirement for joining the beast god cult a lack of intelligence? I never claimed that I only possessed this one skill. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Open the second gate. Rest. As he activated the second gate, it released the limitations of physical fatigue, overexerting his bodily energy to restore stamina, countering the exhaustion from opening the first gate. Then, Susanoo, a layer of faint purple skeletal structure appeared beside Xiao Feng, complemented by his crimson Sharingan, presenting a truly demonic visage. A demon, some among them, trembling with fear, lacked the courage to meet his gaze. You cowards, if you want to charge, then I shall. Just as one turned away, Xiao Feng closed the distance in an instant, faced with Xiao Feng's smile. That person nervously fidgeted with the hem of their clothing. I may have spoken a bit too loudly just now. And then, with a single punch, Xiao Feng obliterated him. In a moment of physical prowess. Xiao Feng marveled at the skeletal arm he had manifested. He never anticipated that the 8 Gates of Duanjia could synergize with Susanoo in such a manner. If he were to fully manifest Susanoo while engaging the final gate, would he not be invincible? Host, awaken. With your current physical condition, if you attempt to open the final gate, your body would be shattered before you could even kick. The system's cold voice snapped Xiao Feng back to reality. I was merely speculating. I will surely achieve it in the future. Fortuitously, they were congregated in this narrow sewer pipe. Otherwise, upon sighting him, they would have fled in all directions, and he wouldn't have bothered to chase after them. With a crushing blow, he shattered the skull of the last remaining member, leaving only their so-called leader. Name, Wang Air. Level, Awakening Level 2. Race, Human. Ability, Flattery. His flattery can make others more receptive to his words. Introduction: the second-in-command of the beast god cult in Magic City, essentially a sycophant who flatters the upper echelons while feeding empty promises to his subordinates. Brother, your striking handsomeness and unparalleled valor render it beneath you to sully your hands by killing me. Why not let me go? Wang Er continued to attempt to charm Xiao Feng with his flattery. Xiao Feng, indeed, found it somewhat appealing, and with a smile, he pierced Wang Er's heart with his 1,000-birds-piercing gun. After dispatching them, Xiao Feng scanned the sea, still unable to locate the great mouth whale he sought. That it couldn't have not shown up. Could it? The sea beasts, upon spotting a human, unleashed their utmost power. Lunging at Xiao Feng, intent on devouring him whole. Enough? I'm searching for a beast. Xiao Feng, still unaccustomed to the 8 gates of Duanjia combined with Susanoo, effortlessly swatted away the leaping beast. One beast surfaced. It perished under his might. The beasts grew furious, daring to defy their food. An increasing number of beasts surged from the depths, driven wild by the earlier blood, akin to a concoction of aphrodisiac, stimulant, and strong alcohol. Xiao Feng's temples throbbed with fury. That I told you not to annoy me. As Susanoo's full form erupted forth, it shattered the sewer pipe at the cliff's edge, a towering skeletal giant emerging, veins and muscles forming. Subsequently, he wielded dual blades, unleashing chaos upon the sea. The azure waters became stained with blood, and the slaughter was far from over. Soon, I must slay several more exotic beasts. This time I have taken out a loan to purchase a brand new ability knife specifically for hunting these creatures. I am counting on recouping my investment during this coastal excursion. I made a special trip to the trial tower to train, solely to enhance my level and increase my chances of slaying more exotic beasts. The crowd had just gathered after convening at the Magic Capital Academy and was now heading towards the seaside. Look over there. Xiao Feng's Susanoo is truly colossal. The onlookers in the city could already see this giant. Is that a beast? But it distinctly resembles a human, a giant race. Yet, such a race has never existed before. What is he chopping? A terrifying thought surged into my mind. Oh no, someone has gotten there first. The crowd abruptly shifted from their leisurely pace and rushed towards the sea, fearing that the exotic beasts would vanish if they were a moment too late. Upon reaching the shore, they found the scene as they had anticipated. The bodies of exotic beasts lay piled atop the water, nearly all of them incomplete, having perished beneath Xiao Feng's dual blades, and these dismembered corpses are hardly worth anything. Hurry and grab them. If they are all killed before I can get to them, I wonder how you will repay your loans. With the first person's cry, everyone surged forward. But that giant. Are you blind? Isn't that the person who was personally received by the principal yesterday? Not to a congregation of deep-sea denizens, their faces adorned with countless eyes and bodies draped in tentacles, swayed before Xiao Feng, igniting within him an overwhelming desire to eradicate these unsightly creatures that had polluted his vision over the past 2 days. It was that enormous mouth whale. Suddenly, a colossal python materialized outside the palace, as if poised to pierce through the entire structure at any given moment. The 2 beasts that had clustered around Xiao Feng now departed. It was the third young master. The third young master has arrived. Chapter 81. Can the affairs of cultured individuals be called theft? The third young master, Xiao Feng, utilized the system's appraisal function to scrutinize the newcomer. Name: High AO. Level: Domain Level 7. Race: Deep Sea Clan. Description: third heir of the Deep Sea Clan, possesses average strength, yet wields a mouth capable of devouring all. Before him, the so-called third young master gaped wide, swallowing the enormous mouth whale whole. It is noteworthy that the whale's size surpasses that of a fully realized Susanoo. His mouth was not even 1/3 the size of the whale, yet he managed to consume it in a single gulp. This is his racial talent, and it is precisely this reason that grants him a modicum of fame within our clan. Yu Ming growled softly, evidently harboring unpleasant memories associated with the giant python. Xiao Feng, you have witnessed his prowess, yet he only ranks third among the heirs of the Deep Sea Clan. Several others surpass him in strength. Why do you not take your leave? Yu Ming regarded Xiao Feng. His eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. They had yet to procure anything, so why depart so early? Xiao Feng exchanged a knowing smile with him. He was not one to shy away at the first hint of adversity. After all, it was merely a giant python. Was it truly that fearsome? Loyalty of Yu Ming 10. A system notification chimed, drawing Xiao Feng's attention to Yu Ming. Do you have some grudge against him? Yu Ming's expression darkened. Yes, my adoptive mother was devoured by him. Yu Ming's mother had perished during his birth, and the spots on his body symbolized his status as an ill-fated being, his father. The clan leader held him in disdain, and his fellow clansmen would beat him upon sight. Only his adoptive mother had nurtured him from infancy, until one fateful day that it was unclear why that Yu fellow had ventured to the seaside in search of sea grapes, only to encounter the third young master of the deep-sea clan and be swallowed whole. I told you, those entangled with that fellow meet grim fates. The clan leader ought to have expelled him from Crescent Moon Mountain long ago. At that time, Yu Ming had just transitioned past his infancy, and due to his single utterance of wanting to eat sea grapes, his adoptive mother had gone to the seaside to find them. The outcome was that I never imagined you harbored such a tale, Xiaofeng remarked, stroking his head. Indeed, so could you refrain from patting my head? I have stated numerous times that I am not a dog. I am of the noble Moondog clan. Very well, noble member of the Moondog clan, Yu Ming. Though the words had changed, the hand remained in motion. A sea beside them burst into laughter. He appears like a dog, yet in truth, he is twofold. Unlike our noble Void Cat clan, we never engage in futile endeavors. A sea gracefully groomed herself. Xiaofeng seized her and carried her towards the palace. Such visibility, the palace's treasury must surely be located within. Yu Ming, do you wish to partake in some mischief? Xiaofeng inquired, gazing down at Yu Ming. The system shop. It's practically enshrouded in spider webs. System, procure explosive talismans for me. 10 system points for one. You may choose how many you desire, the system replied, seemingly exasperated. After such a long absence from the shop, you return only to purchase such a trivial item? Do you expect me to serve you personally? How about a discount for a larger order? How many can you provide? I suppose I could attempt to buy 100 million, that the system gasped. A massive undertaking. 100 million, is it? I shall extend you a grand discount. Each will only cost 0.1 system points. In total, that amounts to 1 million system points. The damage caused by a single talisman is akin to a minor explosion at the Awakening Realm. With a single point, one could acquire 100 talismans, yet for the system to earn billions of points seems quite reasonable, does it not? Upon hearing the price drop 100-fold, Xiaofeng sensed a considerable profit on his end. However, he had no desire to haggle further, as he currently possessed several million system points. Exchange. Clink. Exchange successful. Items have been deposited into the system warehouse. Yu Ming, we shall proceed. I will teach you how to blow up the deep-sea palace. Yu Ming's canine visage displayed shock. This fellow truly dared to play such a game. Hey, do not involve me in your schemes. Do not throw me into your space. I refuse to accompany you in your madness. A sea protested, attempting to wriggle free, yet Xiaofeng held her firmly. Your current size is perfectly suited for reconnaissance. Remember to prevent any other beasts from entering while we exchange items. A sea. Given my Awakening Realm strength, you expect me to thwart them? Please refrain from elevating this death wish to grandiose proportions. They dashed toward the palace, as most of the other creatures' attention was drawn to Hai Ao. With Xiaofeng's imposing presence, they slipped inside with ease. A sea stood timidly at the entrance, curled up in a corner, praying no beasts would approach. Inside the treasury, Xiaofeng eagerly opened one chest after another. Though his expression gradually soured, this truly worthy of being called a treasury, a collection of spiritual plants only a few centuries old. It was worth noting that the treasury gifted to him by Cat Lady contained items over 1,000 years old. You ought to be content. This is merely a minor hall of the deep-sea palace. The true palace lies beneath. The deep-sea palace was divided into 13 halls, with each descending level boasting greater opulence and stronger guardians. The 11th hall, where Xiaofeng and his companions found themselves, was among the lesser ones. Cat Lady had taken the entire treasury of the Void Cat clan, which could not possibly compare to a mere small hall treasury. It was akin to comparing a local tycoon to a global magnate. Upon hearing Yu Ming's words, Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, contemplating the day he would empty all 12 of the remaining halls. He opened every chest within the treasury and deposited the contents into the system warehouse, the token of appreciation for you all. Xiaofeng placed explosive talismans into the chests. Should anyone open them again, they would detonate immediately. The explosions would trigger more talismans in a chain reaction. That moment, Xiaofeng finally grasped a fragment of Daidar's philosophy. Art is an explosion. However, once he had crammed millions of talismans within the treasury, There was no further space. With so many remaining, he couldn't let them go to waste. Utilizing his divine might, Xiao Feng transported a sea from the entrance and proceeded to another empty chamber. He ensured to fill every vacant room with millions of explosive talismans. Upon completing this grand task, Xiao Feng retrieved the item given to him by Jiang Yun. This jade stone would allow him to teleport to the nearest human city. Just as Xiao Feng prepared to channel his spiritual energy into it, a colossal gem above the palace caught his eye. Name: Dragon Pearl. Description: a treasure possessed by the Deep Sea clan. Limited to a mere 13 pieces. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the words limited and only, Xiao Feng could hardly contain his excitement. Yu Ming, let us procure that pearl. Wait, it cannot simply be termed as stealing. Affairs of cultured individuals must be referred to as taking. Chapter 82. The Young Girl Slayer, Physical Edition. Yu Ming's canine eyes widened in astonishment. That item is the most cherished treasure of the Deep Sea clan. Even if you were to blow up their palace, they would pursue you relentlessly but would not cross into the territories of other races. However, should you steal that pearl, they would unleash an unending hunt for you, as long as you remain on Blue Star. For the Deep Sea clan, these 13 pearls held significance far greater than the fragments of the Blue Star map. Since I am destined to be pursued, it would be foolish not to take something with me. With that, he sprinted towards the pinnacle of the palace. Unlike other areas, the space beneath the pearl was guarded by beings of domain level. I have told you it is futile. 2 domain level guardians are present. What do you intend to use to snatch it? Who made such a claim? Divine might. Xiao Feng entered the space of divine might, calculating the distance before opening a portal, standing before the pearl. He felt diminutive in comparison. From a distance, it appeared less daunting, but now he realized it rivaled the Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball mythos. The utilization of divine might required significant spiritual energy. So Xiao Feng immediately produced a plethora of magic cores for absorption before activating his immortal mode to replenish his energy. Divine might. This was the first time Xiao Feng exerted such expansive divine might. And it was taxing. Outside, the 2 beasts suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. What is this bizarre fluctuation of spiritual energy? Has another enemy arrived at the palace? No. Look at the pearl. They beheld a massive black vortex slowly consuming the pearl. My king of the sea, why is there a black hole beneath the ocean? Stop dawdling. Retrieve the pearl. The 2 beasts dashed towards it in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation in an instant. The pearl was swallowed into the space of divine might, plunging the entire palace into darkness. No, within the divine might space, Xiao Feng lay beside the enormous pearl, which radiated like a miniature sun, blindingly bright and exuding intense heat. Is this sufficient to summon the divine dragon? Aside from Zhao Ming, it appears rather useless. Though he grumbled, there was no possibility of returning it. The precious pearl, obtained through one's own cunning, surely does not warrant a return. After bringing Yu Ming and a sea into the divine space, Xiao Feng set out alone. The absence of the pearl rendered the entire palace eerily dim and foreboding. Hai Ao cast a glance at the spot where the pearl once resided atop the palace. Unleashing a series of furious roars, who dares? The thunderous bellowing caused the surrounding beasts to cover their ears in terror. Third young master, the treasury. One beast cautioned, could the treasury be in danger as well? With eyes widened in alarm, Hai Ao hurried towards the palace. The 2 most valuable treasures of the palace, one being the pearl and the other the wealth within the treasury, if both were lost. What would he bring back to his father? He feared he might end up as snake soup that very night. The 2 beasts atop the palace, in a frenzy, prepared to raid the treasury for valuables before fleeing. Having lost their charge, the consequences for them were dire. They were doomed to die, whether sooner or later. Thus, it would be wiser to seize something of worth and escape to the domain of another race. Just as they reached the treasury, Hai Ao arrived as well. Who are you? Though Hai Ao was unfamiliar with them, they recognized him. Should he learn that they were the guardians of the stolen pearl, they would be facing immediate execution. We are responsible for guarding the treasury, they claimed, having incapacitated the actual guardians of the treasury. Upon assessing their strength, Hai Ao found their assertion plausible. No-one has entered the treasury. Correct? The beasts nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Hai Ao pushed open the door. The treasure chests remained untouched, and Hai Ao casually opened one. Why are there only these small talismans inside? Does the palace even collect such trinkets? Just as he pondered this, The explosive talisman in his hand began to emit a brilliant red glow. Boom. Xiao Feng held his breath beneath the sea, watching the explosion engulf the palace. A satisfied smile gracing his face, he then retrieved the jade stone given to him by Jiang Yun and activated it. Teleport. Tomorrow, wasn't it said that the girl from the Suzuki family would be sacrificed? Indeed, that girl, orphaned and alone, was unanimously chosen for sacrifice by the entire village. The man sighed. If the teleportation device isn't damaged, perhaps we can escape to the city under the protection of the Lady Priestess. Suddenly, a radiant blue light emerged from the remnants of what was once the palace, swiftly capturing the attention of those nearby. Xiao Feng covered his head. The recent explosion had affected even the nearby waters. Which city had he been transported to? Suddenly, Xiao Feng felt a softness beneath him, as though he were sitting on something. Parting his legs, he discovered a young girl with a cherubic face lying unconscious. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the title Child Slayer. Evaluation, scoundrel, degenerate. How could you harm such a small child? Xiao Feng exclaimed. What a melodramatic narrative. Fortunately, he possessed healing skills, allowing him to stabilize the girl's injuries temporarily. Name, Suzuki Chunlan. Race, human. Level, unawakened. Description, an orphan girl living in Palu village, raised by the grandmother of the Suzuki family. She has lived here ever since, possessing extraordinary talent yet remaining unawakened. An unawakened child? Judging by the system's evaluation, if this little girl were to awaken, her abilities would likely be at least S rank. Human awakenings occur in two ways. One, like Xiao Feng, through the use of an awakening stone. The other, by chance during life-threatening situations. However, as humanity has grown stronger, the latter method of awakening has become increasingly rare. Considering the girl's name, had he arrived in the land of Sakura, he never expected Jiang Yun's artifact to be so effective. Even managing to function with such a damaged teleportation device, Xiao Feng glanced at the dusty teleportation device behind him, astonished, akin to discovering an old computer that had accumulated a decade's worth of dust suddenly operational. Ouch. Suzuki Chunlan opened her eyes, momentarily believing she had seen her grandmother. Grandma, is that you come to fetch me? Before she could finish, a strange man's face loomed before her. That you're awake? The sudden fright caused Chunlan to faint once more. What in the world? So fragile. Xiao Feng shrugged helplessly, hoisting Chunlan onto his back and making his way outside. Outside the ruins, a crowd had gathered, and an elderly man approached, leaning on a cane. Where are you taking our sacrifice? Chapter 83. A pitiful and sad individual sacrifice. Are you referring to the little girl on my back? Xiao Feng assessed the surrounding villagers and noted that most were ordinary people who had yet to awaken. In Huaxia, such a phenomenon would be unheard of. Even in remote areas, there would be at least one awakening stone available, right? Did this place lack even that? Sir, though I am unaware of how you arrived in this wretched Palu village, I implore you to return our sacrifice. The elder set aside his cane and prostrated himself before Xiao Feng. The other villagers, previously wielding hoes, also dropped their tools and knelt in reverence. They were merely common folk. While Xiao Feng was clearly a powerful being with extraordinary abilities, after all, one could not venture into the wilderness alone without some measure of strength, unless they were quite deranged. Why did they not seek help? As previously stated, anyone with sense would not risk their lives aiding a group of strangers. Xiao Feng, feeling at a loss, took a couple of steps back. Task issued. Rescue Suzuki Chunlan. Completion will yield rewards. Affinity with the Sakura Priestess 20. What kind of bizarre reward is this? What is a priestess, and what connection does this girl have with her? After issuing the task, the system continued to operate without further regard to Xiao Feng, leaving him to decide whether or not to undertake this quest. That moment, Chunlan stirred awake on Xiao Feng's back, noticing the villagers kneeling before her. Village chief, what has happened? Chunlan leapt off Xiao Feng's back and rushed to help the elder up. Upon seeing Chunlan awake, the elder's gaze turned complex as he ruffled her hair. Go prepare yourself. We must leave a good impression for the adults tomorrow. Chunlan's expression visibly darkened at his words, her head hanging low as she softly replied, Just as the villagers were about to depart, Xiao Feng seized Chunlan's arm. Would you like to be my little sister? A flicker of light returned to Chunlan's vacant eyes as she gazed curiously at Xiao Feng. Little sister? Yes, I will treat you like family. You need not suffer or be wronged any longer. Anyone who bullies you, simply retaliate. Xiao Feng's words struck a chord deep within Chunlan's heart. as if all her grievances from the past years surged forth. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Since her grandmother's death, no one had cared for her. Just days prior, the villagers had shown her such concern, only for her to realize that she was the chosen sacrifice. Yet, having received their kindness, she felt an obligation to repay them. However, as the sacrificial day approached, Chunlan realized she did not wish to die merely 14. She had never ventured beyond Palu village to witness the wonders of the outside world, nor seen the grand city her grandmother spoke of, nor enjoyed the beauty of flowers under cherry blossom trees, nor savored delicious food. She wanted to live a life as ordinary as anyone else. She longed to marry, have children, and grow old, rather than perish in such a manner. I do not want to die, Chunlan cried, clutching Xiao Feng's waist, venting all the grievances she had endured over the years. Hey, mind your own business. A burly man brandished a pitchfork, charging at Xiao Feng. Get lost. With a mere glance from Xiao Feng, who activated his Sharingan, the man collapsed unconscious to the ground. A demon has come to our village. Someone shouted in panic, causing chaos among the crowd. Enough! The village chief struck the ground with his wooden staff, silencing the ruckus. Xiao Feng regarded him. Name? Yamada no. Race? Human. Level? Stage 1 transformation. Description: the village chief of Palu. A pitiful and sorrowful individual. Young man, the girl in your arms is the hope of our Palu village. If you wish to take her away, I would not mind completing a trade with you. If you can seek help from outside to save our village, then Chunlan need not become a sacrifice. What do you say? Though he believed Xiao Feng to be powerful, he was still just one man. However, seeing him here suggested he possessed some special means of teleportation. If he ventured to Tokyo to seek assistance, perhaps they could still be saved. At this moment, Chunlan, having wept for too long and overwhelmed by sorrow, leaned against Xiao Feng, drifting into a drowsy state as he casually carried her. Xiao Feng smiled at the village chief. That is your affair, not mine. However, should you dare to lay a hand on Chunlan, I would not hesitate to ensure your premature demise. With that, he continued on his way, carrying Chunlan as if nothing had happened. As he traversed the path through the fields, many followed behind him, their eyes filled with hostility, yet none dared to act. After all, even the strongest village chief did not intervene, and just moments ago, with merely a glance, Xiao Feng had rendered the neighbor's Jiro unconscious. Finding a relatively suitable spot, Xiao Feng gently set Chunlan down. Wood release, 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. Enormous trees erupted from the ground, swiftly forming the semblance of a quaint wooden cabin. The villagers behind him, upon witnessing this spectacle, trembled in fear, their legs turning to jelly. A demonic art. He can wield demonic arts too. It appeared that this village had long severed ties with the outside world, to the point that they were unaware of even supernatural abilities. As night fell, Chunlan awoke to find herself lying on a soft bed, beside which lay a piece of bread and a glass of milk. Is this? Did I truly die? Tears streamed down Chunlan's face in sorrow that if she were indeed dead, then she must eat her fill. Grasping the bread, she began to devour it. Delicious! A luminous stone in the center of the wooden cabin illuminated the room. And after finishing her meal, Chunlan fell into a reverie. In the picture books of her childhood, princesses resided in homes like this, didn't they? Perhaps in her next life, she could be a princess. I cannot say whether you will become a princess in your next life. But do remember to wash the sheets, Xiao Feng remarked as he ambled over, a lollipop in his mouth. It was surprising that such a grown individual still wet the bee. This. Chunlan blushed and glanced at the bed where she had just slept. Village chief, they are coming tomorrow if we cannot present the sacrificial offerings. The village chief sighed deeply before rising. I shall seek him out for negotiations if that fails, sensing the aura emanating from Xiao Feng. The village chief understood that his frail body stood no chance against him, yet he could not abandon the villagers behind him. Under the gaze of the crowd, the village chief made his way toward the grove where Xiao Feng and the others were. Chapter 84. Pinky Promise. Woo woo woo. This is simply too delicious. Chunlan was merely eating ordinary bread, yet she acted as though she had discovered paradise. However, it was evident from her demeanor that she had suffered greatly for a long time. Big brother, where are you from? Why have you come to Paluo village? In Chunlan's eyes, Xiao Feng must surely be one of those city folk her grandmother spoke of, yet her grandmother had mentioned that city dwellers seldom left their urban confines. This big brother was indeed a peculiar individual. Xiao Feng smiled, but remained silent, merely handing her a cup of water. Take your time eating. There's plenty more? Suddenly, information relayed from the small trees surrounding the grove indicated an intruder. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow and said to Chunlan, "Continue eating. I must step out for a moment." Just as he was about to leave, Chunlan dropped the bread and clutched his arm. "Please don't go." Xiao Feng turned to see Chunlan gazing at him with a pleading look. "Don't leave me. My grandmother said she would return soon, but all I found was her cold, lifeless body. Rest assured, I shall only be gone a short while." Yet Chunlan clung tightly to his hand, this sense of dependence being the only feeling of protection she had experienced after enduring so much hardship. Xiao Feng, feeling helpless, could only take her hand and head outside. "TSK, I truly misjudged you, host. Who would have thought you could evoke such dependency in a young girl, satisfying your twisted inclinations?" Xiao Feng had grown immune to the system's incessant banter. Upon reaching the grove's edge, they found the village chief ensnared by vines in a particularly humiliating manner. Summoned entities act on their own, do not attribute their actions to the summoner. Xiao Feng covered his face as he commanded the vines to release him. Where on earth did I learn to bind someone like this with vines? It is said that summoned entities exhibit subtle changes in personality mirroring that of their summoner. Hence, host, you are indeed a pervert. Xiao Feng inquired, "Are you here to reclaim her?" Chunlan instinctively moved behind Xiao Feng, clearly frightened of the so-called village chief. "This time, I do not come to demand a person, but rather that I implore you to save us." The village chief laid down his wooden staff and knelt, bowing before Xiao Feng. Observing the once mighty village chief in such a state, Chunlan felt a pang of sorrow. "Big brother, could you possibly assist them? Do you not harbor any resentment towards them?" Xiao Feng retorted that I do not resent them. I merely find them somewhat unpleasant. Xiao Feng chuckled, acknowledging that in the world of children, the concept of hatred likely did not exist. "I believe I have mentioned before, I am under no obligation to assist you." That he squatted down to meet the village chief's gaze. "Indeed, I overstepped, but we are willing to exchange anything, as long as you can save us." Possessing such formidable power at a young age, he must be a scion of some prominent family. Perhaps he might actually. What could you possibly offer that would entice me? Now, sensing the desolation of a village so dilapidated that it lacked even an awakening stone, Xiao Feng questioned what conditions they could present to persuade him. "I wish to trade a secret with you." "A secret? Indeed. But first, you must promise to save all the villagers. Then I must first ascertain the value of this secret." The village chief regarded Xiao Feng, gambling on the outcome that if Xiao Feng were to learn the truth, would he? "Our village is located in the southern region of Xiaoying country, which boasts 4 great guardians, each safeguarding the remaining 4 major cities. Our Paluo village, however, is actually descended from the Reviving Witch." "The 4 great guardians? The Reviving Witch? Is it akin to the 5 great chancellors guarding Huaxia?" The village chief continued. "The Reviving Witch was the most powerful sorceress over a century ago, her powers capable of altering the tides of battle. Most remarkably, she could summon the dead from the depths of hell to fight on her behalf." "And what relevance does this have to you? Are you suggesting that as her descendants, you possess similar abilities?" Hearing this, the village chief's spirit waned. "Our village is merely a cage nurtured by monstrous beasts. Because we possess her bloodline, we are considered the finest delicacies to these beasts. As long as you are willing to save us, we are prepared to serve you and fight for you." "We are willing to serve you, the king of the netherworld." It was no wonder that this village lacked even an awakening stone. They had been ensnared by the beasts, stripped of all their tools, and severed from the outside world. "Who is the enemy?" The village chief's face lit up with joy. His inquiry indicated that Xiao Feng was inclined to assist them. "The enemy is the illusory Spirit Fox clan. They are subservient to the Void Cat clan. Each year, our sacrificial offerings are prepared for them to present to the Void Cat clan. It appeared that the Void Cat clan wielded significant influence throughout Xiaoying country. The Moondog clan in Huaxia was but a minor presence in the southern region of Huaxia. While here, the Void Cat clan had established a dominion akin to that of sovereigns. You mentioned the 4 great guardians. Why have they failed to protect Xiaoying country? Besides, they speak of protecting Xiaoying country, yet they are barely able to maintain the cities they oversee. Presently, aside from the 4 major cities, the entirety of Xiaoying country consists of small villages like ours, kept in captivity. However, because we are considered premium delicacies, we are sacrificed once a year. whereas other villages must present 2 children every month. Xiao Feng began to grasp the situation. Although he could save them temporarily, he could not secure their long-term safety. Did I see that the teleportation device could potentially be repaired? Why have you not attempted to fix it? We wish we could, but the first act of the beast is to dismantle the teleportation device and capture all those capable of creating or repairing supernatural tools. And they have yet to return. Actually, I have some knowledge of repairs. Chunlan timidly raised her hand. I had initially hoped to see if I could fix the teleportation device so that we could all escape. But then Big Brother suddenly appeared from within. So that is the case. You should first try to see if you can repair it while I visit the illusory spirit fox clan. Dawn is fast approaching, and the designated sacrificial time is drawing near. Chunlan reluctantly grasped Xiao Feng's hand. Big Brother, you must return. Chunlan extended her slender pinky, slightly bent. Let us make a pinky promise. Xiao Feng smiled and, crouching down, extended his own pinky. Pinky promise, 100 years without change. Whoever fails to uphold their word shall be deemed a little dog. Chapter 85. I want to invest. The villagers stood anxiously at the village entrance, where a group of foxes entered from the only access point, heavily guarded by monstrous beasts. Where are this year's sacrificial offerings? The leading fox strutted into the village, surrounded by an air of intimidation. I ask again, where are this year's offerings? When no one responded, the fox revealed its sharp fangs. For disobedient livestock, a proper education is in order, so they may understand who the true master is. Here I am. In the distance, Xiao Feng approached, clad in white. I am this year's sacrificial offering. The fox scrutinized Xiao Feng. I have not seen you before. To comprehend that this village is under his jurisdiction. He is well aware of the number of children born each year within its confines. Who is this individual that has seemingly emerged from nowhere? The sole entrance and exit has been firmly controlled by his clan, rendering any stealthy entry impossible. Could it be that he has genuinely misremembered? Why is there such an abundance of spiritual energy emanating from you? The foxes immediately heightened their vigilance, encircling Xiao Feng, their posture indicating that any movement on his part would lead to his demise beneath their sharp fangs. Is it true that with limited spiritual energy, one can only serve as a sacrificial offering? Xiao Feng spread his hands as he spoke, his words seemingly carrying a semblance of truth. The leading fox gestured for the other illusionary spirit foxes to withdraw, guiding Xiao Feng towards the outskirts of the village. Once the beasts had departed, the villagers quickly regained their composure, with the village chief pulling several individuals forward. Go door to door in the village and inform everyone to gather their belongings and assemble at the teleportation portal tonight. The group erupted in joy upon hearing this. Could it be that the teleportation portal has been repaired? However, that individual was evident he was referring to Xiao Feng. The villagers understood that Xiao Feng was buying them time. The chief's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The illusionary spirit foxes are in for a misfortune. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was escorted by the illusionary spirit foxes to their stronghold. The leading fox grew increasingly suspicious of Xiao Feng. Never had a sacrificial offering displayed such composure in the face of death. The most timid among them would typically wail for a return home. Yet Xiao Feng not only remained calm, but also engaged in conversation with other illusionary spirit foxes along the way. Is this the demeanor expected of one destined for sacrifice? Just as the group of foxes was nearing their clan, a dark figure obstructed their path. Who dares to impede the illusionary spirit fox tribe? A small fox stepped forward, baring its claws menacingly, but was swiftly knocked down by the elder fox leading the group. You reckless fool, Miss AC. What brings you here? The illusionary spirit fox tribe is a subordinate of the void cat tribe. And AC, being the most likely heir to the chieftaincy within her original race, is naturally a figure of interest for other subordinate tribes. The void cat tribe would never allow news of AC killing her kin to leak. They only permit their own hands to deal with traitors. Even traitors are still of their noble bloodline and must not be slain by beasts of other races. AC toyed with the spot on her neck, where a collar once rested. Regarding Xiao Feng with an amused expression, this human is quite intriguing. He would be perfect for a hot pot feast. The leader understood the implications of her words. Once the heir apparent accepted benefits from these subordinate tribes, it meant a relationship of mutual prosperity and shared misfortune. Very well, Lady AC. We shall prepare this human for you at once. AC chuckled softly and departed first. Hurry, you lot. Take this human to the kitchen immediately. Have the chef prepare him swiftly for Miss A.C. Several foxes hurriedly hoisted Xiao Feng towards the kitchen. Remember to slice the thigh and abdomen meat. That is where it is most succulent. The illusionary spirit fox tribe resides within a hollowed mountain, home to tens of thousands of illusionary spirit foxes living in the city carved inside. Xiao Feng shook his arms, casting a glance at the pile of flesh behind him. Had I not known you were my contracted beast, I might have truly believed you were going to butcher me. The sea had reverted to her original form. Standing at the entrance, I told you that this cat cannot be tamed. You might as well have given that thing to me. I am your first contracted beast. Although Yu Ming has grown considerably, she still pales in comparison to a sea. That large elixir would restore a sea's full strength. While consuming it would only allow you to regain a mere 30%, maximizing benefits. After all, that is merely because she is too weak. Yu Ming's peak power resides in the Calamity realm, while a sea is merely in the Domain realm. Moreover, the treasure vault originally belongs to the Void Cat tribe, and most of its contents are tailored for them, making a sea more compatible with the elixirs. But are you truly at ease with taking this? A sea toyed with the collar Xiao Feng had placed around her neck, her gaze harboring a hint of danger. You have no reason to betray me, not at least for now. A sea is certainly unable to return to her tribe for some reason, possibly linked to her earlier slaying of a Lu. Otherwise, she would have used the Void Cat tribe's spatial powers to escape the moment she had the chance. Furthermore, the treasure vault of the Void Cats from centuries past remains within my system's repository, and a sea would never relinquish the opportunity to become a supreme being. The two beasts had stayed within the divine might space. So she is aware that I must have hidden the treasures in a place only I know. Given these factors, betrayal is off the table. A sea clicked her tongue and turned to walk away. Do not forget the promise you made to me. I want 7. A sea was referring to the matter Xiao Feng had discussed with her before taking action, which involved also pilfering the treasure vault of the illusionary spirit fox tribe. Although they offer 30% of their annual gains to the Void Cat tribe, how many races truly adhere to this? Achieving even 10% would be commendable, and the remainder naturally consists of invaluable treasures. As for why she insists on 7, once the treasure vault is secured within my system's repository, how much I take out will be at my discretion, right? Is it unreasonable for me to request a modest handling fee? After taking a peek into the memories of those foxes with my Sharingan, I learned that the treasure vault is hidden in the lowest level. The keys are held by the chieftain and 2 elders, requiring all 3 to access it. However, divine might restrains all doors. Upon reaching the lower level, the guards were swiftly placed under my Sharingan's control and entered the illusionary space to stand guard diligently. Host, I wish to invest. Witnessing such a lucrative act of thievery, even the system questioned why it had been acting like a mere petty trader. Why not seize it more quickly? You wish to invest. Nonsense. The storage and usage of the repository require me to pay system points. What do you plan to invest? I can provide a map. Only items valued over 2,000 system points will be displayed on the map. I will only take a 10% cut. Chapter 86. Fox Gold, are you robbing me? A mere 10% seems insignificant, but if you acquire a treasure worth 1 million system points, you'll find that 10% amounts to a considerable sum. Host, think about it. This could enhance your efficiency in earning or robbing money. As long as you have a need, I will immediately locate all valuable treasures in the vicinity and display them on the map. As the map revealed a few golden points, Xiao Feng led the 2 beasts towards an unassuming, dilapidated house. What are we doing here? We are searching for the treasure vault, a sea insisted anxiously. After this, if the tribe discovers our location, they will certainly send beasts to hunt us down. How can we grow stronger if we do not quickly acquire more resources? Just follow me. It is often said that foxes are cunning. The location of their treasure vault is concealed even from their kin. The true location lies beneath that decrepit house. Xiao Feng discovered a hidden passage behind a bookshelf, and upon entering, they found no guards. In such a ramshackle abode, the presence of sentinels would raise suspicions. How did you know the actual treasure vault was here? A sea was astonished. He harbored too many secrets if he were not human. No, why should I dwell on whether he is human? I am already being hunted by my tribe. I might as well stay by his side until I grow stronger and return. A sea's loyalty 10. Xiao Feng looked at a sea, bewildered by the sudden increase in her loyalty. However, it was not unwelcome. Upon entering the divine might space, a torrent of spiritual energy surged, wildly coursing into the bodies of the 3. Let us transfer everything inside. Anything that is not the ceiling or floor tiles must be stored in the divine might space. Are you saying that Miss AC has arrived in our tribe? Yes, rest assured, Elder. I will ensure that Miss AC is well entertained, leaving her with a favorable impression of our clan. Humph. The Elder delivered a punch to his head. Are you still a member of the illusionary spirit fox tribe? Serving other races like a dog? The fox that was struck muttered, "We are indeed related to dogs. We were planning our escape from the Void Cat tribe, and you just had to offer yourself up." Beasts respect strength, but that is merely a facade. When presented with an opportunity, they would not hesitate to turn against their own. Remember, do not let her leave our territory. The Elder harbored a murderous intent. The Void Cat tribe must never learn of their thoughts. Once they free themselves from the Void Cat's control and reach the other side of the sea, they can find a place to reign as local sovereigns. The land is scarce in Sakura country, most of it being ocean, thus dominated by the Void Cats and sea tribes. To emerge from under the paw of beasts, they must venture elsewhere. Elder, do you mean? Are you even a member of the illusionary spirit fox tribe? How can you be so foolish? Eliminate her now. I recall there was indeed a pig beast living next to my house when I was young. I believe my father ended up eating it. Elder, go find her and kill her immediately. In an instant, the entire clan of the illusory spirit foxes mobilized. The sea's strength lay within the domain realm. And with dozens of domain-level illusory spirit foxes deployed, the Elder of the Catastrophe Realm took to the field personally to ensure nothing was left to chance. Within the treasury, Xiaofeng was suddenly alerted by a system notification. Mission issued. Survive. Completion reward. Substantial experience points. An increase of 30 points in a C's intimacy level, and a pair of Elder's undergarments from the illusory spirit clan. Xiaofeng was left dumbfounded, wondering what on earth this was about. After moving everything, a hasty retreat was necessary. In the divine might space, a C contemplated the 10 treasures before her. She had anticipated that Xiaofeng would seek to gain something substantial from their agreement. But this was akin to draining every drop of oil and merely serving a few grains of rice. Xiaofeng cleared his throat. You may choose first. I'll scratch you to death. Meow. Found anything? Not yet, but I distinctly remember her being in this location. In the kitchen, several corpses of her kin were discovered. The bloodied remains in the kitchen cast a grim shadow in the eyes of the beasts. Truly, the heir of the Void Cat clan was quick to uncover their plight and retaliate against their kin. Orders were dispatched throughout the clan to search for that Void Cat, a mere juvenile, who dared to attempt an escape from their grasp. A C, clutching several items to enhance her power, gazed at Xiaofeng with a look of reproach. Enough of this play. It's time to leave. The people of Broken Lu Village were still awaiting him. Although Xiaofeng had provided them with some magic cores upon his departure, with so many villagers, it remained uncertain if those cores would suffice. Xiaofeng, things have become chaotic above. Yu Ming's ears perked up, sensing a multitude of footsteps on the ground. However, these steps were scattered and raucous, indicative of a search for someone. They had not been gone from the illusory spirit fox's sight for long before the search commenced. And naturally, the target was no mystery. Discovered? In that case, let us make our exit point. 2 beasts remained in the divine might space, while Xiaofeng donned a mask and ventured into illusory spirit fox city alone. The divine might space revolved around Xiaofeng, so as long as he moved, the space within would shift accordingly. Thus, if he could escape, everyone would be safe. Xiaofeng strove to suppress his aura, stealthily attempting to depart. Given that most inhabitants here belonged to the illusory spirit fox clan, blending in with the crowd was not an option. He would be recognized immediately. Caution was paramount as he sought to slip away. As Xiaofeng retreated, he seemingly collided with something. Turning his head, he beheld an elderly figure leaning on a cane, fixated on him without a glance. Askew. Name: Hu Jin. Level: Catastrophe Level 3. Race: Illusory Spirit Fox. Description: the Grand Elder of the Illusory Spirit Fox clan. A diligent fox dedicated to the development of his kin, fond of the clan's third elder. A human dared to venture here. What were the guards doing? Hu Jin, unaware of the relationship between Xiaofeng and a C, merely approached to eliminate this small pest while searching for a C. With a swift motion, he struck, sending Xiaofeng flying several meters away, akin to swatting a fly. Shaking his hand, Hu Jin intended to continue his search for a C. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, fixated on a figure amidst the dust, still breathing. As the smoke dissipated, a purple skeleton emerged. Despite the protection of Susanoo, Xiaofeng found himself in dire straits. Broken ribs and blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Black stripes began to creep across his face and body. Immortal Mode, Chapter 87. Survive O. A flicker of intrigue crossed Hu Jin's otherwise impassive visage. This human appeared to be quite the amusing toy. Regrettably, he was on a quest to find that little cat, and could not afford to play. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a stone hurtling towards Xiaofeng like a bullet. With the aid of the Sharingan, Xiaofeng barely discerned its trajectory, enduring excruciating pain as he dodged to the side. Fascinating, you managed to evade that, despite merely being in the metamorphosis realm. You truly are an interesting toy. But I cannot allow you to grow stronger. Hu Jin's demeanor the desire to perceive through spiritual energy is futile, for this black mist is composed entirely of such energy. Alas, that human is about to escape. Worry not, your survival is paramount. My escape hinges upon your continued existence. Being pursued by a calamity-level entity, it is only a matter of time before I am caught. Thus, Xiaofeng concocts a daring plan to eliminate him. Given Xiaofeng's current strength, this seems impossible, and with Yu Ming's power still unrefined, it remains unfeasible. However, fortuitously, within his arsenal lies an item capable of achieving this: the power of Jiang Yun's strike, containing the force of Jiang Yun's single blow. Potent enough to obliterate any being below the calamity level 3. Originally intended for Yu Ming during Xiaofeng's previous expedition to the Evil Beast Ridge, it has now arrived at this moment. A blinding light flashed, and the entire illusory spirit city was reduced to ruins, dividing the city along the line marked by the fox gold. That a faint haze emerged from the debris, leaving all beasts bewildered. Unaware of the calamity that had befallen them, only knowing that their illusory spirit city had been decimated by half, the losses among the illusory spirit foxes were catastrophic. Detecting that fox gold exhibits no signs of life. Survive, mission accomplished, rewards have been granted. Gain substantial experience points, host level increased. Name, Xiaofeng. Level, transformation level 9, race, human, ability, Sharingan. Description, a small creature gradually growing stronger. Now stepping into the realm of the powerful. Yet, he remains unable to shed his frugal tendencies. Breakthrough mission has commenced. Chapter 88. He is, after all, my sworn brother. Remarkably, the tremendous upheaval did not harm Xiaofeng. He had anticipated that such a grand maneuver might also affect him, prompting him to acquire a life-saving item in advance. Without time to investigate further, he spotted what appeared to be a foot amidst the thick smoke. He swiftly departed from Illusory Spirit City, heading towards Broken Lu Village. Fox Gold, the esteemed elder of the Illusory Spirit Fox clan, had perished, and certain changes would undoubtedly ensue within the clan. Now was the opportune moment to escape amidst the chaos. In Broken Lu Village, the villagers eagerly gazed at the teleportation device, which had miraculously been repaired by Chun Lan. They formed a queue, entering one by one. Chun Lan clutched the magical cord Xiaofeng had previously given her, carefully placing them beside the teleportation device, fearful of wasting even a smidgen of spiritual energy. How splendid! We are finally able to flee this place. We shall no longer be mere livestock. To the grand city we go. Joy illuminated the faces of all, long-suppressed smiles emerging. The village chief observed this scene with great delight, yet his gaze inevitably drifted towards the territory of the Illusory Spirit Fox clan. Worrying for Xiaofeng, inside Illusory Spirit City, what on earth has transpired? There was not a whisper of commotion. The city had seemingly lost half of itself. The casualties among the Illusory Spirit Fox clan were in the thousands. Chief Hu Nu, appearing as a middle-aged man, slammed his palm on the table, causing it to splinter. Chief, we have no knowledge of what occurred. There was no sound of an explosion. It was as if half of Illusory Spirit City vanished in an instant. Where is the elder? The elder has heroically sacrificed himself. We found a severed foot amidst the ruins. Hu Nu clenched his fists and struck the wall, for they were in dire need of personnel. And now they had lost a top-tier combatant. What of the second elder? Is he still idle at a time like this? We have not seen the second elder, just as Hu Nu was about to erupt in anger. One of the foxes interjected. Is the chief still furious? The third elder. At last, a glimmer of hope appeared among Hu Nu's subordinates, for if they remained here much longer, they feared for their own lives. The third elder gestured for the others to withdraw, and Hu Nu's earlier rage dissipated, and he respectfully offered a seat to Hu Ling. In such a situation, offending a mysterious powerhouse would spell disaster for them. Do you understand? Hu Ling did not take the chief's seat, but rather settled in a position beside it. That was the chief's seat. Even as Hu Nu's aunt, she could not overstep her bounds. I understand, and I shall issue orders to prevent further searches, Thayes chief. Others may act chaotically, but you must not. Every decision you make could determine the fate of the illusory Spirit Fox clan. You cannot be like your brother. Aunt, Hu Ling fell silent, refraining from continuing her statement. Thus, I must escape the grasp of the Void Cat clan, for in their eyes, we are nothing more than their slaves. Aunt, you will stand by my side. Won't you? Hu Nu gazed at Hu Ling with longing. The latter softly replied, Of course, we are family. I too wish to avenge your brother. However, prioritizing the safety of our entire clan is of utmost importance right now. Are all preparations in order? Nearly complete, and we have communicated with the Sea clan that we merely need to relocate to a place called Huaxia. In Broken Lu village, all villagers had successfully evacuated, leaving only a final magical core behind. Yet, the village chief and Chun Lan remained. The chief sighed deeply. You must enter now. I have 1 foot already in the grave, and I have but a few years left to live. You, on the other hand, have always yearned to see the grand city, have you not? As he spoke, he began to urge Chun Lan forward. I refuse. I will wait for Big Brother to come with me. She naturally referred to Xiaofeng. The village chief was at a loss for how to persuade her, so he sat down beside her, waiting together. After a long wait, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the previously quiet village, causing the chief to spring to his feet, his frail body surging with spiritual energy once more. Hurry! Chun Lan hesitated, uncertain if she would ever see Xiaofeng again after this. She did not wish to lose him again. What are you all hesitating for? If you don't leave, I shall. At this moment, Xiaofeng's wounds had healed, yet his clothes remained stained a dark crimson. Big Brother! Chun Lan rushed towards Xiaofeng, disregarding his unkempt appearance. Burying her head in his embrace. Let us go. Just as Xiaofeng was about to activate the teleportation device with the magical core, a suave figure wielding a folding fan blocked the way. Name: Huyin. Level: Calamity Level 2. Race: Illusory Spirit Fox. Description: the second elder of the Illusory Spirit Fox clan, a man detached from worldly affairs, a rival of the elder. Both vying for the affections of the third elder. My brother was killed by you, was he not? Huyin narrowed his eyes, the expression in his heart an enigma. He had followed Xiaofeng all this way without realizing it. Do not be alarmed. I am quite different from my passionate elder brother. I am rather democratic. So, how do you intend to die, little one? Is your version of democracy allowing your opponent to choose their own demise? Can I opt for a natural death instead? The atmosphere having reached this point, Xiaofeng tentatively inquired. An amusing little creature. Normally, I would let you go. However, my dear elder brother is dead, my sworn brother. I must avenge him. Jiang Yun had only gifted a single jade stone. Would the remainder require the use of a substitute wooden figure? Yet, the village chief and Chun Lan. Wait, this scent that you possess something of hers. As Huyin approached Xiaofeng, his nose twitched. Xiaofeng indeed bore her belongings. Hand it over, and I may allow you to leave. What item? Xiaofeng rummaged through his system warehouse for a couple of items from the Illusory Spirit Fox clan's treasury. But Huyin merely shook his head. It is not such mundane trinkets. Then, Xiaofeng discovered an item granted by the system reward. Why was such rubbish in his warehouse? He quickly tossed it aside. Huyin's previously narrowed eyes widened in sudden realization. This is it. He lunged for the black lace underwear, bringing it to his nose. This is from the third elder. Xiaofeng's hand froze. It seemed this item was indeed a reward from the system. Was this how it was meant to be used? Seizing the opportunity while Huyin was entranced, Xiaofeng hurriedly tossed in 2 magical cores to activate the teleportation device and stepped inside. As Huyin observed the trio departing, his gaze returned to normal, and he gently swiped a claw, destroying the teleportation device. Chapter 89. The Cherry Priestess. Sworn brothers? That old fool would have met his end by my hand. Even if Xiaofeng had not slain him, competing for women was one thing, but he flaunted his elder status, barking orders within the clan, even daring to admonish the newly appointed chief, who knew. For him, there is no place left in the Illusory Spirit Fox clan. As for allowing Xiaofeng to escape, the lad was already to his liking. Whether he lived or died made no difference. And it certainly was not due to that pair of undergarments. On the other side, the teleportation portal transported the 3 into a grand city. Why are there still 3? What is happening today? The guards escorted them, conducting a brief information registration, after which the villagers who had yet to awaken their abilities were arranged for awakening. This was Tokyo City, one of the 4 major cities of Little Sakura Nation, home to 1/3 of the nation's population. Periodically, remnants from the wild would be teleported back, but never in such numbers as today. Hundreds of people. This was the entirety of a village. The village chief, witnessing the villagers finally able to awaken, did not forget his earlier promise to Xiaofeng. My dear sir, come quickly and take a look. Yet another individual has awakened the ability to summon the deceased. Those responsible for the awakening are utterly stupefied. This ability may not be particularly remarkable, but it is certainly not without merit. It can only be classified as B grade. Yet with over half of the village's several hundred inhabitants awakening this power, it is somewhat terrifying. They could easily form a battalion of necromancers. It is soul manipulation. His ability is soul manipulation. This power is undoubtedly worthy of an S-rank classification. It allows one to control the souls of the dead. And even the living can be dominated should they possess sufficient strength. Quick, report this to the Lady Witch. The village chief breathed a sigh of relief. At least a few individuals of pure bloodline remained, preserving the heritage of their clan. When it was finally Chunlan's turn, she grasped Xiaofeng's arm. Go ahead. I shall await your return here, Xiaofeng replied with a smile. Chunlan nodded and approached the awakening platform. Placing her hand upon the awakening stone, she cleared her mind of distractions. Following her actions, a radiant white light burst forth from the stone, shattering it completely. Chunlan stared in horror at the broken awakening stone. Such an expensive item, she could not possibly afford to replace it. Those in charge of the awakening were equally astonished, unable to believe that anyone could shatter the awakening stone, bring forth a larger one. Soon, a stone twice the size of the previous one was placed upon the platform. Do not worry. This was our error, and you will not be held accountable. Would you care to try again? One of the individuals appeared somewhat exhilarated. One of the 4 great guardians of the Little Sakura Nation had long since passed, and yet a successor remained elusive. Could it be that today? Chunlan cautiously placed her hand upon the stone once more, and a dazzling white light erupted anew. It is resurrection. This ability has only been recorded once in the annals of the Little Sakura Nation's history, 100 years ago. The most formidable guardian, the Witch of Resurrection. Unlike the previous soul manipulation, which forcibly subjugates the deceased, resurrection allows the dead to willingly pledge themselves to her. The most renowned instance occurred when the Void Cat clan besieged the city of 4 Islands. The Witch of Resurrection single-handedly repelled the Void Cats, sacrificing her own life to resurrect the entire city's population of tens of thousands. However, following that event, they suffered continuous defeats, ultimately left with only these 4 great cities. Chunlan did not comprehend the full implications, yet she sensed something peculiar in the gazes of the men surrounding her. Startled, she leapt from the platform, seeking refuge behind Xiaofeng. Mission accomplished. Saved Suzuki Chunlan. Gained Sakura Witch's favor 20. At that moment, cherry blossoms began to fall, and many in the square knelt in heartfelt reverence that a stunning woman, barefoot and holding an oiled paper umbrella, gracefully descended through the falling petals, ultimately arriving before Xiaofeng and Chunlan. Name: Haruno Sakura. Level: Catastrophe Level 6. Ability: Sakura. Description: the foremost guardian of the Little Sakura Nation, protector of Tokyo City, the Witch of Sakura. I sense an uncanny familiarity with you. My dear. Sakura cradled Xiaofeng's face. Despite her generally impartial demeanor towards others, she found herself lingering on the features of this unfamiliar man, feeling an inexplicable sense of recognition. Little sister, would you like to join me in learning? Sakura shifted her attention to Chunlan, crouching down to speak with her. Due to the kimono she wore, which was fashioned unconventionally, from Xiaofeng's perspective, it appeared as though he were gazing into the depths of an oceanic chasm. Accented by the scattered cherry blossoms, one could almost savor tea while admiring the scenery. Chunlan lowered her gaze, embarrassed by her tattered clothing and shoes, feeling entirely out of place beside the beautiful woman. Sakura reached out, intending to touch Chunlan's cheek, but the girl flinched away. Mistaking Chunlan's reaction for shyness, she failed to realize it stemmed from a desire to keep her own dirt from soiling Sakura's delicate hand. What do you think? Do you wish to become like your sister? Chunlan glanced up at Xiaofeng, noting how he was captivated, and found herself yearning for the same. Can I really become as beautiful as my sister? Taking advantage of the moment, Sakura pinched Chunlan's cheek. You have a solid foundation. Who knows, you may even surpass me in beauty one day. Chunlan smiled brightly and declared, then I shall strive to do so. Sakura chuckled, covering her mouth, and addressed the others. Arrange for them to be accommodated within the city as for this young gentleman. I presume he is not a native of the little Sakura nation? Sakura glanced at Xiaofeng. Indeed, I hail from Huaxia. Huaxia is separated from the little Sakura nation by a vast sea, teeming with fierce aquatic beasts, making crossing nearly impossible. Sakura, however, did not dwell on how Xiaofeng had arrived. He was a member of the human race, and she felt an undeniable sense of familiarity with him. How about you stay with me in Sakura City? The small hill-like citadel, resembling a castle, was the most significant location in Tokyo City, serving as the focal point of her duties to channel spiritual energy into the formation that protected the entire city, with no other destination in mind. Xiaofeng agreed. The situation in Huaxia truly dire. Along the way, Sakura, displaying an uncharacteristic eagerness, initiated a conversation with Xiaofeng. Unlike her usual demeanor, she rarely engaged with others, often ignoring their attempts at dialogue. Not at all. Life there is quite pleasant. Xiaofeng was puzzled by her inquiry. Yet you have left your homeland to come here. Oh, I am merely traveling and honing my skills. Along their journey, Xiaofeng recounted the events of the destruction of the demon capital, the underwater explosion of the palace, and the annihilation of half of the illusory spirit city. Sakura found herself questioning her decision to invite him to stay. Was it truly the right choice? Chapter 90. Departure. Huaxia has not faced any significant threats. Sakura's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to inquire further. It is rather late. Perhaps you should return for now. It was already deep into the night. Since dinner, Xiaofeng had intended to assess the spoils from the illusory Fox clan's treasury, only to be surprised when Sakura appeared in her nightwear, looking rather bashful, just as Xiaofeng anticipated a potentially awkward scenario. She implored, please tell me more about Huaxia. Cradling a small pillow, Sakura leaned against the bedding, listening intently as Xiaofeng shared tales of Huaxia. After all, she had lost contact with foreign lands beyond the sea long ago, and it had been years since a single visitor from Huaxia had arrived. However, as the night deepened, Sakura showed no signs of leaving. Could she be intending to stay here? The room contained only 2 blankets, and Chunlan had already claimed one. Surely not. Has it grown so late? Perhaps I should stay here for the night. Sakura glanced at the night sky. Her own quarters were quite distant, and since she was the guardian of Sakura City, it mattered little which room she occupied. For reasons unknown, she found herself displaying a side of herself that had never emerged before, especially towards a stranger. Was it mere curiosity about Huaxia, or was it intrigue towards him? Xiaofeng, equally perplexed, contemplated the implications of her intention to remain. Certain unnameable images flitted through his mind. There is a hidden compartment here that contains a bed. As Sakura spoke, she pulled down a bed from a corner of the wall. As the guest, you may take the bed. Upon finishing her statement, Sakura settled onto the tatami mat beside Chunlan, cuddling her as she drifted off to sleep. Xiaofeng stared at the bed before him. Is this all? Early the next morning, Sakura was already up, replenishing the spiritual energy for the city's protective barrier in the central location. Should I consider adopting the wall-building methods of Huaxia? It could also allow the citizens to train and enhance their levels by battling the beasts. However, this notion was soon cast aside. They had not engaged in combat with the beasts for quite some time. Sakura herself had only ever practiced within the castle walls, rarely venturing beyond to hunt beasts, as those who did were often reduced to mere prey. How she longed to explore the world outside. Lying on the floor, Sakura reflected upon her innate talents and status, which dictated her inability to leave the city. Even in the face of destruction, she would remain bound to the city, for that was the duty of a guardian. Xiaofeng's arrival felt like a lively fish leaping in the previously tranquil waters of her heart. What should I inquire about today? Perhaps more tales of Huaxia. Yet she was equally eager to learn about him. Perhaps I shall ask everything. Sakura opened the door to find Chunlan kneeling there, tears streaming down her cheeks. Big brother no longer wants me. Upon seeing Sakura, Chunlan rushed forward and embraced her, clutching a note in her hand. Sakura took the note and read it. I entrust her care to you. May we meet again. A remarkably brief message, devoid of further explanations, leading Chunlan to believe she had done something wrong to warrant Xiaofeng's departure. Fear not, Chunlan. Your big brother has merely gone to attend to his responsibilities. And we will surely meet again in the future. Is that truly the case? Chunlan's tears ceased, replaced by a pitiful expression. Indeed, it is certain. Sakura gazed into the distance, feeling an unwavering conviction that she would encounter Xiaofeng once more. In an unknown grove in the wilderness. Why did your clan come knocking so swiftly? Xiaofeng's urgency to depart was clear. Trouble from the Void Cat clan had arrived. How can I know? Regardless, remaining in that city feels like an impediment to our clan. Perhaps we should venture to Huaxiao instead? Yet, we must first escape before we can contemplate that. Is there anywhere safe left in the entirety of Sakura country? What safety can there be? The existence of those 4 cities is solely due to our clan refraining from action. If we were to take decisive measures, it is likely that no human would remain on this land. C licked her paw and declared, I've got it. Let us head to the Void Abyss. Isn't that your clan's stronghold? You expect me to go there? No, there lies a spatial tunnel I left behind that leads directly to the Demon City. However, the danger is that even if the Void Cat clan sends assassins after her, the elders and the clan leader will undoubtedly remain within the clan. Previously, as the sole heir of the entire clan, she had no cause for concern, but now that the clan has begun dispatching hunters after her, entering now would be akin to courting death. Yet, if we do not go, we may lose even this last chance at life. After weighing the pros and cons, she resolved to proceed towards the territory of the Void Cat clan. The Void Abyss. Will your father hold back because of you? According to Jiang Yun, the leaders of the 9 great clans are at a level above natural disasters. Encountering one would leave me with no opportunity to flee. Rest assured, should I meet him, death will come without pain, for in the blink of an eye, nothing will remain. However, he has a peculiar habit of leaving the abyss every full moon, not to be seen elsewhere. So we merely need to infiltrate during that time. At last, a piece of news that could be considered somewhat favorable. The Void Abyss lies far to the south of Sakura country, in a place known as the 4 Islands. Not far from there is a city named 4 Islands, which stands as one of the last 4 cities in Sakura country. It is also the site of the revival of the priestess through self-sacrifice. Tonight is the full moon. Is your father truly absent from the abyss? As they approached the vicinity of 4 Islands City, the surrounding exotic beasts had noticeably diminished, for within 100 miles lay the territory of the Void Cat clan. Fear not, this city has an agreement with our clan. At least for this period, we need not act against it. However, if we were to hide within, the implications would be quite different. C's words instantly extinguished Xiaofeng's inclination to explore. He was already well aware of the whereabouts of all the treasures belonging to the entire clan. However, due to the presence of elders guarding other locations, he was unable to obtain them. Yet, on this night of the full moon, his father would undoubtedly be absent from the clan. Given this circumstance, why not? Hey, are you all trying to court disaster? Would it not be wiser to escape earlier? Yu Ming lamented, feeling utterly helpless. You all value your lives so little. Such lack of appreciation. Rest assured, he will not be here. Otherwise, with his strength, his awareness would have already permeated the entire clan. And it would be impossible for him to be unaware of our sneaky entrance. Chapter 92. The True Truth. Xiaofeng contemplated for a moment and acquiesced to C's suggestion. Yu Ming exclaimed, Is no one considering my feelings? C led Xiaofeng through the abyss, where their dwellings were perched atop cliffs. Navigating between the caverns required the manipulation of spatial power. Serving to train their clan in the utilization of strength as the clan leader, he naturally resided on the lowest level, which was also the coldest. Yu Ming's nose was running. It had never been this cold. Even during the heavy snows beneath Crescent Mountain, we're almost there. C guided Xiaofeng into a vast cavern, where she began rummaging through the space. Soon enough, she uncovered a plethora of treasures. Indeed, that old fellow's belongings were hidden in these places. They are all mine now. As C chuckled and continued her search, she felt at ease, for the clan leader's territory would typically deter other beasts from approaching. Here, this shard is for you. Among a small pile of treasures, C found a fragment of a map, which was of no use to her, and handed it to Xiaofeng. After thoroughly scouring the area, C led them to the teleportation site. Hurry! C and Yu Ming jumped in one after the other. When it was Xiaofeng's turn, an overwhelming aura immobilized him. This presence was even more formidable than Jiang Yan's. After rummaging through so many items beneath my bed, now you wish to leave so easily. A terrifying thought struck Xiao Feng's mind. Isi's father, could he possibly be here? Though my true form is not present, your little escapades cannot elude my notice. Just as Xiao Feng contemplated using the kaleidoscope to forcibly break the binding, he realized the potential harm it could inflict upon him, that I have no interest in you. Even if I devoured you, it would scarcely suffice to fill my teeth, as for that shard. Take it if you desired. I have but one request. Treat Isi well. In days. Xiao Feng felt the bindings loosen. And in an instant, he leaped into the teleportation device. The scenery shifted to a familiar city, familiar faces, and a familiar. Why are you back again? Li Zhong sensed an odd presence emanating from the teleportation portal. After the previous incident, he had taken precautions and stationed himself here. To his astonishment, Xiao Feng, who had vanished for 2 days, emerged once more from within. Had this brat not left Magic City? Isi and Yuming were curious as to why Xiao Feng had taken so long to return. And upon seeing him, they breathed a sigh of relief. Well, since it's you all, then everyone disperse. Li Zhong dismissed the onlookers, leaving Xiao Feng alone with him. Now, tell me the truth. Was it you who blew up the palace at sea 2 days ago? Li Zhong whispered, hooking an arm around Xiao Feng's shoulder. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Feng immediately understood the situation and promptly shook his head. That I don't know. It wasn't me. It has nothing to do with me. Li Zhong replied, I initially had my suspicions, but now I am certain. It was you. Remember, that pearl must not be shown to anyone other than me and old Jiang. From a human perspective, Li Zhong was indeed on Xiao Feng's side. Why should one return what they had stolen through their own efforts? Be bold, do not shy away, and do not lose face. By the way, old Jiang just contacted me, saying your sister has come to Magic City to find you. You should prepare for the worst. In an instant, Xiao Feng's hair stood on end. What did you say? Before he could finish his sentence, a familiar voice, laced with anger and a hint of tears, echoed from above. Xiao Feng, Xiaoya, soaring through the sky with 6 wings fully unfurled, had hurried over from Kyoto. Tell Zhang Yun that I have pulled out his oxygen tube. After leaving this message, Xiao Feng wasted no time and sprinted in a certain direction. Yet, how could he outrun his sister, who was flying above with her 6 wings spread wide? When the siblings reunited, there was no tender affection as one might expect. Only that you're going to break my back. My waist is going to snap. After squeezing him for a while, Xiaoya furiously demanded, why did you leave me behind and run away? To which Xiao Feng hesitated. Well, there are many aspects involved. Let me think about how to explain. You little rascal, your wings have grown too stiff. Not understanding who the real sister is, the 2 beasts observing the scene gained a newfound understanding of familial hierarchy. Henceforth, they would not need to curry favor with Xiao Feng as long as they kept Xiaoya happy. He would simply remain the younger brother. Old Jiang, too, had kept this from me all along. He shattered all his antiques, sold his treasures at bargain prices, blew up his office, and burned his beard before finally telling me, Xiao Feng, that old Jiang, I apologize for misunderstanding you. That I truly did not expect Xiaoya to possess such destructive power. But thankfully, seeing that you are unharmed is enough for me. Xiaoya hugged Xiao Feng tightly, restoring their former intimacy. Regarding this pattern of alternating between reprimands and affections, Xiao Feng resolutely accepted it. Sister, may I borrow your phone? Xiaoya handed her phone to Xiao Feng, a puzzled expression on her face. Old Jiang, are you hiding something from me? Or perhaps that you have never told me the truth? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Come back to Kyoto. Beep, beep. Xiao Feng's expression darkened as he retrieved a substitute wooden figure from the Divine Might space, handing it to Yuming and Isi beside him. Find a safe place to hide this. Xiao Feng pulled Xiaoya back into the teleportation portal, and after a brief transition, they arrived at the teleportation portal in Kyoto. Zhang Yun had been waiting there all along. Xiaoya, you go back first. I need to have a private chat with him. Xiaoya looked worriedly between the two, one being her brother and the other her mentor, yet the atmosphere felt exceedingly peculiar. Sister, go ahead, and remember to grab me a beef burger from the roadside. Once Xiaoya left, Xiao Feng activated his Sharingan to gaze directly at Zhang Yun. Name, Zhang Yun. Level, race, human. Special ability. Description, a dangerous existence not belonging to this altered world. You are Zhang Yun? Or rather, are you his true form? Zhang Yun smiled and said, not bad. You have discerned my true essence, and no wonder you are the chosen one born of this planet. Who exactly are you? Did that being within you not inform you of my identity? He knows about the system. This planet was originally a desolate sphere, merely a chessboard chosen by the 10 great beings above for their games. Games? I previously told you that the 10 tribes were real, but I did not reveal their true origins, did I? They were actually races selected by the 10 great beings from another world. And I am merely a descendant of one of those great beings. This game was to determine the ownership of something significant by those great beings, yet it is unfortunate that the human race was nearly the first to be eliminated on this battlefield. So that you appeared, Chapter 93. The onset of chaos. No, I do not possess such great power. It was that great being who played a little trick to incite internal strife among the other races. Xiao Feng's mind raced back through the annals of history. Centuries ago, Yu Ming, as the heir, ventured alone into the human race, while Old Turtle and Cat Mistress also led their respective clans to abandon their tribes during that time. Could it all be? This avatar was originally meant to guard the 5 focal points of the human race, summoning a powerful external soul to reincarnate as a human. However, it seems an accident occurred during the summoning process. The intended soul did not manifest, but you appeared before me instead. External soul, that could it be the system? I initially planned to weave a tale for you, allowing you to entertain dreams of becoming a savior, and then have you represent the human race to defeat the other races. How did you know? Is that so? So it is this way. Xiao Feng laughed heartily that in truth, I was unaware of these matters. However, I must thank you for revealing the entire truth. Breaking through task. Unveiling Jiang Yun's true identity. Task completed. Breaking through is imminent. A surge of immense spiritual energy flooded into Xiao Feng's body, and a colossal barrier vanished in that instant. Domain realm. It allows one to maintain an invincible stance as the center of their own domain. I originally thought your true identity was merely that of an external race's spy or something along those lines. But it turns out to be even more explosive than I had anticipated. Jiang Yun clicked his tongue in surprise, not expecting to have divulged the truth to him. Just as Jiang Yun was about to make a move, Xiao Feng showed no intention of fleeing. Why do you not escape? Why should I flee? You do not intend to kill me, I in the realm of public duty. He, as the appointed harbinger of victory for the human race, could never extinguish this flicker of hope, unless he himself wished for his demise. On another note, although Jiang Yun exists merely as a semblance, he retains the heart of humanity. Well, I find myself at a loss for words. Primarily because my substitute, Miuk, is out there, rendering me impervious to harm no matter how recklessly I act. You truly have guessed correctly. Over the course of nearly a century, I have steadfastly guarded the human race. What began as a purposeful endeavor has gradually transformed into an intrinsic desire to protect them, even in the absence of orders, to shield those fragile households. Alas, I am bound by constraints, my highest potential limited to the realm of natural disasters. Should I transcend into the realm of divine wrath, I would surely attract the attention of other powerful beings. At that moment, Blue Star might well be reduced to rubble under their ire. So, you place your hopes upon me. Suddenly, everything makes sense, yet it is disheartening to realize that all of this turmoil stemmed merely from a trivial wager among a few individuals that I initially intended for you to mature swiftly. Yet it appears you have outdone yourself by exposing me first. Jiang Yun retracted his aura, returning to his place with the intention of brewing a cup of tea, only to discover that all the tea had recently been incinerated by Xiaoya. You should deduct the cost of the items your sister has damaged from your account, Xiao Feng. On what grounds? Just because I lack the courage to ask her for it. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. How can you utter such cowardly words with such a fierce tone? Does that mean the matter of the map is also fabricated? Xiao Feng produced 4 fragments of the map. No, that matter is indeed genuine. Upon seeing the 4 pieces in Xiao Feng's possession, what the hell? Where did you obtain those? One was hidden in the treasure trove of Old Turtle within the secret realm, discovered only recently while Xiao Feng was organizing. It should correspond to the fragment belonging to the Deep Sea tribe. Another was pilfered from the lair of the Void Cat tribe's father. The other 2 were rewards from the system, and one gifted by Jiang Yun. In other words, in just 2 days, you managed to acquire 2 fragments? Xiao Feng nodded, truly deserving of the title of the chosen one of Blue Star. Even before gathering all the fragments, you can already claim that they sought you out. Jiang Yun attributed all to the glory of Blue Star. Now, if you gather the remaining fragments, the human race shall possess a formidable weapon. The notion of collecting these fragments seems an impossible task in the eyes of those above. Considering the 9 great races are no mere decorations. However, due to the fact that the other 8 races are not to be trifled with, they treasure the map fragments without overly valuing them. Why don't you go and acquire the fragments from the other races as well? Jiang Yun inquired tentatively. I don't even know who the other races are. How am I supposed to do that? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun realized the logic and began explaining to Xiao Feng. Aside from the human race, there are 9 other great races among the 10 great races. They include the winged people of the skies, whose ability to fly grants them superior combat prowess compared to terrestrial beings, with only the 2 races of the sea capable of contending with them, the Deep Sea Tribe and the Magma Tribe. The Deep Sea Tribe encompasses all creatures of the ocean, while the more noble among them are the Deep Sea Tribe. The Magma Tribe thrives under the extreme temperatures of oceanic volcanoes, rendering them the most understated race. The races on land include the Moonhound Tribe, the Void Cat Tribe, the Three-Headed Dragon Tribe, the Wood Ape Tribe, the Soul-Devouring Bug Tribe, and the Light Tribe. After detailing the strengths of these races, Jiang Yun thoughtfully presented Xiao Feng with a map. How detailed! You didn't prepare this in advance, did you? Xiao Feng remarked, speechless, as he gazed at the map in his hands. Well, you see, I had initially planned for you to steal maps from the other races. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted, shaking the entirety of the capital. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and looked skyward. Alas, it seems we were ultimately unable to catch up. What? The age of chaos has commenced. Once, the elders agreed to allow the 10 great races a period of growth, intending to cultivate individuals of merit to undertake significant responsibilities for the human race. Yet, they failed to grant you the time you needed. They have discovered the method by which the elders sent me down to cheat, thus initiating the age of chaos ahead of schedule. Consequently, the 9 great races will vacate their territories, and the walls of the human race will vanish. Xiao Feng focused his gaze and noticed the walls of the capital visibly crumbling. The age of chaos has truly begun. Xiao Feng, I am unaware of the rules governing their game, but as long as there remains a single human being on Blue Star, we have not lost. Therefore, you must survive. After delivering this declaration, Jiang Yun dashed toward a specific direction, the location of the great formation of the capital. The walls may have fallen, yet their self-developed formation remains intact. Chapter 94. The southernmost land, combined, within the capital. The people witnessed the walls that had protected them for generations gradually descending. What is happening? The walls are disappearing. Simultaneously, in various locations across Blue Star, terrifying sounds emanated from one forbidden area after another. From beneath the sea, monstrous beings emerged from the magma, while the sea-dwelling creatures of the Deep Sea Tribe scattered in panic. All hidden races abandoned their previous domains, converging toward the center of Blue Star. Yu Ming and Asi also found their minds flooded with memories that did not belong to them, urging them to head to a certain place. Xiao Feng experienced the same phenomenon. It appears you have received the route. There lies the core of Blue Star, a knowledge only accessible to the heirs of the 10 powerful races. It seems Blue Star has already regarded you as the future of the human race. So, all the other races are heading in that direction? Jiang Yun nodded. This should merely be the first stage. As for what follows, you will learn in due time. Ding, mission issued. Achieve first place in the first stage to elevate the human race's ranking. You have appeared. What exactly does he mean by this? You possess your own consciousness, do you not? In response to Xiao Feng's barrage of inquiries, the system remained silent. Then, a message appeared. System bug has been fixed. We sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience, and compensatory rewards have been placed in the system warehouse. Although the voice retained its previous tone, it lacked the emotional resonance it once had. Resembling a cold, unfeeling machine, the higher-ups have rectified all the glitches that should not exist on Blue Star, and naturally, yours is no exception. I hope to see you again in that other world, my child. At that moment, Jiang Yun was enveloped in a radiant white light, for he too was a bug, and the moment he was repaired, a force began to expel him. Initially, he wished to assist the human race in activating the formation to establish a barrier for a while longer. However, despite his utmost efforts to resist, could he truly contend against such overwhelming power? Yet, as a parting gift from a mentor to his disciple, this surely cannot be deemed cheating. With a smile, Jiang Yun placed his hand upon Xiao Feng's shoulder. An immense surge of spiritual energy flooding into Xiao Feng's being, layers of barriers dissolving before him like mere sheets of paper, the realm of domain, which typically requires immense effort to elevate. With ordinary individuals needing a decade to refine a single minor breakthrough, now saw Xiao Feng's aura steadily rising. The heirs of those races may have already attained the realm of natural disasters. Though I cannot elevate your realm to that level, I believe in your strength to surpass them and emerge as the ultimate victor. This is the final expectation I hold for you as your mentor. As the white light dissipated, Jiang Yun vanished as if he had never been there, leaving Xiao Feng at the 8th level of the domain realm at that moment. The deans and high-ranking officials of Huaxia gathered. Principal, the walls have vanished. Yin Lin, Yin Hua, He Chong point one after another. The esteemed figures of the capital congregated here. Xiao Feng spoke softly. He is all ready. Principal, what should we do? Xiao Feng raised his head. You seek my counsel? Yes, Principal. With the walls gone, what should we do now? Xiao Feng was baffled as to why they were all looking to him for answers. Suddenly, he sensed a unique spiritual energy within himself. He finally understood the nature of Jiang Yun's extraordinary ability. Was this your purpose in imparting spiritual energy to me? Order the maintenance of the spiritual energy transfer at the formation's core and control the surrounding beast tide. I must go to a specific location. Xiao Feng approached the device for the teleportation portal. Principal, may I inquire as to your destination? The southernmost land, within the divine might space. You must feel the summoning as well, do you not? Are you not inclined to return to your kin to lend a hand? Asi licked her feline paw. Yu Ming lay prostrate on the ground, his gaze lost in thought. With so many powerful beings within the race, my absence matters little, though such a statement was born of frustration. It held a kernel of truth. After being imprisoned for so many years, not a single soul from his kin had come to his aid, leaving him to confront life and death in solitude. In light of such a tribe, perhaps it was for the best that he did not return. With the disappearance of the barriers, the human world fell into disarray. Fear surged within the hearts of many, prompting a multitude to contemplate acts they would have previously deemed unthinkable in these chaotic times. Maintaining order had become a Herculean task, let alone fending off the incursions of the beastly invaders. Beasts of lesser intellect surged into the cities, relishing the sumptuous feast laid before them. Cries of despair echoed across the land. The same fate befell the Sakura nation, once sheltered by sturdy walls and protective barriers. Now rendered impotent, those without battlefield experience appeared as children wielding mere kitchen knives in the face of the beasts, utterly clueless as to how to harness their latent power in a single night. 4 great cities had nearly succumbed. The 4-island city, due to its proximity to the abyss of void, remained untouched by the lower-tier beasts, yet the Void Cat clan had now descended. Humanity, it had been ages since they had savored such delicacies. Many of the Void Cats, upon entering the city, wasted no time in unleashing carnage, devouring numerous humans whole. But do not forget the main objective. The remaining 3 heirs of the Void Cat clan could only participate in this racial confrontation. The 2 races ranked at the very bottom would find their lands permanently sealed, and they would be confined to await their demise. Even if the Void Cat clan held a moderate standing among the 10 races, they could not afford to underestimate their competitors. Their goal was none other than the extreme southern reaches of Huaxia, an area once at the heart of Blue Star, now a place where no race could survive the frigid temperatures. Not even the hardiest of the insectoid race could withstand such conditions. At this moment, Xiao Feng found himself in a city not far from the extreme south, having traversed via a teleportation device. Even here, the temperature hovered at a chilling 90 degrees below zero. Donning a thick fur coat, he infused his body with spiritual energy to maintain a semblance of warmth. The ultimate purpose of this trial lay at the center of the extreme south. Battling through the snowstorm, Xiao Feng ventured deeper into the snow-laden landscape. The capital, though protected by barriers that barely kept the beasts at bay, still faced the threat of a few stragglers. Chaos reigned in the capital. The trial tower shone with a brilliant light as it burrowed back into the ground. This phenomenon no longer captured anyone's attention. At the forefront, Shu Tian led the scholars of the capital as they positioned themselves at the focal point, channeling spiritual energy. Concurrently, Jiang Yu joined the guerrilla squad, hunting the surrounding beasts alongside the students of the capital. There was a beast of dominion. Alert the seniors to come here. Let us first subdue it. The students divided their roles clearly. The lower-year students were to handle the weaker beasts or provide support, while the upper-year students took on the task of hunting. Sisters, let us charge together. Amid the throng, Lulu led the auxiliary class through the capital. The devastatingly powerful items they had been barred from using during the competition were now put to work. She had brought out all the supplies from her home, joining her peers in the streets to hunt the invading beasts. Generally, the smaller beasts possessed considerable strength, and the students often practiced in the wild, allowing them to navigate this sudden crisis with ease. Under Lulu's guidance, the auxiliary class once again shone brilliantly in the capital. Feng Rou, assist the combat class. Zhang Yuan, tend to the injured. The other senior sisters, come with me. We shall hunt the beasts. Such scenes unfolded in every human city. Within a residence, Xiaoya sat crouched on a chair, eyeing the hamburger on the table. Deceiver, surely he has embarked on yet another perilous venture, and alone at that. The one who once stood behind her now began to protect others. Rising from her seat, Xiaoya resolved not to lag behind. The capital must not fall into the hands of the beasts. Representing the high-ranking officials of the capital, numerous reclusive elders began to emerge from their seclusion. There stood the former principal, and there, the previous head of the defense department, the former captain of the hunting squad. With each powerful presence surging forth throughout Huaxia, Shu Tian laughed heartily from the highest point in the capital. Who dares to claim that humanity has no guardians left? Even in the absence of that old ghost Jiang. We have this motley crew of old bones to hold up the sky. The situation in Huaxia gradually became clearer with their involvement. The most formidable beast factions at the pinnacle of power had chosen not to partake in this war, instead advancing toward a place devoid of living beings. Xiaofeng trudged through the extreme southern region, each step draining his spiritual energy, though the frigid winds around him were infused with energy. They were also unbearably cold, preventing him from daring to absorb them. Should he overreach, he might become an ice sculpture. At that moment, a massive plume of smoke caught Xiaofeng's attention. Fortunately, the system's identification function remained operational. Name: Yinrong. Level: Catastrophe Level 1. Race: Magma Clan. Description: one of the heirs of the Magma Clan, capable of reaching temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. His body temperature fluctuates with his emotions, maintaining a constant 3,000 degrees even in a state of calm. Such terrifying figures. It was no wonder they could only live beneath the sea to temper their fiery nature. On any land, they would be akin to a walking sun. The smoke arose from the reaction between their intense heat and the surrounding icy at this juncture. Xiaofeng felt his body nearing a state of frostbite, and an idea sparked in his mind that he made his way toward the Magma Clan's territory. Meanwhile, representatives of other races were also finding their own ways to infiltrate the area. The Deep Sea Clan dove into the extreme southern waters. The Insect Clan leveraged their vast numbers to shield their air, while the Void Cat Clan employed spatial powers to tear open the fabric of space for swift movement. Upon reaching the central location, Yin Rong surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of other races. I am first. The Magma Clan had sent only him. The rest of his kin remained asleep in the underwater volcanoes. Were it not for his father waking him up with a kick from another world, he would likely still be enjoying sweet slumber. However, when Yin Rong turned around, he sensed the presence of another kin. Xiaofeng, noticing the other's reaction, called out, "Yin Rong Ji, it's me. I am Yin Feng." Yin Rong scratched his not-so-bright rock head. "Brother, when did father have a younger brother? And why is this brother so small?" This was the result of Jiang Yun's ability, chaos, that it could distort the opponent's perception, unlike Xiaofeng's illusions that transported others into a dreamscape to create virtual images. Jiang Yun's chaos, however, muddled the opponent's cognition, and over time, the falsehood became reality. It was no wonder the scholars in the capital mistook themselves for Jiang Yun. This ability could alter their self-perception, and now Xiaofeng had changed Yin Rong's understanding. He was indeed his brother. Yin Rong's mind struggled to comprehend this, but ultimately he dismissed the thought, recognizing the familiar kin aura surrounding him. This must undoubtedly be his brother. "Brother, let me hug you." As a being radiating a temperature exceeding 3,000 degrees approached him, Xiaofeng swiftly dodged. Yin Rong, unfazed by the evasion, continued his pursuit for a hug. Realizing the futility, Xiaofeng conjured a wooden giant. Upon contact, the wooden giant ignited. "Brother, your temperature is lacking. How can it be so low?" Though the wooden giant burned fiercely, it paled in comparison to the Magma Clan's heat. "I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately." It was fortunate Yin Rong's head was small. He didn't notice how tiny Xiaofeng was, and whether he could actually be embraced. After the wooden giant was consumed by flames, Yin Rong found a patch of ground, melting the snow around him. Brother, sit. The other clans have yet to arrive. Yin Rong pulled out a chunk of rock from within himself and began to munch on it. Truly self-digesting, perhaps noticing Xiao Feng's gaze, Yin Rong produced a stone several times larger than Xiao Feng. Still slightly warm from volcanic mud. Brother, let us eat together. Seeing such food, Xiao Feng quickly shook his head. You go ahead. I'm not hungry, did I ask that so? Yin Rong continued to feast, undeterred. Just then, a violent tremor shook the ground, and a shadow slowly emerged from beneath the surface. Xiao Feng sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy, but Yin Rong seemed unconcerned. Continuing his meal, the shadow erupted from the ground. The second prince of the underwater palace has arrived. Everyone, step aside. Chapter 95. Convergence. The voice resonated from below as the shadow loomed larger, breaking through the thick layers of ice. The creature, resembling a serpent, yet not quite, struck a pose upon the ice. I am the first beast to arrive here. Xiao Feng's lips twitched. This fellow must be suffering from a severe case of delusions of grandeur. There's no saving him. Better to create a new account. Name, High Air. Level, Catastrophe, Level 1. Race, Deep Sea Clan. Introduction. The second heir of the Deep Sea Clan, possessing formidable strength yet lacking in intelligence, easily swayed by others. Is this truly a competition among species? Or merely a gathering of fools, one with a rocky head and another with a watery one that I could transform into a wooden head myself? High Air surveyed his surroundings and noticed Yin Rong and Xiao Feng. Although the Magma Clan was an old neighbor of the Deep Sea Clan, they had remained hidden within the depths of underwater volcanoes, making their presence rare. Who are you? Yin Rong, munching on stones, paid no attention to High Air. Seeing someone daring to disregard the esteemed second young master, High Air intensified his aura. Hey, oh, you dare to ignore me. The pressure of his catastrophe realm had no effect on Yin Rong, who continued to feast with delight. As for Xiao Feng, his small stature and low rank rendered him completely overlooked. Enraged, High Air conjured a massive water sphere, launching a torrent toward Yin Rong. However, upon contact, the powerful water jet evaporated into steam due to Yin Rong's high temperature. Disturbed by the interruption to his meal, Yin Rong seized a chunk of molten rock from his belly and hurled it at High Air. Humph! With such speed, do you think you can strike this noble one? High Air instinctively curled into a ball, his slender waist twisting gracefully to evade the attack. Yet, the molten rock collided with a millennium-old iceberg, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Boom! High Air, dumbfounded, turned to witness a small ice shard strike his face. The powered, if I were hit, I would surely be incapacitated. Speaking of which, my third brother was also severely injured by an unknown powerful explosion. Could it be this fellow's doing? A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, ultimately leading High Air to a most favorable conclusion. Since we are strangers, it seems fate has brought us together. How about we become sworn brothers? I shall be your elder brother, and you my younger brother, and together we shall indulge in life's pleasures. However, Yin Rong did not afford High Air the opportunity to speak, promptly seizing another piece of molten rock to throw at him, resulting in a series of colossal explosions. High Air, lying prostrate before Yin Rong, exclaimed, "Big brother, should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call upon your little brother. If I furrow my brow, I am not my father's true son." Yin Rong's diminutive rocky head pondered little, feeling somewhat drowsy after a satisfying meal. "Brother, call for me when the meeting begins." This was directed toward Xiao Feng, as Yin Rong had fully accepted him as part of their clan. With Yin Rong asleep, Xiao Feng felt a wave of unease. He feared he could not handle High Air on his own. Who would have thought? High Air approached Xiao Feng and transformed into a handsome man of similar height. Then shouted, "Second brother, I am the biological brother of our elder brother, who shares neither mother nor father." The elder brother he referred to was, of course, the now sleeping Yin Rong. He had previously overlooked Xiao Feng solely due to the feeble aura emanating from him. Yet he neglected a crucial detail. Only beasts capable of transforming into human forms were of catastrophe realm or higher. Moreover, Xiao Feng could conceal his aura, rendering even him oblivious. Perhaps when his true form revealed itself, it would surpass the newly acknowledged elder brother in strength. Xiao Feng was bewildered, his mind spinning. Was this fellow's head filled with water? Nevertheless, this situation could work to his advantage, so he decided to play along. Xiao Feng pretended to assist High Air. "Brother, We are family. Let us not stand on ceremony. If a person of sound mind were to witness this spectacle, they would surely be perplexed. How could three beings of different races coexist so harmoniously? Especially with the lowest-ranked individual, a human, seemingly occupying a position of leadership. What races do you and our elder brother belong to? Why have I never encountered your lava-dwelling kind? Have you never been informed of the characteristics of other races? High Air shook his head. Ever since he had told his father as a child that he wished to become a space beast, he had received 2 of his favorite slaps, after which his father seemed to cease his oversight. However, the legitimacy of the Deep Sea clan's lineage was determined by blood purity and strength, so even if High Air lacked intelligence, he could not alter the fact that he was the second heir. The reason for his dispatch was to avert any unforeseen calamity befalling the first heir, making High Air the primary successor, if the Deep Sea clan were to fall under his governance. It was likely that all beasts would be sent to space as space beasts. Yet, fearing this individual might bring disgrace to the Deep Sea clan, the decision was made to send the third young master. Although weaker, his racial talents were formidable. However, a few years ago, the third young master suffered an explosion of unknown origin, which nearly obliterated the entire number 11 Deep Sea Palace, while the Deep Sea clan was fervently searching for the culprit. The instigator had long vanished, even stealing their precious pearl. My father mentioned that our royal family shares a faint connection with the pearl, allowing us to sense its presence up close. He also advised me to be cautious of other races' involvement when I arrived here. Tell me, what race are you? Is it your doing that possesses such explosive capabilities? Xiaofeng feigned calmness. How dare you, little brother, question me and the elder brother? Xiaofeng activated his Sharingan, adopting a furious demeanor. The eerie effect of the Sharingan startled High Air, who hastily waved his hands. No. I merely inquired that in truth, he had always held a disdain for the third brother, who could not even transform into human form, yet constantly postured. This explosion must have been divine retribution. Have you heard of the Magma Clan? The Magma Clan? Aren't they the old neighbors of the Deep Sea Clan? Their palace's entrance even has a volcano, said to house several members of the Magma Clan. Were it not for the extreme heat, I would have liked to explore. So, you and the elder brother. Xiaofeng refrained from elaborating. He had not claimed to be of the Magma Clan. As time passed, the Insect Clan arrived. Following them were the Void Cat Clan, the Wood Ape Clan. Chapter 96. Entering the examination secret realm as more and more beasts gathered, many transformed into human forms. Although their human appearances were loathed, it must be said that these bodies were indeed much more agile, allowing them to unleash an additional 30% of their power in one-on-one combat. Even the weakest among them was at level 6 in their domain. Where is the representative of the Moondog Clan? Are they intending to forfeit? The proud clan from the skies has yet to arrive. Hostility brewed between the various clans, and even before the contest began, they exchanged barbs. The human race would likely have nothing noteworthy to present. With the walls disappearing, they might become rare delicacies, one eaten meaning one less. What a pity for such exquisite flavored as the inheritor of the Wood Ape Clan spotted Xiaofeng. He exclaimed, a human, positioned between Yen Rong and High Air. Xiaofeng had initially gone unnoticed by the beasts. However, the faint fragrance emanating from him caused many beasts to salivate with greed. Until, hey, you bunch of perverts, why are you staring at my second brother? My second brother is not a homosexual. High Air stepped forward to defend Xiaofeng. This group of individuals was drooling over Xiaofeng, clearly up to no good. Did they not have any interest in female beasts? Oh no. I, too, am male. They wouldn't. From a distance, the beast caught a whiff of the odor emanating from High Air. A member of the Deep Sea Clan? Then let us give you some face. The Wood Ape Clan turned away to seek an alliance with the Soul Eater Insect Clan. Although the Soul Eater Insect Clan was weaker, their peculiar racial talent of soul consumption, combined with their rapid reproduction, rendered them a formidable force. The Soul Eater Insect Clan was abundant, totaling 22.23 members. Just now, one Soul Eater insect had given birth to another. The Winged Clan was renowned for their arrogance, but their strength spoke for itself. Yet, the representative of the Moondog Clan had yet to arrive. Were they planning to forfeit? At that moment, within the Divine Might space. Xiaofeng, let me out. Yu Ming stood up and exited the Divine Might space. Suddenly appearing, he reverted to his normal towering form, drawing the attention of all the beasts. Isn't this the abandoned prince of the Moondog clan? They were somewhat aware of Yu Ming's situation. Despite being the legitimate heir, he was regarded worse than an ordinary beast within his clan. Additionally, he had intruded into human territory and was sealed for hundreds of years, becoming a laughingstock among other beasts. Stinky monkey, if you wish to keep that mouth of yours, then shut it. Yu Ming exuded a power level of catastrophe level 2. Wasn't it said this fellow's strength had dwindled to nearly non-existent after being sealed for hundreds of years? Yu Ming wiped away the remnants of his previous encounter. Glancing at Xiao Feng behind him, he threatened the assembly of beasts. Before you touch him, you must first pass through me. High Air's eyes widened, filled with admiration. The elder brother I have recognized is truly impressive. Just upon meeting, he has already captivated an heir with his charisma. Other exotic beasts also displayed displeasure, leaving one to ponder the true origins of the human race. The Magma clan, the Deep Sea clan, and now even the Moondog clan. Insect evil, why not test his limits? Insect evil, being the most formidable soul-devouring insect, was not foolish enough to be used as bait. Monkey, if you wish to go, then you should go alone. We must continue our propagation. Their biological imperative is singular, to reproduce. The Wood Monkey, seeing their failure to take the bait, turned to the Void Cat clan. For the Void Cat clan has always been at odds with the Moondog clan, making them more susceptible to seduction. Spare us. Monkey, we all heard that. Like the insects, we will not serve as bait. Although Xiao Feng's apparent strength was only at level 8 in the domain, the fact that several clans stood in front of him indicated that the secrets he harbored were likely the most significant among them. They would not recklessly approach him to test his capabilities and strength. The Sky clan was rather sluggish. Did they intend to abstain from participation? That said, there was an air of schadenfreude in their words. The last two clans would be eliminated, and if this opportunity could directly eradicate the mightiest winged clan, it would be simply splendid. At that moment, a massive shard of ice shattered within a glacier. A sphere of white light emerging, emanating a palpable aura of spiritual energy. That was the destination they were about to reach. Big brother, wake up quickly. We are about to enter the secret realm. High Air resumed his original form, swaying his molten body, though it was far too hot, nearly burning his claws. Yin Rong groggily opened his eyes. The other clans had already entered. Although Yin Rong had reached the Cataclysm realm, their clan would not transform into humanoid form. Their ultra-high temperature bodies served as their weapons. Once Yin Rong awoke, the others finally entered the secret realm. Behind, Xiao Feng teased Yu Ming. Are you reluctant to see your clan sealed away? Humph. Their fate is of no concern to me. I merely wish to gauge the strength of the other clans while protecting you. Then I suppose I should thank you? Yu Ming raised his head. No longer engaging with Xiao Feng this moment, a sea also emerged, burrowing into Yu Ming's thick fur. What brings you here? What else? Staying alone in that space is dreadfully dull. It's far better to come out and play. Yu Ming had reverted to his original size, so even though a sea, nearly half a human tall, burrowed into his fur, outsiders would hardly notice, and Yu Ming's scent conveniently masked the sea's presence. My three brothers are no pushovers. You'd best be cautious upon entering. Don't let yourselves be deceived. The sea then dove fully into Yu Ming's fur. Upon entering the secret realm, 3 straight paths delineated 3 distinct areas. Were they to make a choice? Even with his Sharingan activated, Xiao Feng could discern nothing. Brother, let us go this way. Yin Rong pointed to a tunnel and promptly entered. Since it was all random selection, Xiao Feng and the others followed suit. As they ventured further, the surrounding air grew increasingly oppressive. Upon exiting the tunnel, they encountered a vast volcanic range. Brother, delicious food. Yin Rong squatted down, offering a piece of lava to Xiao Feng, who declined. Yin Rong scratched his head, puzzled. Doesn't my brother enjoy this? At this moment, Yu Ming was panting heavily, his fur feeling like it had been steamed in a sauna. While a sea could no longer bear it, and emerged, this is unbearable. If it were low temperatures, I could manage, having lived in the frigid depths of the sea. But this volcanic heat is intolerable. I'll be turned into dried fish. Let me go back. High Air rushed towards the previous tunnel, yearning to escape this infernal place. As the passage vanished, a phrase echoed in everyone's minds. Reach the destination. The destination? Xiao Feng surveyed his surroundings and spotted a white light atop a volcano. That must be it. However, the path was fraught with molten lava, and the extreme heat was unbearable for any ordinary being. Xiao Feng was already drenched in sweat, his thoughts slowing under the oppressive environment that in the treasure vault of the Deep Sea Palace, there are cooling artifacts. Upon retrieving a block resembling ice, the temperature around them noticeably decreased. And High Air sighed in relief. However, the aura of this artifact felt oddly reminiscent of items from his home in the Deep Sea Palace. Never mind. As long as it cools, Xiao Feng hung the piece of ice around Yu Ming's neck and promptly sat atop his head. Pippy dog, let us go. Hey, I am the heir of the Moondog clan, a lowly pippidog isn't worthy of even licking my feet. Complaining a bit, Yu Ming still carried a sea and Xiao Feng as they ascended the mountain. Second brother, wait for me. Without you, I would perish. Only in Yu Ming's vicinity could one find relief from the heat. Once outside that range, they would again endure the sweltering temperatures. Meanwhile, Yin Rong, sitting amidst the magma, found it perplexing. Was the temperature just fine? After stuffing a few stones into his body for sustenance, he followed suit. The immense volcanic range emitted a substantial aura of spiritual energy, yet, apart from Yin Rong, none could absorb such high-temperature energy. Suddenly, the largest volcano erupted. Molten lava and boulders erupted from the crater, indiscriminately showering the surrounding area, with the first volcano erupting, followed by the second, third, until the entire volcanic range was in full eruption. Chapter 97. Battle Dead Beast Law. The volcanoes have all erupted. High Air fled in every direction, while Yu Ming gritted his teeth, shouting to Xiao Feng, "Hold on tight." Xiao Feng grasped Yu Ming's fur, and in the next moment, he felt his entire body lift off the ground. Yu Ming can fly, but he has no wings. It was merely a talent of the Moondog clan, allowing them to alter gravity, creating the sensation of flight. A sea explained, "Second brother, don't leave me behind." High Air transformed into his true form, a serpentine dragon dozens of meters long, coiling around Yu Ming, increasing the pressure of gravity. "You must revert back." They were on the verge of being crushed into a nearby crater. Yu Ming leaped off a pair of gigantic rocky hands that appeared just in time, finally escaping peril. "Are you trying to drag us all down with you?" After escaping the crisis, Xiao Feng scolded High Air. This fellow was utterly unreliable. Cursed, High Air curled up, trembling in fear. Let them scold him, just don't abandon him. At the crater, Yin Rong stood watching his departing younger brother, waving his hand. "Oh, much delicious food, yet my brother doesn't appreciate it." The volcanic eruption was a feast for the Magma clan. Under high temperatures, the fiery essence was the most delectable sustenance, and even in such heat, they would remain unharmed. Xiao Feng could only venture elsewhere. Upon reaching the white light, High Air was the first to succumb to the heat and rushed inside. Only afterward did Xiao Feng and Yu Ming follow. Upon entering, the temperature indeed dropped significantly, yet it remained hot. Moreover, the surrounding volcanic landscape had transformed into a desolate desert. What sort of infernal place is this? "I need water. Give me water." High Air was on the verge of collapse. If this continued, he would truly dry up. Why did passing through a volcano lead to a desert? Oh, isn't this the little human and his lackeys? Xiao Feng turned to see the wood monkey and the soul-devouring insects. "TSK, TSK, TSK, how has the second prince of the Deep Sea clan become so much like dried fish? Would you like some water?" The wood monkey held a flower pouch containing a small orb of pure water. "Water, I need water." High Air dashed toward the orb, only to be obstructed by the wood monkey's vines. "Not so fast, unless you are willing to punch the human over there. This water is off limits." High Air was taken aback. Parched and desperate, he glanced back at Xiao Feng, then at the water held by the wood monkey. I can't take it anymore." High Air transformed into his beast form, launching his tail towards Xiao Feng. The wood monkey, seeing this, wore a satisfied grin, but just then, High Air's mind descended from above. Biting onto the water in the wood monkey's grass, he swallowed it whole, and his tail missed Xiao Feng, instead kicking up a cloud of sand beside him. "TSK." The wood monkey adjusted his stance, preparing for combat. Their side had over 20 soul-devouring insects. Did they fear losing? Previously, they had refrained from attacking the human due to the Magma clan, whose high temperatures deterred them from acting recklessly. But now, only they remained. And as for High Air, the Deep Sea clan, let us not forget he is from the Wood Monkey clan, a wielder of wood-based abilities. What did the Deep Sea clan amount to? Merely a horde of stallions relying on numbers. All things in nature, trees rapidly sprouted in the desert, soon growing dozens of vibrant green trees. a feat only the Wood Monkey clan could accomplish in such harsh conditions. They had the advantage of terrain, and their numbers were also in their favor. What could that diminutive human use to combat them? High Air bared his teeth, ready for battle against a mere monkey and a swarm of insects. He felt no fear, yet his trembling legs betrayed him. Second brother, I'll be here cheering you on from behind. High Air retreated to the back, transforming into his true form and twisting with abandon to support Xiaofeng. Why aren't you lending a hand? Didn't you promise to protect my second brother? Yet, beside him, Yuming lay sprawled, appearing on the verge of slumber. Whatever happened to that fierce protectiveness for Xiaofeng just moments ago? Yuming shifted into a more comfortable sleeping position. What is the point? If he gets accidentally injured, he won't cover the medical expenses. That kid is notoriously stingy. Accidental injury? Oh, is my second brother actually going to intervene? Is he finally going to reveal his true strength? High Air had always suspected that Xiaofeng was concealing his abilities. Now, confronted by a formidable foe, would he finally make his move, with the eldest brother being so powerful? The second brother must be formidable as well, right? Yet, the tree monkey across from them was laughing maniacally. Huh, I told you, the human race is just a bunch of toys for our amusement. Abandoned, aren't you? Humans, the tree monkey sought to toy with Xiaofeng further, manipulating the vines in his grasp to slowly approach. Noticing that Xiaofeng offered no resistance, the tree monkey smirked and swiftly ensnared him. Die. In that instant, the vines suddenly became unresponsive, while dark stripes began to manifest on Xiaofeng's face. What is happening? The vines are uncontrollable. How could this be? Could there be something peculiar about this desert? No, wait. This immense spiritual energy is emanating from that human. Can a tree monkey disturb a giant tree? Sage mode activated. Xiaofeng activated his Sharingan and summoned Susanoo. If Xiaofeng had only stood a third the height of the tree monkey moments ago. Now he towered, barely reaching the knee of his complete Susanoo form. Goodness, is this the true form of my second brother? Absolutely magnificent. Behind him, the overly dramatic Joair was now in a state of unparalleled worship. Even Yuming twitched at the corners of his mouth. Why provoke someone like this, who is draped in such power? If not for the unmistakable aura of humanity surrounding Xiaofeng, Yuming would hardly believe he was human. Susanoo clapped its hands together. Would release. Advent of the tree world. The previously diminutive trees seemed to respond to Xiaofeng's call, beginning to grow anew. Colossal trees continued to stretch, transforming the area into a verdant oasis. Realizing the situation was dire, the soul-devouring worm hurriedly explained, I am not familiar with him. It then darted towards the edge of the forest, as the soul-devouring worm could adjust its size. Shrinking down to the size of an ant, Xiaofeng chose not to exert himself in capturing them. Instead, he crouched down, smiling at the diminutive tree monkey, and said, Shall I let you run for a bit first? Staring up at the towering figure, the tree monkey was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he human? How could he be so immense? No, there must be some mistake somewhere, right? You must be from the Moondog clan. How could a human possibly possess such power, and that Yuming is so close to him? I've heard that the Moondog clan is exceptionally proficient in mental control, and it seems they have already manipulated this human brat, transforming him into such a being. We tree monkeys are not your mortal enemies. I can provide you with the location of the Void Cat clan. Will you let me go? Seeing that Xiaofeng remained silent, the tree monkey gritted his teeth and increased his offer. I have yet to share many rare herbs exclusive to our race that I can send to your Moon Crescent Mountain. I am only targeting the humans. I have no intention of harming you. 2. We beast clans are united. 1. With a swift motion, the tree monkey attempted to activate his domain, but it was already too late. As he activated his domain, he discovered that a part of his own body was retreating from him. Why is this happening? I thought I was powerful. Is this all there is? I wasted my spiritual energy summoning the tree world. I should have just killed him with a single strike. Behind him, High Air's jaw had dropped wide enough to swallow a pearl. This is incredible. Although that tree monkey was only at the 9th level of his domain. Achieving a one-hit kill is not something that could be easily accomplished, even in his own underwater domain. This clearly demonstrates Xiaofeng's true strength is extraordinarily formidable. Yuming stood up and approached, intending to claim the magic core from the tree monkey's body. Nothing? Xiaofeng dispelled Susanoo and leaped down, holding a magic core the size of a head. You were here? Wow, your hand speed is astonishing. It seems that snatching even a morsel under his very nose is impossible. You already have so many magic cores. Could you spare me one? Yu Ming sought to obtain it through this means, but was met with Xiao Feng's disdain. After the group departed, a few small black dots appeared once more. They were the now diminutive soul-devouring worms. Although the tree monkey had perished, his corpse and soul remained, with the soul's power typically dissipating into spiritual energy within 7 days. However, within those 7 days, that residual soul power is a tremendous boon for the soul-devouring worms. Consuming the soul of this tree monkey allowed their numbers to surpass 100. Moreover, even the weakest among them had broken through to the domain realm, with the strongest absorbing all the brain matter of the tree monkey and skyrocketing to the 9th level of the domain. Brother monkey, rest assured, I shall avenge you when the opportunity arises. Wandering aimlessly in the desert is hardly a solution. At least in the volcanic region, there were signs, but here, there isn't even a place to guide us. Just as they spoke, a massive sand pit vortex appeared beneath their feet, the tremendous suction and speed pulling them into the underground passage. Itsu. Beneath the sand lay a grand palace, and the 3 brothers of the Void Cat clan were present right there before the grand door. Name: Ada. Level: Catastrophe Level 1. Race: Void Cat. Description: the primary heir of the Void Cat clan, also the legitimate eldest son. Name: Heir. Level: Domain Level 9. Race: Void Cat. Name: Asan. Level: Domain Level 8. At that moment, Yu Ming shook off the sand clinging to his body, inadvertently dislodging a C, who had been hiding within his fur. A C. Upon seeing a C, the expressions of the Void Cats darkened, but then they remembered that a C had already escaped and couldn't help but chuckle. A C, who would have thought you'd be mingling with humans and even associating with our clan's mortal enemies, the Moondogs? Do you truly believe your father would spare you? Asan remarked. Even if you are of noble blood, the legitimate heirs of the Void Cat clan are not limited to you alone. Your demise would be inconsequential. Moreover, your act of killing Alu has already spread throughout the clan. While father wishes for you to return and explain, the elders will not let you off easily. If we eliminate a C now, the position of clan leader is certain to fall to us brothers. Spaceblade. Asan was the first to attack, launching a blade of space towards a C. Divine Might. A distortion of space absorbed Asan's attack, and he finally caught sight of the human known as Xiaofeng. How could a mere human possibly counter their clan's innate abilities? This is impossible. Spaceblade. Unwilling to concede, Asan unleashed his Spaceblade again, only to have it absorbed by Xiaofeng's Divine Might. Here, take it back. The Divine Might space opened, and all the previously absorbed Spaceblades were expelled. Asan dodged with all his might, but the Spaceblade struck the grand door behind them, dissipating upon impact. What a detestable fellow. What is that skill that can absorb the abilities of our Void Cat clan? Why should I tell you? Xiaofeng replied. You should be aware of where you are. Judging by your expressions, it seems you are not welcoming of outsiders. Could it be that there are treasures beyond that door? Asan bared his teeth, ready to charge at Xiaofeng. How dare a mere human question them? Xiaosan, do not act impulsively. Ada transformed into human form to block him and addressed Xiaofeng. Continue straight through the maze, then left, right. And you can find your way out. This is our affair, and we have no desire for conflict at this moment. Knowing the exit so well indicates that this place has significant ties to them. Xiaofeng turned to ASI.D. Oh, you know what this place is. Asi shook her head. She too was unaware. Perhaps those elders informed them, as she was not well regarded among them in the clan. Yu Ming interjected. Regardless of what it is, it must be something valuable. Otherwise, why would they be so anxious? Trust me, let's sneak in. Xiaofeng glanced at him. Is this really Yu Ming? Since when has he grown so bold? I am truly brave before the Void Cat clan. But how do we get in? High Air posed the critical question. It seems they too are searching for a way in. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be outside after all this time. Moreover, given the Void Cat clan's spatial abilities, the space blade that struck the door left no trace. It seems this door is specifically designed to thwart spatial powers. Eldest brother, what are they underestimating? Surely they wouldn't just stand there, would they? Then let us eliminate them. With the 3 of us joining forces, are we not capable of defeating them? Who do you think you can kill? The dragon and the dog both belong to the realm of natural disasters. What can you 2 beings from different domains possibly accomplish? Ada covered his head, at times truly doubting whether he and they shared the same parents, wondering how they could be so foolish. Chapter 99. Inheritance. There must be some treasure of the Void Cat clan hidden within. Otherwise, given their personalities, they would certainly not allow me to leave unscathed. That Asi cast a mocking glance at the door. Seemingly eager to obtain what lay within, yet uncertain of how to unlock it that moment, High Air suggested, could it be that we need to use our racial talents to enter, in our clan's ancestral land? One must consume creatures several times larger to gain entry. I nearly burst from the effort. Racial talent. So, this door is indeed meant to be opened using spatial powers. However, over the ages, the Void Cat clan has grown increasingly aggressive. With all their spatial abilities now dedicated to combat, perhaps Shinwei could gain entry. The theory holds merit, but success remains uncertain. Xiaofeng led them to feign a retreat, once the troublesome individual had finally departed. Ada's expression remained grim. These ruffians might return just as we are about to unlock the door. We must remain vigilant. But, brother, we still don't know how to open this door. Indeed, brother, we have already wasted so much time here, and no method seems to grant us access. Ada rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. This place was revealed to him by the elder, and aside from the door being impenetrable, everything else seemed accurate. The elder had merely stated that utilizing their racial talents would lead to the door's opening, yet their spatial blades left no trace upon it. This is indeed intriguing. Could it simply be a matter of pure spatial force? Long ago, the Void Cat clan wielded spatial powers extensively, with only a small branch using them for attack. Yet, as their natural enemies multiplied, that branch grew stronger, ultimately becoming the main lineage. Now, the entire clan focuses on honing their offensive capabilities. Who would still employ pure spatial powers? Asi waved her claws. Her mother had once been a descendant of that main lineage. Thus, she possessed pure spatial power herself, which allowed her to create that teleportation device within her own nest. In other words, you have the ability to enter that place. Earlier, Xiaofeng had attempted to use Shun Wei's spatial abilities. But merely having one Shun Wei's power was insufficient for entry. Furthermore, when he sought to purchase another Shun Wei from the shop, he was informed it was unavailable. The absurd task of plucking a hair from Asi's father was still ongoing. Had it been the previous system, it would have certainly offered a bonus to sell to Xiaofeng, but the current system, prize task in progress, cannot purchase. The system's task held Xiaofeng back from making a purchase, leading him to believe he would have to forfeit. Yet, Asi declared that she could enter. However, it remains a mystery what lay within. The object that excites them so should not be lacking in value. Should it? After a brief discussion, they resolved to create a diversion. Xiaofeng, Yiming, and High Air each took responsibility for one aspect, while Asi would take this opportunity to enter. Yiming, the strongest, is tasked with handling this. Huh? Why me? Last time it was my turn. Now it's your chance to shine. After formulating their strategy, the group exited the Shun Wei space. Brother, look! Asan immediately spotted Xiaofeng and the others returning, realizing they intended to contest them for the treasures. What? Are you all also interested in our clan's possessions? Ada signaled to his two younger brothers to refrain from rash actions, yet Yiming hurled a clump of mud directly at Ada's face. Ada picked up the mud on his face, instinctively bringing it to his nose. An indescribable stench wafted through the air. This was the combination of my urine and the foul mud from earlier is just perfect for your ugly face. Ada's face contorted in rage. You mutt, you seek death. Shifting to his true form, Ada charged forward, vowing to tear Yiming to shreds. But Yiming was no fool. He immediately darted in another direction. As for the remaining two Void Cats, Xiaofeng and High Air exchanged knowing smiles. You better not come near us. Before long, Ada realized what was happening. As he turned to look, Asi stood before the door, her hand touching it as if responding to some summons, merging into it. Inside lay an expanse of nothingness, and upon opening her eyes, Asi discovered a multitude of white Void Cats. This is their clan's ancestral land? But why would it appear in such a place? Soon, she spotted a face she recognized all too well. Mother, Asi pursued, but no matter how fast she ran, she could not reach her. Until the illusion dissipated, an elderly Void Cat stood before her, speaking to Asi. Truly, why must every cat come to this old man? Is the talent so lacking that our clan has no decent members left? Noticing the elder mumbling to himself, Asi inquired, what is this place? Why are there so many souls of our Void Cat clan here? The elder gently tapped his finger, and in an instant, Asi felt an overwhelming weight of spatial force descend upon her, causing her to collapse. This is the power of space. Thus, the decision to allow their lineage to dominate the clan was indeed reckless. However, it appears you still possess a trace of my bloodline. It seems I may be your great-great-great-great-grandfather. Releasing the pressure on Asi, the elder addressed her. The spatial powers of the Void Cat clan are not solely for the purpose of offense. This misguided focus will soon lead to the clan's extinction. Yet it seems the current clan leader is somewhat astute, knowing to merge bloodlines to produce you. However, your awakening appears incomplete, having been forced during a moment of mental stimulus. Correct? Though unfamiliar with Asi, the elder had managed to glean much about her life from a mere glance. Who are you, exactly? Me? Just an old fool, reluctantly occupying the position of clan leader for the past 2 years. Suddenly, the elder transformed into human form, smiling at Asi. I am the 4th clan leader. As that Asi's eyes widened. How many years ago was he to be here? Speaking of which, our names are quite similar. However, discussing that now seems pointless. Let me reveal to you the true power of the Void Cat clan. The true power? Now, follow me. This place was originally prepared to prevent the discontinuation of our lineage's inheritance.